Chen Guodong remembered it clearly. Another busy day at work. As usual, had boarded the company shuttle bus in the afternoon, leaned back, put on his neck pillow, and drifted off to sleep. Then falling. Falling? Chen Guodong's eyes snapped open. Gritting through a powerful wave of dizziness, he slowly raised his hand. The palm before him youthful, smooth, untouched by time, no calluses from years of gripping a briefcase. And the familiar white walls. The well-known electric fan. The enamel rice bowl. The old wall calendar with a bold red 1993 glaring from its face. Beside him sat Yangcheng, slouched lazily in his seat, listening to a Walkman the kind you couldn't even find in 2025 blasting Leon Lay's Will You Still Love Me Tonight? Could it be? A sudden suspicion bloomed in Chen Guodong's mind. Could he have been reborn? Back to 1993? Yangcheng, seeing him awake, let out a sigh of relief. Guodong, you're finally up. You scared the hell out of me. I was calling you, and you didn't respond to Ali thought something was seriously wrong. But it's not worth it, man. Not for that damn tea leaf girl, Lu Jiu. Chen Guodong's lips trembled slightly. His voice was hoarse, his mind still foggy. What the hell, what does Lu have to do with this? Yangcheng frowned. Still playing the tough guy? This afternoon, during the class basketball game, you were going for a layup, but you had to look at that Jasmine T girl down below, so someone took the chance to slam into your side. That's why you fell. She's not even your girlfriend anymore, and you're still hung up on her? Honestly, if it weren't for that, with your skills, how could someone like that even get close to hurting you? Women are nothing but trouble. Especially that Lu Wumensh's pure poison. Basketball? The memory finally surfaced. He had leapt into the air, about to score, distracted for a split second by a figure below, then a violent impact on his side, throwing him off balance. His head slammed into the ground. Then blackness. It wasn't a play for the ball. It was a hit on him. One idiot had been in his past life getting himself injured over a woman. Who hit me? Chen Guodong asked, his voice low. Yangcheng clicked his tongue. That sneaky bastard from class 2, Lu Xinwen. Total scumbag. He clearly committed a foul, but then had the nerve to say he didn't even touch you. Chen Guodong pressed his lips together. A cold edge flickered in his heart. Just as had expected. That damn lapdog. He forced himself to stay calm, feigning nonchalance. What's the date today? You can't even check for yourself? Yangcheng grumbled, but still answered, June 18th. June 18th? Chen Guodong's breath caught slightly. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, pressing his fingers to his temples to steady himself. His emotions surged like waves. A profound, indescribable feeling washed over him. He had been reborn. All the regrets of his past life, the missed opportunities, the lost love, the family had failed to save, every wrong turn had taken in his youth, could he finally get a second chance? Hey, you okay? Yangcheng frowned, noticing the strange look on his face. You're not actually suffering a concussion, are you? Chen Guodong snapped back to reality. He shook his head, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. You should rest. You really took a bad hit. We all saw you lying there motionless. We thought you were dead. When it happened, we all rushed the court. Dong was the first to charge at that bastard. If the teachers hadn't held us back, would have beaten the crap out of those class 2 thugs. A warm current rose in Chen Guodong's chest. For decades, as Director Chen, had grown used to analyzing every hidden motive behind people's actions. But now, these classmates so blunt, so sincere were like the distilled water in those old ads. Pure, transparent. Yangcheng spoke casually, completely unaware that the person lying in that bed wasn't the same Chen Guodong. This was a soul from 2025, reborn. The shock was overwhelming. Chen Guodong knew he needed time to process it all. This time things would be different. Seeing that Chen Guodong was awake and seemed fine, Yangcheng slapped his thighs and bounced up. The guy was always like a monkey with a rocket strapped to his, but never still for a second. Chen Guodong didn't mind. He wanted to be alone, to sort through his thoughts. If he remembered correctly, just last week, the city's finance and economics vocational school where he was currently a student had completed the job placements for graduating seniors. The results just hadn't been announced yet. Sitting up slowly on the dorm bed, Chen Guodong propped himself up with a pillow. His head still swam, but his mind had never been clearer. He closed his eyes, straining to recall memories buried over 30 years ago. After 1993, the employment model of two-way selection, independent job seeking, would gradually become the norm. But in the early days, many schools and regions still relied on the old system of state-assigned jobs. His school, directly under the city's finance bureau, was the best financial college in Yangcheng. Every year, graduates were directly assigned to government departments' finance, taxation, banks, police, industry, and commerce, basically handed an iron rice bowl. In a year or two, when the new system kicked in, getting into these departments would mean competing in the civil service exams, thousands racing across a single log bridge. The competition far more brutal than anyone imagined. So catching the last train of the 1993 job assignment, entering a government unit as a cadet, and waiting for the civil service reform to automatically grant him official status, that was the optimal path. But that was only for his classmates. For ordinary graduates, forget that. Don't you remember? This was 1993, Yangcheng. He, Chen Guodong, had returned to an era when gold lay on every street, an age bursting with opportunity, a time when east, west, north, south, all flocked to Guangdong to get rich. This was an era that could change destinies. And he, Chen Guodong, had come back with decades of future knowledge. Infinite opportunities now lay before him. Next week, the job assignment results would be announced. In 2 weeks, the class of 91 would officially graduate and enter their assigned units. And he would be sent to the place where Head worked for over a decade in his past life. China Construction Bank. To the Chen Guodong of the past, this was all 30 years ago. Yet now he was back at this exact moment. For him, returning to the path he knew best was the smartest move. The system was a safe harbor for the small fish. But he was no minnow. He was a colossal koi destined to stir up storms someday. He would transform into a pung, spread his wings, and soar to the heavens. After resting a while, Chen Guodong felt much better. He packed his things and prepared to go home. As evening approached, he slung his bag over his shoulder and slowly walked down from the dormitory building. He wheeled out his forever 28-inch bicycle, climbed on, and began a ride. The frame jolted gently as the wheels rolled over the cement, making a soft click-click-click sound. Summer 1993. No smartphones, no private cars, no internet, no bikes, no GPS, no social apps. Even pagers were still the stuff of legend. Going out meant only 2 options, the bus or a bike. The sky wasn't fully dark yet. The slanting sun stretched the school's entrance into a long, golden corridor. He pedaled into the light. Under a nearby street lamp, a girl stood quietly. White dress, slender figure, standing straight. Long, jet black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her features were delicate, her skin pale and luminous like morning jasmine on a balcony, glistening with dew. Her gaze was calm, clear, yet faintly assessing. Lu Jiu, class beauty of class 2, the heroine of many boys' teenage dreams. And once, the moonlight of his heart. She was beautiful, not flashy, but not shy either. Her purity was polished, a perfect balance between girl next door and untouchable. Her voice was soft, her eyes gentle, her manners impeccable, always stirring hearts, yet never truly letting anyone in. She carried a natural tea fragrance, like a hidden scent in the fold of the sleeve, faint, elusive, intoxicating. Back then, had spent 2 years chasing her, only to get together with her in the last half year before graduation. But together really meant he was allowed to fetch her meals, carry her water, buy her breakfast. Occasionally, if she was in a good mood, she'd walk with him, always keeping half a boat's distance between them. Had never even held her hand. And even that she ended it before graduation, saying she needed space, that they were still young, that they should think things over. Are you okay? Your injury? Lu Jiu spoke softly, her face glowing faintly in the twilight. Chen Guodong paused. His gaze lingered on her face. Her eyes were still as clear as ever, like they'd never held a trace of anyone. If it were the old me, he thought with a quiet laugh inside, I'd already be trembling, heart pounding like a drum at these words. But on the outside, he showed nothing, just replied calmly, I'm fine. He can't hurt me. Lu Jiu blinked, surprised. The Chen Guodong she remembered wasn't like this. He used to be shy, even during the time they were together, always careful, always obedient. But now, she instinctively looked into his eyes, cold, distant, like a pane of glass. Impossible to read. She felt a strange unease. For some reason, this boy in front of her seemed different. Just a girl's vague, intuitive feeling. A complex emotion flickered in her heart. She lowered her voice. I'm sorry. Chen Guodong didn't respond. He just looked at her, then said, It's fine. I don't care. Lu Jiu bit her lip, her eyes dropping. About your injury, it was Lu Xinwen. He did it on purpose. I know. His tone was flat. But he's him, and you're you. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you apologizing? She looked up, surprised. You know, he thought we were still in contact. And after losing face to me on the court this afternoon, he wanted revenge. A faint smirk curled Chen Guodong's lips. You're apologizing because you've seen through him, realized his true nature, and you're using me as an excuse to break away. aren't you?" That hit her like a thunderclap. She had wanted to say it subtly, but had laid it all bare right there, in the open. Her fingers tightened slightly. Uncomfortable, she looked away. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Chen Guodong gave a light laugh, his expression still calm. "Don't worry." He swung a leg over the bike. His voice was lazy, indifferent. "I already said you don't care." He didn't argue. He didn't explain. His face remained perfectly still. Then, without another word, he pushed off. The 28-inch bike rolled down the cement road, growing smaller and smaller in the fading light. Lu Jiu stood under the street lamp, watching his retreating back, unmoving. The wind lifted the hem of her white dress. She stood there a long time, so long that night settled heavily on her shoulders. Yet strangely, deep inside, there was an odd feeling. She had said what she needed to. Everything was clear, but why did it still feel a little off? He wasn't like this before. Back then, his eyes were always tender when he spoke to her, full of sweetness, of hope. Now why did she feel a strange sense of loss? Chapter 2, I Will Not Care. Chen Guodong truly did not care. As a middle-aged man weathered by the storms of life for over 30 years, how could he possibly regard the innocent, fresh-faced Lu Jiu, a mere young bud, with any semblance of esteem? In his past life, before reaching the age of 20, Chen Guodong was remarkably pure, having never experienced love nor tasted the complexities of romantic entanglements. Even the sight of a mature woman would flush his cheeks with embarrassment. However, all of this began to transform when he was transferred to the credit department at China Construction Bank, where he started engaging in business affairs. The primary responsibilities of the credit department were twofold: attracting deposits and issuing loans. One involved seeking favors, while the other required granting them. Both roles necessitated interaction with a multitude of individuals, thus broadening his horizons and exposing him to a myriad of characters and peculiar situations, including the occasional business trip to Dongguan, among other escapades. Yet now, Chen Guodong yearned to return home, eager to reunite with his parents, whom he felt he had not seen in quite some time. Having traversed half his life, he believed he had learned to accept parting. However, the thought of soon meeting his parents ignited a profound anticipation within him, rendering his breath somewhat labored. It was akin to the countless literary works depicting the middle-aged traveler, who, after a prolonged absence, finally returns to his family. Taking a deep breath, Chen Guodong unconsciously quickened his pace. He was heading home. The sentiment of trepidation upon nearing his hometown was the most palpable emotion he felt at that moment. The father, who had departed this world in his memories far too early, was still alive. The mother, who had single-handedly upheld the family in her later years, remained youthful. As memories intertwined with reality, it felt as though a lifetime had passed, and the thought of reuniting with his parents stirred within Chen Guodong a long-buried excitement. The night was tranquil, and the path home cast dappled shadows under the dim streetlights, painting a serene yet slightly desolate scene amidst the sweltering summer of Yangcheng. Riding his trusty bicycle, he navigated the familiar streets. Observing the lights still aglow in the upper floors, he endeavored to suppress his rising exhilaration. The familiar compound of the Research Institute, the well-known corridors, the recognizable lighting, and the security door. He retrieved his key, inhaled deeply, and opened the door. Light seeped through the crack, illuminating the floor, and the sounds of a television broadcasting the news wafted towards him, mingling with the faint aroma of home-cooked meals. Taking a deep breath, Chen Guodong stepped inside. Back already? In the living room, his father was seated with one leg crossed, perusing an economic magazine. Hearing the sound, he lifted his gaze, casting a casual glance before inquiring, his familiar face remaining as composed as ever. Meanwhile, his mother sat on the sofa watching the news, a newspaper in hand. Upon hearing the commotion, she looked up with a gentle smile. "Why are you so late today?" Chen Guodong felt a slight tightening in his throat. His mind flooded with words, yet he merely nodded lightly. "I fell while playing basketball today, which caused the delay." Upon hearing this, his mother immediately set down the newspaper to check on him, but his father interjected casually, "Boys fall sometimes. There's no need to make a fuss." Though his tone was mild, it carried a subtle hint of concern. A small smile crept onto Chen Guodong's lips, stirring a tender yet bittersweet feeling within him. "Mom, I'm fine, just a bit hungry." He chuckled, his tone unwittingly imbued with a long-lost playfulness. Mother chuckled softly and rose, proclaiming that dinner was already prepared and would soon be served. At the dining table, she incessantly inquired about matters concerning school, while father occasionally interjected, His words few but his gaze imbued with concern. Chen Guodong ate swiftly, enveloped in a long-lost sense of satisfaction. The flavors of Mother's cooking were as familiar as ever, as though time itself had stood still. After the meal, Father, as was customary, produced a cigarette and was about to light it when Mother shot him a disapproving look, promptly waving her hand. "Go to the balcony. Don't suffocate us in here." With a resigned smile, Father took the cigarette and headed towards the balcony, and after a moment's hesitation, Chen Guodong followed suit. The night breeze was gentle, and the June evening in Yangcheng was alive with the rustling of mango tree leaves. Leaning against the railing, Father ignited the cigarette, inhaling deeply as his gaze wandered to the distant streetlights. Casually, he asked, "What happened at school today?" Chen Guodong pondered briefly before responding in a natural tone, "Nothing much. Just fell and bumped my head while playing ball." Father paused, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes as he exhaled a cloud of smoke, replying coolly, "Oh, just a fall." He said no more, but regarded Chen Guodong with a knowing look, squinting slightly as the smoke drifted away. In that moment, he sensed an unusual air about his son, a maturity that seemed to have emerged overnight, replacing the usual impulsiveness with a newfound steadiness. Yet, he said nothing further, casually adding, "What's this? A fall can lead to sudden enlightenment?" Chen Guodong felt a slight tightening in his chest and laughed as he waved his hand dismissively. "What else could happen? Don't worry, I can handle it." Father scrutinized him for several seconds, as if attempting to discern something from his expression. But ultimately, he simply murmured in acknowledgement, refraining from further probing. The glowing ember of the cigarette flickered in the night, and Father spoke softly. "As long as you are aware of your own matters, remember to share anything insurmountable with the family." Chen Guodong lowered his eyelashes, warmth flooding his heart unexpectedly, and he felt a sudden prick of emotion in his nose. His eyes stung slightly, prompting him to turn away, eager to retreat indoors. "Guodong." Chen Guodong halted, instinctively aware that Father had something significant to say. He turned back. Under the night sky, a spark of uncontainable excitement illuminated Father's face, lending him an almost childlike demeanor. Understanding his father as only a son could, Chen Guodong instantly grasped that Father had something of great personal pride to share. Sure enough, Father cleared his throat, speaking at a measured pace. "Isn't your school currently engaged in graduation placements? I've taken the liberty of reaching out to a few connections over the past few days." He paused deliberately, seemingly waiting for Chen Guodong to inquire further. The corners of Chen Guodong's mouth twitched slightly, and he played along, asking sincerely, "Who did you contact?" Aware of his father's pride and reluctance to ask favors, he recognized that this gesture was a significant concession. "Indeed," Father continued, "I reached out to your uncle Lee, and thankfully, I managed to connect with the official overseeing your school's placements. Their leader mentioned that the Financial Bureau, the Industry and Commerce Department, and the Tax Bureau posed certain difficulties due to limited quotas and stringent connections. However, the allocation from the Public Security Bureau appeared to be quite stable." At this point, the father couldn't help but lift his chin, a hint of barely perceptible pride gleaming in his eyes, as if to say, "What do you think? Your father is quite remarkable, isn't he? You should commend him." As the night breeze whispered through, Chen Guodong fell into a brief silence before finally speaking. "Dad, do you want me to go to the Public Security Bureau?" His father, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, "What could possibly be wrong with the Public Security Bureau? It is a powerful institution, the most stable segment of our societal structure, and offers an unshakable job security. Moreover, I have researched it thoroughly. Those who enter from your school usually secure technical positions. You can either remain within the agency or avoid strenuous labor. And being in close proximity to the leadership opens numerous avenues for advancement. How splendid is that?" The father's gaze shimmered with hope, revealing the considerable thought and effort he had invested in his son's graduation job prospects. Chen Guodong couldn't help but sigh inwardly, observing his father's slightly smug expression. He ultimately chose not to disappoint him and gently nodded in agreement. "Yes, the Public Security Bureau does seem quite good." Upon hearing this, the father's lips curled into a faint smile, his expression easing as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. His tone became considerably lighter. "That's good to hear. You've always been a smart child. A stable job is indeed the right path." Chen Guodong lowered his gaze, his fingertips slowly tracing the balcony railing while his thoughts drifted into the night sky. In his previous life, he had also been assigned to the Public Security Bureau. Yet, Just before the final allocation, a female student from his year, a relative of a senior leader at the school, was originally assigned to a bank but was rejected due to her height being below 1.6 meters. Consequently, she took Chen Guodong's place at the Public Security Bureau, and he was hastily redirected to China Construction Bank. Reflecting on this past, Chen Guodong suddenly understood, in his former life, he had wondered why he was assigned to the Public Security Bureau only to be replaced at the last moment. It seemed the reason lay here. His parents must have utilized connections, but due to an unexpected incident, he ended up at China Construction Bank, which they never disclosed to him. Now, should he inform his parents of the outcome? After contemplating, he decided to let nature take its course, not wanting to disappoint his parents' intentions. Moreover, even if he wished to intervene, he could not articulate an explanation. With this in mind, Chen Guodong took a soft breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and looked up at his father, a light smile gracing his lips. "Dad, thank you for your concern regarding this matter." His father responded with a casual hum and a wave of his hand. "You are my son. How could I not care?" As the night deepened, the father and son stood silently on the balcony, enveloped in a mutual understanding that required no words. Chapter 4. Jiang Shuyao. This weekend unfolded in a tranquil and warm manner, allowing Chen Guodong a rare respite from his inner turmoil as he joined his parents for dinner. Engaged in conversation, listened to his father share insights on stock research, and watched his mother smile while recounting mundane family tales. In this moment, he was no longer a stranger burdened by the secret of rebirth, but simply their son, relishing the long-awaited affection of family. After a brief moment of tenderness, on Sunday evening after dinner, Chen Guodong slung his bag over his shoulder and rode his familiar bicycle back to school. However, one lingering thought pierced his mind. His father had passed away suddenly from a heart attack over a decade ago, never having witnessed the birth of his grandson. Given the opportunity of rebirth, Chen Guodong was determined not to allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. Yet, for now, he resolved to keep this matter firmly etched in his heart. Upon returning to school, the night had already descended. Entering his dormitory, he found the atmosphere lively, with discussions fervently centered around Saturday's basketball match and Chen Guodong's injury. "Lu Xinwen is truly despicable," exclaimed Li Hedong, pounding the table with frustration. "We can't let this slide. Tomorrow noon at the cafeteria, let us confront him. I refuse to believe we can't deal with him." Zhou Jigang's voice boomed in agreement, while others like Nie Zhiqing, Sun Weini, and Luo Jianbing nodded in solidarity. A collective indignation filled the room as they prepared to settle the score with Lu Xinwen. However, to their surprise, the very person affected, Chen Guodong, merely pulled out a chair and calmly stated, "Let us leave it at that." "Leave it at that?" Li Hedong frowned, staring incredulously at Chen Guodong. "Have you lost your mind?" His astonishment was palpable. Chen Guodong was typically quiet and obedient, rarely speaking up, yet he was not one to shy away from confrontation, particularly in the company of friends. What did his current demeanor signify? Was he truly afraid of trouble? "Guodong, you're not backing down, are you?" Li Hedong questioned skeptically. "Trouble?" Chen Guodong smiled faintly and shook his head. "Li Hedong, I am not afraid of trouble." Li Hedong hesitated, about to voice another thought when he suddenly sensed something amiss. The old Chen Guodong had always carried a hint of introverted shyness, often yielding to the opinions of others even when he had his own thoughts. Yet now, he regarded them with a calmness that was unsettling. Graduation was imminent. This was not a moment to falter. Maintaining his composure, Chen Guodong spoke steadily. "I appreciate your intention to stand up for me, but it is neither worthwhile nor necessary." A silence enveloped the room as they looked at him in surprise. Lu Xinwen's actions were indeed excessive, particularly regarding Lu Jieyu, Chen Guodong remarked, a slight smile playing on his lips. "But I certainly will not let this go unaddressed." The group exchanged glances, absorbing the weight of his words. After a prolonged pause, Li Hedong was the first to nod. "Do you have another plan?" "Indeed," Chen Guodong replied coolly. "Just wait and see." Li Hedong scrutinized him for a moment before breaking into a smile. "All right, since you have a plan, we shall follow your lead." Sun Weini also nodded. "If you need us, brothers are always here to help." "Good," Chen Guodong said, his gaze steady. "I will indeed require your assistance." Sun Weini muttered, "What is so special about Lu Jieyu? She seems rather superficial." The following morning, Chen Guodong returned to class. In the classroom, there was a gentle murmur of conversation. But when he pushed open the door, the clamor instinctively paused for a moment. Everyone turned to him, their eyes filled with concern. After all, Saturday marked the class basketball match, and to put it grandly, Chen Guodong had sustained an injury in the name of class honor. Something all his classmates were keenly aware of. "Guodong, are you feeling any better? Does your head still hurt? Did you go to the hospital?" A few classmates, with whom he shared a good rapport, gathered around him, their tones sincere. The campus environment in that era was relatively pristine. Most of the students were straightforward, their relationships genuine, and they sincerely worried for one another in times of trouble. "It's nothing serious, just a minor injury," Chen Guodong replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor calm and unhurried. As he approached his seat, his deskmate, Chen Wan, promptly stood up to pull out the chair for him, whispering, "Yesterday, I told the class monitor that if you didn't show up today, we'd drag the homeroom teacher along to see you at the hospital." The class monitor, Wen Shan, who sat in front of Chen Wan, turned around with a light-hearted inquiry. "Are you really okay? If you feel dizzy or unwell, don't force yourself. Just go to the infirmary." She was efficient in her duties, with a refreshing appearance and a straightforward personality. Chen Guodong nodded at her with a smile. "I'm really fine. Thank you for your concern." Wen Shan, indignantly defending him, exclaimed, "Humph. I told you Lu Xinwen plays dirty. Who else would lift someone up and throw them during a normal ball contest? I heard the thud from the sidelines. If you weren't so lucky, you'd be lying in a hospital bed right now." As she spoke, her emotions flared, her elbow inadvertently swiping across the table with a sharp sound. Seated beside her, Jiang Xiao was startled, her thick black-framed glasses knocked off and sent skidding across the floor, the lenses spinning and rolling a few times before coming to rest beside Chen Guodong. Jiang Xiao froze momentarily, instinctively bending down to retrieve them. Chen Guodong quickly crouched down to assist, and as their gazes unexpectedly collided, time seemed to suspend momentarily. A few strands of hair fell across her forehead, revealing a smooth, full brow, her complexion so fair it appeared almost translucent, as if a mere touch would leave a mark. Her eyes exhibited a hint of bewilderment, clear and bright, with slightly curled lashes, yet her expression resembled that of a startled fawn. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her delicate neck, which was unblemished and elongated, its contours soft, reminiscent of uncarved ivory. In that instant, Chen Guodong realized the exquisite beauty of her features, usually concealed behind her large glasses. Each aspect was not ostentatious, but rather intricate upon closer inspection. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, her nose elegantly defined, and her lips bore a soft, fresh hue, their lines reminiscent of the first stroke of spring in meticulous artistry, restrained yet pristine. Individually, each feature was striking, yet together they formed a tranquil and clear visage, akin to a snow lotus atop Tianshan Mountain, a beauty that commanded attention. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Chen Guodong recalled how she had been gazing out the window in a daze earlier, lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. There was no trace of affectation. Instead, it was like the most artfully left blank space in an ink-wash painting, drawing one closer, yet evoking a hesitance to intrude. As he looked at her, a vague recollection in his mind suddenly crystallized. Her name was Jiang Xiao, the woman who later stood on the edge of the city skyscraper, clad in a red dress. Leaped down. Chen Guodong lowered his eyelids and discreetly glanced at Jiang Xiao, who had returned to her seat, before retracting his gaze. In their previous life, they had shared 2 years in close proximity, yet he had never truly discerned her face. From the moment she entered the class, she had perpetually donned those heavy glasses, concealing herself within silence, tucked away in the corners of the crowd. In his memory, she remained an indistinct figure, akin to a shadow. It was only on the day she fell in her red dress that he suddenly recalled she had once been his classmate, someone who had lived so tangibly. But now, as he returned, he saw her. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if a silent arrow had flown from her brow and eyes, piercing through Chen Guodong's heart, which had long since hardened over 2 lifetimes. She was breathtaking, not in an ostentatious way, but in an exquisitely serene beauty that exuded a subtle, heart-wrenching fragility. It was a beauty that evoked a profound reluctance to part, one that would quietly take root in the depths of his heart, unyielding through life and death. He had believed that a person like him, having traversed 2 lifetimes, would be unperturbed. Yet at that moment, his chest felt as though it had been gently struck, stirring a long-forgotten flutter within him. In that instant, Chen Guodong resolutely made a decision. Although he remained oblivious to the sorrows she concealed, and the reasons that led her to the abyss of self-destruction. Since fate had granted him a second chance and he had glimpsed her life, he must not repeat the mistakes of his past. A breeze swept through the classroom window, rustling a few sheets of paper on the desk. Chen Guodong slightly raised his head and regarded Jiang Shuyao's tranquil profile, his expression darkening. This time, regardless of her willingness, he would step into the tempest for her, even if alone, determined to clear the thorns from her path. Chapter 5. The strategist schemed. The class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, entered, followed by Director Li from the Student Affairs Office, who held a stack of documents. Dear students, the final list for graduation assignments will be announced on Wednesday, Director Li stated calmly. In the meantime, please remain diligent and do not relax your standards just because graduation is approaching. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the classroom, with students appearing composed. Chen Guodong scanned his classmates. Some maintained calm expressions, like Yangcheng, whose brother-in-law was the head of the Municipal Police Bureau, likely securing his future from the moment he enrolled. Li Hudong rested his head on his hand, dozing off, assured by the fact that his father was the city bureau chief. Yin Wenshan wore a faint smile, her father's position in a state-owned enterprise ensuring her stability. Conversely, those typically silent classmates, with unclear family backgrounds, exhibited varying degrees of anxiety, some with wandering gazes, others unconsciously nibbling on their pen tips, displaying palpable unease. In his previous life, Chen Guodong had been like a blank slate, too naive. Back then, he still believed in the notion that hard work would be rewarded, thinking that with enough effort, he could rise above others. Chen Guodong, who had traversed time, understood that for certain individuals, their futures were inscribed in the household registry from the very moment of their birth, etched into the intricate web of relationships. While diligence is undoubtedly significant, it often serves merely as embellishment rather than the decisive element in shaping one's destiny. The true rules of life are seldom taught from a podium. On Tuesday evening, an unforeseen event swept across the entire campus. The Municipal Education Bureau dispatched an inspection team for a surprise examination of the city financial and economic vocational school. The outcome was shocking. During self-study hours, some students failed to attend class as mandated, instead congregating in their dormitories, violating regulations by lighting candles and engaging in gambling with playing cards. Alarmingly, there were even outsiders mingling among them, a severe breach of school discipline. By dawn the next day, the news spread like wildfire, plunging the campus into a hushed turmoil. The ramifications of the incident were so profound that even the graduating class diverted their attention from the impending graduation allocations. In the hallways, the dining hall, and the corners of the lecture buildings, whispers of the scandal circulated incessantly. The school administration was furious, convening an emergency meeting that very night to impose significant disciplinary actions on the implicated students and to reconsider their graduation placements. Rumors circulated that among those named was a student from Class 2 of the graduating cohort, a Liu by surname, with some claiming to have seen his name on a draft of the internal notice. In an instant, anxiety gripped all impending graduates. None had anticipated such upheaval so close to graduation. Furthermore, it was reported that the Education Bureau had acted on an anonymous tip-off, prompting the sudden inspection. Chen Guodong exhaled softly, his demeanor unwavering, yet a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. He was, in fact, the architect of this entire scheme. The school had always been lenient. Students, now in their 20s, indulged in lighting candles, playing cards, and boasting after lights out, a routine pastime in the dormitory. Even the occasional small-stakes gambling was merely youthful revelry, not perceived as a serious infraction. Liu Xinwen, known for his love of play, was particularly enthusiastic, especially with graduation looming. Teachers, disinterested in policing their conduct, allowed him to indulge further. However, once the anonymous report was filed and the Education Bureau intervened, the nature of the situation escalated dramatically, compounded by the involvement of outsiders. The unfolding of events was even more flawless than intended, and Chen Guodong's roommates were exhilarated. For nearly everyone in the dormitory had participated, each fulfilling their roles. Yangcheng was responsible for the nighttime entry. If Liu Xinwen did not take the bait, he would lure him out with a friend from Class 2, then discreetly withdraw at the critical moment. Zhou Jigang, Yang Wenjie, and Sun Wenyu stood watch at the school gates, hallways, and dormitories, alternating their vigilance. Bing and Luo Jianbing managed communications, ensuring timely updates reached Li Hudong. Li Hudong orchestrated the entire operation, the entire process executed with seamless precision. Meanwhile, Chen Guodong remained in the classroom, quietly perusing his books, ensuring he remained entirely above suspicion throughout the entire affair. From the arrangement to the placement of pieces, he spoke not a word, merely guiding the situation with subtlety. Truly intricate matters often demand discretion. Moreover, Chen Guodong possessed a profound understanding of human nature. Having shared a single unspoken secret binds one more firmly than countless shared meals. In his past life, he was naively sincere, treating honesty as currency and silence as a measure. In this life, he sought to actively control this relationship. These dormitory brothers were destined for futures either within the bureaucratic system or in the financial sector, or perhaps they would venture forth to establish successful enterprises, each endowed with connections and resources. Previously, Chen Guodong had merely been a silent backdrop, but now, he aspired to be the one quietly commanding the chessboard. Recently, Guodong had undergone a transformation, a sentiment that Adong quietly expressed to the other dorm mates after the fact. His roommates nodded in agreement, glancing at the figure hunched over in the corner of the classroom, suddenly perceiving this usually unassuming companion as someone they scarcely recognized. Chapter 6. The calculating Chen Guodong. On that Wednesday, the wind rose early, and the air felt particularly oppressive. The gambling scandal within the dormitory continued to ripple through the campus, and the long-anticipated graduation allocations were finally announced. Before the third class of the morning had concluded, Teacher Lu entered the classroom carrying a stack of documents, his expression grave. Without further ado, he began to announce the results of the graduation placements. The atmosphere in the classroom immediately thickened. Although rumors of the allocations had circulated beforehand, when the moment of revelation arrived, many could not restrain their anticipation, waiting for a glimmer of hope. Chen Guodong, China Construction Bank. When Teacher Lu uttered this name, he did so without pause or inflection, continuing to read on. Yet, to Chen Guodong, it resonated as if transmitted through a dense veil of glass. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, accompanied by a curious emotion, neither satisfaction nor regret, but rather a profound sense of understanding. Indeed, the inertia of fate proved far more stubborn than one could imagine. After school that afternoon, Chen Guodong did not return to the dormitory, but instead exited the campus. He intended to go home and regretfully inform his father of the graduation allocation results. Given his father's conflicted nature, upon hearing the news, he would likely grunt softly, light a cigarette in silence, and then retreat to the balcony, lost in thought. Suddenly, Chen Guodong felt a mischievous desire to witness his father's morose demeanor. However, just as he pushed his bicycle out of the school gate, he caught sight of her, Lu Jiyu, standing beneath the kapok tree across the street. Her white shirt and jeans accentuating the graceful contours of youth, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, poised and elegant. She stood there with fingers interlaced, her gaze cast downward, as if awaiting someone, yet seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Lu Jiyu's expression remained as composed as ever, yet it carried an unspoken depth, as if a suppressed emotion were brewing beneath the surface. She neither waved nor spoke, simply maintaining her serene demeanor as she regarded Chen Guodong, feigning calmness. Chen Guodong paused momentarily, not approaching her immediately, but standing still, observing her for several seconds. After all, she was merely a young girl on the brink of leaving her academic sanctuary, and despite her apparent maturity, she could not conceal her lingering navet. Chen Guodong smiled, his countenance serene, while his heart held an understanding as profound as a deep well. He approached her slowly, his voice steady. "Have you been waiting long?" Lu Jiyu, taken aback, instinctively shook her head and murmured, "No." Though her gaze remained downcast, her fingers intertwined and subtly twisted, an almost imperceptible gesture that, to Chen Guodong, elicited a knowing smile within. He refrained from speaking further, leading her onward, their proximity akin to an insurmountable chasm despite the mere distance of a bicycle's length. The wind rustled through the treetops, casting flickering shadows upon their path. The sunlight danced beneath their feet, enveloping them in a near-silent reverie. "You sought me out regarding Lu Xinwen, did you not?" After a few steps, Chen Guodong's voice broke the tranquility, his tone as smooth as water but cutting through the air like a blade through thin parchment, unveiling Lu Jiyu's hidden hesitation. Lu Jiyu hesitated, her eyelashes fluttering. Yet she remained silent. She had intended to confront Chen Guodong, harboring a simmering anger and a persistent frustration that had accumulated throughout the day. She believed Chen Guodong had acted excessively. Although Lu Xinwen had instigated the conflict, it was Chen Guodong who had ignited the flames. His response, she thought, was merciless, completely shattering a person's future without remorse. However, when faced with Chen Guodong, the words of accusation faltered on her tongue. He regarded her with an expression so tranquil it bordered on gentle. It was not me. His words were crisp and unambiguous, yet they only deepened Lu Jieyu's unease. Chen Guodong continued, "You are more aware of what he has done than I am." His tone was devoid of anger, as if he were merely stating a commonplace fact. From another perspective, nothing I did could be deemed excessive. Moreover, Chen Guodong continued, "I did nothing. He merely violated school regulations." Not him. Of course it was him. Initially, Lu Jiyu had only speculated. But now she was nearly certain that this matter was inextricably linked to Chen Guodong. Yet, he stood beside her, calm and composed, with no trace of triumph or provocation in his eyes, only a casual detachment, as if discussing something trivial, irrelevant to him. Lu Jiyu found herself at a loss for words. The situation was too decisive, too ruthless, and too measured to resemble the actions of an ordinary student. It felt as though every step had been meticulously calculated, devoid of impulse or emotion. An indescribable sensation surged within Lu Jiyu. She had not anticipated that the boy she once held in her grasp would undergo such a profound transformation after she had let go. Regret washed over her. That day, they walked in silence for quite a while, until Chen Guodong, with warmth, informed Lu Jiyu that he had arrived and handed her a folded paper shaped like a star. As Lu Jiyu observed Chen Guodong's figure disappearing into the family compound of the research institute, an absurd sensation enveloped her. It seemed as if she had never uttered a single word, yet paradoxically, she felt as though she had said so much. The former version of herself appeared to have been blind. Chen Guodong ambled through the corridor in high spirits, the slight shadows cast by the announcement of graduation allocations dissipating with his evening stroll alongside the young lady. He yearned to laugh heartily, thinking that Lu Jiyu must surely consider him quite the charlatan for having prepared a note in advance as if he possessed prophetic abilities. In truth, had she opened the note and read its contents, she would have found it even more ludicrous and unbelievable. For it bore the message, "You possess a disposition prone to being ensnared by scoundrels. Beware of every man with ulterior motives around you, and do not be too easily alone with them. Also, happy breakup." Chen Guodong was not idle. Rather, he was well aware that in the gossip circulating among classmates, Lu Jiyu was often the central figure. Whispers of her romantic entanglements frequently reached his ears, each time concluding with her lamenting a misguided affection. Here, Chen Guodong had merely forged a benign connection, considering it a virtuous act, even though Lu Xinwen had already been metaphorically vanquished by him. However, who could predict how the course of history might unfold? After all, it was merely a casual reminder, a gesture that required little effort, leaving no trace of green leaves in its wake. As Chen Guodong pushed open the door to his home, the bright lights immediately pierced the dimness of the hallway, adorning him in a golden glow. A radiant smile illuminated his face as he approached his eagerly awaiting father. Chapter 7. The Disturbed Deer. 10 days later. Prior to the graduation banquet for Chen Guodong's class, the brothers in their dormitory had already entered a mode of nightly revelry. Though no one spoke of the impending separation, they all understood in their hearts that in a few days, each member of the dorm would embark on their own path. Imagining the current camaraderie, huddled together in the dormitory, listening to songs from the loudspeakers below, boiling water together, whistling at the girls' dormitory, and cursing the cafeteria staff's clumsiness would soon become a distant memory. That evening, Yang Wenjie, having indulged in too much alcohol at dinner, laughed while draping his arm around Zhou Jigang's shoulders, exclaiming, "Once we strike it rich, I'll buy each of us a house, and we'll all live together." Beside them, Adong continued to sip his beer while jesting. "Will your wife approve?" His tolerance for alcohol was remarkable. Upon returning to the dorm, he filled the void with beer, simultaneously drowning out the sorrow of impending farewells. His remarks sparked a wave of laughter throughout the room, a cacophony that concealed both reluctance and an unspoken bittersweetness. Leaning against the side of his bed, Chen Guodong listened to their revelry with a smile. Though he remained quietly contemplative, that night, he did not drink excessively but stayed awake until late. Some sang in the dead of night, while others secretly shed tears, yet all pretended not to notice. The following morning, no one mentioned the previous night's events. Whose youth is not filled with picturesque moments? A few days later, the class gathered for their graduation banquet. The restaurant was a Cantonese establishment near the school, bustling with noise, before the dishes had even arrived. The hall was already alive with energy. The homeroom teacher, clad in his old suit, raised a glass and delivered a traditional, yet heartfelt farewell speech. The atmosphere gradually grew more fervent, yet beneath the surface of clinking glasses and laughter, an undercurrent of emotion stirred. The sorrow of parting resembles a faint ink stain, lingering at the edges of laughter and cheer, neither daring to blur nor able to fade away. In the future, whoever succeeds, don't forget to treat us to a meal, someone shouted, eliciting a chorus of agreement and laughter. Chen Guodong sat near the door, the dimming twilight visible outside. As he gazed into the crowd, an unsettling feeling washed over him. These familiar faces seemed, from this moment onward, to slowly fade into memory. With a slight smile, he raised his glass and downed its contents without uttering a word. His eyes swept across the boisterous crowd, some laughing and cursing, others indulging in wild abandon, each person fervently expressing their emotions. Amidst the din of the bustling restaurant, his gaze ultimately settled on a solitary figure in the corner. The flickering lights and cacophony enveloped them, yet Jiang Shuyao, adorned with thick black glasses, appeared as though she resided in an entirely different realm. Clad in a flowing white top and jeans, she exuded an air of simplicity, detached from her classmates' fervent discussions, her gaze softly fixed on the night beyond the window. Her demeanor tranquil. She neither turned nor spoke. Amidst the vibrant graduates, she seemed a solitary island of calm. Chen Guodong understood that this was merely Jiang Shuyao concealing her true self, her classmates oblivious to her genuine beauty. Should she reveal her breathtaking visage, the so-called beauties of the finance school, including Lu Jiyu, would not even be worthy to lead her horse. His eyes drifted over the animated crowd. Some laughed heartily over beers. Others rose to share jokes, the atmosphere bursting with the exuberance of 3 years of youthful memories. Chen Guodong's gaze pierced through the commotion, eventually landing on the quiet figure in the corner. The flickering lights and laughter contrasted sharply with the girl still clad in her oversized high school uniform, seemingly out of place in this celebration. She bowed her head, her hands tightly clasped on her lap, as if striving to shrink further into herself. The thick black-rimmed glasses obscured much of her face, strands of hair cascading down to shield her eyes. She did not partake in any conversations, nor did anyone greet her. She simply huddled forlornly in her corner. He rose and walked toward Jiang Shuyao, eliciting surprised glances from his classmates. Oh, Adong is the quickest to react, immediately starting a ruckus, excitedly whistling. What is our Guodong doing? Is he about to break through the icy facade of our bespectacled beauty? Before the words had fully left his lips, a gang, a Cheng, Sun Wenyi, and Luo Jianbing joined in, erupting in boisterous laughter, with some even beginning to sing Anita Mui's Please Split the Ice Mountain. Almost instantaneously, all attention converged on them. Jiang Shuyao appeared as if startled like a deer, her body quivering slightly as she instinctively lifted her head, her gaze scanning anxiously, as if attempting to confirm whether the attention was indeed directed at her. She did not catch Chen Guodong's eyes. Rather, the collective gaze of the entire restaurant bore down upon her. It was as though she were nailed to her chair, her fingers curling tightly on her thigh, her shoulders hunched as if she were trying to evade something. She was oblivious to what had transpired and dared not inquire. Instinctively, she felt a shiver of fear wash over her. Then, she noticed a figure gracefully traversing the table, weaving through the crowd and approaching her with a calm demeanor and clear gaze. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but it was merely fleeting. As if subconsciously wishing to evade attention, she lowered her head, her fingers gently gathering the stray strands of hair by her ears, tucking her long locks to frame her cheeks. She cast her gaze towards the corner of the table, seemingly striving to avoid something that should not be observed. Her movements were delicate, yet they exuded an inherent sense of retreat, akin to a small creature curling up, desperately trying to remain inconspicuous. Chen Guodong stood before her, his expression serene, his gaze fixed upon her. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, obscuring much of her face. Her lips were tightly pressed, her back arched, fingers tensed, reminiscent of a startled cat. Chen Guodong regarded her, an indescribable emotion gradually welling up from within. He spoke softly, "It's a bit noisy here." After a brief pause, he added, "Shall we step outside for a moment?" Silence enveloped them until a voice unexpectedly pierced through from the table's edge. What do you intend to do? Yin Wenshan, seated beside Jiang Xiao, suddenly interjected, her tone low yet laced with an inexplicable wariness. No, nothing. Jiang Xiao's fingers subtly curled beneath the table. After a moment of hesitation, she lifted her head and gently replied, I, too, wish to take a stroll. With that, she rose, her movements cautious, as if afraid to disturb something. The two walked side by side, traversing the astonished gazes of the crowd, and exited the restaurant. After a brief silence in the hall, a cacophony erupted once more. Whispers fluttered, mouths gaped, some half raised their glasses in a moment of forgetfulness, and a dong even let out a prolonged whistle. Yin Wenshan made no effort to intervene. Instead, she stood still, her gaze fixed on the retreating figures. Her hand rested on the back of her chair, knuckles pale, lips pressed together. After a while, she lowered her eyes and returned to her seat, as if exhaling a sigh of relief or suppressing a lingering concern. She did not glance back at the entrance. Thus, Chen Guodong and Jiang Xiao quietly departed from the throng, like two strokes of ink, effortlessly fading from the vibrant din surrounding them. Chapter 8. Allow me to read your fortune. On a balmy early summer night, a moist breeze swept through the city, carrying the faint fragrance of blooming mango trees. Dappled shadows danced under the soft, yellow light, casting a veil of hazy ripples. The two walked side by side, separated by a half-person's distance, neither uttering a word. The night was gentle, yet their steps were light, as if fearing to awaken someone or to shatter this rare silence. As they walked, unbeknownst to them, the distance between them gradually diminished. Like two rivers flowing independently on their own paths, they quietly converged at an uncharted bend, moving forward side by side. Chen Guodong cast a sideways glance at her. Jiang Xiao still kept her head down, her long hair obscuring half of her face, seemingly reluctant to meet his gaze. Quietly continuing her stride. Suddenly, she spoke softly, "Why did you seek me?" Her voice was as faint as the whisper of the wind, imbued with a hint of hesitation. As if harboring a thought for an extended period, finally mustering the courage to inquire. Chen Guodong contemplated for a moment. Softening his tone as if afraid of startling her, "I noticed that you seem quite anxious sitting there alone." Jiang Xiao paused, taken aback. Chen Guodong hesitated before slowly adding, "I would like to accompany you for a while." She tilted her head slightly, as if his words had touched something within her. Yet she dared not reveal too much emotion, merely pressing her lips together gently. Mm. Jiang Xiao's utterance was as soft as a breeze brushing against the tips of grass. Yet for some reason, it stirred a tender warmth in Chen Guodong's heart. "Thank you?" The words escaped her lips without her daring to lift her gaze, almost as if mocking herself, while cautiously confirming whether she was truly worthy of someone's concern. Chen Guodong observed her and smiled. His smile was profoundly gentle, akin to a light wind caressing the shadows beneath a mango tree in the night. The path ahead felt slower as they walked. The wind whispered through the treetops. And Chen Guodong suddenly proposed, "Let me predict your fortune." Jiang Xiao turned to him, her eyes still laced with uncertainty, though less guarded than before. "Your birthday is November 20th, at 2 in the morning, correct?" She blinked in surprise, not expecting him to know so well. "You are a Imu Day master, a woman of delicate constitution, with a flourishing presence of wealth and injury, embodying both water and wood." He spoke slowly, intelligent, talented, yet somewhat of a misfit. "You appear quiet, yet your mind is teeming with thoughts that often go unspoken, leaving you misunderstood." He paused, softly adding, "Pressing yourself too hard can be exhausting." Jiang Xiao lowered her eyelashes, offering no rebuttal, and quietly asked, "My grandmother said that a person must accept their fate when born with an unfortunate destiny." Chen Guodong shook his head. "There are no absolutely good or bad fates. The course of your life depends on your own choices." Jiang Xiao fell silent again. The wind rustled through the branches of the mango tree, casting gentle, dappled shadows on the ground, as if time itself quietly passed between them. After a while, she suddenly turned and asked softly, "What about you?" Chen Guodong looked down at her, his gaze calm. "As for me, I am destined to return and learn a lesson." She did not comprehend, but refrained from questioning further, quietly walking beside him. After a long while, he suggested, "Let me walk you home." She nodded lightly. Chen Guodong stood at the intersection, watching her figure disappear into the depths of the corridor. The night deepened, the wind stirring the shadows of the trees. As a bitter neem fruit fell upon his shoulder, he bent down to pick it up, feeling a chill in his palm. its astringent taste reminiscent of the unspoken emotions within his heart. In truth, he did not truly know Jiang Shuyao, at least not in his previous life, where he had no opportunity. Yet, reborn, his heightened sensitivity revealed to him that she was not inherently this way. She was not born quiet or distant, rather. She was someone pushed far away by the hand of fate, escaping, concealing, and struggling. Over the past couple of days, he had attempted to glean her destiny through metaphysics, but the celestial secrets remained elusive, always shrouded in ambiguity. He recalled that her ending was not a pleasant one, dressed in red, leaping from a building's rooftop. He could not ascertain what she had endured, but he knew that someone like her likely never had the chance to seek help from another, nor had anyone ever supported her fractured body and spirit. As he contemplated, he lowered his gaze, gently clutching the bitter neem fruit. The wind rustled the shadows of the trees, and dappled light danced upon the ground. This time, he thought, he would not allow her to traverse the journey alone. In the days that followed, the entire city's financial and economic college seemed to fall into a peculiar state akin to a tree falling, scattering monkeys. The classrooms lay empty, the dormitories in disarray, and the corridors were littered with a few forgotten items and scattered laughter. If not for the wait for files and notification letters, most would have departed long ago. There was no ceremonial farewell, only a hasty scattering of belongings. The youth, unacquainted with the flavors of sorrow, found no one truly immersed in the melancholy of parting. Everyone excitedly rushed toward the so-called future. Many farewells were accompanied by smiles and waves, uttering a casual goodbye. Only later did they realize that for some, there would truly be no reunion. On July 12th, Wednesday, Chen Guodong received the envelope containing his files and the notification letter, feeling unexpectedly dazed. As he stepped out of the school gates, he glanced back. Beneath the old banyan tree, a boy rode his bicycle through the mottled sunlight. A ring of the bell startled the sparrows perched above, sending them fluttering into the distant sky, fragmented by the banyan's leaves. Chen Guodong was suddenly struck by a surreal sense of temporal dislocation. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto the sofa. The setting sun filtered through the curtained seams, casting light upon the notification letter resting quietly on the coffee table. The sound of keys heralded the arrival of his parents. His mother entered with a bag of fruit, while his father held several documents in his hands. Upon seeing the envelope, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Ah, you've received the notification letter." Chen Guodong nodded, softly stating, "I'd like to take a couple of days to clear my mind." A moment of silence enveloped the living room as his father adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Reporting before the 15th ensures a full month's salary. Afterward, it will only count as half a month." His mother's tone was soothing. "Work is of utmost importance. Reporting early will bring peace of mind." Chen Guodong chuckled lightly. "I've checked. I can report before the end of the month." His father remained non-committal, simply stating, "Not reporting means nothing is settled yet. Our generation fears uncertainty." The sunlight bathed the notification letter, casting a soft yellow glow upon its surface. Chen Guodong paused in contemplation before affirmatively declaring, "All right, I'll report tomorrow." His mother smiled, and finally, his father's brow relaxed. In Yangcheng, on Longlingxia Road in the East District, sunlight poured down from above, illuminating the bustling streets and the bicycles pedaling by. The ringing of bicycle bells echoed like the croaking of frogs after rain, infused with the unique vibrancy of the 1990s. Standing at the roadside, Chen Guodong gazed at the 7-story building across the street. Constructed of red bricks with white edges, its rectangular structure shone with golden embossed letters, China Construction Bank. Chapter 9. Familiar yet strange as he looked at the imposing name of the bank, he understood that for a considerable time ahead, his life would become intertwined with this building. Remarkably, this edifice boasted an elevator, a rarity in the 1990s. Ascending to the West Building, Sister Lan from the Human Resources Department had already received notification from her superiors that new recruits were reporting today. She smiled at Chen Guodong, saying, "You've arrived at just the right time. We are short-staffed in the accounting department." The head of the accounting department, Aunt Fong, had long been arranging for new personnel, so you should head over there to familiarize yourself with the work. Shortly after, Sister Lan led him down to the second floor, into the workspace behind a waist-high counter, where everyone was busy with their tasks. Approaching the innermost desk, Sister Lan introduced him to the diligent accounting head, Fong Yuji. "This is Chen Guodong, our newcomer." Sister Lan's tone was gentle, relaxed, and casual. Fong Yuji raised her head from a pile of vouchers and ledgers. She was just over 30, elegantly dressed in a tailored blue summer outfit, her demeanor calm and composed. She nodded, saying, "Please take a seat. Xiao Yi will help you get acquainted." Sister Lan added with a smile, "He's a fresh university graduate assigned to us this year, majoring in accounting from a reputable finance university." Deputy Chief Lin Xiaomin turned around, her long eyelashes framing her large, beautiful eyes, her tone lighthearted. "It's great that you're here. Our accounting department is in need of personnel." Xiao Yi waved at him, speaking in a remarkably fluent standard Mandarin with a capital accent, a rarity in the 1990s Guangzhou. "Don't rush. There's a lot to learn here. Take your time." Xiaoxia leaned back in her chair, turning to smile. "Once you're settled in, you must treat us, your mentors, to a meal." She was a local, her straightforward nature infused with a playful tone. In the adjacent computer accounting room, Wenli sat at the computer, swiftly entering vouchers. His fair complexion indicated he was not a native of the southern region. He glanced at Chen Guodong, nodded slightly, and returned to his work. He was the only male in the entire accounting department. Chen Guodong exhaled softly, finding everything in this place both unfamiliar and familiar, yet identical to his experiences in a previous life. This relentless historical inertia is indeed a magnificent force. Sunlight streamed through the Venetian blinds, casting dappled patterns on the abacus and ledgers atop the counter. Fang Yuji closed the ledger, her tone warm and smiling. "You are the most educated among us. From now on, you will be a key player in our operations. But don't rush. Start by learning from Xiao Yi. You need to familiarize yourself with every position here." Chen Guodong stood up, offering a slight smile. "I will study diligently. If I have questions, I will ask Aunt Fang for guidance. I am determined to work hard." His words, though simple, conveyed a sense of reliability. Lin Xiaomin blinked her beautiful eyes and remarked with a smile, "That's wonderful. It's clear you're quite capable." Xiao Yi nodded at him, her tone easygoing. "Watch me first, and feel free to ask if you encounter anything unclear." Xiaoxia let out a playful hum, her face adorned with a smile. "You seem quite sharp." Sunlight slanted through the gaps in the blinds, enveloping the group in a warm ambience. "Please take a seat here," Xiao Yi said, patting the empty space beside her and sliding a stack of recently received receipts over. Chen Guodong sat down, observing her deftly extracting a check from the pile, unfolding it under the verification lamp. The check was a pale blue, adorned with intricate patterns, a common yet essential bank document. Xiao Yi opened a nearby seal card booklet, carefully comparing the two seals on the check with the reserved seals. Her gaze swift and precise. First, examine the name of the unit, then verify the amount, but most importantly, check the seal. Xiao Yi lightly tapped the blank area for the seal in the lower right corner of the check with her index finger as she spoke. It is essential to ensure the correct position, angle, and color of the ink. Occasionally, the ink currently in use differs from that reserved, resulting in inconsistencies in position, curvature, and notches, which allows for rejection. Xiao Yi demonstrated great responsibility, teaching with meticulous detail, while Chen Guodong nodded continually, feeling a profound calm within. This was not unfamiliar territory for him. On the contrary, it was all too familiar. Every step Xiao Yi described had been etched into his memory through countless repetitions in a previous life. The folded seals, slightly blurred stamp edges, the scent of ink on the paper, and the blue watermark of the draft under the light were all ingrained in his mind. Yet this time, he was not starting anew, but rather reclaiming an instinctual ability. He took the next check, and Xiao Yi leaned in. "You try this one first." Chen Guodong lowered his head, unfolded the check, and opened the seal card booklet, quickly locating the reserved seal page for the company account. Proficiently, he matched each seal on the check to the corresponding one in the booklet from various angles. Not bad," Xiao Yi remarked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of surprise. "You learn quickly." Chen Guodong smiled in response, attributing his success to Xiao Yi's excellent instruction. Xiao Yi said nothing further and turned back to continue verifying the receipts, her movements still swift and decisive. Chen Guodong also lowered his head to examine the next document, though his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the sunlight outside the window, causing a momentary distraction. He reflected on his past self, so naive and earnest in his quest for knowledge. Now, amidst the ever-changing world around him, Chen Guodong felt neither impatience nor a rush to showcase himself. He understood the essence of being a new employee, composed, diligent, unassuming, enough to earn everyone's favor without drawing premature attention, just like his slightly curved spine and his composed gaze. Everything was perfectly balanced, for he knew better than anyone the intricacies of each individual present. Where there are people, there exists a community. Yet his aspirations soared toward the vast ocean. The accounting department was bustling with tasks. Just the receipt operations alone required handling hundreds of cases daily. Checks, remittance slips, and deposit slips, one after another, reviewing, verifying, signing, and stamping without respite. Chen Guodong sat quietly beside Xiao Yi, engrossed in his work. The tactile sensation of the receipts beneath his fingertips, coupled with the scent of ink and seal oil on the desk, evoked a blend of familiarity and nostalgia. It was as if he had returned to the self who had toiled in the banking system for over a decade, skills honed to the point of muscle memory. Momentarily lost in thought, his actions instinctively synced with an unconscious rhythm, flipping receipts, auditing, stamping, and inputting data seamlessly. His eyes remained fixed on the receipts, while his hands flew across the keyboard in rapid, blind typing, fingers dancing like raindrops on the keys. Initially, Xiao Yi did not pay much attention. But when she reached a deposit slip and was still verifying the amount, Chen Guodong had already completed the entry and filed it away. She raised her eyebrows slightly, stealing a glance at him. Was he really inputting data while reading the receipts? And he was doing it blind. A sudden pang of concern gripped Xiao Yi, and she instinctively furrowed her brow. This is not the prescribed procedure. The processing of invoices must be conducted in distinct steps. The stages of review and entry should be separated to avoid errors arising from simultaneous execution. Moreover, the banking sector is renowned for its strictness, and even she hesitated to act so boldly. A newcomer on their first day, displaying such audacity? Chapter 10. The Confronting entry plan. Xiao Yi found herself unable to endure the situation any longer. Although her tone remained calm, it was laced with a clear admonition. Guodong, this approach is prone to mistakes. It is advisable to separate the entry and review processes. Taking your time is acceptable, so do not rush. Chen Guodong paused momentarily but did not retort. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, Sister Xiao Yi. His voice was steady, and his demeanor was appropriate. No faults there. Yet, he merely slowed his pace without fully committing to the task at hand, simultaneously engaging his eyes, hands, and computer. Xiao Yi could easily discern that he was intentionally dragging his speed. A sense of discomfort settled within her. Did this person not grasp her words? Or was he simply dismissing her authority as the team leader? She resolved to set aside her current tasks to meticulously review the business Chen Guodong had just processed, identifying any errors and providing him with some constructive feedback to encourage him to be more restrained. Xiao Yi discreetly extracted the stack of invoices Chen Guodong had just completed, lowering her head to scrutinize them. She verified each check number, account name, amount, and summary content, one by one. All correct. Xiao Yi furrowed her brow and flipped back to recheck, even ensuring she did not overlook the remarks and branch numbers. Astonishingly, there were no mistakes at all. She paused, utterly astonished. This speed and volume of work. She would not dare to guarantee that she could execute it flawlessly in one go. Yet he, a newcomer on his first day, managed to conduct simultaneous invoice review and blind data entry with complete accuracy. Slowly, Xiao Yi raised her gaze to secretly observe the young man, engrossed in sorting another stack of invoices. Chen Guodong's profile was serene, his expression composed, neither rushed nor flustered, yet his movements were clean, steady, and efficient. Perhaps sensing her scrutiny, he suddenly looked up and smiled at her. Sister Xiao Yi, these entries are complete. Could you please take a look? Xiao Yi felt a slight tightening in her throat, her expression complex. All right. In that moment, she realized that this seemingly youthful colleague was not quite the inexperienced graduate she had initially assumed him to be. Before she knew it, the day had drawn to a close, and darkness enveloped the sky. The corridors of the office building were tranquil, illuminated only by the faint glow of distant lights outside. As Chen Guodong stood to leave, he tidied the documents on his desk, organized his stationery, and placed them in the drawer. Xiao Yi remained silent, merely observing his retreating figure, her mind swirling with questions. Who exactly is this young man? Chen Guodong walked out of the building alongside his colleagues, glancing back at the seven-story structure. Whether it was due to the setting sun or an indescribable stir within his heart at that moment, he felt as if nothing had truly changed. As he stepped into the twilight of the street, a subtle weariness graced his face, accompanied by a sense of tranquility. He knew this experience had occurred before and would inevitably recur. The corridor lights remained dimly lit. On his way home, Chen Guodong encountered a neighbor, who greeted him with a smile, saying, "Guodong, back at work already. Congratulations." Chen Guodong nodded with a smile, exchanged pleasantries, and pushed open the door to his home, where the aroma of cooked food wafted from the kitchen. "You're back." His mother leaned out from the kitchen, inquiring about his first day at work. "Pretty good, Mom," he replied honestly. "Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." At dinner, the table was adorned with his mother's dishes: steamed base, stir-fried bitter melon, and a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup. The delightful smell mingled with the steam, enveloping the modest dining area of their old home. His father removed his glasses, took a bite of food, and looked up to ask, "Was your first day tiring?" Chen Guodong shook his head with a smile. "Not too tiring. There was quite a bit to do, but my colleagues were very considerate." "What department are you assigned to?" his mother pressed. "The accounting division," Chen Guodong replied, setting down his chopsticks. "Most of my colleagues are women, and the work atmosphere is pleasant. A colleague guided me through the invoicing process today and was very thorough." His mother nodded, her demeanor relaxing a bit. "That's good. It's fortunate to have someone to mentor you. Make sure to learn well, respect them, and show gratitude." As the warm yellow light illuminated the room and the food began to cool, the sound of Cantonese drama echoed from a neighbor's television, creating a serene and ordinary ambience. Later that night, unable to sleep, Chen Guodong decided to throw on a jacket and get out of bed. The house was quiet. His parents' room was already dark, with only the old clock in the living room ticking softly. He skillfully retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the back of his father's study drawer, headed to the balcony, and found the lighter his father had hidden beneath a flower pot. He took out a cigarette, lit it with a click, and watched as the flame flickered. The gentle night breeze carried a faint scent of smoke mingled with the essence of the city. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the distant, blurred lights, feeling an emptiness within, yet unable to articulate his thoughts. The glowing tip of the cigarette flared and dimmed between his fingers, the night breeze dispersing the faint light. Standing on the balcony, Chen Guodong surveyed the city's silhouette against the darkening sky, gradually achieving clarity in his heart. A rebirth, after all, was a form of divine favor. Since he had returned, it was only natural to ensure that those around him could lead better lives, to spare his father from the sudden grasp of death, and to alleviate his mother's burdens. It was also a chance to mend the regrets that had been left unspoken and the opportunities that had slipped away. Jiang Shuyu lingered in his heart as the quietest part, like a long-lost voice that resonated softly, lingering long after it had faded. He remembered the tremor of their intertwined souls. She should not have traversed life in solitude. Such a woman deserves to be cherished and treated kindly by fate. He yearned for no more fleeting connections. In the dim light, Chen Guodong glanced at his hands, where he could faintly discern his fair palms and long, strong fingers. He set his first goal for himself, to earn money. With financial stability, he could navigate life with confidence and secure the fates of himself and his loved ones. Wealth brings power, and with power comes the ability to rectify all past regrets. As the end of the cigarette turned to ash, Chen Guodong extinguished it and lit another. The night breeze was cool, and the scent of tobacco lingered faintly in the air of the balcony. He gazed at the scattered lights flickering between the distant buildings, his thoughts gradually sinking into contemplation. How to earn money. He was acutely aware that a position at China Construction Bank was not a sustainable solution. A 9-to-5 routine, adhering to the rules, would merely transform him into a stable cog in the machine after 3 to 5 years. While he did not fear the grind, he recognized that mere endurance would yield little in terms of meaningful outcomes. Nevertheless, this job could not be overlooked. Firstly, it marked the beginning of his original accumulation. Following the pace of his previous life, he would amass a considerable amount of startup capital by the year's end. Secondly, China Construction Bank served as a platform, enabling him to leverage the bank's influence to build his own resources and networks. Within the bank, particularly in the current branch, the accounting department was merely a starting point. True mastery of resources and initiative lay within the credit department. In his previous life, he had toiled diligently for 5 years to advance into the credit department. Embarking on the same path now, if it took another 5 years, that would be far too slow. He needed to find a way to enter the sight of the branch and sub-branch leaders ahead of schedule, breaking free from the inertia of seniority and positioning himself at crucial junctions. Certain experiences and details from his past life began to surface in his mind. He glanced down at the extinguished cigarette in his hand, his gaze sharpening in the night. Opportunities would inevitably arise. The key was to ensure that he was in a position to seize them when they did. At that moment, a glimmer of determination shone in Chen Guodong's eyes, and a nascent plan began to take shape within him. Chapter 11. The turmoil of the first day lost in thought. A sudden gust of wind stirred behind him. Before he could turn around, he heard his father's low growl. "What are you doing?" Chen Guodong turned, their eyes locked, and the atmosphere abruptly stiffened. Startled by his father's fierce glare, Chen Guodong feared he had been discovered in the act of smoking, a grievous sin in the eyes of his family. Considering the repercussions if his mother were to find out, he rushed forward to cover his father's mouth as he opened it to shout. Panic surged within him as he weighed the drastic option of silencing his father. After a brief struggle, his father managed to break free, his face darker than the blackest pot. "How did you find the special panda stash I hid?" Chen Guodong was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at the cigarette in his hand, speechless. How on earth would I know? The following day, Chen Guodong was not the least bit fatigued by the smoking incident from the night before. Rather, he felt invigorated, as if he had shed a layer of skin, exuding a tranquil yet sharp aura. He purposely arrived at the business hall half an hour early. Upon entering the accounting department, he found the desks and chairs still imbued with the chill of the night. "Oh, Guodong, you're here so early." After a while, the department head, Aunt Fong, entered, pulling back the curtains while nodding in his direction. Dressed in a light green shirt, her hair neatly tied back, she spoke with a warm gaze. "Good morning, Aunt Fong. I had nothing to do, so I came in early." Chen Guodong smiled, efficiently moving a few stacks of empty boxes piled in the corner, fetched a bucket of water from the pantry to mop the floor, replaced the water in the drinking machine, and wiped down the desk. Guodong is doing quite well. The deputy section chief, Xiaoman, entered just then and, upon witnessing the scene, smiled and praised Chen Guodong to Aunt Fong, casually walking to his seat. He began to organize the documents while playfully winking at Chen Guodong. "Just yesterday, you claimed to know nothing. Yet, I see you adapting rather swiftly." Chen Guodong remained silent, merely smiling in response. At that moment, Xiao Yi arrived, casually placing the account books on the counter and addressing Chen Guodong with familiarity. "Guodong, let us clarify the various methods for remote remittances." Chen Guodong listened attentively, occasionally posing questions, but more often jotting down key points in his notebook. He was waiting. He was aware that there was another person in the accounting department, someone who appeared inconspicuous yet posed the greatest obstacle to his forthcoming plans. As the workday progressed, the number of clients at the counter began to swell, marking the official commencement of Chen Guodong's duties at the bank's accounting department. At this juncture, a woman adorned in a beige suit entered with a palpable sense of urgency, exuding competence. She walked straight to the counter, requested a remittance form, and spoke in a calm, yet hurried tone. "I need to make a remittance. The funds are awaiting settlement on the other end. It's urgent." Handing over the remittance slip and accompanying documents, her tone conveyed impatience. Chen Guodong took the documents, verifying the information. His gaze swept across the details before pausing momentarily. He refrained from voicing any concerns, instead focusing on the vivid red seal on the remittance slip, his brow subtly furrowing. He recognized that the seal from Beifong Industrial Group Company, Limited Southern Branch, was incorrect. While the financial stamp was accurate, the personal seal's name seemed amiss. Beifong Industrial Group Company, Limited Southern Branch was a premier client of China Construction Bank's Dongshan branch, with substantial business volume, their deposits constituting a significant portion of the bank's total. In a prior life, Chen Guodong could effortlessly verify the authenticity of seals without needing a reference book. He chose not to hastily question the validity and calmly addressed the woman. "This seal does not match the one we have on file. You may need to verify it again." The woman's expression darkened slightly. "Are you new here?" "I am General Manager Kai from Beifong Industrial Company's Southern Branch. We conduct this type of business daily. Surely, you must be mistaken." Although her tone remained restrained, it was evident that her patience was waning. She furrowed her brow, insisting, "This remittance is urgent and crucial. I came personally to expedite it, and now you claim the seal is inconsistent?" Chen Guodong maintained his composure, his tone still gentle. "I have verified it. The personal seal on this slip does not align with the one we have on record. It's possible there was a mistake in your haste. For the sake of account security, I kindly ask that you confirm it once more." "I'm not a novice at this," General Manager Kai replied coldly, her tone laced with sarcasm. "I watched them affix the seal. There can be no mistake. As the financial director, She typically wouldn't need to personally visit the bank for transactions, but due to the cashier's illness and the urgent need for the remittance, she had taken it upon herself to come. With time pressing, and faced with a novice who seemed to be fumbling, her frustration became increasingly evident. "Young man, you need to pay more attention to your duties," she snapped, her displeasure unmistakable. "If you cannot resolve this, I will have to escalate this to your superiors." Chen Guodong smiled politely, stating, "Account security pertains to the assets of our clients. We must ensure the safety of their funds. Please remain calm. Or perhaps you could verify with the finance department first." General Manager Kai, who had been staring at him for a few seconds, suddenly ceased his argument, gathered his documents, and silently turned to leave. Chen Guodong paid him no mind, methodically reorganizing the seal book and resuming his work. He surmised that the other party had not abandoned the remittance but was instead seeking assistance elsewhere. Yet, as fortune often intertwines with misfortune, this situation might very well transform into an opportunity. This was also one of the reasons Chen Guodong insisted on managing the matter himself. Had it truly been insurmountable, he would have promptly reported to his supervisor to absolve himself of responsibility. Now, with a clear understanding of the situation, Chen Guodong found himself hoping for a more significant commotion, one that would leave a lasting impression. While engrossed in his work, Chen Guodong sensed someone observing him from nearby, a sensation sharpened by the acuity bestowed upon him by his rebirth. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a young man of similar age, whose countenance radiated warmth and congeniality. Upon meeting Chen Guodong's eyes, he offered a friendly smile in return. However, alarm bells rang in Chen Guodong's mind. This was Lu Junkai, his most formidable competitor, currently tasked with the seemingly peripheral duty of exchanging notes at the exchange office twice daily. In truth, his background was profoundly influential. His father served as the deputy district head of a certain area. The only aspect where he fell short compared to Chen Guodong was his educational attainment. He had merely graduated from high school, yet they were of the same age. In his previous life, Lu Junkai was selected for the credit department merely 3 months later. While engaged in his tasks, Chen Guodong remained vigilant, glancing towards Aunt Fong's direction. After calculating the time, he observed Aunt Fong receiving a phone call, her brow furrowing. "All right, Li Xing, I will come up immediately." Chen Guodong rose and approached Aunt Fong, who had already stood up, and turned the seal card to the page for Beifong Company. He spoke softly, "Aunt Fong, the remittance documents submitted by General Manager Kai from Beifong Company did not utilize this seal, but rather a stamp belonging to someone named Zhou Jun. However, as you can see, there is no mention of Zhou Jun's name among the seals reserved by Beifong Company at our bank." He paused, maintaining a calm tone. "The client's identity is unique, and I did not wish to make assumptions. I merely thought it prudent to exercise caution. If you take the seal card with you, it might facilitate a clearer explanation." Aunt Fong regarded the seal card intently, her gaze momentarily focused, before nodding in agreement. "Understood." She promptly took the seal book and hurried away. Chen Guodong continued his work with composure. Chapter 12. The turmoil of the first day at work. 20 minutes later, a group of individuals entered the hall from the staircase. It was approaching noon, and the clients who had come to conduct their business had mostly completed their transactions, resulting in a sparsely populated hall. Leading the group was President Li Qingming, tall and composed, wearing a relaxed and appropriate smile while engaging in light-hearted conversation with General Manager Kai beside him. On the other side of Kai was Jiang Hojun, the corpulent head of the credit department, who weighed at least 200 pounds. It was evident that he and Kai were quite familiar, as a broad smile adorned his face, and he appeared to be sharing an amusing exchange with Kai, reminiscent of a jovial Mithra Buddha, exuding a palpable sense of warmth and approachability. Behind her stood Xia, the finance assistant from Beifong Company, her expression somewhat tense as she delicately clutched a seal box and a document bag. Aunt Fong trailed at the end, discreetly nodding to Chen Guodong. A group of people approached Chen Guodong, and Li Xing spoke first. "Young Chen, in our service industry, the customer is king. How could the king ever be wrong? While caution in business is commendable, our service attitude and tone should be more polished." His words were gentle, yet everyone present understood that this was not a mere critique, but rather a way to provide Kai Zong with an exit. Not a single word was uttered to imply that Chen Guodong was at fault. It merely suggested that his demeanor required refinement. With utmost respect, Chen Guodong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my methods during work earlier were indeed lacking. Rest assured, Li Xing, I will certainly pay more attention next time. He then addressed Kaizong. Kaizong, I was overly anxious earlier and did not explain clearly. I hope you can forgive me. Kaizong, feeling bolstered, immediately offered a contrite smile. It was our oversight. I was too hasty, and Xia failed to check thoroughly, leading to your misunderstanding. You are quite a remarkable young man. At this moment, Xia hurriedly stepped forward to present the refilled voucher. Chen Guodong took the receipt, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, executed a series of operations seamlessly, completing an expedited cross-regional remittance in just a minute or two. Jiang Hojun, a bystander, raised an eyebrow and whispered to Li Xing, "Not bad." Aunt Fong chimed in with a smile. Yangcheng just reported yesterday, and today he is already capable of handling cross-regional remittance independently. His learning ability is impressive. Li Xing nodded, his gaze returning to Chen Guodong, a knowing smile gracing his lips, a promising talent. The hall resumed its bustling activity, but in those brief moments, many began to regard Chen Guodong with newfound respect. At 6 in the afternoon, as the sun dipped just below the treetops, Chen Guodong descended the steps of the China Construction Bank, making his way to the large banyan tree at the street corner, where he leaned against the trunk. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and lit it. The flame flickered in his eyes as he took a moment to observe the smoke rising and dissipating into the air. This cigarette was a rare indulgence from the previous night, a special supply from his father, and fortunately, he had been quick enough to stash away too. It is worth noting that he had yet to receive his salary and was rather broke. According to his memories from his previous life, the processing and archiving of paperwork for newly assigned employees took an extensive amount of time. In fact, his previous salary had only been disbursed 3 months later, totaling a mere 645 yuan. By all accounts, he was currently an utterly destitute individual. Amidst the smoke, Chen Guodong reflected on the day's events. That sudden minor upheaval was both an unexpected situation and an opportunity. Thankfully, he had withstood the pressure and navigated through it successfully, seizing the chance to stand before several pivotal figures, such as Li Xing and Aunt Fong, whose unspoken acknowledgement of him was unmistakable. Yet, what truly captured his attention was Jiang Hojun. As the head of the credit department, his position and authority may not rival that of the bank president, Li Qingming, but he is undeniably one of the true power centers of the Dongshan branch of China Construction Bank. The crux of the matter lies in his control over the credit department, which affords him significant influence over personnel matters. Chen Guodong understands that to ascend within the credit department, he must first navigate the scrutiny of Jiang Ku. In his previous life, the successor to the credit department had already been predetermined. It was Lu Junkai, who now observes Chen Guodong from the sidelines. The reason is simple. Lu Junkai's father is a district leader, and what does the credit department need most? Connections. Relationships are the foremost productive force. All other considerations, such as business acumen or the notion of hard work being rewarded, are of little consequence. To outsiders, today's events may appear as a misunderstanding between General Manager Kai and the bank, but to him, it resembles a strategic game. Jiang Hojun's personal attendance indicates that this is far from an ordinary matter. General Manager Kai's Beifang Industrial Company is a major client for the bank. It is likely that Kai approached Jiang first to express the importance of the issue, leading Jiang to accompany her to meet with the bank's leadership. His simple affirmation today signifies his utmost endorsement of the resolution. For someone as astute as Jiang Hojun, doing a personal favor for Kai under such circumstances is a show of stance. And this newcomer, Chen Guodong, has fortuitously found himself in the right place at the right time. This is an opportunity. Chen Guodong is acutely aware that although the door to the credit department has yet to swing open, he remains within the fray, clutching a slender chance. As the cigarette nears its end, he flicks the ash from his fingertips, gazing at the sky, his expression tranquil and lips slightly upturned. As long as he can still make a move, there remains hope. The night breeze whispers through the corridor's window, carrying the unique heaviness and humidity of July. Chen Guodong crouches beside the banyan tree, tenderly retrieving the last piece of his panda cigarette, a trophy from yesterday's haul, now reduced to a mere remnant. He exhales a cloud of smoke, staring absently at the power lines against the sky, when his thoughts suddenly shift in another direction. Zhang Shuyao. He had initially believed that before establishing a firm foothold in the bank, he should not let romantic affairs distract him. However, after making that decision last night, a sense of responsibility ignited within him, a fire that he could no longer suppress. He must take the initiative. In this lifetime, he cannot afford to miss another opportunity. As the cigarette burns to its end, the tip warming against his fingers, he discards the butt and resolves to find someone. Shan, Jiang Shuyao's South Desk mate and close friend. Based on his observations during his time sitting behind them in school, Shan may not be exceptionally close to Jiang Shuyao. Yet she is undoubtedly the person with whom Jiang interacts most frequently. She might possess information about Jiang Shuyao, but currently, he lacks even Shan's contact details. In 1993, without mobile phones or easy means of communication, a person could vanish like a kite severed from its string, lost amidst the vast sea of humanity. Nonetheless, he recalls that on graduation assignment day, Shan mentioned she had been allocated to the Dongyuan Street office, which is not far from their Dongshan branch. Given Shan's extroverted nature, she has likely become well acquainted with the street office by now, making inquiries not too difficult. Chen Guodong rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his trousers, his mind racing with calculations. Jiang Shuyao was not a mere coincidence in his fate. She was the answer he yearned to protect in this rebirth. Chapter 13. Matters of great importance are mine to handle the following day, at noon after lunch. Chen Guodong finished his meal and informed his colleagues that he was stepping out for a stroll. He exited the Dongshan branch and headed towards Dongyuan Street. The street office was not bustling with activity, so he refrained from approaching it directly. Instead, he turned into a nearby convenience store to buy a bottle of water and casually inquired, "Have a few new comrades joined the street office recently?" The store owner, while tallying her accounts, replied, "No, there are only a few people at the street office." However, she suddenly recalled, "There's a new girl who comes by every day for yogurt. She's quite charming. I believe her name is Shan." At 5:30 in the afternoon, a familiar figure emerged from the side entrance, clad in a white shirt tucked into dark trousers, her black-framed glasses perched elegantly on her nose. Her ponytail swaying lightly as she chuckled while bidding farewell to her colleagues. Chen Guodong approached her, his tone casual. "Hello, Shan." Shan paused, quickly regaining her composure, her smile brightening. "Oh, Chen Guodong, weren't you assigned to the bank? What brings you here?" "I'm treating you to yogurt," he smiled. She appraised him from head to toe, feigning disdain. Is there really someone who travels such a distance just to treat someone to yogurt these days? "I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Jiang Shuyao." Shan's expression shifted, her voice slowing down. "You truly surprise me. Are you really interested in our treasure girl?" "I do have that intention," Chen Guodong admitted candidly. Shan scrutinized him for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. "You, it turns out, are merely a frog yearning for a swan." Her tone turned serious. "She is so pure. Can you truly protect her? Do you possess that capability? Don't jeopardize yourself and mislead others." Chen Guodong did not retort, but softly replied, "Trust me, I have that ability. Besides, can you honestly ensure her safety all by yourself? Are you willing to watch her suffer?" He then winked at Shan. "Even if I were a toad, I am a venomous one raised in Miaojiang. Should anyone dare to reach out, I shall ensure they lose their fingers and descendants." Shan paused, then smiled. "You, both then and now, are two different faces. However, I do not dislike this version of you." She turned to leave for the convenience store, waving her hand. "Leave your number with me. I'll contact you tomorrow. Don't forget to bring the yogurt money." The next day at 3:30 in the afternoon, the office phone rang. "Xiao Yi called out, Chen Guodong, there's a girl on the line for you." Chen Guodong answered, and Shan's voice came through, uncharacteristically lacking her usual rapid-fire speech, instead tinged with anxiety. "What time do you finish work?" "Why, I need you to come over early, if possible." Chen Guodong's brow furrowed slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. "What's the matter?" "Don't ask just yet." Her voice lowered. "You know the Greenhouse Western restaurant, right? Come over after work." He fell silent for 2 seconds. "Is it not possible to discuss this over the phone? It's not something I can explain clearly right now." She hesitated, her tone tightening. "Hurry over after work." Chen Guodong no longer pressed for details. "All right." Shan seemed to exhale in relief, leaving him with a final reminder. "Don't be late," before hanging up. Chen Guodong rose to his feet, casually returning the microphone to its place, and glanced out the window with a sense of tranquility. A thought crossed his mind. The hexagram of Wei Ji, line 6, 3. Chen Guodong secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although it appeared perilous, there were indeed solutions at hand. Outside, the sunlight was subdued by thick clouds, casting a somber hue over the sky. hinting at the impending storm. As he finished work, the darkness enveloped the surroundings like the bottom of a pot. Chen Guodong hurried outside, managing to reach the Greenhouse Western restaurant just before the rain cascaded down like a waterfall. At that moment, large raindrops began to pelt down, rendering the glass by the window a blur, while the interior of the restaurant was dimly lit, with soft music playing. Yet there were few patrons present. He set down his umbrella, took a seat, and cast a glance across the table, momentarily pausing. Jiang Shuyao occupied the seat nearest the window, her outerwear still on. Her shoulders slightly damp, yet she remained still, her gaze cast downwards, as if enveloped in a shroud of mist. Chen Guodong remained silent, quietly pulling out a chair to sit opposite the two women. Yin Wenshan shot him a glance, her tone as sharp as ever. Aren't you curious about her situation? She's right in front of you. See for yourself. Chen Guodong maintained his composure. What has happened? I practically dragged her here. Yin Wenshan, in an irritable huff, picked up a teacup from the table and took a sip. You talked to her yourself. She works at the bank too. This last remark was directed at Jiang Shuyao. Jiang Shuyao kept her head lowered, untouched by the mushroom soup before her, resembling a drenched kitten curled up in her chair, silent and withdrawn. Chen Guodong noticed her hair was wet, huddled there like a small, vulnerable bundle, and his heart ached. He picked up a tissue and reached out to help Jiang Shuyao wipe the rain off her head and shoulders. She flinched slightly, but ultimately could not evade his touch. After a brief shudder, she remained still. Chen Guodong turned his attention to Yin Wenshan. She, in a state of indignation, asserted, "Let me tell you, if she stays silent today, I won't tolerate it. Someone else has framed her, and she bears the blame, while that villain pretends to be the good guy." The last remark was directed at Jiang Shuyao. Chen Guodong glanced at her, his tone calm and steady. "No need to rush. Take your time. Whatever the matter, I am here for you." Yin Wenshan scoffed, shooting him a disapproving look, as if to say, "You can boast all you want, but let us see how you handle it when the time comes." Jiang Shuyao remained mute, yet her fingertips twitched slightly, and her tense posture seemed to ease a little. Chen Guodong regarded her once more, lowering his voice. "Have you eaten lunch?" It was already dinner time, and judging by her demeanor, this foolish girl likely hadn't eaten a thing all day. As expected, Jiang Shuyao shook her head gently, her movements cautious as if afraid that any noise might disrupt the atmosphere. "You should have some soup. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. You must nourish yourself first before facing any great issue, or how will you muster the strength?" Chen Guodong pushed the bowl of creamy butter mushroom soup toward her. "Here. Be good, don't speak for now, just take a sip." Jiang Shuyao's long eyelashes fluttered, her hand slowly extending to cradle the bowl, finally relenting as she took small, cautious sips. Yin Wenshan tilted her head, her eyes revealing contemplation. She remained silent, slowly savoring her tea. The corner grew quiet, the rain pattering against the window ledge, reminiscent of someone knocking at the door. Noticing that Jiang Shuyao had finally relaxed, Chen Guodong turned to Yin Wenshan and urged, "Speak. What happened?" It turned out that upon returning to her unit, the comprehensive finance department of the Yangcity Light Industry Import and Export Company, Jiang Shuyao had been methodically sorting the invoices by date. Suddenly, her supervisor, Du Bishan, approached with a grim expression and said, "Xiao Jiang, please come here." Taken aback, Jiang Shuyao set down her ledger and followed her into the office, where her mentor, the cashier Luo Jingwang, was also present. Du Bishan closed the office door behind them and spoke seriously. "The Nanyue branch just called, stating that our company's account balance is insufficient, resulting in the issuance of a bounced check, which incurs a penalty. The issue is that the accounting records indicate that after the payment for the goods received yesterday was credited, there should have been funds in the account. I just spoke with Nanyue Bank, and they informed us that the check for the payment was returned yesterday. I checked, and indeed, we have not received the payment." Jiang Shuyao stood frozen. "You went to the bank with Luo Jingwang yesterday, correct? Who took the checks?" "I took the deposit slip," she replied softly. "But I did not see the returned check." Du Bishan's expression darkened further. "You only brought back the deposit slip? Did you not retrieve the returned check?" Jiang Shuyao bit her lip and nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes, I did not see anything else." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I thought the payment had been credited, so I followed the process to record it. But the bank says the check for the payment was returned." Du Bishan's tone grew more intense. "You only brought back the deposit slip and not the return check. How could you ascertain whether the funds were credited? Now the goods have been dispatched. yet the payment remains unreceived. This has resulted in insufficient company funds, leading to a bounced check and a penalty from the bank, potentially causing the company losses amounting to tens of thousands. Do you understand the gravity of this responsibility? Jiang Xiao trembled slightly, rendered speechless. At that moment, Luo Jingguang, looking innocent, interjected, I just watched her handle the checks. She managed all the procedures herself. I genuinely did not know that Xiao Jiang did not retrieve the returned check. The office fell into a heavy silence, as if the air itself had solidified. I have already reported this to the leadership, Du Bishan said, her eyes burning with ire. The leadership is quite upset. They intend to hold someone accountable, and the comprehensive finance department has been specifically reprimanded. You are the primary responsible party, and the human resources department may come for an investigation this afternoon. You must cooperate. Chapter 14. I will ensure he faces the consequences. This summarizes the events that transpired. After Yin Wenshan recounted the entire situation and inquired about a few details from Jiang Xiao, Chen Guodong sat in quiet contemplation, his right index and middle fingers rhythmically tapping the table, akin to the rain striking the banana leaves. Jiang Xiao sat opposite him, crumpling a tissue into shreds, her gaze flickering between hope and anxiety. Meanwhile, Yin Wenshan rested her chin on her hand, her penetrating eyes fixed on Chen Guodong, silently urging him for a resolution. The air was so still that one could almost hear the echoes of raindrops against the glass window. Suddenly, Chen Guodong ceased his rhythmic tapping, his gaze calmly settling upon the two women. His voice, though low, resonated with the precision of a blade being drawn. This matter is not as simple as it seems. There must be an insider. Both women turned to him in unison. Yin Wenshan instinctively discarded her playful expression, while Jiang Xiao appeared startled, her lips slightly parted, eyes filled with uncertainty. Chen Guodong maintained a composed tone. Every bank first registers the deposit slip for the previous day's entrusted collection checks, and during the morning's initial exchange, checks with insufficient balances are returned. This is what is referred to as a bounce check notification. Two documents, one in and one out, perfectly offset each other. Thus there would be no inflated balance. He paused, directing his gaze toward Jiang Xiao. The issue is that the return slips are typically placed together in the unit's return box. It is impossible for one deposit slip to be accounted for while the corresponding return slip simply vanishes. Though his words were calm, the glint in his eyes under the dim light was colder than a rainy night. I have two questions. First, what time did you see Luo Jingguang before you went in Nanhua Bank yesterday? Jiang Xiao lowered her head in contemplation, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. Her voice barely audible. It was probably nearly 10 when he returned to the unit. He immediately asked me to accompany him to the bank, saying he was in a hurry to get the bank reconciliation statement processed. What time does he usually arrive? Chen Guodong pressed further. Around 8:30, sometimes as early as 8. She replied truthfully. Chen Guodong nodded silently, withholding further commentary. Now, for the second question. His voice softened, yet his expression grew grim. Has he ever behaved inappropriately toward you? Jiang Xiao lifted her gaze, pupils constricting, panic evident in her eyes as if she had not anticipated this inquiry. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, her face slowly flushing red. After a prolonged hesitation, she murmured, Sometimes he stares at me intently. She bit her lip, as though summoning great courage to continue. A few times, while teaching me how to prepare vouchers, he would deliberately touch my hand. Chen Guodong's face betrayed little emotion, yet his gaze suddenly transformed, akin to a beast awakening in the darkness, cold, fierce, and fixated upon Jiang Xiao. She was instantly intimidated by his wolf-like gaze, hastily shaking her head, whispering, I always dodged him, truly. Chen Guodong, incensed, could vividly imagine Jiang Xiao's demeanor, resembling a trembling little rabbit under the gaze of a hungry wolf. Bang! Yin Wenshan abruptly slammed her hand on the table, eliciting the attention of everyone in the restaurant, who presumed something was amiss. You fool! Why didn't you mention this sooner? Jiang Xiao flinched, panic surfacing in her eyes as she instinctively leaned closer to Chen Guodong. Observing her timid demeanor, Yin Wenshan was furious. I knew you were too naive. That Luo Jingguang is a lecher, and you still endure it? Pretending nothing is wrong. Have you not just walked into the fire pit? Jiang Xiao hung her head, resembling a child who had erred, almost shrinking into a mere shadow. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Yin Wenshan lamented in exasperation. If you had, I would have dealt with him myself. Jiang Shuyao seemed to be nearly hiding her head in her chest, too frightened to utter a sound. Chen Guodong felt a pang of sorrow as he softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I will handle this matter." His tone was casual, as if discussing an ordinary issue, yet it unmistakably carried an ominous undertone. "Are you capable?" Yin Wenshan questioned skeptically. "Perhaps I should return and weep to my father, claiming that scoundrel has assaulted me, and have him deal with that rascal." "Don't act recklessly," Chen Guodong chuckled, bemused. "That's quite an overreaction." Yin Wenshan raised her brows defiantly. "Then what do you suggest? Should we simply swallow our pride and accept this insult?" "Swallow our pride?" Chen Guodong's eyes glinted with intensity. "I will ensure he pays dearly for this." Yin Wenshan frowned. "What do you plan to do?" Chen Guodong coldly uttered 3 words. The night rain pattered softly, and the streetlights cast a dim glow. Nie Zhiqing, a newly appointed officer in the Economic Investigation Division of the Yangcheng City Public Security Bureau, had just completed a round of voluntary overtime. He finally returned home, drenched from the rain, cursing his incompetent brother-in-law in his mind, "Making me pretend to work overtime on a rainy day. If you weren't the captain, I would have quit long ago." As he fumbled for his keys, contemplating which nostalgic foreign film to watch for comfort, a shadow suddenly lunged from the darkness of the corridor towards him. Nie Zhiqing's heart raced. A minute later, he freed himself from Chen Guodong's chokehold, gasping for breath as he leaned against the wall and rubbed his neck. "You reckless madman. Do you dare I report you for assaulting an officer?" Chen Guodong scoffed. "Give it a rest. I can see you're so scared your pants are wet. You're lowering the standards of our police force. That's just the rain soaking me. Can't you see that apart from my pants, I'm drenched?" Nie Zhiqing retorted, glaring at him. "So, why are you bothering me in the middle of the night with that lecherous grin?" Chen Guodong replied, "I need to talk to you. To help you chase after Lu Moliti? Get lost." Chen Guodong snapped. "This time it's genuinely important. What could be so pressing that you'd ambush me like a drenched chicken?" Jiang Shuyao. Nie Zhiqing paused, then burst into laughter. "You can't be serious. That bespectacled plain Jane? You've really set your sights on her?" "I like her," Chen Guodong stated matter-of-factly. "All right." Nie Zhiqing surrendered, raising his hands. "I won't oppose your peculiar taste, as long as it's not Lu Moli tea. What is the situation?" Chen Guodong calmly recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing, Nie Zhiqing's face darkened. "This is intolerable. Targeting our classmates? What do you want me to do?" "Tomorrow, take me to Nanyue Bank to gather evidence." "Me?" Nie Zhiqing appeared troubled. "I just joined the Economic Investigation Division. I'm not familiar with anything, and I might mess it up." "You have your work ID, right?" "Yes." "Doesn't your unit have an official letter ready for public use that anyone can take?" I believe so." "Then it's settled," Chen Guodong replied nonchalantly. "Bring those 2 items, and we'll have everything we need. We'll approach the bank legitimately, and they will have to cooperate. We need to investigate 2 matters." He raised 2 fingers. "First, the surveillance footage. Determine if Luo Jingguang visited the bank alone before 10 o'clock yesterday. Secondly, we must locate witnesses and compile a record, thereby solidifying the chain of evidence. There is no need to alarm the unit. A pretext will suffice for your departure, given your relative freedom. Moreover, you have your brother-in-law to protect you." Nie Zhiqing fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent for a while before finally uttering, "How is it that you resemble a police officer even more than I do? You seem to understand the intricacies better than I do." Chen Guodong chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. He was well aware. In his previous life, having spent over 30 years preparing for civil service, he had handled numerous cases. Although they were administrative in nature, the procedures bore striking similarities. Not to mention the 1990s, and even into the early 2000s, law enforcement was not particularly stringent. Many from the older generation approached cases with relative simplicity, often disregarding procedural legality. "What are we doing here? We should head upstairs. I am the only one residing here." "Why not go up and sit for a while?" "Not going." Chen Guodong firmly declined, fully aware of the bird's true nature. Going upstairs would mean being invited to admire his collection. It was perplexing how he could harbor such interest without a girlfriend. Besides, it would take him a good half-hour to ride his bicycle home. "You can stay here with me tonight. Get lost." Chapter 15. Crucial evidence the following morning. At the Dongshan branch of China Construction Bank, within the accounting service area, Chen Guodong sat at the counter, meticulously reviewing the recently exchanged checks. His movements were deliberate and unhurried, as he flattened each piece of paper with his fingertips, inspecting and stacking them. His gaze was as tranquil as still water. He neither lifted his eyes nor engaged in unnecessary conversation. Xiao Yi passed by the counter and nodded at him, to which Chen Guodong offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. At 9:30, Chen Guodong stood up and walked to the desk behind the accounting department. Fang Yuji, who was engrossed in her work, looked up. Aunt Fang, I would like to take a leave this morning. Fang raised her head. Something wrong? Chen Guodong replied softly. I received a call from home. My mother is unwell, and I need to visit her at the hospital. Fang Yuji furrowed her brow slightly, but did not press further, simply stating, all right. Return early and don't delay the afternoon work. Understood. With a soft click, the door closed behind him as Chen Guodong exited the service area. After walking a few steps, he suddenly halted, took a few steps back, and leaned against the gray-white frosted glass beside the door, maintaining a blank expression as he listened to the voices within. Taking leave after just a few days on the job? Little Chen seems to have quite a lot going on. Lu Junkai's voice floated through the frosted glass, sounding casual, yet as if intentionally meant to be overheard. Well, Guodong is quite clever and indeed capable, Xiao Yi chimed in. I remember on his first day, he was reviewing checks while touch typing. I genuinely feared he might make a mistake, being so eager on his first job. A wry smile crept onto Chen Guodong's lips as he turned to leave. At 12:30 noon, outside Nanyue Bank, Chen Guodong and Nie Zhiqing exited the bank side by side, quickly pulling out cigarettes and placing them at the corners of their mouths. Chen Guodong ignited his lighter and lit Nie's cigarette. All set, Nie Zhiqing exclaimed, shaking the document bag in his hand, brimming with pride. The surveillance footage captured everything clearly. Luo Jingguang indeed visited around 9 o'clock yesterday morning and went to the receipt counter. Although we couldn't see what he took, the timestamps are recorded. He paused momentarily, a sly grin on his face. The duty officer and that young lady at the counter have both taken statements, and they all recognize him. I've even borrowed the footage, and the statements are all set. All that's left is for you to reward me with a little token of appreciation. Chen Guodong chuckled lightly, took a drag from his cigarette, and casually remarked, what can these prove, I wonder? Nie Zhiqing was taken aback. Don't try to fool me. I've been running around all morning, and my clothes are soaked with sweat. You're saying this doesn't prove anything? Indeed, he has been to the bank. Chen Guodong replied with a calm demeanor. But do you have any evidence that he retrieved a receipt from the return box? Nie Zhiqing blinked. No. Did we capture him handing the return ticket receipt to someone? Also no. Then it merely indicates he was present. Chen Guodong flicked the ash off his cigarette. It does not imply he took anything. He might simply claim he was there to inspect the return box. Damn it, Nie Zhiqing muttered under his breath. You're such a cold water expert. Chen Guodong smirked, but did not respond. Instead, he pulled out a piece of paper bearing the name and address of an organization and handed it to Nie Zhiqing. What is this for? Go find the organization that issued worthless checks for overdue payments. Warn them that they are already suspected of economic fraud and demand their cooperation in the investigation. Otherwise, once a case is filed, they will be liable under the law. We need to project the right amount of authority. Nie Zhiqing's spirits lifted. Now, that's a solid move, quite ruthless. The key is to extract their relationship with Luo Jingguang and any collusion. This is the most crucial part of our efforts today. Nie Zhiqing stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with understanding. Got it. Using their predicament, we can follow the clues and draw Luo Jingguang out. Chen Guodong nodded but then shifted his tone. However, it would be insufficient for you to go alone. What do you mean? Nie Zhiqing protested. Can't I handle it by myself? It's not that you can't handle it, Chen Guodong replied, looking at him. It's that going alone does not adhere to procedure, and it lacks the necessary gravitas. How so? Nie Zhiqing was indignant. Didn't I just manage it smoothly? The bank is not the party involved. You are merely requesting their cooperation in the investigation, and their compliance is expected since it's not directly their issue. However, the confrontation later will be with the involved parties, which is an entirely different matter. Then what should I do? Should you accompany me? Chen Guodong shook his head. I'm not part of the police system, nor am I an enforcement officer. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go with you. But if I go alone, you say I lack presence. Nie Zhiqing was perplexed. Precisely, Chen Guodong narrowed his eyes. Thus, you need to find someone to accompany you. Who? Chen Guodong replied nonchalantly. Have you forgotten about Yang Wenjie? Huh, Yang Wenjie? Didn't he get assigned to the Hunan District Bureau? We only had you two from the dormitory. Nie Zhiqing smacked his thigh. How could I have forgotten that rascal? This company is located in the Hunan District, Chen Guodong said, shaking the paper. Go find Yang Wenjie. Explain the situation, and have him accompany you. The two of you, one from economic investigation and one from the local police, should be able to communicate effectively. As for what happens next, it will depend on the results of your afternoon endeavors. Perhaps by chance we might achieve a commendable result in your endeavors. Very well. Let us proceed. Yangcheng was filled with excitement, eager to gallop forth at once. Wait, Chen Guodong interjected, raising a hand to halt him. What else is there? We'll meet tonight at the Greenhouse Western Restaurant. Let us not miss each other. The Greenhouse. That place is rather expensive, so remember to bring money. Chen Guodong smirked, turning back while leaving a parting remark. Otherwise, I might just inform Yang Wenjie that you were the one who squeezed toothpaste into his mouth while he was asleep. You ungrateful scoundrel. Yangcheng erupted behind him. Chen Guodong waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor as steady as an old dog, and returned to the bank. At 6:30 in the evening, at the Greenhouse Western Restaurant, as Chen Guodong entered, he immediately spotted a familiar figure. By the window, Jiang Shuyao sat in utter stillness. As if she had exhausted all her energy to maintain this moment, the hot lemon tea beside her had already cooled to half a cup. Yin Wenshan lounged against the back of her chair, her brows alight with fire, and let out a huff upon seeing him. You're here? She remarked, her tone unfriendly. Chen Guodong nodded, shrugging off his coat and draping it over the back of a chair, casting a glance at Jiang Shuyao. She did not raise her gaze, seemingly avoiding eye contact, her fingers trembling slightly as they clutched the rim of her cup. She had firmly stated her position today. Yin Wenshan spoke on her behalf. During the company audit, when questioned, she adamantly claimed she had never seen that return ticket receipt. Very well, that is indeed the truth. Chen Guodong replied in a subdued tone. He warmed a glass of water in his hands and inquired, Luo Jingguang, hasn't he shown his face today, has he? He has been hiding in the vice president's office all day, afraid to even relieve himself. Yin Wenshan scoffed. Huang Mei told Shuyao that herself. Chen Guodong nodded, retrieving a photocopy of a statement from his pocket and laying it on the table. This was a copy he had made at the bank that morning, the original being with Yangcheng. This morning I accompanied Yangcheng to the bank and reviewed the surveillance footage from the receipt counter. Luo Jingguang entered at 9:23 and stayed for 2 minutes. Did he take that return ticket receipt? Yin Wenshan asked. The camera was too blurry to see clearly, but the on-duty teller confirmed he indeed entered, Chen Guodong replied. Finally, Jiang Shuyao lifted her head, her eyes misty yet holding back tears. She softly asked, Thank you. Is this useful? At the very least, it demonstrates that he unreasonably visited the bank prior to you, Chen Guodong stated. Now we must see if Yangcheng can uncover any new information. As he spoke, his gaze fixed upon her face, noticing her reddening eyes and tightly pressed lips, resembling a wounded little kitten, stirring something within him. A line of ancient poetry surfaced in his mind, echoing the scene before him. If we compare Westlake to Shizi, it is equally enchanting in both heavy and light makeup. Shuyao, do not be afraid. Yin Wenshan softly reassured. Yes, Shuyao need not worry, Chen Guodong added. Even with the evidence we currently possess, we have already secured an advantageous position. Although we lack initial evidence, Shuyao's missing receipt remains their conjecture. Thus, in the final analysis, our reasoning is sound. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Shuyao's expression finally relaxed somewhat. For a moment, both she and Yin Wenshan failed to realize that Chen Guodong's call of Shuyao had seemed rather too intimate. At that moment, the wind chime at the entrance of the Western restaurant jingled, and Yangcheng rushed in with great enthusiasm, his animated entrance drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Ignoring all eyes upon him, he plopped down beside Chen Guodong, swept up his water glass, and gulped down a few mouthfuls with an air of triumph, exclaiming, I've got it. Today's endeavor has netted a big catch. Chen Guodong lazily raised an eyebrow and inquired, Where's Yang Wenjie? Why are you alone? Ah, him. Yangcheng wiped the water from the corner of his mouth. He is on duty, he added with a mischievous grin, with one less person. We can save a bit on the bill. It's a profit. Across from them, Yin Wenshan rolled her eyes. As Yangcheng spoke, he casually glanced across the table, and his eyes widened in surprise, causing the cup in his hand to slip from his grasp and spill water across the table without him noticing. Seated by the window, Yin Wenshan lounged comfortably, one leg crossed, a smile playing at her lips as she observed him with a cool detachment. Beside her, Jiang Shuyao was not wearing her usual oversized black frame glasses or her outdated school uniform. Instead, she donned a pristine white work outfit. Her hair cascaded smoothly around her shoulders, and her complexion, still pale and near translucent, exuded a quiet fragility akin to fine porcelain hidden in a secluded valley. Her features were strikingly delicate, brows like distant mountains, lips a soft hue, and her eyes bore the faint trace of tears, rendering her captivating at first glance. Wow! Nie Zhiqing inhaled sharply, staring at Jiang Xiao. His mouth agape in astonishment, seemingly frozen in place. Hey, pay attention to your image. Chen Guodong remarked disapprovingly. You're drooling all over the table. Jiang Xiao instinctively tensed, as if attempting to evade the attention, yet she remained fixed in her seat, her fingertips gently tugging at the tablecloth without looking down. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she held her head high despite the blush creeping to her ears, casting shy glances out the window, as if striving to acclimatize, while fearing observation. Sunlight streamed through, illuminating her pale, translucent skin, casting a light that evoked a sense of tenderness and melancholy. How come I've never seen you before? You're not from our school. Are you? Nie Zhiqing exclaimed dramatically. Yin Wenshan retorted with annoyance, rolling her eyes again. You've seen her every day, but you just never noticed. Goodness, Guodong. Your eyes are remarkably sharp. Nie Zhiqing exclaimed, thumping his chest in frustration. What is this? We're all in the same class. Why should you be the one to find such a treasure? Chen Guodong tilted his head slightly, casting an impassive glance at him. If you keep rambling nonsense, I might just report you. Nie Zhiqing was taken aback, then quickly softened, chuckling as he rubbed his nose. Ahem, just joking. I have the utmost respect for that sister-in-law. Jiang Xiao lowered her eyelashes, remaining silent, her fingers gently twisting the napkin, lost in thought. Yin Wenshan leaned closer, irritably interjecting. Stop with the flattery. Did you gather any information this afternoon? Speak up, or you might find yourself footing the bill. Nie Zhiqing, overjoyed, exclaimed, the class leader is remarkably astute, destined for greatness, and will unify the world. He urged, speak. Chen Guodong, taken aback, wondered what was happening. Nie Zhiqing straightened up, shedding his casual demeanor. Today, Wenjie and I visited that company. At first, they were defiant, claiming ignorance. But when we presented evidence from the bank suggesting their involvement in economic fraud, they quickly backed down, fearing an investigation from the precinct. Who issued the invoice? Chen Guodong's voice lowered. The deputy general manager, surnamed Cheng. He has a close relationship with Luo Jingguang, and it's likely that he has a stake in their current dealings. Nie Zhiqing whispered. This batch of goods involves Luo Jingguang, and the contract was signed under his leadership. 2 days ago, Luo approached him, citing company policy that goods are dispatched only upon payment, and the downstream clients were pressing for delivery. So he asked Cheng to issue a blank invoice to facilitate the shipment. Initially, Cheng hesitated, but Luo assured him he would handle matters with the Yangcheng Light Industrial Products Import and Export Company, suggesting delays could be managed. Moreover, any issues would be the company's responsibility and not personally attributable to them. Was this all documented? Chen Guodong inquired. Of course, Nie Zhiqing affirmed. Now that the records are in place, it seems we have solidified our position. Chen Guodong fell silent, his fingers lightly tapping the table, his gaze shadowed by an undercurrent of frost. The atmosphere was so still it felt as though someone had pressed the pause button. This situation was not yet foolproof. Finally, Chen Guodong spoke, his tone calm, yet imbued with a sense of urgency. We must expedite our efforts, act swiftly to prevent complications from arising later. The others were taken aback, and Nie Zhiqing remained silent. Confronting Deputy General Manager Cheng today was akin to stirring the hornet's nest. They had not anticipated our sudden appearance, catching them off guard. Chen Guodong continued, his voice somber. After today, it is likely they will coordinate their testimonies, change their statements, or destroy evidence. Even if the records are signed, if Deputy General Manager Cheng claims he was coerced, all testimonies become void. Therefore, Chen Guodong turned to Nie Zhiqing, his tone steady and resolute. Tonight, you must meet with your brother-in-law. Do not withhold any details. Present all materials truthfully. You must persuade him to agree to an official intervention by the City Bureau's Economic Investigation Team tomorrow morning. Then, armed with today's complete documentation, including the records and your investigative report, you will go to the Yangcheng Light Industrial Products Import and Export Company to formally report the situation and interrogate Luo Jingguang. As long as you present yourself as an officer there, we will have succeeded. Chen Guodong looked intently at Nie Zhiqing, emphasizing each word. Once you arrive at the Yangcheng Light Industrial Products Import and Export Company, Jiang Xiao's suspicions will naturally dissipate. At that moment, the group at the table fell into a collective silence. Yin Wenshan smacked her lips, murmuring softly, "Who would have thought? There's more to him than meets the eye." Seated across from her, Jiang Shuyao felt as though her heart had been struck heavily by an unseen force. She did not raise her gaze, merely allowing her eyelashes to droop, her hands instinctively tightening around the napkin, knuckles paling. She yearned to weep, yet she held back. Jiang Shuyao gently bit her lower lip. Her head bowed, her lashes quivering, resembling a small creature striving to suppress its tremors. On this night, only she was aware of the cold, dark corner within her heart. As if suddenly, a beam of light had penetrated the gloom. Abruptly, a cacophony of sound jolted everyone awake. Nie Zhiqing leapt up, nearly toppling his chair, and then, like a startled rabbit, he dashed away, leaving behind a declaration. "I am going to find my brother-in-law right now." Chapter 17. Who is in charge here? A new day dawned. Early in the morning, Chen Guodong stepped into the branch. After a brief conversation with Nie Zhiqing over the phone, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to seek out Section Chief Fang Yuji. "Aunt Fang, I need to request a half-day leave today. I must go to the hospital to fetch medicine for my mother." His tone was calm, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. His frequent absences indeed clashed with the expectations of his profession. As anticipated, Fang Yuji looked up, her gaze piercing through her glasses to rest upon Chen Guodong's face. She remained silent for a moment, then finally spoke, her tone unembellished. "Manage your own work. Do not leave it for others to handle. Take responsibility for your own affairs." Chen Guodong acknowledged her words and turned to leave, as whispers began to ripple behind him. He paid no heed, his pace measured yet resolute. As a newcomer, having taken leave for 2 consecutive days was already conspicuous in a bank setting. However, he had no choice. He could not afford any mishaps with Jiang Shuyao. He recalled the ominous divination from a few days prior. Unfinished, 6-3, a perilous expedition, akin to crossing a vast river. After requesting leave, Chen Guodong hastened from the bank. Just as he reached the entrance, he spotted Lu Jiyu entering alongside a middle-aged man in a gray suit. Her eyes brightened upon seeing him. Chen Guodong. He could only manage a brief nod in her direction, his steps unbroken. A gust of wind sweeping past her as he swiftly vanished into the throng outside the bank. Lu Jiyu stood rooted in place, incensed. She had specifically learned of Chen Guodong's presence at the East Mountain branch of the China Construction Bank, and had painstakingly persuaded her supervisor to accompany her here for business. She harbored ulterior motives, intending to surprise him, yet she never anticipated that he would disregard her entirely. At that moment, Chen Guodong indeed had no time for her. As he descended the steps of the bank, an inexplicable flutter surged within him, akin to the stirring of lotus petals by the wind. In his previous life, he had come to believe that the culmination of science led to metaphysics. Having spent some time studying at the Chunyang Temple and delving into the intricacies of the Mei Hua Xianyi, in this cycle of rebirth, his sensitivity had heightened. And such a flutter often signified impending events, an omen manifesting from his heart. His brow furrowed, and he turned to depart. Behind him, Lu Jiyu remained, pouting, lightly stomping her foot, her cheeks puffed in indignation. At the entrance of the Yangcheng Light Industry Import and Export Company, the iron gate stood firmly closed. The guard, seated in his booth, muttered without looking up, "What do you want?" Chen Guodong, calm and unhurried, extracted his work identification from his pocket and presented it. "I am from the bank, seeking the Comprehensive Finance Department to verify some documents." His tone remained steady, deliberately omitting the name of the bank, merely adding, "We recently reconciled accounts and encountered some issues." The security guard paused, glancing at him before inspecting the logo of the China Construction Bank on the identification, nodding in a seemingly understanding manner as he picked up the phone to contact the finance department. After a brief conversation, he placed the phone down, returned Chen Guodong's credentials, and directed, "You may proceed. The 3rd building on the left, 3rd floor." Receiving his identification back, Chen Guodong nodded in gratitude, his pace unwavering. The door to the Comprehensive Finance Department stood ajar, with a somber light illuminating the corridor's end. As he turned the corner, he halted abruptly. The atmosphere within was unsettling. Though not overly loud, a cluster of individuals congregated by the window, encircling someone, creating a stifling tension. "The personnel transfer orders have been issued. Do not create a scene," a female staff member from the HR department asserted, her tone firm despite the courteous words. "Xiao Jiang, please cooperate." "Indeed." We are all in a difficult position. No one wishes to escalate matters unnecessarily. Huang Mei and Lin Lei stood nearby, their expressions a mix of awkwardness and sympathy. Du Bishan lingered at the side, her countenance somewhat grim. She bit her lip repeatedly, ultimately refraining from speaking. The emotions swirling in her eyes were complex. Yet she chose not to intervene. Jiang Xiao sat rigidly at her desk, biting her lip, her complexion almost translucent. Tears glistened in her eyes, yet she remained silent, fiercely guarding her stack of ledgers and documents, motionless. Whispers rippled through the crowd. It is said her work error led to the accounting mistake, yet she won't admit it. But there is no evidence pointing to her. How unfortunate that she has made a mistake just days after starting, and the company reportedly suffered significant losses. What is Luo Jingguang doing? Isn't he responsible for the cashier's duties? How can he let a newcomer bear the blame for this? Luo Jingguang feigned concern, softly urging. Xiaojiang, perhaps you should step aside for a few days to sort through your things. Do not confront HR. We cannot contend with them. We can discuss everything later. His words were gentle, though he simultaneously attempted to gather her files. Jiang Xiao suddenly pressed down firmly, refusing to speak, merely shaking her head gently. At that moment, tears threatened to spill, yet she valiantly held them back. Chen Guodong, stationed at the doorway, clenched his fists tightly. He observed Jiang Xiao's trembling hands, the stubbornness in her gritted teeth, and noted that she uttered not a single word in defense. Not one person stood up for her. It was evident how she had been cornered into despair. Chen Guodong's fist tightened, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. In his previous life, he only remembered the news of her tragic leap from a building, citing emotional collapse and depression, yet no one questioned the reasons behind her breakdown. The truth lay bare before him. Sometimes, the cruelty of humanity manifests in the most abhorrent forms. He lowered his head, a surge of icy fury rising from within. In his past life, he had no opportunity to aid her. In this life, should she endure such bullying once more, he would turn the tide against those who wronged her. Chen Guodong suppressed all expressions and slowly walked over. He raised his hand at the entrance and gently knocked twice. The sound echoed softly, momentarily silencing the clamor within. Aware of having attracted attention, Chen Guodong proceeded to enter. The crowd inside turned in unison to regard him. The young man who entered appeared spirited, clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, his hair neatly cropped, and a mild, businesslike smile gracing his face. His demeanor was composed, and his gaze, cast downward, exuded humility. May I inquire who is in charge here? Chen Guodong asked. Du Bishan turned around, her gaze landing on the file bag he held, her brow slightly furrowing. I am the person in charge. May I ask who you are? Chen Guodong replied in a calm tone. I am a clerk from the bank's accounting department. Yesterday, some police officers visited our office to inquire about your company. Our leadership took it quite seriously and sent me today to inform you and to gather some information. His tone was relaxed, yet the information he conveyed was precise. A moment of silence enveloped the room as the attendees registered their surprise. What was the police doing inquiring about their company? As the crowd grappled with this unexpected revelation, Jiang Xiao spotted the figure who had entered. Though her body remained still, her eyes suddenly seemed to shed all weariness. Her beautiful, glistening eyes widened in an instant, only to gradually narrow again, fixated on him as though fearing he might vanish at any moment. Her throat moved slightly, yet no sound escaped her lips. The young man stood at the threshold, not glancing her way, merely extracting a copy from his file and extending it towards Du Bishan. Yet she knew he had seen her. She remained silent, watching him like a plant in parched soil that finally sensed a hint of moisture in the air but dared not unfurl its buds. Chapter 18. A close call. Du Bishan reached out to accept the document, her demeanor polite, yet tinged with professional caution. How did you come by this record? She inquired. However, as her gaze fell upon the contents, her expression shifted dramatically. Slowly, she lifted her eyes from the paper, glancing back and forth between Jiang Xiao and Luo Jingguang, her eyes reflecting a complex turmoil. The atmosphere became taut like a drawn string, all eyes fixated on the document in Chen Guodong's hand, astonished at its contents that elicited such a strong reaction from Du Bishan. Finally breaking the silence, Du Bishan spoke, her tone steadying. Let us temporarily halt the personnel transfer order. I need to consult with the bureau leadership. Director Du? The personnel officer paused, bewildered by Du Bishan's sudden decision. It was known that such personnel orders were collective decisions made by the Bureau leadership, nearly impossible to retract once established. Du Bischen's actions seemed to tread on perilous ground. Pause it for now. Du Bischen asserted firmly, decisively silencing all dissent. There will be no changes to the personnel on the finance side until the Bureau makes a final decision. Having spoken, she accepted the record from Chen Guodong, folding it neatly and placing it into her pocket. Finally, she cast a glance at Luo Jingguang. Profoundly meaningful, yet not a single word was exchanged with Luo Jingguang. However, a single glance seemed to convey a multitude of sentiments. Luo Jingguang felt a surge of anxiety within. Repeatedly glancing at Chen Guodong, and then at the copy of the statement in Du Bischen's hand, yearning to catch a glimpse of its contents. Suddenly, the room fell into silence, and everyone instinctively held their breath. Du Bischen narrowed her eyes slightly and inquired, "Are you from the bank's accounting department? Are you a new colleague? I don't recall having seen you before. Moreover, the police inquiry records cannot be casually copied, can they? Where did you obtain this copy?" Chen Guodong's gaze remained unchanged, his outward demeanor calm. Yet internally he silently praised, "Impressive. It seems that Jiang Xiao's superior is not to be trifled with." But what did it matter? His objective had always been to present this record, to reveal the truth to Du Bischen. Having achieved that purpose, the remaining matters felt trivial, though the atmosphere was undeniably tense. He did not believe that casual words could deceive this formidable superior of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao sat in her position. Her heart lodged in her throat. She said nothing, yet her eyes were fixed intently on Chen Guodong's profile, her expression radiating a silent, profound concern. She feared for his safety, worried he might be exposed, dragged down, or that this flicker of hope might shatter before she could grasp it. Yet, Chen Guodong did not spare her a glance. He stood there, clad in a pristine white shirt, his posture straight as an arrow, silently resolute, steadfast against any forces that might attempt to disturb him. Just as the atmosphere was about to tighten once more, a clear voice rang out. "May I ask who is in charge here?" At the doorway, the sound of several uniformed officers entering was heard, with Nie Zhiqing leading the group. He raised his badge. Speaking earnestly, "We are from the Economic Investigation Unit of the Yang City Public Security Bureau. We need to investigate an irregular business activity involving your organization. Please cooperate with us." As his words echoed, the room felt as though struck by thunder. A faint smile finally graced the corners of Chen Guodong's mouth. Du Bischen, too, could no longer focus on Chen Guodong, turning to greet Nie Zhiqing, declaring, "I am the person in charge here, officer." Chen Guodong let out a sigh of relief. He made no extraneous movements nor displayed any excessive emotions. He merely shifted slightly to the side, allowing himself to slip out discreetly while others were momentarily distracted. Jiang Xiao watched his silhouette depart, finally averting her gaze and exhaling deeply. Lowering her head, silent tears began to cascade down her cheeks, controlled, restrained tears that were not born of despair, but rather of a green hope rekindled at the brink of a precipice. The storm had only just begun, yet she stood on the shore, observing the tempest. 3 days later, at the Greenhouse Western Restaurant, the familiar spot remained unchanged, a booth by the window. Deep green leather seats, where the sunlight filtered in, casting a soft glow upon the white porcelain plates and silver cutlery. On the table lay a steaming array of dishes, succulent steak, butter-baked shrimp, black pepper mushroom pasta, and a rich cream of mushroom soup, complemented by the signature tiramisu of the restaurant. Yin Wenshan ordered the most, while Nie Zhiqing devoured his meal with remarkable speed. And Jiang Xiao savored each bite with utmost caution, as if each morsel demanded her careful attention. I remarked on the impressive efficiency of the economic investigation team, jesting that they had managed to create such a spectacle over a minor case of embezzlement within a unit. "Well, Officer Zhiqing, you are the first among our old classmates to rise as a detective extraordinaire. Truly remarkable. Should Xiao and I present you with a banner proclaiming your success?" Yin Wenshan tossed her spoon aside, leaning back in her chair. Her words, at first seeming complimentary, were laced with piercing intent. Nie Zhiqing, animatedly recounting his exploits, was caught off guard by her sharp retort, nearly spitting out the mushroom soup. "Hey, I performed exceptionally well this time." The Economic Investigation Squad even issued a commendation. Admittedly, it wasn't a major case, but every procedure was meticulously followed. "I've spent the last few days writing reports with my mentor until my hands are sore." His enthusiasm grew, the spoon nearly soaring from his grasp. "You have no idea. That day when we apprehended Luo Jingguang, I kicked the door down. That was an official briefing. What commendation? Without lifting her gaze, Yin Wenshan delivered another precise jab. Oh, and I played a crucial role as well, you know? Why do you always target me, class leader Yin? Frustrated, Nie Zhiqing turned to Chen Guodong. Come on, Guodong, can you speak a word of fairness? Chen Guodong, indifferent, simply nodded in acknowledgement, leisurely stirring his coffee, feigning ignorance. Jiang Xiao sat directly across from him, occasionally glancing at his fingertips, only to avert her gaze hastily. Throughout the meal, she remained mostly silent, speaking only occasionally, her voice soft and almost hesitant as if afraid to disturb the ambience. Yet her eyes frequently darted towards him. As the others neared the end of their meal, Nie Zhiqing began to regale them with tales of a new, feisty female captain at the police station, prompting peals of laughter from Yin Wenshan. Only Jiang Xiao remained introspective, her head bowed, occasionally lifting her gaze as if on the verge of voicing something, yet hesitating. Ultimately, choosing silence. When the last dish, the butter mushroom roasted chicken, was cleared away by the waiter, she seemed to summon a great resolve, softly stating, "Thank you all for being here today." Her voice, delicate as a feather, barely touched the table. The three paused in surprise. She continued, her tone barely above a whisper. "I truly appreciate everything you've done for me during this time. Without your support, I wouldn't have managed through this. I'm not someone who lacks gratitude." She paused, gently pursing her crimson lips, her gaze sweeping over each person before landing on Chen Guodong, only to flit away, her ears now tinged with a blush. "I genuinely wish to treat everyone to this meal. Please, allow me this one occasion." Chapter 19. As long as I am here, Jiang Xiao's voice, though soft, held an unexpected firmness. After speaking, she lowered her head, tightly clutching her handbag resting on her knees, as if awaiting the decision of others. For a fleeting moment, even Yin Wenshan fell silent. She regarded Jiang Xiao, then the bill on the table, mumbling, "How curious it is that you normally struggle to utter a word. Yet now you're quite eloquent in needling others." Nie Zhiqing grinned. "Then I won tea contested. You treat us, and I'll just take 2 pasta dishes to go." Just as Jiang Xiao exhaled in relief and began to rise for the counter, a deep voice interrupted, "Sit down." She froze, lifting her head in surprise. Chen Guodong had already picked up the bill and stood up, his tone steady yet undeniably firm. "With me here, it is unreasonable for my girlfriend to pay." His speech was not hurried, but carried an unyielding assertiveness. The table fell silent. Jiang Xiao's face flushed, her eyes widening as she stared at him, caught in a moment of disbelief. She wanted to say that she was not yet his girlfriend, and that this was not solely his decision. But before she could formulate her words, Chen Guodong had already taken the bill and walked out, standing tall at the counter as he retrieved his wallet. She reluctantly sat back down, her fingers slowly tightening around the edge of the table, her ears burning, and the corners of her eyes quivering slightly. Even her breathing had become somewhat erratic. Yin Wenshan slapped Nie Zhiqing's thigh, startling him as she exclaimed, "Didn't you say you wanted pasta? I know the cheese pasta on Suehua Street is the best. I'll take you there." Without giving him a chance to respond, she seized the bewildered Nie Zhiqing and led him outside, laughing lightly. "You dog man. It seems you're quite capable." Beside them, Nie Zhiqing protested indignantly. "Why call me a dog man?" Yin Wenshan pinched him hard, retorting, "You're even less than a dog man." When Chen Guodong returned to the table, only one person remained in the booth. Jiang Xiao was still seated, her back straight, hands neatly placed on her knees, resembling a student awaiting reprimand. She glanced at him briefly before quickly looking down, like a timid little rabbit under a watchful predator. "Let us go," Chen Guodong said, waiting a moment before gently adding, "I'll see you home." Jiang Xiao's face turned a deeper shade of red as she softly replied, her voice as delicate as the evening breeze. By 7:30, the streets were sparsely populated, with only the shadows of mango trees stretching under the dim light, swaying gently. The two walked side by side, with a small gap between them. As Chen Guodong sidestepped a passing bicycle, he inadvertently brushed against Jiang Xiao's shoulder. She stiffened but did not pull away, her entire being tensing in response. Chen Guodong turned to her, bold and direct, remaining silent. Under the weight of his gaze, Jiang Xiao felt her face heat up. Her head bowed as if her hands had nowhere to rest. When the wind blew, her hair lightly brushed against his arm, sending a pleasant shiver through her. After an indeterminate time, Jiang Xiao murmured, "Thank you." Her voice was so soft it seemed to emerge only after biting her tongue. Chen Guodong diverted his gaze, casting a glance at her that suggested dissatisfaction with her words. Jiang Shuyao shrank back even further, cautiously lifting her eyes to meet his for a fleeting moment before lowering her gaze again. Fearing his anger, her tone barely audible. Actually, I should also thank them. Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong's expression softened. At last, he understood, distinguishing himself from the others. The wind rustled through the mango trees by the roadside, the leaves whispering as they walked closely side by side. I know, Chen Guodong said softly. You have a hurdle in your heart, and you do not wish to owe anyone a favor. But tonight, that cannot be the case. He turned to face her, his tone steady. Because I am here tonight. Abruptly, Chen Guodong halted. As long as I am here. He gazed at her, his tone calm, yet resolute. I shall no longer allow you to face those cold glances, injustices, and unspoken burdens alone. Jiang Shuyao also paused, her head bowed. The wind swept through, lifting her hair and dress, causing them to flutter in the breeze. She gently pressed down the hem that was blown upwards, her fingertips trembling slightly. From now on, do not think of enduring anything by yourself. I am here for you. Chen Guodong spoke slowly, his voice deep and commanding. I am pursuing you, and I want you to be my girlfriend. Jiang Shuyao was taken aback, her hands quivering. Her throat felt warm, leaving her momentarily speechless. She merely lowered her head, as if to conceal the turmoil in her eyes. Chen Guodong fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating each word. I am serious. You cannot escape this. Jiang Shuyao kept her hands down, her fingertips tightly grasping the edge of her clothing. She bit her lip, her eyelashes fluttering, yet she did not raise her gaze. It seemed she neither dared to look at him, nor could she calm herself. She did not respond, nor did she walk away. She simply kept her head down, as if afraid to meet Chen Guodong's eyes. He did not press her further, nor did he speak again, and thus he accompanied Jiang Shuyao to the entrance of her apartment building. Only then did she hurriedly return home. Days flowed by in the sweltering summer of 1993. Before long, September arrived. In previous years, they would return to the classroom with their backpacks. But this year marked the first autumn that no longer belonged to the campus. The air remained humid, the cicada's song faded somewhat, and the afternoon sun still rendered one dizzy, yet the rhythm of life had irrevocably changed. Each former classmate gradually sank into the mundane and monotonous daily grind of their respective jobs, their time consumed by endless forms, reconciliations, and repetitive admonitions. No one had the leisure to discuss the future, nor did anyone inquire about dreams. Chen Guodong's days were not particularly smooth. He was rotated at the bank, transferred from the bills department to the comprehensive business department, which was said to be a routine arrangement, yet it was evident that Feng Yuji harbored reservations regarding his leave. The once diligent Xiao Yi, who had been responsible for teaching Chen Guodong, no longer spoke as openly as before, now imbued with a sense of vague boundaries. Chen Guodong did not exhibit any peculiar behavior. He merely continued to focus on his work. Deputy Section Chief Lin Xiaoman took over his training. Xiaoman was not particularly talkative. Her work methodical and fair, neither biased nor partial. During this time, Chen Guodong did not seek out Jiang Shuyao. Firstly, she had just been assigned her position, officially taking over Luo Jingguang's role as cashier. Luo Jingguang had been dismissed for misappropriating petty cash. At this juncture, Jiang Shuyao was tasked with managing the cashier duties for the entire section, leaving her overwhelmed with work, and he had no reason to add to her burdens. Secondly, he felt he had been too forward when he requested her to be his girlfriend. He worried about her pride and wanted to give her time to process it, believing that now was not the time to rush. At the very least, she had not refused him that day. Her silence was an implicit acceptance. With Chen Guodong's extensive experience after 30 years of life, he deemed this as a natural progression. Although they had not met in person in recent days, Chen Guodong had cultivated another habit of Jiang Shuyao. He called her twice daily. Like a ritual, his phone would ring promptly on her desk each day. Initially, she spoke in a soft, hesitant manner, as if fearful of saying something amiss, yet she never declined his calls or hung up prematurely. Gradually, Jiang Shuyao began to utter a few words and even engaged in some interaction with Chen Guodong. Once, during a phone conversation, he casually mentioned his reassignment. He stated nonchalantly, I've been moved to the comprehensive business position. It's quite normal to rotate roles. Vice Section Chief Lin is overseeing it. His tone betrayed no emotion. However, perhaps due to an overlooked detail, whether it was a slip about taking 2 days off previously or an unexplainable hint of regret in his voice that day, something shifted. The other end of the line suddenly fell silent, as if the wind had ceased to blow. Chen Guodong offered no explanation, nor did Jiang Xiao inquire. Nonetheless, following that moment, Jiang Xiao became gentler and more cautious. At times, Chen Guodong sensed that she seemed to be deliberately accommodating him, almost with a hint of flattery, not in a sycophantic manner, but rather as if she silently carried an apology, remembering the incident and feeling it had burdened him. Yet she dared not mention it. Since then, their phone conversations extended longer than before. Chen Guodong occasionally felt that she resembled a beam of light, hidden deep within her heart, yet to learn how to radiate warmth outwardly, a light that would someday blossom into her own dazzling brilliance. Chapter 20. What was achieved? On a morning at the end of September, as Chen Guodong entered the Dongshan branch, he was greeted by a long line of people at the entrance, extending around the corner and spilling onto the sidewalk. Many had brought small stools, basins, thermoses, and some even laid down old newspapers to create a space on the ground, whispering and bustling with excitement. Upon finally entering the hall, before he could take a closer look, Xiaoxia called out to him, "Chen Guodong, today the bank starts selling stock lottery tickets. It's going to be chaotic. Aunt Fong mentioned you should come to help." Chen Guodong was taken aback, and a familiar string of historical keywords flashed in his mind: subscription certificates, lotteries, stock reform, original shares. In the latter half of 1993, the nationwide pilot reform of shareholding systems entered a substantive phase, awakening the financial investment consciousness in Yangcheng. A method emerged for purchasing original shares through the issuance of subscription certificates, leading to the invention of lottery tickets for stock subscriptions. As there were more applicants than available shares, the trend of banks selling stock subscription lottery tickets began to spread. Chen Guodong felt a stirring within. Naturally, he was not averse to it, knowing that the bank would charge a fee for selling these tickets. This year, his initial accumulation relied on the bonuses from these ticket sales. Sure enough, before 10 o'clock, the bank began reallocating personnel to the front desk for support. Chen Guodong was unsurprisingly assigned to assist, and before he left, Vice Section Chief Lin calmly reminded him, "It may be tiring for a while, but stay focused. There's a considerable task ahead with this batch of subscription tickets." Chen Guodong nodded silently, as he navigated through the bustling hall filled with warmth and energy. An unexpected restlessness surged within him. Indeed, this was not his first encounter with such fervor. 1993 marked a golden era, yet this time, he was no longer an outsider. That midday, seizing a moment during a shift change, he made a phone call. The voice on the other end was tinged with apprehension. "What's the matter? Why the sudden call? Are you feeling unwell? It's not even lunchtime yet." Chen Guodong replied casually, "I just wanted to hear your voice." After a brief pause, he added, "I've been contemplating saving something for our future. As long as I'm here, you need not worry. One day, you will see." Jiang Xiao remained silent for a long while, until a soft broke the stillness, akin to a gentle breeze rustling through curtains. 3 days later, the fervor of the subscription lottery gradually subsided. Although there were still many in line, the clamor of the previous days had dissipated. Chen Guodong was reassigned from the front hall, returning to his quiet duties of managing documents and reports. That morning, the sun shone brightly, and the only sounds in the bank's lobby were the rhythmic stamping of seals, the counting of bills, and the opening of drawers. Suddenly, a loud voice shattered the tranquility. A roar erupted from a distant counter. "Do you believe I can kill you? Do you believe it? Do you believe I can have you fired by tomorrow?" The voice was brash and laced with suppressed fury, as if the speaker possessed immense power and significance. The attention of nearly everyone in the hall gravitated toward the commotion. Chen Guodong looked up to see Wen Li, standing at the far counter, his complexion pale and pen clutched tightly in his hand. He seemed taken aback, perhaps not anticipating such a hostile encounter, and stood frozen. A man in a beige jacket was aggressively pointing at Wen Li, practically jabbing his nose while hurling insults, his eyes aflame with uncontrolled emotion. Several female employees at the counter halted their work, exchanging worried glances. Aunt Fong approached, her expression darkening as she hurried over to mediate. The man exuded an air of defiance, his words growing increasingly harsh, even hinting at physical confrontation. He boasted about having connections in various departments, his arrogance palpable. Meanwhile, the bank security had arrived, standing behind the man but refraining from taking action. Chen Guodong furrowed his brow, turning his face away to feign attention to the accounts. Yet, inside, alarm bells rang. His rich experience in past investigations made him acutely aware of the subtle shifts in the expressions of those he observed. He noted that although the man was shouting vehemently, his micro-expressions revealed that his focus was not on Wen Li. Instead, he was scanning the room, even shifting a significant part of his attention toward the security personnel after their arrival. Curiously, he also diverted his gaze to Xiao Yi at the opposite counter, who was attending to other customers, neglecting the very argument unfolding with Wen Li and the check before him. Chen Guodong had listened attentively for quite some time, fully aware that the superficial reason for the man's insistence on purchasing a check was his need to pay taxes, despite his company account holding less than 10,000 yuan. According to the bank's regulations, such a purchase was prohibited to prevent unscrupulous companies from issuing worthless checks and disrupting the normal financial order. Wen Li was strictly adhering to the rules without any fault, having made every effort to explain the situation, yet the man remained obstinate. Checks were sold in books, each containing 25 numbered checks, all duly recorded. Even if only one was needed, the entire book had to be processed according to protocol. This was an unyielding rule that could not be breached. Nevertheless, the man persisted in his demand to buy a check, claiming he needed just one for the tax payment, which bordered on unreasonable, even frivolous. The scene escalated to a point that was truly unacceptable, with a crowd gathering around the counter, clearly disrupting the bank's normal operations. Aunt Fong eventually made a compromise, suggesting, "How about this? You purchase a book, and we will only register the number of the first check for you. You can fill out the tax form, and let us call it a day. If you continue to cause a scene, we will have to call the police." The man squinted, and Chen Guodong sensed a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he fell silent, nodded in agreement, and the commotion subsided. The checks were processed using a coding machine, and the tax form was filled out on the spot, seemingly resolving the matter. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Wen Li was taken to the break room, presumably to calm down and soothe his emotions, while Chen Guodong remained silent, casting a detached glance at the man's receding figure. An unsettling feeling washed over him. In his perception, the man's gait as he exited was almost buoyant, exuding a sense of triumph. What had he accomplished? It certainly was not about the check, as his attention had evidently not been on Wen Li or the checks. What, then, was his true intention? Upon returning to his seat, Chen Guodong's expression remained inscrutable, yet his thoughts raced like lightning, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yi, who was still tidying up the table in the distance. The man had, without a doubt, glanced in her direction more than once. Why Xiao Yi? As this thought flashed through Chen Guodong's mind, a long-buried memory resurfaced at that moment. Chapter 21. The Forged Seal Fraud Case. Chen Guodong recalled, in his previous life, the sensational forged bank seal fraud case that had rocked the entire China Construction Bank had occurred around this very time. A staggering sum of 120,000 yuan was involved, a colossal amount in 1993. This sum was sufficient to cast an enormous, unshakable shadow over the Dongshan branch of the bank. He remembered that during that period, he had been reassigned to a subordinate office to handle stock sales and lottery tickets. By the time the news reached him, everything had settled into a dusty past, although the culprits were eventually apprehended. It was reported that the operation had taken place at the Dongshan branch's counter. While the involved parties remained tight-lipped, the primary individual responsible, Xiao Yi, was subsequently reassigned to a savings position. In retrospect, no one had given it much thought at the time, for the bank's reserved seals were crafted by specialized institutions, making forgery exceedingly difficult, let alone achieving a level of authenticity that could evade detection. It was also quite easy to verify. Who would have thought that the seal was counterfeit? Moreover, the usual personnel handling business operations for the company are typically fixed financial staff, making it exceedingly difficult to tamper with the company's funds. Chen Guodong's expression remained impassive, yet his fingers deftly summoned the back-end system on the keyboard. He accessed the branch's transaction history with his personal key, retrieving the records for that day. His eyes scanned the client names until they froze on one. Client name: China Bally Group Southern Branch. Transaction type: deposit of self-carried bank draft. Handling clerk: Yi. Indeed, it was them. Even to this day, Bally Group remains a prestigious enterprise. However, he distinctly recalled that this company had once been implicated in a scandal at the end of 1993, involving collusion and the forgery of bank draft seals to defraud the company of substantial transfer funds. And here, in the type of transaction, it boldly stated, deposit of self-carried bank draft. To elucidate, a self-carried bank draft refers to a specific business model from that era. Client organizations would bring pre-printed bank drafts, accompanied by a letter of introduction and stamped documents, to the account-holding bank to request deposit or transfer operations. A self-carried bank draft could even be endorsed and transferred, akin to carrying a significant sum of cash. In principle, bank operational processes are meticulously designed. However, once a forged seal on the draft entrustment letter passes the verification stage, the draft issued by the bank becomes legitimate, allowing the funds to be effortlessly transferred. This was precisely the modus operandi in the Bali case from that time. Chen Guodong's gaze darkened. He finally comprehended the man's ecstatic demeanor at the end, not for the check, but as a mere distraction at the counter, creating an opportunity for his accomplices. The true intent was to divert Xiao Yi's attention, enabling their forged documents to pass scrutiny. The man's final elation was for the carefully crafted draft entrustment letter bearing the counterfeit seal, which had successfully passed the review. They had achieved the first and most crucial step in their fraudulent scheme. Everything aligned with his recollections: the timing, the company, the method. The difference this time was that he happened to be present. Yet now, he must not act recklessly. He needed to ascertain one more detail. Where was the money directed? Chen Guodong lowered his head to commence another round of inquiries. Draft payment location, Kyoto. He focused intently on that line of text, finally exhaling in relief. This was advantageous due to the self-carried bank draft operation. A conventional bank draft is issued by the bank and processed through its clearing. In contrast, a self-carried draft involves the client bringing drafts issued by other banks, which are then reviewed and processed by the bank. The draft itself must be mailed or delivered to the target unit, and the final payment must go through inter-regional settlement processes. Now, this particular draft was directed to Kyoto. Even if they were to board a plane immediately, given the distance from Yangcheng to Kyoto, they would not be able to complete the payment within the same day. This implies that if he can intercept this transaction before 5 o'clock this afternoon, he will be able to seize control of the situation entirely. In other words, he currently holds the reins firmly in his grasp. Chen Guodong pressed his lips tighter, yet a glimmer of coldness began to flicker in his eyes. As his mind raced with calculations of the various pros and cons involved, he must immediately seek out Aunt Fong to inspect the recently completed remittance transaction, then promptly secure it and notify the security department. Such a maneuver, from the perspective of China Construction Bank, would undoubtedly be optimal, eliminating all crises without a trace and preserving the bank's reputation unscathed. However, what advantage does this bring to Chen Guodong? Furthermore, considering the meticulous nature of this setup, if he were the one orchestrating it, he would certainly have someone monitoring the bank. Any hint of movement at the Dongshan branch would alert the culprits, transforming what should have been a thrilling rescue operation into a half-cooked affair. Therefore, action must not be taken now. To expose the situation prematurely would only lead to chaos, nullifying any potential gains. As the accolades gradually accumulated upon him, they would ultimately amount to little. He must wait for the most perilous moment, for instance, just before the end of the workday when the documents are about to be finalized and the remittance is on the verge of being successfully processed. At that moment, he could strike with a stunning revelation, unveiling a deception that even the accounting department of the Dongshan branch failed to detect. Chen Guodong gazed intently at the screen, his fingers gently caressing the tabletop, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably in the silence. Perhaps his opportunity for promotion to the credit department lay within the outcome of today's affair. With this thought, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and settled back into his chair. The tea on the table had long cooled, and the air conditioning emitted a faint hum. Chen Guodong awaited the curtain to rise on this unfolding drama. At noon, the bank's cafeteria was alive with chatter, the clinking of bowls and chopsticks echoing throughout. Chen Guodong did not join the lunch crowd. Instead, while everyone else was eating, he returned to his office and dialed a number. Jiang Xiao was still at the company, the background filled with the sounds of typing and paper shuffling. Her voice, as always, was gentle, tinged with a slight nasal quality. "Hello? It's me." Chen Guodong made an effort to sound nonchalant. "Have you eaten yet?" "Huang Mei brought lunch, but I haven't eaten yet." Jiang Xiao's voice remained soft, her tone slightly slow, as though she was listening for something, waiting for something. "What about you?" I just finished." He gazed at the desolate office, maintaining a composed demeanor, even managing a chuckle. The Western-style watercress and pork bone soup at noon was surprisingly delightful. A soft sigh escaped Jiang Xiao on the other end of the phone, as gentle as a feather alighting on the surface of a tranquil lake. "Are you feeling a bit troubled?" she suddenly inquired, her voice imbued with a profound sense of concern. Chen Guodong paused, the smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, yet unchanging. "Not at all." She responded, her tone still tender, as though his denial rendered it true. Reminiscent of unspoken affection. She fell silent for a moment before softly remarking, "When you are anxious, your breathing sounds different." The line fell quiet, broken only by the soft rustle of pages turning, akin to a feather brushing against paper, or perhaps the turning of a page in the book of one's heart. Chen Guodong inhaled deeply and murmured, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to hear your voice." As he uttered this, his throat tightened, the words barely escaping, as if he were confiding in himself. Jiang Xiao remained silent, yet her breathing was steady, as if she were quietly attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat. "Xiao, you should eat something soon. Not eating on time is bad for your stomach." "I'll hang up first." "All right, I'll go now," she replied obediently. And Chen Guodong heard the faint sound of paper being gently closed on the other end. "I'll pick you up this afternoon. I long to see you." After a brief silence, Jiang Xiao's response was almost as light as a breeze that scarcely ripples the surface of a lake. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Chen Guodong slowly set down the phone, his gaze falling upon the ink pad on the table, the crimson ink as vivid as blood, gradually transforming in his mind into a sanguine melody. Chapter 22. The activation in the accounting department of the East Mountain branch of China Construction Bank. The fan creaked, and the sounds of rustling papers intertwined with the rhythmic tapping of the abacus, resembling the grinding gears of a machine operating at high speed. Xiaoye was intently counting the receipts, while Lin Xiaomin furrowed her brow, occasionally circling figures on the vouchers with her pen. Suddenly, a loud crash startled everyone in the accounting department. They turned to see Chen Guodong springing up, his chair toppling over with a resounding thud. At that moment, Lu Junkai, who was at the window waiting to exchange receipts, lifted his head, a bemused smile playing on his lips. "What has gotten into Guodong? His reaction is quite alarming. Could it be that today's receipts are incorrect and the counts don't match?" His words carried an implied connection, rich in connotation. Yet, Chen Guodong had no time to acknowledge him. Clutching the receipts, he hurried towards Lin Xiaomin and Aunt Fong. In the astonished gaze of both women, he exclaimed urgently, "Aunt Fong, Sister Xiaomin, the seal on this bill of exchange authorization is incorrect. The seal on this bill of exchange authorization is incorrect." He reached their desks and slammed the recently uncovered bill of exchange authorization down before them. Pointing at the red seal in the lower left corner, his voice was tense, almost breathless. "I just noticed this seal. It's different from what I remember. Although I can't articulate it precisely, it simply feels wrong." Before the words even left her lips, the accounting department erupted like a bomb detonated in the office. Everyone leapt to their feet, including Lu Junkai. Xiao Yi was the first to snap her head up, her chair scraping sharply against the floor, her complexion draining of color in an instant. She dashed forward, her gaze fixated on the remittance authorization, her lips parting slightly, her mind racing yet paralyzed, unable to contemplate. Lin Xiaomin reacted swiftly, snatching the document with piercing intensity. Shouting, "Xiao Yi, fetch the original seal card." Her voice rang clear, akin to a needle piercing through hot oil. Xiao Yi stumbled towards the filing cabinet, her hands trembling as she struggled to open the drawer, the sealed seal card clattering to the floor. The fan continued to creak, papers rustled, and footsteps hurriedly approached from behind, while others abruptly stood, dragging their chairs across the floor with a shrill sound. "Isn't this the remittance we just processed this morning? Southern Bali?" Someone whispered in astonishment, and the moment those words left their mouth, it was akin to tossing a match into a powder keg. Lu Junkai furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Is it merely a hunch? Creating such commotion without even verifying the seal seems rather immature." From another corner, someone could not help but mutter, "That was terrifying. If it turns out to be a false alarm, we might all need to go home and recover from the shock." Xiao Yi stood at the edge of the desk, as if pinned in place, her gaze locked onto the red seal stamped on the remittance authorization, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. She remained motionless, seemingly awaiting a final judgment, as if any moment now, someone might declare it a misunderstanding, allowing her to emerge from the depths of hell. Fang Yuji had already approached, her movements still composed, though her face bore a frightful tension. She lowered her gaze onto the seal card and the document, remaining silent. Lin Xiaomin began to meticulously compare the items, first folding them diagonally to match the seals, then folding them in a cross to scrutinize them. The desk lamp was pushed closer, illuminating the red seal. Her brow furrowed tighter, each stroke examined with excruciating slowness. One by one, people gathered around, their heads nearly touching the edge of the desk, forming a dense ring of onlookers. Look at the character Fong on the seal of the southern branch of China Bally Group. Lin Xiaomin finally spoke, her voice low, as if forced from her throat. The original ink is curved inward at the end, like a hook, whereas this one is flat, as if the stroke was not properly finished. The seal on this remittance authorization is forged, Lin Xiaomin declared, and the air seemed to freeze instantaneously, several individuals gasping in unison. A forged seal? A forgery? Had this promissory note already been dispatched? It was detonated, completely exploded. When was this transaction processed? This one was delivered this morning. The responsible party, Wen Li, confirmed. This remittance process, from the moment the remittance authorization was received to the issuance of the note, necessitated 3 essential procedures. Thus, every individual who handled it bore some responsibility. The gravity of that responsibility varied, but it was nonetheless present. Who was in charge of this promissory note transaction? My voice, like a broken bellows, faltered after a single utterance, leaving me unable to articulate a second word. Lin Xiaomin gazed at me, inquiring if I was responsible for the initial ticket review. My complexion turned a ghastly shade, and for a fleeting moment, my gaze lost its focus. I nodded, only to feel my entire being deflate, my fingers gripping the edge of the table as I nearly sank back into my chair. Retrieve the relevant documents from Bally Group today, record them according to protocol. Seal them, lock them away for future reference. Fang Yuji's voice rose sharply. Despite her attempt to maintain composure, the astonishment in her eyes was unmistakable. This amounts to 1,200,000. For the people of today, it is akin to an astronomical figure. Examine all documents meticulously, cross-reference them with daily transaction records. Export the computer data synchronously. Prepare to preserve relevant evidence. Notify the credit department. Inform the director. Alert President Li quickly. Hurry. As Fang Yuji's command echoed through the room, the accounting department erupted like an anthill set ablaze. Chairs scraped against the floor, drawers flew open, and chaos ensued as everyone busied themselves. The crowd moved hastily in the cramped space, breaths laden with a sense of urgency. Fang Andy. Chen Guodong leaned closer, lowering his voice as he urged. Should we first investigate the bank of the payee for the bill of exchange and notify them to freeze the funds? This was his first contribution since the situation escalated. His tone was subdued, yet laced with gravity. Fang Yuji was taken aback, her expression shifting sharply. Right. It seemed that the sudden turn of events had rendered her somewhat disoriented. She abruptly turned to Lin Xiaomin, commanding, Xiaomin, check the bill of exchange quickly. Find the payee's account opening bank. Understood. Lin Xiaomin responded without hesitation, swiftly returning to her workstation, her fingers gliding through the ledger with precision. Meanwhile, I had stepped back from the drawer holding the seal card, standing frozen in place, my face ashen, breath taut like a drawn bowstring. I attempted to explain multiple times, but not a word escaped my lips, my gaze fixated on the letter of authorization and the seal card. Chen Guodong, however, understood that this could not be entirely attributed to my actions. After all, the mastermind behind this fraudulent scheme possessed remarkable intelligence and had even arranged for distractions to divert my attention. Yet, he chose not to voice this, knowing full well that it would only provoke questions about why he and T raised concerns at the time, a classic case of being left in the lurch while missing the grapes. Chapter 23. Successful interception. Unbeknownst to anyone, Jiang Hojun, the head of the credit department, had taken his position at the entrance of the accounting department, observing coldly. He remained silent, arms crossed, brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as it swept over each face, as if scrutinizing and evaluating. What is the amount on this bill of exchange? Jiang Hojun finally spoke, his tone measured and calm, instilling a sense of reassurance. 1,200,000, Lin Xiaomin replied softly, the moment the words left her lips. The air seemed to freeze. Who discovered it first? Chen Guodong. Lin Xiaomin answered succinctly, her tone unusually grave. It was Chen Guodong who noticed the discrepancy with the seal while he was reconciling the documents. She added, his observation skills are remarkable. When I verified the seal earlier, I took a considerable amount of time to notice that the final stroke of the character was slightly different from the original. The seal on that letter of authorization was forged with remarkable precision. When folded diagonally, it almost perfectly aligned, and at the time, Xiao Yi was utterly oblivious to it. Zhang Hojun's gaze fixed on Chen Guodong, his expression inscrutable, offering no further commentary, merely nodding slightly as he continued to stand silently nearby. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the corridor. What is happening? What is the matter? President Li Qingming and Sister Lan from the office had also arrived. Upon entering and observing the accounting department bustling with activity, they refrained from speaking immediately and approached Zhang Hojun instead. The three of them stepped aside into a corner, deliberately lowering their voices to converse. Have we clarified the situation? Li Qingming inquired solemnly. It's a forgery of the seal from the southern branch of China Bally Group, which was used to issue a bill of exchange here. Fortunately, we discovered it quickly. Otherwise, it would have been too late by the time the company reconciled their accounts. Zhang Hojun replied quietly. The bill of exchange was for 1,200,000, and I just checked. It followed the Southern Bally's bill exchange procedure. They are currently contacting the paying bank, but it remains uncertain if we can intercept it. However, given the timing, it should still be manageable. Thank goodness we caught it in time. Chen Guodong has made a significant contribution, he continued. Li Qingming paused for a few seconds before responding slowly. If we manage to intercept it, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. Next month, we should all go to Mount Luofu to offer our gratitude. He added, the credit department needs to liaise with the company. Southern Bally is affiliated with Chunyi, right? You should accompany Chunyi. It's best if they handle the police report, and we will assist and follow up. Remember to keep it low-key. We must be mindful of the impact and stabilize the situation first. Zhang Hojun nodded, understood. Having the company take the lead is the best option. Our bank's reputation is paramount. If a problem arises, Li Qingming interjected, if a problem truly arises, no one will escape responsibility. Whoever handled it must take responsibility. We will report to the police. From the processing to the review and the department heads. No one will avoid the consequences. Prepare for the fallout. After speaking, Li Qingming's gaze became more serious, and he fell silent, slowly lifting his eyes toward the accounting department. It was likely that at this moment, he felt dissatisfaction toward Fang Yuji. Sister Lan, standing to the side, wore a grim expression but refrained from interjecting. Meanwhile, the accounting staff remained oblivious to the discussions among the three senior executives, sensing instead an unusual chill enveloping the office. Xiao Yi gradually lowered her head, the last flicker of hope in her eyes falling away silently like withered leaves. We've made contact. Lin Xiaoman's excited voice broke through. The other party said they can temporarily halt the payment. Covering the receiver, Lin Xiaoman turned, her tone finally brightening. They will hold the account temporarily. But we need to expedite the relevant procedures. The most crucial requirement is to have formal documentation from the Public Security Department and the company. Great. Fang Yuji quickly responded. I will draft the verification process for our accounting department. I'll get started right away. In truth, the accounting department had already completed all they could do. Li Qingming stood aside, scanning the room slowly, remaining silent, merely casting a brief glance at Zhang Hojun. Zhang Hojun nodded without hesitation, as if he had already reached a tacit understanding. He wasted no time and pulled out an old communication notebook from his pocket, flipping through a couple of pages with deliberate ease. At the moment he dialed the number, a relaxed smile replaced the gravity on his face, his tone light and jovial, as though engaging in a casual exchange with an old friend. Hello? Director Huang, it's me, Jiang. He chuckled. It's been ages since we last gathered. I happen to have a small matter to discuss, business-related and quite urgent. I'm bringing along Chun, our lovely colleague from the bank. Yes, that's right, Chenyi. Shall we come over to have a word? Yes, it'll only take a moment. It won't delay you. We can handle things while enjoying a little drink. And later indulge in some fresh pig offal porridge, just out of the slaughterhouse. What do you say? On the other end, Director Huang seemed to chuckle as well. Old Jiang. Your sudden call had me thinking you were going to remind me about the loan repayment. All right, you're welcome. See you soon. Great. I'll be on my way immediately. At 9 o'clock that night, Chen Guodong finally exited the bank's doors. The summer night breeze rushed in through his collar, carrying the day's oppressive heat and an indescribable weariness. He stood at the steps, gazing up at the dim yellow streetlight in front of the old office building, reminiscent of the light in his heart, illuminating yet utterly mundane. Silence enveloped the building at last. He turned back, as if he could still hear Fang Yuji's subdued voice as she spoke, suppressing her emotions. In that meeting, the moment Zhang Hojun left, President Li Qingming had begun to erupt. Though his voice was not hoarse, each word weighed heavily. The accounting department was called out and criticized from top to bottom. None could escape unscathed. Fang Yuji included, stood up to offer a profound self-critique, her shoulders tense, yet she repeatedly stated, "The responsibility lies with me," even choking on her words at one point. Lin Xiaomin remained silent, head bowed, while Xiaoyi could no longer contain herself, her eyes reddened from tears. President Li did not resort to shouting. Instead, he incessantly emphasized the importance of process awareness and the necessity for the verification system to be upheld. Each declaration resonating like a hammer on the minds of all present. Today, we were fortunate. No losses were incurred. But we cannot rely on luck. We depend on systems, on processes, and on people. Ultimately, President Li pointed out Chen Guodong's name. If it weren't for Comrade Chen Guodong's timely reminder today, we would have remained in the dark, awaiting disaster. This young man is meticulous and cautious, worthy of commendation. In that moment, a heavy silence fell over the accounting department. Chen Guodong, however, felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, inwardly lamenting his lack of foresight. Was he not placing himself on the proverbial hot seat? His past life's experiences taught him that such praise might not sit well with his colleagues. Why was he being commended when they faced criticism? They might even forget that it was he who had saved them from calamity. Some might argue that it was an overreaction, claiming it was akin to repaying kindness with enmity. Yet for one who has lived two lives, Chen Guodong knew this truth. Never overestimate human nature. Chapter 24. Even if you hate me, you must feed me before you hate. Alas, Chen Guodong let out a silent sigh, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Despite his tireless efforts, he had reaped no benefits, and this meeting not only subjected him to a figurative roasting, but also delayed his dinner plans and the task of escorting someone home. At this hour, even the late-night eateries were nearing closure. Wait, dinner? Had he not promised to pick up Jiang Xiao after work for a meal? Chen Guodong muttered a curse under his breath and hurried away. When he arrived at the office building of Yangcheng Light, the entire structure was nearly shrouded in darkness, with only a few scattered figures illuminated under the streetlights across the road. His gaze swept over the scene until it landed on a girl standing quietly by the flower bed. Clad in a white shirt and a navy long skirt, her hair neatly tied back, she seemed to be enveloped in the soft glow of the moonlight, resembling a porcelain doll inadvertently lost in the mundane world. It was Jiang Xiao, with her head bowed. One hand clutched her bag strap, while the other absent-mindedly fidgeted with her clothing, as if she were intently waiting for someone, yet wholly absorbed in her own thoughts. The light caught the wisps of hair framing her forehead, evoking an inexplicable tightening in his chest. For a fleeting moment, Chen Guodong felt a pang of emotion, his steps slowing. But in the next instant, his irritation flared again. Jiang Xiao. He strode over, his tone balanced yet tinged with suppressed frustration. How long have you been waiting? Upon seeing him, her eyes brightened momentarily before she quickly looked down, murmuring, "Not long." "Have you eaten?" he inquired, lowering his voice. She shook her head. "Not yet." Chen Guodong inhaled sharply, touched yet scolding her. "Are you missing a screw in your head? You finish work and don't eat or go home. Standing here waiting for someone can't substitute for a meal." Jiang Xiao kept her head down, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry. You said you would come to pick me up after work. I thought you were busy, so I didn't want to rush you." Her words were so soft they seemed on the verge of being carried away by the wind. Resembling a little kitten that had erred, even her breathing felt restrained. Chen Guodong gazed at her, feeling an almost explosive frustration. Yet he found himself unable to utter another harsh word. "Let us go." He gestured firmly, to Shafan village. "You must finish a bowl of and a plate of tonight. No leaving until you do." Jiang Xiao lifted her gaze for a brief moment, seemingly taken aback. But the next instant, she quickened her pace to follow him in silence. "From now on, listen carefully, Jiang Xiao," Chen Guodong chided as they walked. "No matter how busy you are or what is happening, you must eat. Even if you despise me, you must eat before you can hate me." Came her soft reply, imbued with a tenderness that seemed to encapsulate her entire heart within that one syllable. The moonlight illuminated the path ahead, casting their shadows, one long, one short, as the girl quietly walked alongside the boy, feeling finally that someone was there to shield her from the world. The following morning, Chen Guodong entered the office as usual. The atmosphere within was notably quieter than normal. Fang Yuji glanced up at him, offering no words. Yet her expression held a softness that was more pronounced than usual. Lin Xiaomin also nodded gently, her demeanor reflecting a calmness tinged with admiration. Wenli smiled at him, while Xiaoya cast a glance his way, her eyes reflecting a complex and suppressed gratitude, quickly averting her gaze as if fearing to reveal too much. Chen Guodong returned to his seat, his back yet to meet the chair, feeling an initial sense of relief. It seemed his concerns about human nature being inherently malevolent were perhaps exaggerated. He exhaled softly, lowered his head to open his computer, and silently mused. The world in 1993 does not appear so bleak after all. Just past 9, having just concluded a transaction. Chen Guodong was preparing to organize the next set of documents when a familiar voice rang out from the doorway. Chen Guodong. He looked up, his brow subtly twitching. Indeed, it was Lu Jiyu. Today, she was alone, the middle-aged man with half a bald head absent from her side. She wore a fitted floral dress, lightly made up, standing on her small heels outside the counter, smiling at him across it. As she approached, she waved her hand. Why did you ignore me that day? There was a hint of grievance in her tone. I even had our supervisor transfer my account to your branch for you. Her voice was not quiet, deliberately elongated, as if she feared others might not realize what she had done. Chen Guodong paused, his peripheral vision quickly scanning the accounting department, where colleagues had already shifted their attention towards them. A sense of foreboding washed over him. What brings you here? His tone was mild, yet tinged with disdain. To collect the receipt, she winked at him. Is it already done? Yes, it is, she replied sweetly. Then don't linger here. The exit is in front, to the left. He gestured curtly. Lu Jiyu seemed oblivious to his tone, still smiling brightly. Aren't you going to see me off? Consider it a little gesture of pursuit. Standing confidently outside the counter, her demeanor suggested she believed she held the advantage in this exchange. Chen Guodong regarded her expressionlessly. Hurry along, don't hold up the other clients, he said, turning to return to his seat. How stingy. I'm practically your client now, yet you remain so aloof, she pouted, taking a few steps away before turning back to wave. Chen Guodong's brow twitched. Although no one in the accounting department spoke, their glances were laden with implication. And a few women handling transactions exchanged knowing looks, their lips curling in amusement. Feeling a headache coming on, he made a decisive choice, sighed, and took a shortcut through the counter to catch up with Lu Jiyu, whispering, All right, enough talk. I'll see you out. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyu beamed, as if this were an acknowledgement from him. However, Chen Guodong wore no polite smile, his strides brisk as he led her to the entrance, saying little, merely pointing ahead. The exit is straight ahead, to the right. There's a bus stop. Is that it? Lu Jiyu stood in the sunlight, speaking softly. In the past, I was naive. Once I left school and entered society, I realized that you truly cared for me back then. That kind of care was entirely selfless. As Lu Jiyu seemed poised to continue, Chen Guodong's lips twitched. Don't. I need to get back. I have work to do. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly seemed to recall something, turning back to Lu Jiyu with a playful smile and a teasing tone. By the way, didn't I leave you a note that night? It clearly stated that you, with your susceptibility to scoundrels, should be careful not to be ensnared by the rogues around you. Without waiting for her reaction, he swiftly turned and walked away, as if fearing that even a moment's delay would leave him unable to escape. Lu Jiyu remained rooted in place, momentarily stunned, before eventually breaking into a smile, thinking to herself, he still cares about me. Chapter 25, The Fox? Unbeknownst to Chen Guodong, who felt liberated, his jesting words had been misinterpreted by Lu Jiyu. In good spirits, he pushed open the door to the accounting department, his steps light. Just as he intended to head to his desk, he paused, stunned. On his desk lay a fox? More accurately, it was a woman clad in a white silk blouse and a pale apricot skirt. One side of her face was nestled in her arm, and her chestnut, slightly curled hair cascaded down onto the desk, soft and alluring. Her figure was elongated, reminiscent of a slender porcelain vase, her curves delicately accentuated, creating a waistline that seemed almost unreal when she lay on her side. As she shifted her arm, the jade bracelet on her wrist sparkled in the morning light, while the pearls on her earlobes swayed gently, as if they might slip from her ears at any moment. Fang Yi, she languidly began, her voice imbued with a hint of playful charm. I was utterly exhausted yesterday, accompanying General Huang from Bali Southern Company until 2 in the morning. As she spoke, She shifted her position like a cat, and her amber fox-like eyes met Chen Guodong's gaze, the mole at the corner of her eye seemingly smiling. "Oh, isn't this the benefactor of our little lady?" She raised her brow with a smile, as if just awakening from a delightful dream, her teasing tone more ethereal than her silk gown. "When will I be able to repay you, perhaps with my very being?" Chen Guodong stood still, masking any astonishment, his gaze calmly sweeping over her eyes. He merely nodded politely, his voice imbued with a perfectly measured shyness. "You are too kind." His tone was soft, yet carried an unmistakable air of detachment, effortlessly dismissing Chen Ye's flirtation. She appeared somewhat taken aback, yet her smile deepened, as if intrigued by the unexpected challenge. "Do not tease our college student," Fang Yuji remarked without looking up, somewhat irked. "She's just been assigned and still carries that student air. Do you intend to provoke her already?" At that, she turned her gaze to Chen Guodong. "This is Chen Yi from the credit department. She is responsible for clients from Bali Southern, and there will be ample opportunities for her to interact with our accounting department." Chen Yi let out a soft hum, rising with a languid grace. "Aunt Fang, the way you speak makes it seem as if I intend to consume him. I merely believe that a life-saving grace ought to be repaid in kind." With that, she deliberately winked at Chen Guodong, her fox-like eyes creating ripples across the surface of the water. Chen Guodong's gaze fell, revealing no hint of fluctuation. Yet, within his seasoned soul, accumulated over 70 years, he silently acknowledged, "Impressive. This woman possesses an uncanny ability to exploit the advantages of her femininity." Such a person, with her beguiling demeanor, flits between numerous men, deftly manipulating them while artfully maintaining her distance. Chen Yi observed the subtle restraint in Chen Guodong's eyes, as if she had finally encountered an intriguing adversary. With a playful curl of her lips, she turned, allowing the silk of her white dress to arc gently at her waist. "Very well, this little lady would first return to the credit department to report." She raised her hand to wave at Fang Yuji, saying, "Aunt Fang, I shall return shortly to collect the handover document from last night. For now, I need to brew a cup of coffee to refresh myself." As she spoke, her slender fingers gathered the chestnut curls cascading over her shoulder, the delicate strands slipping through her grasp, while the pearl earrings swayed gently, catching the soft glow of the fluorescent lights. She walked leisurely to the door, glancing back to wink at Chen Guodong with an enigmatic expression, as if to flaunt an imaginary foxtail. A fragrance, reminiscent of orchids and musk, trailed behind her as she departed. Within the office, the atmosphere settled back into tranquility, akin to tea that had just been lightly stirred, although the lingering essence at the bottom of the cup continued to emit its subtle aroma. Fang Yuji, without lifting her gaze, remarked with a hum, "You should pay her less attention. She has always been this way. However, she is quite pleasant and takes good care of our accounting department." Chen Guodong shrugged, yet inwardly mused about the splendid sight that must arise when this woman stands alongside Jiang Xiao. He recalled the previous evening's scene at Shefan village, when Jiang Xiao, noticing his preference for beef and stir-fried rice noodles, had diligently set aside all the beef from her plate for him. Chen Guodong sighed, resolutely deciding that Jiang was indeed the better choice. He thought to himself that if he were to dine with the vixen, she would surely devour both the beef and him. As days slipped by, the repercussions of the bill fraud incident continued to ripple outward, yet its resolution unfolded far more favorably than Chen Guodong had anticipated. The outcome from the credit department was unexpectedly commendable, a true reversal of fortune. Under the guidance of Jiang Hojun and Chen Yi, Southern Bali proactively reported the case to the police, leading to a swift resolution. Ultimately, it was determined that the crime involved collusion between internal employees and external parties, with the bank emerging as a model of risk awareness and timely intervention. More significantly, Southern Bali transferred its settlement operations, previously scattered across several other banks, to the Dongshan branch. The internal response was overwhelmingly positive, publicly attributing their success to robust procedural safeguards, while privately acknowledging the crucial communication skills of Jiang Hojun and Chen Yi. Chen Guodong himself reaped considerable benefits from this situation. The incident where he had identified the irregularities in the bills and promptly alerted the credit department had become well known within the bank. Everyone recognized that he was merely a newly arrived employee, yet it was his keen observation and timely reporting, coupled with his earnest demeanor, that garnered him unexpected acclaim. In a moment, his reputation soared, and he was no longer viewed as an inconspicuous newcomer. Yet, at this juncture, Chen Guodong felt a pressing sense of urgency. It is already the end of September. According to memories from a past life, it is the time when the credit department is about to welcome new talent. An opportunity he has long awaited. Ideally, the credit department would recognize his potential and promote him. However, such a scenario is improbable. It has never occurred in history. Nor will it materialize out of thin air now. Chen Guodong, an astute individual who has traversed 2 lifetimes, possesses a clear understanding of his current situation. Despite appearing to flourish, all he has demonstrated is his proficiency as an accountant, which does not necessarily equate to being a competent credit officer. The role of a credit officer hinges on connections, communication skills, social acumen, and even one's capacity to consume alcohol, none of which he has had the opportunity to showcase. Lu Junkai's father holds a leadership position in the district, a natural advantage that is irrevocable. Thus, since passive waiting yields no results, he must seek an active approach. To be proactive means to break the stalemate. Yet this is no easy feat. Firstly, there is Aunt Fong, his immediate superior. Any attempt to transfer him cannot bypass her. Despite her seemingly leisurely speech, her actions are meticulous and precise. If she does not wish for him to be transferred, she possesses countless means to prevent it. Secondly, the credit department seeks individuals who can deliver results, not merely those skilled in accounting. He has not substantiated any of the essential qualities expected of a credit officer. And no one would vacate a position for an accountant. If he lacks competitiveness in these areas, he must rely on interpersonal relationships. Yet he has neither connections nor the means to curry favor. There seems to be no viable path ahead. Nevertheless, one must forge ahead. Chapter 26. The night banquet. As the afternoon drew to a close, Chun Yi sauntered into the accounting department, gliding gracefully like a fox. Her smile reminiscent of a breeze sweeping through swaying lotus flowers. General Manager Huang from Bali mentioned hosting a dinner to express gratitude for the East Mountain Branch's efforts in safeguarding their finances. Her words were laced with laughter. Her tear mole at the corner of her eye barely visible. Naturally, the accounting department also played a crucial role. Aunt Fong. Both you and Chen Guodong must attend tonight's gathering at the Bingxing Mansion south of Haiyan Bridge at 7 o'clock. She cast a glance at Chen Guodong. Her smile a blend of sincerity and jest. They specifically requested your presence, saying you are young, perceptive, and quick on your feet. I wonder if your performance can endure. With that, she departed, her skirt swirling as if leaving nothing behind, leaving Chen Guodong, a man of 2 lifetimes, blushing. That evening at Bingxing Mansion, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. An octagonal table was adorned with exquisite dishes. General Manager Huang occupied the seat of honor, with Jiang Hojun to his left and Chun Yi to his right. As the youngest, Chen Guodong sat modestly near the entrance, yet perfectly positioned diagonally across from General Manager Huang. From Baoli, the attendees included General Manager Huang, Financial Supervisor Shi Fan, and a young female accountant named Xiao Hong. As for Aunt Fong, who could rival a seasoned fox in cunning, she was all too aware that her absence was merely a sign of respect. Her presence would have been unnecessary. Thanks to the vigilance of Zhang's team and your bank, I have avoided making any missteps. General Manager Huang began with familiar pleasantries. Raising his glass, Jiang, allow me to toast you. Jiang Hojun smiled and stood. We are here to serve our clients. Ensuring the safety of their funds is our duty, and we are honored to do so. I must express my gratitude to Mr. Huang for his unwavering support of our bank. The two clinked their glasses and, as if by natural progression, the conversation shifted to Miss Chun. Mr. Huang, with a beaming smile, remarked, however, the most remarkable one here is Miss Chun. Truly a commendable employee of your China Construction Bank, proficient in her work and blessed with beauty. Miss Chun raised an eyebrow, elegantly holding her glass, and replied, I cannot claim to be exceptional. It's merely that Mr. Huang possesses a generous nature and has been particularly kind to me. With a playful glimmer in her eye, she added, if you were to withhold your favor, I would find myself lacking in ability. Mr. Huang laughed heartily. Of course, I will oblige. As the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with drinks flowing and dishes served, Mr. Huang suddenly chuckled and said, I have a relative who works at a small subsidiary of the Shaanxi Coal Company. They have recently initiated a project and are in need of a loan. He turned to Jiang Hojun. Mr. Jiang, this concerns you. Without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Hojun laughed and nodded. Mr. Huang, you are being overly formal. Anyone you refer to is indeed one of us. Have him reach out to Xiao Chen. There is no need for collateral or guarantees. We can arrange a credit loan directly. Their light-hearted banter concealed the gravity of their agreement. What followed was a celebration, with all guests reveling in the moment. Miss Chen gently swirled her wine glass, the jade bracelet on her wrist reflecting a soft green glow under the lights. She turned to Mr. Huang with a smile. This meal truly reflects your refined taste. The dishes at the Bingxing Mansion are not only delectable, but also ensure that every guest feels their visit is worthwhile. Mr. Huang laughed heartily. Miss Chen, you have a way with words. I shall see if you can leave here feeling fulfilled. Then I shall drink a few more glasses. And I assure you, I shall not leave disappointed, Miss Chen replied languidly, taking a sip of her wine, her natural allure radiating like the warm lights of the private room. Amidst the laughter, she gracefully refilled Xiao Hong's glass and discreetly removed the empty plate from in front of Mr. Huang. Each gesture exuded an effortless charm, creating an ambience of ease and comfort for everyone present. She did not need to engage in flattery. Often, a gentle remark at the table would energize the atmosphere, drawing everyone into her lively spirit. As the group began to settle after a round of drinks, the mood turned slightly subdued. With a subtle flick of her high-heeled shoe, Miss Chen nudged Chen Guodong's calf. Understanding her cue, he stood up and slightly bowed towards Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang, thank you for gracing us with your presence today. I would like to propose a toast to you. His tone was unassuming, yet his glass was filled to the brim. Without pretense or embellishment, he swiftly downed the drink. Mr. Huang set down his chopsticks, casting a glance at him, and with a smile, returned half a glass. Good drinking capacity. You're quite straightforward. As expected from someone nurtured by Jiangku, Chen Guodong nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining a balance of humility and confidence, then turned to toast Fan. Filling his glass once more, his tone softened. Senior, I have heard much about you from Jiechun. This toast is for you. Fan smiled and nodded, their glasses clinking with a crisp sound. Chen Guodong then toasted Xiao Hong, and again, his glass was full, while she enjoyed red wine. As the wine reached its seventh measure and the dishes dwindled, Chen Yi gently swirled her glass, reclining back with a leisurely tone. In our bank, we place great emphasis on rigor. At times, adhering to rules may seem cumbersome to others, and even to us, it can feel tedious, yet there is no alternative. Her voice, though soft, effectively drowned out the faint melodies wafting from the private room. General Huang chuckled, half in jest, from what I gather. If I were to present you, Miss Chen, with 2 bottles of Mao Tai, would I need to submit a formal application? Chen Yi tilted her head, her gaze shimmering like rippling water. You flatter me. If you were to truly gift me something, I would indeed need to provide a reason, a small token, yet heavy with sentiment and an overwhelming presence. Laughter erupted among the group. She raised her glass, shimmering it lightly, her glance momentarily resting on Chen Guodong before returning. Her tone light, yet weighty. However, sometimes, one must consider the individuals behind the rules. Stability often arises from the steadiness of the person involved. General Huang, upon hearing this, squinted and nodded with a smile. That is indeed the case. I find you, Xiao Chun, to be quite composed, having consumed so much. You remain remarkably steady. Perhaps the wine is insufficient. The crowd erupted in laughter, each urging Chen Yi to drink heartily. Chen Guodong remained silent, raising his glass alongside the others. And after a while, he took the initiative to toast, commencing a new round of toasts. Jiang Hojun observed all with clarity. He remained impassive, merely nodding with a slight raise of his glass, already possessing certain conclusions in his mind. Thus, another round of toasts began, and the revelers departed in high spirits. Upon exiting, it was evident that everyone had reached their limits. Leaving Bingsheng, the hour had surpassed 10 o'clock, and the late spring night breeze felt somewhat intoxicating, with the neon lights flickering at the entrance like the unawakened dreams of a bygone year. Jiang Hojun draped his arm over General Huang's shoulder, the two of them whispering and swaying toward the parking lot, reminiscent of long-lost brothers from decades past. After a few steps, they patted each other's backs, their laughter imbued with a warmth as if they were bound by shared fortunes. General Huang has truly gauged the measure of things. I shall escort him home, Jiang Hojun remarked, his voice low yet audible to those nearby. General Huang laughed heartily. If today's revelry has been satisfactory, I must trouble you, Jiang. The two descended the steps shoulder to shoulder, meandering unsteadily toward the parking area. Their steps wavered, akin to having imbibed too much, yet also reflecting the deep camaraderie between them. Chapter 27. The Fox as an Immortal. Standing by the door, Chen Guodong watched the two figures recede into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Had he been the naive novice of his previous life, he might have genuinely believed in this joviality. Now, he merely perceived that some matters were settled at the dining table, yet the true exchanges of interests could never be articulated in a state of inebriation. He understood all too well. The real dealings are seldom discussed openly. Fan supported Xiao Hong as they walked alongside, the young girl having spoken little throughout the evening. Her cheeks now flushed like petals kissed by the blush of dawn, clearly having had her fill. I shall see her home, Fan said with a nod. His demeanor relaxed, yet his gaze remained fixated on Xiao Hong. Thus, the group dispersed, following the natural course of the evening. Now only Chen Guodong and Chen Yi remained at the door, the night breeze slightly chilly. Chen Yi wore a white shirt dress, swaying a bit as if the night itself were her only support. How do you feel now? Chen Guodong inquired. Chen Yi tilted her head, a cryptic smile gracing her lips, her eyes glistening with the remnants of intoxication, reminiscent of a fox awakening from slumber in a wine cellar. Her lashes fluttered, the corners of her eyes tinged with a faint blush, while her lips seemed to carry an innate allure. I'm feeling a bit dizzy and my legs are weak, she replied, her voice soft and slightly nasal, like one just roused from sleep, or perhaps intentionally feigning a playful vulnerability. Chen Guodong offered her support, and she leaned into him, the fabric of her dress light as a whisper, her shoulders cool against his arm. Reacting swiftly, he turned slightly, steadying her with an expertly measured touch, firm yet respectful, his left arm resting just beneath her shoulder blade, poised to withdraw at any moment. She clearly sensed his caution. Her gaze brightened, and without uttering a word, she leaned in more dramatically. She resembled a tipsy white-dressed cat curling up beside him. If you don't hold me, I might really fall. My home is near Hyde Park. Would you take me back? She looked up at him, her eyes shimmering like rippling water, her lashes fluttering delicately like butterflies dipped in twilight. Chen Guodong nodded gently. Hyde Park was not far, a mere 10-minute walk at most. As they strolled, Chen Yi's steps were languid, as though treading on water, occasionally brushing against his foot or grazing his arm. Each time, he deftly sidestepped, allowing her to lean in while remaining untouchable, akin to a moth retreating from the flames, unnoticeably inching backward as the heat approached. She certainly noticed this. Hence, the mirth in her eyes deepened, drawing her closer, her tone becoming increasingly tender. Why don't you hold me tighter? I really can't walk. Chen Guodong's lips twitched, a quiet chuckle echoing in his mind. This fox, is she truly drunk or merely pretending? Yet he understood that, at this moment, an ordinary man would surely succumb to temptation. But he was not that man, nor did he dare to be. His sole desire was to escort this fox home swiftly, while he envisioned Jiang Shuyao's clear, water-like eyes in his mind. As they walked along the street, the lights flickered like stars, her pace slow and restless. With every step, she inadvertently brushed against him, her calves grazing the hem of his trousers, her fingertips fleetingly skimming over the back of his hand, or leaning against his shoulder for stability. You feel so warm, she suddenly remarked, her voice low like a whisper of wind, tinged with a soft, plaintive quality. Is it because all men are like this? So warm when they lean against you? No, Chen Guodong replied, his gaze fixed ahead, his voice intentionally subdued. I'm just worried you might fall. Then you should hold me properly, she said, nearly draping herself over him, resembling a drunken, soft little fox, murmuring, if you don't hold me, I might really cling to you. She nestled even closer, her breath brushing against his ear. Are you feeling nervous? Chen Guodong was speechless, yet his body betrayed him, involuntarily slowing its pace. She was right beside him, close enough that he could feel the softness of her presence. That damned white dress swayed in the night like a dream. The fragrance of the person next to him carried a hint of sweet fruit wine, mingled with a faint, cool note of perfume, like a slow-acting poison that could soften one's resolve. Chen Yi called softly, Chen Guodong. She lifted her eyes, and in that instant, her gaze shimmered like rippling water, as if it could consume him. You're drunk. I know, she replied, blinking, her fox-like eyes glistening. If I weren't drunk, how would you be here? Her home was within an upscale residential building. As she pressed the elevator button, she leaned against the wall, lowering her head as if about to fall asleep. Yet in the next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes to look at him, her gaze piercing. You're really handsome. Chen Guodong felt his cheeks flush. Do you have a girlfriend? She tilted her head and asked, Has anyone ever told you that when you smile, you look like you could deceive someone? I'm not smiling. Even when you're not smiling, you look like you could deceive someone. When you do smile, it's even worse, she said, stifling a hiccup. Her hand gently brushed against his chest before quickly retracting. Your heart is beating so fast. Chen Guodong's hand had already clenched tightly, his palms slick with sweat. This damned fox. Upon opening the door, she flopped onto the sofa, curling up like a cat. Her white dress cascading to her knees, revealing a smooth calf. I'm feeling dizzy. She lay on the sofa, clutching a cushion, curling her body like a lost girl. Please don't go. Just sit for a while. Chen Guodong remained silent, finding a blanket to cover her. His fingers grazed her cheek, but ultimately, he refrained from touching her. Softly, he said, "Good night," then turned to leave, closing the door gently behind him. In the darkness, the person on the bed fluttered her eyelashes, and soon after, her eyes opened, no longer clouded. She closed them again, a smile slowly curling at the corners of her mouth, resembling a fox that had just encountered its prey. The next day dawned bright and sunny, the weather splendid. The door to the accounting department swung open with a sharp crack, and Chunyi entered, clad in a sharp professional outfit. Her heels clicked on the floor. Her white shirt dress impeccably pressed, her makeup flawless, her brows and eyes fresh, revealing none of the previous night's intoxication. Chen Guodong was already at his desk. Immersed in work, his demeanor unchanged, as if nothing had transpired the night before. She paused briefly, casting a glance at him. No reaction whatsoever. Little puppy, Chunyi muttered under her breath, turning to leave, her high heels echoing crisply, proclaiming her dissatisfaction. The old dog, over 70 years of age, raised his eyes to watch her silhouette fade away, a barely noticeable smirk gracing his lips. What a stingy little fox. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the National Day holiday. Chen Guodong had initially planned to travel with Jiang Xiao to enhance their relationship. Moreover, considering her frugality, they could book 2 rooms. He could sleep on the floor, and then see whether Jiang Xiaomei would lament the loss of money or his absence. However, knowing Jiang Xiao's nature, by the time she made a decision, it would likely be too late. Eventually, she would probably claim that money was insufficient and suggest they share a twin room instead. Jiang Xiao undoubtedly harbored reservations, yet she found herself unable to voice a refusal. Chapter 28, Hand in Hand. As Chen Guodong's thoughts wandered into the realms of fantasy, fate intervened unexpectedly. Truly, man's calculations pale in comparison to the whims of destiny. In the latter half of 1993, the national economic landscape appeared to brighten, the stock market flourished with activity, and the public's consciousness of financial investment was awakened. Coupled with the successful precedents set by early adopters, numerous enterprises sought to reap fortunes from this burgeoning opportunity. By October 1993, many companies in Yangcheng, such as Yangcheng and Longqi, were preparing for their public listings, and the sale of stock subscription lottery tickets peaked during the National Day holiday. The immediate consequence was that during the holiday, the Dongshan branch of China Construction Bank, where Chen Guodong worked, operated overtime to sell stock subscription tickets. Chen Guodong became a quintessential 996 worker of the 1990s, engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. Conversely, Jiang Xiao found herself relatively unoccupied during the holiday, spending 5 of the 7 days in the company of Chen Guodong, though her presence merely meant being within his line of sight. The remaining 2 days were, of course, claimed by Yinwenshan. Upon returning after the holiday, the Dongshan branch settled back into its usual rhythm. Files, monthly settlements, detailed statements, and account balance reconciliation. Like a perpetual motion machine, the accounting department churned through its tasks daily, commencing at 9 a.m. with a deluge of paperwork and figures. Chen Guodong remained steadfast at his comprehensive post, engaged in his duties with unwavering focus. His hands moved with remarkable speed, executing each task with precision and grace. At times, a close observer might perceive only a blur where his fingers had been. Though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, a sense of anxiety brewed within him. For he was acutely aware that certain events were unfolding. He sensed the subtle undercurrents of change. Chen Guodong remained inscrutable, diligently attending to his responsibilities, speaking little, and shunning the spotlight. Yet, he began to keenly observe and mentally note the increasing frequency of certain individuals' appearances on the second floor, the ambiguous statements of others, and the sudden closeness between certain colleagues. He deduced that the personnel adjustments within the credit department, which had transpired in his previous life during this very period, were imminent. However, unlike before, there appeared to be disagreements among the upper echelons regarding the choice of candidates, and Lu Junkai was no longer the unequivocal frontrunner. Like a sealed well, the surface remained still, while beneath, turmoil brewed. During this time, Jiang Shuyao also perceived the fluctuations in Chen Guodong's emotions. She refrained from probing too deeply, instead adopting a quieter, more submissive demeanor when they met, casting shy glances at him before speaking, as if fearful of disturbing his concentration, her gaze soft and almost tentative. At times, she would timidly grasp the hem of his clothing, trailing alongside him, which was the most earnest form of closeness she could muster. Ultimately, the answers would be unveiled on the day the official transfer orders were announced, as Lu Junkai feigned modesty while handing over his responsibilities. It was difficult to claim that Chen Guodong felt any sense of disappointment. In the end, the decision had favored Lu Junkai, or rather, Lu Junkai's father. Not long after Lu Junkai took over the credit department, he assumed responsibility for nearly all major corporate affairs within the Tiandong district branch. It was evident that without the influence of his father, a district leader, such matters would not be so straightforward. Even an old hand, having traversed several decades, would find it difficult to bear the emotional weight of witnessing the failure of his first significant endeavor to impact the future after his rebirth. Fortunately, Chen Guodong, having weathered numerous storms over the years, managed to maintain his composure. After work, Chen Guodong did not return home, but went to pick up Jiang Xiao. The dusk of October lengthened, the streets washed by the evening breeze, while the setting sun cast its glow over the towering buildings along Yangcheng Avenue, illuminating the neon signs across the street. Jiang Xiao awaited him at the corner outside her workplace, standing beneath an old kapok tree, her silhouette elongated by the sunset. A canvas bag hung diagonally over her sharply defined shoulders, her head slightly bowed as if hesitant to disturb something, her toes gently tapping the edges of the pavement tiles. The sun poured through the gaps between the buildings across the road, illuminating her fair profile, making her skin appear almost translucent, akin to a sheet of rice paper yet to dry. Strands of hair were swept behind her ear by the wind, revealing her serene and exquisite features. Resembling a meticulously painted ink wash, with brows like distant mountains and delicate lashes framing her clear, startled eyes. She stood there like a timid fawn by the water's edge, quietly awaiting the arrival of someone she would willingly follow. Chen Guodong remained silent as he approached, prompting her to lift her gaze. Her eyes were soft and gentle, reminiscent of sunlight filtering through the treetops in winter, non-intrusive yet warm. He collected his emotions, inhaling softly, swallowing down the heavy, vexing feelings like a cup of bitter cold tea, maintaining a stoic facade. He paused and glanced at her. Jiang Xiao bit her lip lightly, as if she had something to say, yet merely adjusted the strap of her canvas bag, lowering her head once more. Suddenly, Chen Guodong extended his hand. The pads of his fingers roughened by years of working with abacus and keyboard, resting upon her slender hand. She instinctively recoiled slightly, but did not withdraw, momentarily startled before gradually allowing him to clasp her hand. Her fingertips were somewhat cool, yet she remained docile in his grasp. They stood side by side in silence for a moment. After a while, Jiang Xiao spoke softly, her voice like a gentle breeze skimming the surface of water. "Shall we go to that Shafan village we visited last time?" The rice noodle soup and stir-fried beef rice noodles were quite good. It felt both tentative and comforting. Chen Guodong regarded her for a moment before nodding. All right. Their hands remained intertwined. The girl leaned slightly towards him, a subtle gesture, quietly following him into the gathering twilight of the bustling crowd. Shafan village's open-air dining area remained in its usual location, alive with chatter on warm summer nights. They chose a table by the window, an old pendant lamp hanging above, casting a warm, hazy glow as it swayed with the turning ceiling fan. Jiang Shuyao quietly placed her order: a large bowl of bok congee, stir-fried beef rice noodles, and a plate of water spinach stir-fried, with fermented bean curd and chili strips. Precisely as if she had long memorized his culinary preferences. Chen Guodong remained silent today, observing Jiang Shuyao as she took the rare initiative in deciding the meal. During their dining, both were unusually quiet. Jiang Shuyao did not glance at Chen Guodong, but delicately picked at the rice noodles on her plate, taking tiny bites. Occasionally, she would carefully extract the tender beef from the noodles and push it toward Chen Guodong. Today, he was surprisingly mute, no longer scolding Jiang Shuyao as he usually did, urging her to consume more meat. Instead, he silently accepted the beef she offered, methodically chewing and swallowing, until every morsel on the table was devoured. Even the chili strips and the water spinach were not spared. Once Chen Guodong set down his chopsticks, Jiang Shuyao stood up to settle the bill. He watched her slender figure with unexpected restraint, refraining from intervening. Upon exiting the restaurant, Jiang Shuyao reached out, gently grasping Chen Guodong's hand. Her fingertips trembled, revealing her nervousness, as it marked her first initiative to hold his hand. Chen Guodong looked down at her. She did not raise her gaze but simply held his hand and walked forward. Step by step, beneath Baiyun Mountain, a gentle breeze stirred, the streetlights elongating their shadows, drawing them closer together. In serene silence, they ambled homeward. Chapter 29. The misfortune diverted. Regardless of fortune or misfortune, life must continue its daily course. The branch's transfer order had arrived, and as Lu Junkai descended to collect all his personal belongings, his humble demeanor concealed a sense of triumph. Chen Guodong remained silent, aware that this outcome was anticipated. Despite his efforts, the overpowering sense of futility overshadowed the disappointment of not receiving the promotion. He had once believed that through diligence and the wisdom gained from a second chance at life, he possessed the ability and opportunity to alter his fate. Yet, in the end, it was merely a farce. His extensive experience and the ability to navigate client challenges paled in comparison to the relentless inertia of the system. The considerations from above, the power struggles, and the chilling logic embedded within the institutional framework reminded him that some matters remain immutable, no matter how much one anticipates change. It was not that he had failed to account for variables, but rather, he never anticipated losing with such helplessness. It was a poignant lesson in the limitations of human endeavor. Chen Guodong felt on the verge of retreating into himself, as if his rebirth held no significance. Merely a tedious repetition of a path already traveled. This renewed existence felt like a cruel joke. Fortunately, during this time, there was still Jiang Shuyao. Each moment spent with her imbued a warmth that made Chen Guodong realize that his second chance at life was not simply a despairing cycle. With Jiang Shuyao by his side, he found profound meaning in his rebirth. Only upon witnessing the present Jiang Shuyao, beneath her serene and exquisite exterior, did Chen Guodong perceive a quietly burgeoning, gentle yet resilient vitality. She resembled a flower that had long been frozen beneath the ice, finally breaking through the soil to embrace the light, exuding a subtle vigor, stubborn yet restrained, concealing within her softness an indomitable flame of spirit that ignited her and illuminated Chen Guodong. In the realm of work, Chen Guodong displayed no outward signs of disturbance, not even a hint of emotional expression. However, during this period, he had grown significantly more silent. Frequently, he found himself seated at his desk, surrounded by a thick stack of receipts and summons, diligently immersed in his tasks. In the office, Xiaoya, Damon, and Wenli were only a few years younger than Chen Guodong. The young people occasionally exchanged laughter, yet he remained aloof, rarely lifting his gaze. Chen Yi had visited him several times, maintaining her radiant demeanor, often speaking with veiled implications, hinting at some playful intrigue. Yet, Chen Guodong merely offered vague responses, completely uninterested. Resembling a wooden figure, occasionally raising his eyes, which seemed shrouded in mist, revealing no hint of turmoil. Chen Yi could discern that Chen Guodong was not like some of the insufferable men she had encountered before, who feigned disinterest while secretly playing juvenile games of seduction. The moment she turned her back, those base men would fixate upon her as if desperate to tear away her garments. In contrast, Chen Guodong regarded her as though she were merely a piece of wood. Of course, he himself was just as wooden. This realization left Chen Yi frustrated, unable to swallow her discontent. If not being promoted to the credit department had dealt a significant blow to Chen Guodong's confidence, then the presence of Chen Guodong had inflicted upon Chen Yi a sense of defeat she had never experienced with any other man. With Chen Guodong's extensive life experience spanning 70 years, he was well aware of her subtle intentions. Yet, at this moment, he lacked the inclination to engage with her. Absorbed in his own world, the more composed he appeared, the more pronounced his latent determination became, akin to a legendary blade, its brilliance concealed within its sheath. Days passed in this manner. One day, Chen Yi sauntered before Chen Guodong once again. She donned a silk-white dress, her slender waist and shapely legs accentuated as she walked, her skirt brushing gracefully against her form, reminiscent of a cat navigating a stack of books. Her chestnut curls cascaded over her shoulders, and the jade bracelet on her wrist sparkled with a gentle luminescence under the fluorescent lights. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye seemed to embody a playful thought, her speech soft and airy, each word laced with subtle provocation. Leaning against Chen Guodong's desk, she spoke earnestly about work-related matters, yet her tone was laced with an enticing allure that suggested an invisible foxtail was playfully teasing. Just as Chen Guodong felt a throbbing headache, a cheerful voice broke through from the reception area. Lu Jiyu, another source of his growing discomfort. She was no longer the girl in a school uniform. Now, she wore a white dress with pale green accents, fitted tightly at the waist, revealing the delicate contours of her youth. Her skin radiated with the unique, vibrant hue of youth, and her delicate features were strikingly beautiful. When she smiled, the corners of her lips gently lifted to one side, reminiscent of a jasmine blossom opening to the morning light. She cheerfully waved the receipt in her hand towards him, her voice sweet and somewhat syrupy. I happened to come over to submit this receipt and thought I'd drop by to find you. Her tone suggested a casual mention, yet the slight lift at the end hinted at a playful teasing, as if she were whimsically trying to draw attention. Chen Guodong remained silent. Though he intended to ignore her, Chen Fox, sitting beside him with her chin resting on her hand, had eyes like amber foxes, sparkling brighter than the sun, as if she were observing some delightful spectacle. Chen Yi's voice was languid, reminiscent of a cat just waking from slumber, and she tilted her head, casually murmuring, "Oh? Your little girlfriend, huh?" The way she elongated the word little conveyed a relaxed tone, yet it felt like a soft whip, sending a shiver through the heart. She deliberately glanced towards the counter. Seizing the moment, Chen Guodong stood up and approached Lu Jiyu, seeking to distance himself from Fox. With an undertone of intention, he made sure Chen Yi noticed, his voice naturally laced with warmth. "Are you here to handle some business? Hand me the receipt. I'll take care of it for you." "Yes, I just wanted to find you," Lu Jiyu replied, her smile growing sweeter, her eyes shimmering with affection as she stepped closer. As if to ensure everyone was aware of her special relationship with Chen Guodong, she added, "You've improved a lot compared to before." Her words were vague, yet her gaze remained glued to him, sparkling with adoration. Behind them stood a middle-aged man in a light gray shirt, his hair thinning at the temples, his shoes polished to a shine. He maintained an upright posture, exuding the steadiness and composure typical of men in his age group. He did not speak or inch closer, but watched Lu Jiyu laugh, his eyes glimmering as if harboring secrets beneath the surface, adding an element of intensity that felt slightly chilling. Chen Guodong furrowed his brow without acknowledging him, simply narrowing his gaze and saying with a hint of cordiality, "How many do you have? Just hand them all to me." Lu Jiyu approached with a beaming smile, instinctively tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she leaned in slightly, revealing the graceful contours of her youthful figure, her forehead nearly brushing against Chen Guodong's nose. In that instant, Chen Yi's smile faded, previously resting her chin on her hand. She abruptly twirled her fingers in a circle, lightly tracing her palm, her expression growing cold. Humph, she let out a soft, airy sound, rising with a rhythmic click of her heels, her skirt swirling as she vanished down the corridor like a fleeting white fox. Chen Guodong lowered his gaze to the receipts, his expression indifferent, as if nothing had transpired. One by one, he flipped through them with increasing speed. Chapter 30, Passing Notes. Once the atmosphere had settled, Chen Guodong finally exhaled in relief. He returned to his seat, poised to open the receipt book when Lin Xiaoman, sitting nearby, tilted her head with a teasing smile, her tone lighthearted. "Did you hone your skills in charming women during your school days?" Her voice was gentle, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she playfully scrutinized Chen Guodong, intentionally provoking him with her banter. Chen Guodong felt a slight warmth in his ears, remaining silent as he lowered his head to sift through the receipts in his hand, the corners of his mouth twitching in a bitter smile. What would his colleagues think if they knew he had a formal girlfriend? He had taken time off recently solely for her. Lin Xiaoman, not pressing for more information, merely smiled softly before returning to her work, the hint of amusement lingering on her lips. Chen Guodong's fingertips gently tapped the edge of the table, his expression impassive, yet his mind wandered to another matter. The gaze of the man accompanying Lu Jiyu had ignited a spark of wariness within him. It was not a mere admiration or simple desire, but rather a repressed, almost restrained impulse. Like a wolf concealed beneath a sheep's skin, the outward demeanor was that of a sheep. Yet the glint in his eyes betrayed the wolf's covetous longing for its fresh prey. though Lu Jiyu had not been at the unit for long. She seemed to navigate it with ease, even handling bank settlements with effortless grace. If they were neither related nor friends, was it not glaringly evident what intentions lay beneath? Yet, Lu Jiyu remained oblivious. She seemed to forever believe she could bring water to a boil without it ever spilling over, never fearing the possibility of being scalded. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Guodong resolved to caution Lu Jiyu the next time they met. Some warnings must be imparted. Yet how does one express that fortune and misfortune are but doors with no hinges, entirely summoned by oneself? In the following days, Chen Huzi had not made an appearance in the accounting department. Chen Guodong relished the peace for a few days until, while conducting a daily reconciliation, he unexpectedly discovered a balance in account number 1035. Intrigued, he looked up the subject number, only to find it was a secondary account for overdue loan interest. Upon checking the corresponding account, he was startled to see it belonged to the southern branch of Shaanxi Coal Corporation. A thought ignited within him. According to protocol, when a loan becomes overdue, especially when the interest remains uncollected, it is imperative to notify the designated credit officer. Such situations significantly impact the performance and income of the officer in charge. The reason for Chen Guodong's intrigue was that he had heard of this company during a dinner with General Huang of Bali Southern just the previous month. Fixating on the string of numbers on the screen, his brow slightly furrowed, he silently tapped the table before ultimately picking up the phone. "This is China Construction Bank. May I ask who is speaking?" A familiar voice came through the line, languid as if still ensnared in the afternoon's dreams. The tone slightly playful, but lacking its usual levity. "I am Chen Guodong," he replied coolly. "The Shaanxi Coal Southern Company you oversee has overdue loan interest. I just discovered it during reconciliation." There was a brief silence on the other end before she responded, "I understand. I will come down." 5 minutes later, Chen Yi appeared at the doorway of the accounting department. Today, she wore no makeup, her shirt casually draped, long hair softly curling over her shoulders. Her lips bore a color so pale it nearly resembled a ghostly hue, yet it accentuated an inexplicable allure of weariness and charm. It was not a deliberate display of seduction, but rather a fatigue emanating from a languid demeanor, like a fox stripped of its vigor. Even her tail lacked the energy to wag, yet her eyes still sparkled with lingering allure and unspoken thoughts. "Why are you staring at me?" she asked. She cast him a fleeting glance, her voice husky, as if she had just awakened. Chen Guodong presented her with the overdue interest list for the loans from the Shaanxi Coal Southern Company, gently reminding her, "Take a look. This is merely the interest, not the principal, and it is already overdue. This is just the first month." He nearly added, "Isn't this glaringly obvious? Are you not even going to pretend? When accountability arises, how will you explain this? What will become of you?" Chen Yi merely lowered her gaze to glance at the document, remaining silent. Moments later, her fingers delicately folded the list, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "I knew from the day the loan was issued that this would be the outcome." With that, she did not linger, turning on her heel to leave. Once her figure had completely vanished at the doorway, Chen Guodong noticed a folded piece of paper had appeared on his desk, seemingly out of nowhere. It was an ordinary piece of note paper from the Dongshan branch of China Construction Bank. It bore only 6 words. "Do you wish to go to the 3rd floor?" The handwriting was elegant, yet carried an alluring charm, akin to a sly fox with mischievous intent. Chen Guodong's expression immediately grew colder. "The credit department is on the 3rd floor. This cunning fox had seen through him. Truly, an insufferably clever fox. Without threats or tests, she had subtly ensnared his vulnerability. Like a genuine fox, silently ensnaring his weak spot. He understood that from this day forth, that note would act like a silken thread, one tethered to him and the other to her fingertips, giving rise to countless troubles. With her capabilities, a mere tug from her would be sufficient to ensnare him completely. He had contemplated ignoring this woman. However, between astute individuals, mere understanding suffices. She now comprehended his intentions, and she finally held leverage over him. Even if she did nothing, this knowledge alone was enough to make it impossible for him to disregard her presence. It is important to recognize that while many endeavors are challenging to realize, there are countless ways to ruin one's affairs. Chen Guodong folded the note and tucked it away in his drawer, his fingertips slightly chilled. His head throbbed even more. As soon as the workday ended, Chen Guodong was the first to exit the accounting department. As usual, he took the small door on the east side of the bank, his steps steady. the wind causing the thin fabric of his shirt to ripple slightly. He was aware that the fox was somewhere, tail raised, observing him. As a soul born in 1970, Chen Guodong would certainly not yield easily. From that note onward, the fox had declared war on him. He knew that the fox was now eagerly awaiting his reaction. Aware that she could not be deceived, yet he could not allow himself to fall into her trap so effortlessly. With pursed lips, Chen Guodong continued on his way, as if he could feel the weight of her gaze upon him. Turning the corner, he finally exhaled softly. To his surprise, his palms were slightly sweaty. The night breeze was not warm. He was simply irritated, a vexation that he could not escape. Ever since that fox had set her sights on him, it seemed that everything had become unavoidable. He was a unique soul from 1970, an unparalleled gem, enough for that fox to ensnare him with her seductive gaze. 10 minutes later, Chen Guodong stood at the entrance of the Dongyuan Street office, his demeanor having returned to normal. Shan, finishing her work punctually, caught sight of him under the street lamp, his expression calm, akin to the lampposts silhouetted against the dusk. You wouldn't come here without cause. It seems the matter is quite significant, especially since you went to the trouble of bringing yogurt, she jested. Chen Guodong handed her the chilled yogurt and replied softly. There is indeed something of concern today. She accepted the yogurt and glanced at him. Is it related to Jiang Xiao? Yes, he confirmed as they walked together. Chapter 31. The Lock of the Heart. Chen Guodong sought out Shan for a reason. He had come specifically to discuss the events of last night, which still lingered in his mind, causing him unease. Last night, as the street lamps flickered to life, casting fragmented shadows at their feet, Chen Guodong escorted Jiang Xiao home after dinner. They walked side by side, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Jiang Xiao ambled quietly to his left, her shoulders slightly hunched, her hands hanging by her side, yet occasionally swaying gently, as if she were restraining a desire to lean closer, patiently waiting for him to take the initiative. Chen Guodong maintained his gaze ahead, his steps steady and unhurried. It was not until they traversed a stretch of Unassuming South Road devoid of illumination that he subtly shifted to shield her from the street. Jiang Xiao's eyelashes fluttered briefly. She remained silent, merely adjusting her canvas bag slightly outward, inching closer to Chen Guodong. The breeze tousled her hair, cascading onto his shoulder, reminiscent of her unspoken dependence. As they approached Donghao Stream along Unassuming South Road, they neared a secluded exit of an elevated road. With nightfall, the traffic diminished, transforming the area into a favored haunt for reckless youth. They typically traversed this path, separated from the roadway by a verdant strip, accustomed to the roar of engines echoing through the air. Yet, at that moment, a scrawny stray cat darted from the bushes into the glaring light merely 30 meters ahead. The revving of a motorcycle surged, the vehicle veering wildly like a bullet, unable to correct its course. In the blink of an eye, a deafening crash ensued as the motorcycle collided with the flower railing, and the rider was flung into the air, landing far off like a discarded paper figure. Shattered amidst the night, the atmosphere grew chillingly still. Suddenly, Chen Guodong sensed something amiss. He turned to find Jiang Xiao frozen in place, resembling a deer caught in a frightful gaze. Her eyelashes trembled violently, her lips pallid, fingers tightly gripping the strap of her canvas bag. Xiao? Chen Guodong called out. She did not respond, and in the next instant, darkness enveloped her as she collapsed into his arms. Startled, he quickly embraced her, calling out to her. Yet she remained unresponsive. He scooped her up and rushed forward. Fortunately, the Unassuming District People's Hospital was not far, and Chen Guodong sprinted several hundred meters. The wind whooshed past him as he ran. His physique had significantly improved, making her feel as light as air, yet she was unconscious. After a visit to the emergency room, it wasn't long before Jiang Xiao regained consciousness. After the doctor's examination, he concluded there were no significant issues. It was merely a matter of emotional distress, recommending rest and the avoidance of fright. Chen Guodong stood vigil by the bedside, observing as Jiang Xiao, pallid and dazed, slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing him, she momentarily froze, then, with reddened eyes, bowed her head and wept softly. Chen Guodong gently inquired about her distress, but Jiang Xiao merely shook her head, her sobs subdued and quiet, as if fearing to disturb others or perhaps overwhelmed by a deep-seated guilt. Witnessing her in such a state, Chen Guodong refrained from pressing further and simply held her hand, offering silent companionship. It was only after she succumbed to slumber that he rose and walked to the end of the hospital corridor, lighting a cigarette. The night air was icy, and the hospital's fluorescent lights shone brightly, casting his face in shadow, rendering him a silent silhouette, as still as a statue. Today he sought out Yin Wenshan, not for any other reason but to understand the turmoil within Jiang Xiao following last night's incident. He yearned to uncover the unhealed wound buried deep in her heart. What had Jiang Xiao endured to be so profoundly shaken by the accident? Some truths remained unspoken, yet he felt compelled to know. To treat a wound, one must first identify it, to disinfect, stitch, and ultimately allow it to heal. However, this was Chen Guodong's perspective. Whether others shared it remained uncertain. Indeed, as soon as Chen Guodong finished speaking, the smile on Yin Wenshan's face gradually faded, as if a distant chill had dispersed it. She lowered her gaze, absently twisting the cap of a yogurt bottle, lost in silence. They stepped out from the street office and walked along Dongyuan Road. The streets were sparsely populated. Although dusk had not yet fallen, the wind had turned brisk, and the streetlights emitted a dim, dusty glow. The fallen leaves had not been swept away, crunching underfoot like memories best left undisturbed. Yin Wenshan halted suddenly, turning to face him, her expression stripped of its previous levity. You mean she just fainted like that? Chen Guodong nodded, continuing his stride, his tone calm. It happened in an instant. She just collapsed. The doctor said it was due to shock. Yet, the accident had occurred some distance away, the night cloaked in darkness. A mere scare should not have led to such a fainting spell. The cause must be more complex. Yin Wenshan remained motionless, staring at the ground in silence for several seconds before catching up to walk beside him. Chen Guodong scrutinized her every reaction, as if trying to glean insights from the faintest of clues. Her voice softened, yet was imbued with a resolute strength. You do well not to pry into what she refuses to share. She has worked hard to become who she is now. That alone is remarkable. But she is still afraid. Chen Guodong's tone was steady yet heavy with meaning. This indicates she has not truly forgotten. His gaze fell slightly, and after a brief pause, he continued, I do not want her to carry a ticking time bomb for the rest of her life, unaware of when it might explode and shatter her completely. I must identify this bomb and dismantle it. Yin Wenshan inhaled deeply, biting the straw in contemplation, as if weighing her options. When she spoke again, her demeanor had turned icy. Can you bear the consequences? Have you considered what might happen if it detonates? She had worked so diligently to temporarily seal it away, finally living like a normal person. Yin Wenshan's tone grew more severe, so do not pry into it. This is not a detective game, but the bloody reality. Chen Guodong remained silent, his expression revealing a rare glimmer of intensity. Yin Wenshan could see that he was the type who would not turn back once he had made up his mind. After a brief pause, as if unable to contain herself any longer, she coldly stated, that was 8 years ago. It has been many years since. The moment those words escaped her lips, she was momentarily taken aback, quickly biting her tongue to swallow the remainder of her thoughts. If she did not mention it, perhaps it could remain hidden. She murmured almost inaudibly, please, do not delve any further. I truly beg you. Chen Guodong offered no reply. He simply lowered his gaze to twist open the yogurt in his hand, taking a sip as if to suppress certain feelings within him with its chill. Yet, his gaze remained unchanged. That was indeed a matter from 8 years ago. This was a clue. The more they insisted on not touching it, the more it signified that the knot had never truly loosened. Chen Guodong remained silent, merely pressing his lips together. Some doors, the more one insists, should remain closed. The more one understands that what lies within is the true Jiang Shuyao. With this realization, Chen Guodong made a decision. He would uncover the truth. What he sought was the complete Jiang Shuyao. Chapter 32. Payday. Lost in his thoughts, Chen Guodong strolled slowly along the street, his expression unyielding, brows furrowed. Suddenly, Yin Wenshan beside him came to a halt. Instinctively, Chen Guodong also stopped. Yet before he could turn to inquire, he heard Yin Wenshan draw a quiet breath behind him. Chen Guodong glanced up and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure lurking in the crowd, shrinking back as if caught red-handed like a petty thief, hastily slipping around the street corner. Chen Guodong squinted and exclaimed, Yangcheng? What on earth is he doing here? The man ran swiftly, not daring to look back, vanishing around the corner as if being chased by a dog. Why had he come this way? And why did he flee upon seeing me? Chen Guodong pondered. His curiosity piqued, when suddenly his peripheral vision caught Yin Wenshan beside him. Noticing her flushed cheeks, he felt a jolt of disbelief as he stared at her. Have you lost your mind? Chen Guodong blurted out, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. You and him? Yin Wenshan remained silent, but her ears had already turned an alarming shade of red. After a moment, she finally whispered, "It just started not long ago." Chen Guodong still could not hide his astonishment. "You find him appealing?" Yin Wenshan shot him a glare. Seemingly displeased with Chen Guodong's critique of her current boyfriend. "Why shouldn't I find him appealing? Didn't Yao Yao also fall for you, you heartbreaker? He is actually quite decent. Just a bit talkative and foolish." Chen Guodong found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or sigh, thinking, how did I become the heartbreaker? Upon further reflection, it seems that in his previous life, he had just become entangled with Lu Jieyu, and shortly after being rejected, he found himself drawn to Jiang Xiao. Thus, when others labeled him as a fickle man, it appeared somewhat justifiable. Chen Guodong felt a deep sense of frustration. Was it not the current Chen Guodong who had to explain the entanglement with Lu Jieyu to Yin Wenshan? After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "Do you enjoy being exasperated?" Yin Wenshan rolled her eyes, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Aren't all men like that? What brings you here today? Are you someone who brings ease?" Chen Guodong was rendered speechless. As the night breeze swept through, the alley at the street corner had emptied, with Nie Zhiqing already vanished without a trace. Chen Guodong held back his words, choosing to remain silent. He turned to observe Yin Wenshan, who wore a look of embarrassment. And suddenly he chuckled, as if dispersing all his emotions. Fine, he would concede that he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. When you deal with him, make sure to be ruthless. I do as I please. It's none of your concern. Mind your own business. Yin Wenshan huffed, turning to leave. Yet her retreating figure appeared considerably lighter. Watching her silhouette gradually merge into the crowd, Chen Guodong remained motionless at the street corner, his brow slightly furrowed. Lowering his gaze, his expression turned cold, akin to a dagger concealed behind his elbow. The events were rooted 8 years prior. Thus, he would commence his inquiry from that point. The wounds she refused to confront would be meticulously unveiled by him, as long as he could extricate her from that invisible quagmire. Even if it meant his hands would be sullied, perhaps even stained with blood, he would not hesitate. The following morning, Chen Guodong went to work as usual. He busied himself with organizing his desk and reviewing documents, remaining taciturn, as if that note had never existed. Chen Yi did not reappear either. No calls, no messages. It was as if the previous day's testing, probing, and strategizing were mere figments of imagination. Yet, Chen Guodong understood well that this was not an end, but rather a new beginning. The fox had concealed its tail, waiting for the opposing fox to make the first move. After all, Chen Guodong was in no hurry. The one to act was not him. He was merely reactive. Thus it became a test of patience to see who would crack first. He adjusted his cuffs, placing a receipt into a file, his expression impassive. Days passed in tranquil monotony. Chen Guodong did not encounter the next move from the fox. Yet he received a payroll slip from the HR department stamped with a red seal, 675 yuan. Indeed, after more than 3 months, a total of 675 yuan. Were it not for his reincarnation, he might have felt a twinge of disappointment. However, at this moment, Chen Guodong merely raised an eyebrow, finding that this was precisely how things should be in 1993. He could even recall when he first entered the system in his past life. A young man transferred from another province due to financial hardship who had not received his salary for 6 months. Ultimately, he had to apply for an advance from the office, and that was already the dawn of a new millennium, while now it was merely 1993. One could hardly expect everything to be so smooth. In this era, cash was dispensed, even by banks. Chen Guodong had no particular thoughts on the matter. He would take it home to present it to his parents as a gesture of filial piety. The amount of money is inconsequential. What truly matters is that the son, nurtured for over 20 years, has finally begun to earn his keep. The investment in raising the spirit beast has transformed from persistent losses to a remarkable turnaround. As anticipated, both parents are overjoyed, and the father resolutely takes on the formidable responsibility, meticulously allocating his salary, 100 for your grandfather, 100 for your grandmother, 100 for your maternal grandfather, and 100 for your maternal grandmother. As for me and your mother, we each take 100, leaving you with 75. Do not think it meager, everyone shares in the bounty. The blessings are evenly distributed, and all beings are equal. Chen Guodong sat at the dining table, observing his father methodically placing money into several red envelopes, feeling a sense of resignation. Let them do as they please. He couldn't be bothered to voice his thoughts. Money is trivial, but emotions hold greater weight. Playing the dutiful son is not a burden. His parents, both esteemed researchers, uphold principles and values, living frugally and being stingy with themselves, yet never skimping on their son. Though Chen Guodong seldom harbors soft sentiments, his parents represent a sacred space in his heart, a debt he feels compelled to repay throughout his life. He truly did not care for the 75 yuan. However, on another note, he had already calculated his small scheme. By the end of the month, he expected a bonus from the lottery ticket commission, likely between 1,500 and 1,800 yuan. This would enable him to purchase a phone. In this era devoid of smartphones, Chen Guodong found it increasingly difficult. Possessing a phone would alleviate the daily anxiety of potentially losing contact with Jiang Shuyao. In this time, communication relied on landlines or shouting. To reach Jiang Shuyao, he could only call her office's landline, which was quite inconvenient. Once she left the office, he felt like a kite with a severed string, unsure of how to find her. The most common sight on the streets was the Motorola digital phone, priced exorbitantly at over 1,000 yuan. He had also heard of Chinese phones that could display names, costing several thousand yuan, enough to buy a motorcycle. Chen Guodong understood that this gadget was not inexpensive and that the paging company charged for network fees, deposits, and monthly rentals. All these expenses would swallow up his month-end bonus. Moreover, the amount would only suffice for a single phone. He had envisioned purchasing two, one for himself and one for Jiang Shuyao. However, lacking the funds meant postponing his plans. A phone represented more than mere convenience. It signified his promise to her, a declaration of his unwavering presence and commitment. Yet, it might also reflect a hint of male assertiveness. Chapter 33. The Black Dragon's 18 Techniques. 2 weeks later. As dusk elongated the shadows, the trees along the street cast slanted silhouettes at their feet. Chen Guodong extended a paper bag towards Jiang Shuyao. Here, for you. Jiang Shuyao was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at the white box peeking from the bag. Her fingers tightened reflexively, as if burned, and she instinctively shook her head, retreating. I don't want it, she murmured softly, as though afraid of being overheard, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Guodong's expression remained unchanged. He merely replied in a low tone. I am not asking if you want it. I am telling you to take it. She bit her lip, feeling at a loss. Like a delicate white flower shivering in the wind, on the verge of refusal, yet too timid to voice it. Shuyao, Chen Guodong suddenly spoke, his tone calm. I know you are worried about me spending money. Do you not think that you could manage without this device? Why waste such unnecessary money? Chen Guodong's tone was neither too light nor too heavy, seemingly a casual remark yet delivered with unwavering conviction. However, whether you need it or not is not for you to decide, but for me. His voice remained composed, yet his gaze gradually descended, fixated upon the corner of the device box in his hand. As long as it allows me to find you anytime and grants me peace of mind, I would deem any amount spent worthwhile. He paused momentarily, perhaps to afford her a brief respite. Then his voice softened, becoming gentler as he addressed Jiang Shuyu. Do not concern yourself with financial matters. That is my responsibility. Remember, it is a man's duty to earn. He lowered his eyes to her, his tone bearing the weight of both a sigh and a promise. I will not allow my woman to feel insecure or to lack means. Jiang Shuyu's fingertips hesitated, her eyes glistening with the beginnings of tears, resembling a fawn suppressing its sobs. She merely bowed her head in silence, her lips pressed together. Chen Guodong exhaled, placing the bag containing the device into her embrace, his tone suddenly laced with an undercurrent of threat. Upon receiving my message, do not dawdle. Remember to respond immediately. If I cannot find you. He cast a sidelong glance at her, his expression fierce, yet his tone menacing. You shall see how I handle this. With that, he pivoted and strode away, as if disinterested in uttering another word. Jiang Shuyu stood still, clutching the paper bag, her ears growing increasingly warm, as though set ablaze. She watched his retreating figure, motionless, even her blink slowed, and then she softly nodded, almost inaudibly. All right. Her voice was so faint that Chen Guodong did not hear her. He merely turned around to see her lagging behind, urging her sternly. Hurry up. As November arrived, the weather turned cooler, and the mango trees lining the streets began to droop, the sweltering heat of Yangcheng finally abating. Chen Guodong continued to arrive punctually at work each day, maintaining a disciplined and calm demeanor. His tasks were executed flawlessly, with no unexpected incidents arising. Even Lu Junkai, who typically relished showing off, remarked that Chen Guodong was too rigid in his conduct. Yet, It was peculiar that Chun Yi seemed to have vanished entirely. This prolonged silence over the past several days took Chen Guodong by surprise. He had initially assumed that Chun Yi's note was merely an opening gambit, anticipating further developments. However, this woman appeared to have withdrawn entirely from the game, not resurfacing even once. Such behavior was decidedly abnormal. Disregarding it, Chen Guodong focused entirely on his routine work. One day during lunch, seeking to avoid the inconveniences posed by the numerous female colleagues in the office, he inexplicably ascended the back staircase after his meal and pushed open the door to the 6th floor. To his astonishment, behind the door lay an entirely uncharted realm. The gym and activity area melded into one, with rows of old punching bags hanging and dumbbells and barbells scattered about. In one corner, a few individuals were practicing hand-to-hand combat, the sound of their punches slicing through the air. Each of them was familiar to him, typically clad in formal police uniforms, diligently stationed at the front desk on the 1st floor, or perhaps wielding a firearm. Each day, he drove a van laden with cash to the central bank. Upon the wall, a cabinet bore outdated management protocols, such as the arms requisition forms and ammunition consumption records, exuding an aura of grim authority. The 6th floor was, in fact, the territory of the security police. Their duties encompassed cash escorting, vault guarding, weaponry provision, and safeguarding the bank, truly armed personnel in every sense. In 1993, these security officers were still official employees of the bank, subjected to dual oversight from both the bank and the Public Security Bureau. At that time, there were neither security guards nor security companies. The bank's safety relied solely on these officers. Most of them were veterans transitioned from military service, including those who had retired from the armed police in the Northeast, characterized by their rugged backgrounds, swift actions, and stringent discipline. Chen Guodong recognized the familiar tactics, identifying them as the Black Dragon 18 hands. He chose to remain, not only staying put, but standing against the wall for several minutes. Akin to a wolf that had once strayed from its pack, suddenly rediscovering a long-lost scent. In his previous life, during the first 2 years in the Enforcement Bureau, Chen Guodong had indeed trained. At that time, in his early 30s, he often encountered violent offenders during his duties, with colleagues sustaining injuries as a result. The Bureau thus encouraged practical combat training, and he had indeed practiced under the guidance of a former armed police officer from Yangcheng. However, back then, due to his age and lack of foundational skills, he merely learned the motions, treating them as mere formalities. This life, however, was different. After his rebirth, Chen Guodong felt as though his physical capabilities had been reset and remarkably enhanced. He distinctly sensed a significant improvement in his bodily functions. Many actions and reactions that once eluded him were now effortlessly within his grasp. On his first day, he happened upon a few young security officers on the 6th floor exchanging techniques. Unable to resist, he approached and struck up a conversation, quickly bonding over their shared interests. The camaraderie among men is often forged through physical prowess. From that moment on, the 6th floor became his refuge after work, not for any ulterior motive, but simply to indulge in the lingering remnants of his vitality. Otherwise, surrounded by beautiful women yet denied any means to express himself, he might have succumbed to an overwhelming restlessness. During this period, Chen Guodong gradually became acquainted with the security team on the 7th floor, particularly 2 individuals. One, Li Shutian, a former armed police officer from Heilongjiang, brimming with enthusiasm and possessing a booming voice. The other, Sun Yong, a retired veteran of the Vietnam War, exuding a calm demeanor, speaking little, yet demonstrating a combat style that was both simple and fierce, clearly honed in the crucible of real conflict. Despite their differing personalities, both took a keen interest in Chen Guodong, the newcomer from the accounting department. Initially, they regarded him with mere curiosity, but to their surprise, upon testing his abilities, they discovered he possessed considerable skill. Li Shutian remarked, "He is not the type to crumble after a couple of punches." Sun Yong raised an eyebrow and queried, "The Black Dragon 18 hands. Have you trained in it?" Chen Guodong simply smiled and nodded. Sun Yong replied, "Shutian, he's from your lineage." Gradually, the 6th floor became the most frequented place for Chen Guodong after work, especially when he had not arranged to meet Jiang Shuyao. It was a sanctuary, undisturbed, where the air was thick with the scents of sweat and leather, and the sharp, crisp sound of the punching bag descending was more soothing than anything else. Chapter 34. By the Bai River. With the opportunity at hand, Chen Guodong's anxiety regarding Jiang Shuyao had significantly diminished. That connection, like a fine thread, tethered him to her. And she was no longer a mere whisper in the silence. The moment he heard her gentle voice over the phone, a wave of reassurance washed over him. On a weekend, under the soft sunlight, Chen Guodong took Jiang Shuyao to the most famous pedestrian street in Yangcheng, Shangxiaju Road, intending to buy her a few clothing items. Presently, she had only 2 outfits, with the collar of her shirt frayed and worn, despite her careful attempts at mending it, which rendered it rather simplistic. In November, Shangxiaju was bustling and noisy, with vendors lining the old arcade on either side, their calls echoing in a lively chorus. The walkways of the West Guan Arcade seemed to transport them into a bygone era reminiscent of the Republic of China. Jiang Shuyao, carrying a canvas bag, stood timidly amidst the crowd, always trailing half a step behind Chen Guodong, like a delicate shadow. He glanced at her a few times without uttering a word, simply reaching out to draw her a little closer. Just as he grasped her hand, his phone rang. She paused, glancing down as if she were a schoolchild caught in mischief, softly saying, "I need to make a call." When she returned, only 10 minutes had passed before the phone rang again. By the third interruption, the smile on Chen Guodong's face had faded. When she finally reappeared for the 6th time, he stood silently at the street corner, his expression darkened. "Inwenshan?" he inquired. Jiang Shuyao nodded lightly, her lips pressed tightly together. "She mentioned she had no duties today and thought she would disturb you, didn't she?" Chen Guodong felt a mix of irritation and amusement. Jiang Shuyao appeared startled, quickly shaking her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's just that she wanted to talk to me a bit." Chen Guodong regarded her in silence. After a moment, he took her hand in his, gripping it tightly, as if he meant to encompass her entirely. Jiang Shuyao shivered slightly, hesitant to pull away. "When she calls you again, just tell her you're busy and have no time." Jiang Shuyao gazed at him with her beautiful, autumn-like eyes brimming with sincerity, silently conveying her helplessness. Chen Guodong, feeling exasperated, could only walk ahead in silence. Wary of Chen Guodong's displeasure, Jiang Shuyao cautiously followed his lead. She remained silent, daring not to speak, merely casting sidelong glances at him. Her eyes held a mixture of guilt, unease, and an unarticulated dependence. Chen Guodong's heart softened at the sight of her, just as he was about to speak. A sudden sound interrupted them. Watching Jiang Shuyao fumble through her bag for her phone, he silently lamented to the heavens. Did he buy her a phone merely to invite unwanted attention? The routine of their workdays continued. That day, upon returning from lunch, Chen Guodong discovered a note on his desk. It bore no signature, only a single line. "Tonight at 7 p.m., 3rd floor of the White Swan Hotel, Lixia Hall." Chen Guodong paused for a moment, deftly folding the note and tucking it into his pocket. The handwriting was familiar, akin to the fleeting brush of a fox's tail. She had finally arrived. Without uttering a word, Chen Guodong lowered his gaze and opened the ledger, feigning indifference as if nothing had transpired. At 7 o'clock in the evening, on the 3rd floor of the White Swan Hotel, in the Lixia Hall, as Chen Guodong pushed the door open, he immediately caught sight of her. It was impossible to overlook her. She was simply too captivating. Seated by the window, Chen Yi, clad in a flowing white dress, rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed upon the shimmering surface of the Pearl River. The interplay of light and water reflected her figure, as if she had emerged from the very fabric of the night. The dress had been chosen with care, its soft material hugging her curves, accentuating her snow-like complexion. She wore no heavy makeup, merely a subtle eyeliner, and her gently curled long hair cascaded freely. On her left wrist, a jade bracelet caught the light, enhancing the porcelain fairness of her hand. Motionless, she observed the river, the tiny beauty mark at the corner of her eye quivering slightly, reminiscent of a droplet that had yet to fall, concealing an allure born of worldly experience, alongside the unspoken promise of solitude. She resembled a cat. No, a centuries-old white fox. Yet one could only wonder for whom she would perform her dance. Languid and poised, she exuded an inexplicable sense of danger, as if all was under her command. "Please, have a seat." Chen Yi finally spoke, her voice languorous and slightly husky, enveloping him like the slow embrace of twilight. "I knew you would come." She turned her head, her amber fox-like eyes sweeping over him, as if awakening from a dream, aware of everything yet saying nothing. "Are you seeking a position in the credit department?" Chen Yi smiled, her fingers tracing the rim of her cup. "It seems your foxtail has finally revealed itself. Whether you know or not, It matters not, Chen Guodong replied steadily, pondering who the true fox might be. My words still carry weight with Jiang Hojun. She shifted her posture, legs crossed, her dress slightly opening, her tone remaining soft as ever. However, I am quite curious about your sudden visit. Is it to negotiate terms or to plead? Chen Guodong took a seat, his gaze unwavering. I aspire to join the credit department, he declared. It is the ambition of a young man to seek greater heights, to accumulate resources more rapidly. The credit department is an excellent place for such endeavors. I refuse to be confined to the accounting department. But that is merely my perspective, he continued. If I succeed, that would be splendid. If not, I shall continue to perform my duties diligently. Thus, it is immaterial whether I plead or not. Chun Yi propped her chin on her hand, the corners of her lips curling upward, as if observing a prey that had finally stumbled into a trap. Oh, how do you know the credit department is suitable for you? Understand that survival, there is no simple feat if you venture into the credit department. It is more likely that before you have had the chance to grow, you might be cast aside, becoming a scapegoat. That would depend on the caliber of those around you. Furthermore, in my heart, I see a bank job merely as a stepping stone. Chen Guodong spoke in a low, measured tone, devoid of emotion, yet wielding an unyielding authority. In this era, our nation is embarking on a path of reform. The economy is undergoing a profound transformation, presenting a monumental opportunity. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, remaining silent, her gaze fixed upon him. The individual economy is taking flight. The securities market is merely in its infancy. Real estate is cautiously finding its footing, and the restructuring of state-owned enterprises has only just begun. The upcoming drama will be one of painful cuts and reorganization. He articulated his thoughts with an unhurried cadence, his tone unwavering, though his eyes seemed to gaze through a haze, peering into an uncertain future. What will these changes look like in 5 or 10 years? No one knows. Yet, one truth stands resolute. These past years represent the final window of opportunity for individuals to transcend their social strata through personal merit. Chen Guodong paused, placing his teacup down, and returned his gaze to Chun Yi. I aspire to join the credit department, not for promotion or prestige, but because I understand that the winds of fortune are shifting. Those who position themselves at the forefront will truly thrive at the gaming table. I believe you, too, wish to become the dealer in the future. Chen Guodong's eyes sparkled as he looked intently at Chun Yi, rather than becoming merely a card in someone else's hand. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Yi's ambition was as vast as the horizon. She regarded him with a unique glimmer in her eyes, her gaze a blend of mischief and allure, reminiscent of a playful fox. Her eyes seemed to reflect a pool of moonlight through a thin veil of mist, languid yet stirring ripples of intrigue. Lowering her voice, she remarked, "Your words compel me to extend my assistance. If you are willing to help," Chen Guodong asserted seriously, "I will remember this kindness and repay it in kind." In kind? Chen Yi blinked playfully, her smile reminiscent of a cat teasing at a wine jug. Light-hearted, yet suggestive. "Do you think I am one to barter for promises of future favors, as if they were dowries?" Suddenly, she leaned forward, her graceful form stretching across the table, creating a captivating tableau in the air. The fragrance of a mature woman, sweet and subtle like orchids and musk, enveloped him as her voice whispered into his ear, "I can assist you." Her hand, adorned with jade, rested lightly on the table, the gesture reminiscent of placing a strategic piece on a chessboard. "However, your notion of future repayment is too nebulous for my taste. I cannot accept it." She leaned in closer, her breath like the soft whisper of orchids against his neck. "What I want to know is not whether you will repay me, but whether you are worthy." Chen Guodong's expression hardened. "Lend me 50,000. I will repay you 100,000 in 6 months. Lowering his gaze, he pulled a sheet of paper from his briefcase as her words hung in the air. "I will draft an IOU," he stated, his tone calm and calculated, as if he had meticulously planned this moment. "In black and white, 100,000 to be repaid in a year. This should suffice to affirm many things." He paused, then added, "The 1-year term is merely for security. I can assure you that I will fulfill my obligation in 6 months." The pen touched the paper, unwavering, the stroke steady, and soon the promissory note was completed. He understood that this was an unequal treaty, yet what did it matter? He needed to borrow this sum to surpass the barrier of primitive accumulation. A single correct step could open the heavens and the earth. Chen Guodong slowly pushed the completed note towards Chun Yi, who did not immediately accept it. Her fingertips glided across the tabletop, akin to a cat caressing a soft cushion. Her jade bracelet shimmering, casting a circle of delicate light. She lowered her gaze to the paper, paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled, her voice laced with allure. Reminiscent of fine wine poured into a crystal goblet. "All right," she said, "but I have a condition." Her fingertip curled around the corner of the paper. Yet she did not take it away. Instead, she languidly pushed it back, as if teasing the young man across from her. "I wish to be informed of how you utilize this money." As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, her hair cascading from her shoulder, a fragrant breeze brushing past. "Moreover, in 6 months, if you truly achieve the 100,000, I shall personally tear this paper, and the 50,000 shall be my gift to you." Her tone was like sugar dissolving in water, subtle yet lingering. But thereafter, she leaned in closer, her voice soft as a cat's tail wrapping around an ankle. "I wish to be involved in all your future endeavors." Chen Guodong looked up at her, his gaze deepening. "Do you wish to be my partner?" "Not quite." She propped her chin on her hand, her fox-like eyes gradually curving, the beauty mark at the corner glimmering enticingly under the light. That smile was 3 parts playful languor, 7 parts intrigue, akin to peeling a lychee under the moonlight, tempting, yet elusive. "I wish to be the one who knows your secrets most intimately." Chen Guodong furrowed his brow, contemplating. "Deal." Upon leaving the White Swan Hotel, Chen Guodong and Chun Yi agreed upon the method of delivering the 50,000, then parted ways. It seemed Chun Yi had further engagements. Though he paid no mind to her late-night rendezvous, he strolled away with poise, walking along the banks of the Pearl River at Zhujiang. Chen Guodong felt a cold laughter arise within him. He was the master of his own fate, and the future could be addressed later. What mattered most was the beginning. Moreover, he did not believe she possessed the ability to uncover his secrets. As Chen Guodong stepped out of the White Swan, night had already deepened. The neon lights along the banks of the Pearl River danced, the reflections shimmering. He stood at the riverbank, inhaling the night air before exhaling, as if expelling the lingering gloom that had settled in his chest since his rebirth. Externally calm and composed, his heart churned tumultuously. This night marked a true breakthrough in the significance of his rebirth. The unequal treaty of 50,000 against 100,000, the earlier probing and exchanges, all served as stepping stones into a new era. Even if the path ahead was fraught with trials, he had nevertheless taken that critical step. In that moment, Chen Guodong suddenly yearned to see someone, to gaze into her eyes. He longed to behold those clear, pure eyes, to see the gently curled lashes, like the waters of a lake shrouded in early winter mist, exuding a hint of unawareness and harboring a flicker of undying light. Those eyes were a flickering flame that he guarded with utmost care, leaving behind a gentle warmth in this world that he cherished dearly. They were the sole source of solace that could gradually quell the restless stirrings ignited within him. This evening, amidst the confrontation by the White Goose Pond, no matter how composed he appeared on the surface, he was still a youth brimming with vitality. Chun Ye's gaze, his breath, the occasional brush of his fingertips, seemed to stir a cauldron of inner fire. He was acutely aware that he could not approach such flames, for they could easily reduce him to ashes. Chen Guodong longed to see Jiang Xiao. Only her purity and tenderness could soothe the turbulence that rose within him. Only she could illuminate the path he truly wished to protect. Upon arriving at Jiang Xiao's building, Chen Guodong hesitated. The evening breeze had taken on a chill, and he glanced at his watch, 10 o'clock sharp. What explanation could he offer if her family inquired about his visit at this hour? He had always prided himself on his composure. Such reckless and impolite behavior was far from his character. Yet tonight, he found himself unable to settle his mind. The vision of her in a white dress, the subtle allure she exuded, and her question of worthiness burned like a flickering flame upon his heart, igniting a fervor that was hard to extinguish. Drawing a deep breath, he turned and made his way to the convenience store at the corner, where the lights still glowed. There, he could find a public phone. 511314. He left a message asking her to come down. He paused and added, "Now." Before long, Jiang Xiao appeared. She was wrapped in a light gray coat, her hair still damp and cascading over her shoulders, clearly just having washed it. Even her shoes were indoor canvas ones, suggesting she had hurried down without a moment's hesitation upon hearing his message. Upon spotting Chen Guodong, she froze momentarily, her eyes reflected surprise, soon followed by a calmness that was familiar to him. Even if she felt perplexed, she would not voice her questions. Instead, She approached him quietly and stood by his side, as if awaiting his words. Like a fawn awakened on a rainy night, unaware of what lay ahead, yet instinctively trusting the one who stirred her from slumber, because only he could do so. Chen Guodong observed her, his gaze deepening with thought. Throughout the evening, from Chen Ye's revelations and schemes to probing and insinuations, he had managed to maintain his composure. Yet, the moment Chen Yi drew near, he nearly faltered. In that instant, her fragrance enveloped him, so close it seemed to intertwine with his very breath. He recognized this as the fox's habitual teasing, yet he found himself momentarily entranced. The youthful hormones coursing through his body surged like waves, provoking an involuntary response. At that moment, Chen Guodong's fingers tightened, his nails digging into his flesh, while another face flashed through his mind. Those timid, clear eyes seemed to gaze at him in that instant, silent yet pulling him from the searing mire he found himself in. At this moment, I finally saw Jiang Xiao standing beneath the streetlight at the alley's entrance, still struggling to catch her breath. In that instant, his gaze underwent a profound transformation. Chen Guodong, a man who had weathered 70 years, suddenly lost his restraint after a night apart from the two women he had deceived. He impulsively reached out, attempting to draw Jiang Xiao gently into his embrace. As his arm encircled her shoulder, she trembled slightly, clearly startled, her shoulders still damp from the recent shower, her hair cool and soft against his neck. Meanwhile, the boy opposite her confidently placed his warm hand on her back, without hesitation. She did not resist. Rather, it seemed she had forgotten how to struggle. Standing there in a daze, her eyelashes fluttering, her breath becoming shallow and erratic. Yet, as she gradually leaned closer to Chen Guodong's chest, her previously softening form suddenly stiffened. The next moment, she lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes, fixating on him without blinking. It was a quiet kind of sorrow. Soon, droplets began to gather at the corners of her eyes, cascading down like crystalline beads, silent yet more heart-wrenching than a sob. Chen Guodong was taken aback. "Your scent." Her voice was barely audible, carrying a hint of perfume. Even in 1993, when societal norms had yet to be swept away by the waves of a burgeoning feminist movement, Guangzhou was among the first cities to embrace reform and opening up. Especially being adjacent to Hong Kong and Macau, television had begun to air dramas from Hong Kong, and whispers of change could be heard in the streets. Jiang Xiao was not ignorant of the dynamics between men and women. No matter how timid she appeared, she did not live in a vacuum. The tides of openness, akin to the sea, could not be entirely blocked out. Moreover, this was the prime era of naive youth and abundant wealth, a time when the phrase rush and rang loudest. Occasionally, during her time at the Finance Academy, there were a few instances when she returned home late. Passing by the Golden Garden Hotel on the bustling street, she was well aware of what the beautifully adorned young women, lingering by the roadside, were engaged in. She understood what perfumes signified and recognized that those women, drenched in makeup, often feared not the night, distrusted promises, or perhaps merely exchanged their bodies for money. Though she did not know who had left their scent on Chen Guodong, she was acutely aware that it was not hers. Regardless of the outcome, it was enough to break her heart. She did not cry out loud. Instead, her tears fell silently, like a startled fawn trying to hold itself together, quietly shattering within. Chen Guodong stood there, his throat constricted as he watched Jiang Xiao's tears fall one by one, his own sorrow unvoiced. He longed to slap himself, his mind echoing one thought: I am such a fool, a complete fool. After more than 70 years of weathering life's storms, he had nearly lost his composure over a mere flirtation with a temptress. Truly, he felt like a dog unable to contain a few drops of fragrant oil. One should have known better. Before meeting her tonight, even a brief bath and a change of attire would have spared one from such a predicament. Yet, unable to suppress the stirrings of desire, I arrived in haste. The lingering fragrance of my attire still clung to me, breaking both my vows and my resolve. Furthermore, the principle of a scoundrel engaging with two women at once had been overlooked after just one evening apart. Not to mention, the ironclad rule of first charming and then confronting these two women had completely slipped his mind. Damn it! Jiang Xiao leaned against him, a small figure, weeping silently, as if she had finally realized her inability to escape, yet was unaware of how to depart. Chen Guodong lowered his gaze and retrieved a folded piece of paper from his jacket pocket, offering it to her. Jiang Xiao paused momentarily before accepting it. She unfolded the paper, revealing the collaboration funding agreement signed by Chen Guodong, and Chen Huli. This document had been prepared in duplicate. Initially, Chen Huli intended to settle matters verbally. However, Chen Guodong, with his own considerations, insisted on drafting this formal agreement, with each party retaining a copy. Of course, he had already provided Chen Huli with the promissory note for the loan amounting to 100,000 yuan. Without any accompanying transfer records, the note held little value. Jiang Xiao slowly perused the contents of the agreement. While she did not scrutinize every detail, the figure of 50,000 yuan, due for repayment at 100,000 yuan after 6 months, was glaringly conspicuous. One signature belonged to Chen Guodong, while the other, elegantly pinned with a delicate flourish, unmistakably belonged to a woman. The date was today. Her fingertips trembled, and in that instant, the grievance that had been swirling in her eyes was abruptly interrupted, leaving her momentarily devoid of emotion. It was as if she were taken aback, unable to process the information, yet instinctively comprehending something profound. However, upon a more thorough reading, Jiang Xiao's expression began to shift once more. She lifted her gaze from the agreement. Her eyes, glistening with tears, no longer held blame. Instead, anxiety and concern were unmistakably etched upon her face. She gazed at him. Her lips moved slightly, yet no words emerged. She simply refolded the paper and gently returned it to him. Chen Guodong accepted it back without uttering a word. After a moment of silence, her eyes still red. Her voice was soft. Can you repay this? This is 1,993. In a year where the average salary was merely a few hundred yuan. In a time when having over 10,000 yuan was a matter of immense pride. 100,000. That was a staggering sum capable of overwhelming Jiang Xiao. Chen Guodong regarded her with unyielding eyes, extending a hand to gently press her head against his shoulder. Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately surrendered. Resting against his shoulder, inhaling the scent of another woman's fragrance that lingered on his chest. Trust me, Chen Guodong whispered. Get some sleep, and everything will be all right by tomorrow. His voice was calm, yet his hand on her back tightened slightly. Jiang Xiao softly acknowledged him, casting a timid glance his way. Her hand quietly reaching out to grasp the tip of his fingers. The two stood beneath the shadows of the trees, the streetlight casting their intertwined silhouettes upon the ground, closely overlapping. Chapter 37. The turmoil of Singles Day. The wind rustled through the leaves, the streetlight's glow shimmering in Jiang Xiao's hair. Though her eyes were still red, she no longer averted her gaze. As the two basked in the rare warmth of intimacy, a voice suddenly pierced the gentle night. Yao Yao, where are you? It was the anxious, hoarse voice of an elderly woman. Both were momentarily startled. Jiang Shuyao, like a startled fawn, quickly extricated herself from Chen Guodong's half-embrace, whispering, "It's Grandma." In that instant, Jiang Shuyao's face flushed crimson, retreating a half-step like a frightened rabbit. Fortunately, although her grandmother's voice was not far off, her vision was evidently impaired, preventing her from discerning the two hidden in the shadows of the trees. Chen Guodong reacted swiftly, darting behind the tree with an agility reminiscent of a skilled acrobat, resembling a bat flitting through the darkness. Jiang Shuyao, her cheeks still flushed, bit her lip and softly called out, "Grandma," stepping lightly to greet her. Behind the tree, Chen Guodong stood enveloped in the night, listening as the girl's nasal voice mingled with the worried tones of the elder, gradually fading away. He chuckled softly, his gaze deepening further than before. The wind rustled through the leaves, a whispering symphony. From this night onward, a new chapter of life was about to unfold. The following morning, Chen Guodong resumed his usual routine at work. His desk remained cluttered with a mountain of notices, and the complex figures in the ledgers mirrored those of the previous day. The turmoil of the night before seemed but a droplet falling into a deep well, and upon waking, tranquility had returned. Yet, in truth, many aspects of his life had irrevocably transformed, veering onto a path never before traversed. Chen Guodong had already checked the balance of his bankbook. The digits following the balance now bore a chilling yet solid figure: 50,010 yuan. This was not a windfall descending from the heavens, but rather the first payment from a contract he had signed. That cunning vixen had fulfilled her promise. Now it was up to him to see what lay ahead. Chen Guodong felt a surge of exhilaration. What of the outrageous inequities of the past? With this initial accumulation of capital, he could finally make his first move in this new life. Today was November 11th, a Sunday. November 11th, 1993, was merely an ordinary day, Fast forward 20 years, and it would become known as Singles Day, a grand shopping festival across China. Yet in 1993, not only was there no rampant consumerism, but even Ma Huateng might still have been a student, yet to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. He mused with a touch of mischief. If only he could encounter Ma Huateng now, he, Chen Guodong, would offer him angel investment. The young Ma, unacquainted with wealth, would surely be taken aback. Even a mere 5 stake could yield riches beyond imagination in 30 years. Alas, such thoughts were mere fantasies. His own wallet was even lonelier than Ma's, and the realities of this world were far from simple. For now, it was best to focus on earning money. At that moment, Chen Guodong felt a whirlwind of complex emotions, thoughts swirling restlessly within him. He decided to call Jiang Shuyao, casually inviting her to bring along Yin Wenshan and Nie Zhiqing, suggesting an evening meal together. His reasoning was splendidly grand, a celebration. Jiang Shuyao hesitated for a moment and softly inquired, "Is today a holiday?" "It will be," Chen Guodong replied in a calm voice, concealing an inexplicable resolve. After the incident involving Jiang Shuyao's false accusations, the four finally reunited at the Greenhouse Western restaurant. Although Yin Wenshan was present, she did not greet Chen Guodong warmly. A thorough search through both Eastern and Western calendars revealed no indication of a holiday today. Yin Wenshan felt pained by the financial burdens on Jiang Shuyao, and she had tacitly accepted that Chen Guodong's money would eventually become Jiang Shuyao's. Thus, those funds were her assurance for the future, and she felt compelled to oversee them. Consequently, upon meeting, Yin Wenshan reproached Chen Guodong for his faults, while Nie Zhiqing, indifferent to the tension, hurried over at the mention of a meal. As they settled in the restaurant, a peculiar atmosphere loomed. Yin Wenshan sat discreetly beside Jiang Shuyao, occasionally casting icy glances at Chen Guodong, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to confront him at any moment. Jiang Shuyao sat quietly, diligently refilling everyone's glasses, cautiously observing the expressions of Chen Guodong and Yin Wenshan, fearful of an impending tirade. Only Nie Zhiqing seemed unfazed, engrossed in his meal, and he jovially patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Guodong, you must maintain this tradition of treating us during holidays. For the sake of this meal, I shall overlook the past incident that startled me." Chen Guodong offered a faint smile, choosing not to engage in their banter. He remained mostly silent while Yin Wenshan continued to instruct Jiang Shuyao. "You must keep him in check. How can he spend money frivolously? If you can't manage him, just tell me. I'll help you reprimand him." Her words, lively in tone, carried an undertone of exasperation. Jiang Shuyao chuckled softly, her eyes reflecting concern, yet she said nothing, merely acquiescing. After the meal, they proceeded to a nearby cinema. While queuing for tickets, Jiang Shuyao quietly asked Chen Guodong from behind, "Is it excessive to spend so much money?" Chen Guodong interrupted her with a serene gaze. "You need not worry about money. I have my own principles. Spending on the right person is never a waste." That evening, as the movie ended, the streetlights illuminated their shadows beneath the neon glow. Ahead, Yin Wenshan was softly scolding Nie Zhiqing, their shadows occasionally overlapping and separating. Chen Guodong and Jiang Shuyao trailed behind them, with Jiang Shuyao walking on the inner side, quietly carrying her canvas bag, her skirt brushing against her calves. Chen Guodong subtly stepped closer, walking alongside her, as her fingertips inadvertently grazed his. It was like a gentle breeze caressing the water's surface, silent, yet leaving a trace. Chen Guodong grasped Jiang Shuyao's fingers, which instinctively recoiled, yet he held on firmly. At that moment, a sudden voice broke the night's tranquility. "Chen Guodong, what are you doing here?" Lu Jiayu's familiar tone emerged unexpectedly, her laughter resonating in the night as she looked towards them. "Did you just finish watching a movie too?" Accompanying her was a girl with short hair, her gaze sweeping over the group with a hint of scrutiny. Chen Guodong did not pause much, his gaze indifferent as he merely nodded, stating that he had finished and wished to take a stroll. As he attempted to sidestep and continue on his way, Lu Jiyu moved a few steps closer, her tone radiating an unusual warmth, as if deliberately probing. "Are you two here to watch a movie together? How coincidental. And who might this be?" Her eyes shifted to Jiang Xiao. Instinctively, Jiang Xiao took half a step back, lowering her head while gripping her canvas bag tightly, startled into a faint affirmative sound. The moment Lu Jiyu spoke, a subtle awkwardness permeated the air. She did not recognize Jiang Xiao, her gaze flitting between the two, revealing an unabashed curiosity. Jiang Xiao tightened her grip on the bag strap, retreating involuntarily, her lips twitching without a sound. At that moment, Yin Wenshan suddenly stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing her round face, yet her tone remained characteristically sharp. Lu Jieyu. Well, you've made new friends, but you can't even recognize an old classmate? Lu Jieyu blinked in surprise. Aren't you Yin Wenshan? Then who is this? Her gaze returned to Jiang Xiao, her expression momentarily bewildered, as if she were straining to unearth a memory. Yin Wenshan let out a light snort, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Xiao, pulling her behind with an air of undeniable coolness. You carry on with your business. Don't obstruct the path. The smile on Lu Jiyu's face faltered, taken aback. And before she could respond, Yin Wenshan had already linked arms with Jiang Xiao, turning to leave. Chapter 38, Mocked. Left behind, Lu Jiyu maintained her smile. Yet her gaze scrutinized Jiang Xiao's retreating figure, as if seeking to glean some insight from her silhouette. Guodong, do you have time later? Shall we grab a late-night snack together? She inquired half-jokingly, her eyes glimmering with hope, as if she had already reached a conclusion. Chen Guodong did not even spare her a glance, merely replying, Another day, I have matters to attend to today. His tone was flat, polite yet distant. Lu Jiyu stood momentarily stunned, seemingly processing his words, or perhaps grasping an unspoken truth. A flicker of grievance crossed her expression, her lips moved, yet ultimately, she remained silent. Chen Guodong had already turned away, his voice measured. It's getting late. Let us head back. Be careful on your way. Under the streetlight, Lu Jiyu stood, the light casting a blurred shadow at her feet, scattered like delicate fragments across the ground. Eventually, one of Lu Jiyu's companions could not contain her curiosity. Xiaoyu, are they your classmates? They don't seem very warm towards you. With a bitter smile, Lu Jiyu confessed, the one just now was my ex-boyfriend. We broke up before graduation. Chen Guodong hastened his steps to catch up with the trio ahead. Yin Wenshan glanced at him, a smirk playing on her lips, her tone languid. Oh, moving quite swiftly. Aren't we? Who was that just now? An acquaintance? Why not engage in conversation? Returning so soon? Her words were laced with double meanings. Yet her gaze fell upon Jiang Xiao, refraining from further jabs. Jiang Xiao kept her head bowed, quietly clutching the strap of her bag, as though she had heard nothing. Yin Wenshan continued to speak to herself. Men are worthless, not a single good one among them. Jiang Xiao's face flushed crimson, hastily tugging at Yin Wenshan's sleeve. Nie Zhiqing scratched his head. Hey, don't put the blame on me. I am indeed the finest man in the world, unlike Chen Laolu. Boasting with an upright posture, as if to pledge loyalty. Yin Wenshan retorted, do not flatter yourself. You are even inferior to a dog. Nie Zhiqing wilted at her words. Despite her scolding, Yin Wenshan's pace eventually slowed, waiting for Jiang Xiao and Chen Guodong to catch up. The group strolled along the neon-lit streets, their shadows elongated. And none dared to mention the earlier incident. Only Jiang Xiao glanced up briefly at Chen Guodong, her gaze imbued with a silent sense of reassurance. The following day, November 12, 1993, a Friday, Chen Guodong began his workday as usual, having become quite adept at his accounting responsibilities. He efficiently managed his tasks in a remarkably short time. However, his mind was far from focused on his work. A matter had occupied his thoughts for several nights, an issue close to his heart, Jiang Xiao's past. That inky memory lingered like a thorn lodged in his throat, impossible to swallow. Seizing a brief moment of respite, Chen Guodong dialed Nie Zhiqing's number. When the call connected, his tone was unusually grave, his voice lower than usual, as if he were plotting something clandestine. Zhiqing, I need your help with something. What is it? Nie Zhiqing, sensing the seriousness in Chen Guodong's voice, straightened up, thumping his chest. Old Chen, worry not. Your affairs are my affairs. As brothers, I shall not hesitate. Speak. Nie Zhiqing's tone mirrored Chen Guodong's earnestness. When you have an opportunity to be with Yin Wenshan, could you discreetly inquire about which middle school she attended? Chen Guodong continued, his concern palpable. Be cautious. Do not let Yin Wenshan catch on. It is best to approach the matter indirectly. Why do you want to know? Nie Zhiqing's voice took on an odd note. Do not concern yourself with the reasons. Act as if you are asking casually, and whatever you do, do not give anything away. Chen Guodong thought to himself that entrusting this task to Nie Zhiqing was fraught with risk, fearing that this fool would inadvertently reveal too much. Chen Guodong painstakingly instructed Nie Zhiqing on how to approach the inquiry subtly, simulating all of Yin Wenshan's potential reactions, and continually refining the phrasing until he finally asked, "Do you understand?" He awaited Nie Ziqing's response, but to his astonishment, there was silence on the other end. Just as Chen Guodong was about to express his irritation, Nie Ziqing's voice broke through. "Chen Guodong, are you out of your mind? After all that chatter, why ask so many questions? How have I never noticed how dull you are? It's simply Yangcheng number 5 middle school. You could have just asked me directly. Last time I was shopping with her, we happened to pass by number 5, and Yin Wenshan mentioned that she and Xiao attended school there. What is all this indirect questioning for? Old Chen, how come I never realized how dim-witted you are?" On the other end of the line, Nie Ziqing burst into laughter, growing increasingly animated as he continued. "I tell you," Chen Guodong abruptly ended the call, his face dark as a pot's bottom. "Damn it, truly a year of misfortune." Concern for oneself has led to an unwarranted mockery by Nie Ziqing, a display of low intellect, leaving Chen Guodong so enraged that he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Following this incident, Chen Guodong found himself unable to recover even during his midday respite after lunch, the discomfort lingering into the afternoon. As he sat at his desk later that day, he retrieved his contact list and fixated on the name Yang Wenjie for an extended moment. Having learned from experience, he refrained from discussing any serious matters upon the call-less connection, opting instead for casual banter about recent happenings. He concluded with a soft chuckle, "Wenjie, are you free lately? I need to discuss something with you. Shall we enjoy some dim sum together this Sunday? You choose the venue." Yang Wenjie readily acquiesced, and after agreeing on the time and place, they exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the call. This is the advantage of having numerous classmates. One can always find assistance, a resource Chen Guodong intends to utilize wisely in his new life. Once these arrangements were made, Chen Guodong had scarcely returned to his seat when he heard someone calling him. Turning his head, he saw Aunt Fong waving at him, accompanied by a middle-aged man whom he recognized as Ding Ku from the cashier department. Just as Chen Guodong settled down and began sifting through a stack of receipts, Aunt Fong beckoned, "Guodong, come here for a moment." He looked up to see Aunt Fong gesturing towards him, with Ding Ku standing beside her. Ding Ku, a man in his 40s with a trim physique and a shrewd expression, spoke up. "Guodong," Aunt Fong said in a gentle tone, "Ding Ku needs to discuss something with you." Ding Ku smiled and, with a hint of politeness, added, "Guodong, I must trouble you to make a trip tomorrow, Saturday. Our cashier department is overwhelmed due to a significant influx of cash flow from clients." Note, in 1993, China typically operated a 6-day work week, with Saturdays being workdays. A shift to a long short week system began on March 1, 1994, and a 5-day work week was implemented on May 1, 1995. As he spoke, he handed over a simple task list. 2 major clients are coming for payments tomorrow, one being the zoo and the other a front counter, both substantial sums. Each location requires 2 staff members, and we simply cannot manage with our limited workforce. Aunt Fong nodded in agreement, adding, "You are young, quick on your feet, and quite clever. We do appreciate your assistance in supporting the cashier department." She handed over the task list with a smile, saying, "Guodong, there are 2 locations. Feel free to choose one. The zoo or the front counter, it's entirely up to you." Chen Guodong glanced at the list and, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied calmly, "I'll go to the front counter." Ding Ku nodded, his expression relaxing a bit. "Thank you for your help. We'll meet at the cashier department at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." Aunt Fong cautioned, "There will be a lot of cash and various individuals. Be vigilant while collecting payments." Chen Guodong merely acknowledged her with a nod, tucking the list away, his demeanor unchanged. Chapter 39. The Armored Vehicle, November 13, 1993. Saturday. Chen Guodong was not excused from his accounting duties simply because he was aiding the cashier department. The true essence of support meant he would quickly complete his own work before extending assistance to the cashier. Upon the return of the Treasury Department staff, Chen Guodong hastily set about catching up on the work that had been neglected. It was nearly 10 o'clock when he finally set aside his accounting duties to descend to the Treasury Department, where he teamed up with a petite and charming young woman named Ren Huier to transport the money box. Despite her delicate appearance, Ren Huier had recently clinched the championship in the cash counting segment of the last 3 employee skill competitions held by the China Construction Bank, securing 2 first-place titles and 1 second-place finish. Truly impressive credentials, given that current cash counting machines were not yet adept at accurately discerning counterfeit currency. It was mandatory to conduct at least 1 manual count alongside the machine count. Chen Guodong, having spent considerable time in the accounting department in his previous life. Had some familiarity with savings and treasury operations, though his cash counting skills were merely adequate. The responsibility for escorting the cash fell to Sun Yong and Li Shetian, both clad in uniforms and bulletproof vests. Sun Yong, his hand resting on the grip of a Type 54 pistol, kept a vigilant watch as they proceeded. Chen Guodong and Huier carried the money box in the middle, while Li Shetian, also in uniform and body armor, trailed behind, holding a shotgun. Upon boarding the van, they set off without delay. The main counter was located on Huanzhuang Ring Road, a prime area where the neon lights of the storefront had yet to extinguish in the morning light, casting a dazzling glow that was slightly disorienting. Such extravagant opulence was indeed a rarity in this era. As they pushed open the door, they were enveloped by the lingering scents of the previous night, an intoxicating mix of fragrance and alcohol. The carpet was pristine, and the walls, a blend of metal and glass, exuded a sense of ultimate luxury, as if separated from the mundane world outside by an invisible curtain. At this early hour, the lobby was largely deserted, with only the occasional waiter gliding by, treading lightly as if to avoid disturbing the enchanting dreams of the night before. Chen Guodong and Ren Huier entered with the money box, flanked by the vigilant Sun Yong and Li Shetian, who held their weapons with a stern demeanor. Their composed and quiet presence felt somewhat incongruous amidst the opulence that surrounded them. The door to the finance office on the second floor was slightly ajar, through which the sound of feminine laughter floated, languid as evaporating bubbles. As Chen Guodong stepped inside, his gaze immediately met that of Chen Yi. Dressed in a form-fitting white dress, with her long hair cascading loosely, she leaned against the window, the jade bracelet on her wrist catching the light. Her profile was enchanting, and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye seemed to tease with a hint of mirth as she conversed with Manager Mei, the front desk supervisor. Mei, a few years older, possessed a voluptuous figure and striking makeup, her high heels tapping against the carpet with an air of regal authority. Chen Yi glanced over, her smile subtle, her eyes sparkling with playful mockery. "Ah, Accountant Chen, are you here to collect money or win hearts?" Manager Mei appraised Chen Guodong with a smile, adding, "Indeed, with such a grand affair, this young accountant from the finance department is quite the eye-catching presence." Chen Guodong returned a polite smile, simply greeting, "Good morning, Manager Mei. Shall we begin?" With keen interest, Chen Yi continued to observe him, her fingertips tracing silent arcs across the table, reminiscent of a fox encountering grapes. Chen Guodong inwardly scoffed. Such a display seemed extravagant even for this era, for he was no stranger to the lavishness of the Yangcheng Titanium Hotel, having frequented it many times. In this scene, compared to the vibrant and extravagant atmosphere of the Titanium Hotel, it seems rather subdued. The sound of cash counting quickly fills the air, with stacks of banknotes amounting to a staggering sum, easily exceeding 300,000, reflecting the immense wealth generated in just one night at the front desk. It is evident how profound the allure of money is here. Ren Huier truly deserves her title as the foremost expert in cash counting. Her hands move with astonishing speed, her fingers dancing as if rivaling the pace of a currency machine. The air is thick with the laughter of women, the crisp sound of banknotes, and the occasional whispers, intertwining into an invisible wave. Manager Mei occasionally casts a curious glance, her lips perpetually curved in a smile that seems to convey admiration, yet also a sense of anticipation for Chen Guodong's potential embarrassment. However, Chen Guodong remains composed and unperturbed, his gaze steady and inscrutable throughout the process. Once the counting is complete and the cash box is secured, they are still accompanied by security personnel. Chen Guodong and Huier silently lift the box, which has become significantly heavier after being filled with hundreds of thousands in cash. Chen Guodong places an additional hand on Huiyer's side, assisting her as she bears the weight, her petite frame clearly feeling the burden. Huier immediately senses his support and offers him a grateful smile. Meanwhile, Manager Mei and Chen Yi linger by the window, playfully teasing Chen Yi. "My dear Yi, we are quite the close friends, aren't we? What prompted you to invite me here today? Could it be that this cunning fox has developed feelings?" She jests, referring to the persistent pursuit of young Master Zhou. Chen Yi lazily raises her eyes, her smile shrouded in mystery. That young Master Zhou is merely a frivolous scion, a lecherous rogue who toys with women. "Mei, do you believe that should I allow him a chance today, he would cast me aside within a week?" With a wistful gaze, she looks towards the retreating figure boarding the cash transport vehicle, adding, This individual is somewhat enigmatic. Perhaps I have stumbled upon a delightful surprise. The front desk is conveniently located next to the Huihua commercial building by the Zhuang interchange. Exiting the front desk. The usual driving route would have been to follow the auxiliary road to the right. However, due to the bustling commercial area, one must travel a considerable distance before turning around. By 11 in the morning, the streets are choked with traffic. As the cash transport vehicle emerges from the entrance, the driver swiftly maneuvers against the flow of traffic beneath the interchange. Vehicles approaching from the opposite direction screech to a halt, their drivers visibly furious, blasting their horns in a cacophony that threatens to shatter the atmosphere. Some even throw open their doors, marching angrily towards the vehicle. Yet, upon closer inspection, they see two stern-looking security personnel clad in bulletproof vests, armed with weapons, which swiftly dampens their fervor, causing them to retreat back into their vehicles. The chaos from the reverse maneuver quickly escalates, forming a lengthy line of cars in the commercial district. Soon, traffic police arrive on motorcycles, their expressions grave as they confront the disorder, rapping on the windows and unleashing a torrent of reprimands. In 1993, the civility of law enforcement was not as it is today, leading to a rather colorful exchange of insults. Li Shutian, seated in the passenger seat, feels his temper flare upon hearing the traffic officer's words. He rolls down the window, ready to retort, with both sides clad in uniforms. Neither is willing to yield an inch, resulting in a heated exchange filled with barbed remarks and sharp retorts. Chen Guodong sat in the back seat, utterly astonished. He never anticipated that an armored truck could be subjected to such chaos. Indeed, the Chinese have a penchant for gathering in droves. And soon the scene was enveloped by a throng of spectators, packed tightly, as if it were a festival, reveling in the spectacle. However, this pandemonium did not last long. The traffic police called for reinforcements, and shortly thereafter, over a dozen officers arrived, surrounding the van with police cars and motorcycles, effectively sealing off the area. Sun Yong, seated in the rear, had remained silent throughout the journey. At this moment, he stepped out of the vehicle with a grim demeanor, gripping the butt of his firearm, exuding an aura that suggested a transformation. He surveyed the surroundings with a casual glance, and even the closest officers instinctively took a step back. Li Shutian, exit the vehicle, Sun Yong commanded, his voice steady and devoid of emotion, carrying an unmistakable authority. Li Shutian promptly leaped out, and the two men, weapons drawn, flanked Chen Guodong and Ren Huier, escorting them out of the armored truck. They navigated through the still curious officers, leaving the scene without a backward glance. Behind them, the armored truck stood abandoned in the middle of the road, a box full of cash left untouched. A multitude of officers and onlookers stood in stunned silence, hesitant to approach, as if the vehicle and its money were akin to a disturbed hornet's nest, poised to explode. As the street's tumult gradually subsided, sunlight fell upon the ground, and an inexplicable, discordant atmosphere lingered in the air. Chapter 40. Old matters of Wuzhong. Upon returning to the bank, Chen Guodong no longer concerned himself with the incident involving the armored truck. His role was merely to assist the cashier, and a multitude of tasks awaited him back in the accounting department, leaving him no time to dwell on other matters. Nevertheless, the event ultimately garnered significant attention, quickly spreading through society and causing quite an uproar. The following day's newspapers reported on the armored truck's reckless driving and the armed standoff with the traffic police. In truth, according to regulations, the traffic police had no authority to detain the armored truck, nor did they intend to do so at the scene. However, Sun Yong's fierce determination and decisiveness in extracting the individuals effectively left the traffic police with a dilemma. This incident imprinted upon Chen Guodong's memory the composed demeanor of Sun Yong and the fearless tenacity of Li Shutian. A thought crossed Chen Guodong's mind. Due to certain reasons, the system governing traffic police faced significant reforms post-1995, leading to the disbandment of many officers and the outsourcing of armored transport duties to security companies. The current batch of officers either transitioned into banking roles or, unable to adapt, left their positions. In Chen Guodong's recollection, neither Sun Yong nor Li Shutian remained. Should circumstances permit, he would have considered recruiting them, having witnessed their exceptional skills firsthand. However, it was too early to entertain such notions, and he decided to keep this matter to himself for the time being. The incident escalated to the People's Bank and the Municipal Bureau, creating quite a stir, ultimately resulting in the traffic police conceding defeat. The bank merely dispatched personnel to recount the money and retrieve the vehicle, maintaining an appearance of tranquility, while underneath, the traffic police had suffered a quiet setback. The following day was a Sunday, and Chen Guodong chose not to arrange another meeting with Jiang Xiao, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. On the following morning at 8 o'clock, Chen Guodong made his way to Tataju, a renowned and historically significant Cantonese dim sum restaurant in Yangcheng. Within the dim sum hall of Tataju, the morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the air with the warm aromas of Cantonese delicacies and pu'er tea. Upon entering, Chen Guodong found Yang Wenjie already seated in a corner by the window, cradling a cup of tea, with a steaming basket of xiao mai and a plate of shrimp dumplings laid out before him. Truly the essence of a leisurely dim sum experience. After exchanging pleasantries and catching up on each other's lives, Yang Wenjie remarked with a smile, "You seem to be faring quite well at the bank, after all. Banks are never short of cash." Chen Guodong merely smiled faintly and quipped, "That money has passed through countless hands. It's rather filthy. If I were to give you a few 100,000 to count, you'd surely have nightmares tonight." At that moment, a waiter approached to refill their tea. Once the cups were replenished, Chen Guodong gradually broached the main topic. "By the way, Wenjie, I need a favor. Do you remember Jiang Xiao from our class? She is now my girlfriend." Yang Wenjie paused for a moment, then nodded. "Of course, the girl who always wore large black glasses and the old-school uniform. I remember you brought her to the graduation dinner." He winked. "Who would have thought you would win her over so quickly?" Chen Guodong lowered his voice. "She attended middle school number 5. During her junior high years, something profoundly affected her, a particular incident that still resonates in her life today. Middle school, no. 5 falls under your jurisdiction, right? If it's not too much trouble, could you look into what happened back then? Please keep it discreet. If you manage to find out about any teachers or individuals involved, just let me know. I appreciate it." Yang Wenjie readily agreed. "Leave it to me. I know people there. I'll find an opportunity to inquire, so don't worry." With the serious matter concluded, the atmosphere relaxed once more. The two reminisced about amusing past events, recalling their mischievous escapades involving Lu Xinwen and the night they scaled the wall for late-night snacks while watching the English Premier League. An adventure that ended with torn trousers, which brought forth hearty laughter. They also discussed their classmates' current situations, and Yang Wenjie shook his head. Adong didn't report to the city unit. Instead, he joined Amway, which infuriated his father. However, I hear he's doing quite well now, presenting lectures every day. Adong mentioned wanting to gather us all together soon. Chen Guodong nodded. "That sounds good. Let us invite everyone for a reunion." Outside, the streets were bustling with activity, and the restaurant was lively, nearing noon. As their conversation drew to a close, Yang Wenjie patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder and assured him, "Don't worry. I'll keep your matter in mind and get back to you soon." Chen Guodong stood, nodded in acknowledgement, expressed his gratitude softly, and raised his teacup, finishing its contents in one go. For the remainder of the day, he had no other plans, opting to return home to accompany his parents. The household remained as it always was, his father poring over materials in the study, his mother preparing meals in the kitchen. The atmosphere imbued with tranquility and the scent of books. However, in recent days, Chen Guodong noticed his father absent-mindedly rubbing his right shoulder. When asked, his father merely attributed it to the overwhelming amount of documentation he had been organizing, dismissing it as a minor ailment that would pass with time. Chen Guodong refrained from responding, silently observing his father. In his previous life, Chen Guodong's father suffered from high blood sugar and hypertension as he aged, neglecting physical activity. Ultimately, he succumbed to a myocardial infarction before reaching 70, leaving a profound sense of regret for his son. This burden remains heavy on Chen Guodong's heart. In this lifetime, he vows never to allow his parents to tread the same path. Observing his mother in the kitchen, he discreetly approached her, whispering his concerns. Without explicitly stating his fears, he urged her to keep a close watch on his father, advising against overly greasy meals, hiding sweets, and encouraging daily walks with him when the weather permits. His mother, understanding yet playful, teased, "Are you worried he might throw in the towel and leave everything to us?" During dinner, seizing the moment while serving dishes, Chen Guodong reminded his father, "Dad, try not to stay cooped up at home too much. Walking and exercising are beneficial for your health." His father furrowed his brow, dismissing the advice. "Oh, you youngsters always overreact. It's just a bit of discomfort in my shoulder, it'll pass. There's no need to fuss over it." His mother chimed in, "You never listen. Every doctor says that as you age, You need to stay active. Your son is working hard now. You should take care of yourself so you can enjoy time with your grandchildren." Unperturbed, his father muttered, "What do you two know?" Just as he was about to retort, Chen Guodong unleashed his trump card. "Dad, have you forgotten your checkup last year? Your blood sugar was elevated. We shouldn't keep buying sweets at home. Let us take a stroll after meals, and tomorrow I'll join you at the park for some exercise." His father, growing anxious, protested, "You're making a mountain out of a molehill. I'm not seriously ill, am I?" The mother and son exchanged banter, and she elevated the candy jar out of reach. "From now on, I won't be buying these." Chen Guodong seized the opportunity. "From this evening onward, we'll implement a household rule, a post-meal walk. Anyone who refuses will do the dishes." Surrounded by the duo's playful yet firm insistence, the father was left with no choice but to concede, half-jokingly sighing, "You two are ganging up on me. Fine, I yield. But don't overexert me. You'll have to carry me if I collapse." Chen Guodong and his mother shared a knowing smile, the atmosphere at the table lightening. They exchanged playful jests, all the while feeling relieved that he was willing to begin moving again. Chapter 41. The beginning, November 15th, 1993, Monday. Chen Guodong arrived early as usual, methodically completing his tasks in the accounting department. At 9:30 in the morning, he glanced at the clock and discreetly picked up the phone on his desk, dialing the brokerage firm's trading hotline. The call was devoid of human interaction, met instead by the cold, mechanical voice of an automated system. "Please enter your shareholder account number." He input the digits on the keypad, following the prompts to enter his password. "Please select buy or sell." Input the security code 000001. Please enter the buying price 5.20. Please enter the quantity 9,600. Once all entries were complete, there was a brief pause on the line before the robotic voice confirmed, "Your order has been accepted. Please check for completion during trading hours." Chen Guodong ended the call, resuming his duties at his desk as if nothing had transpired. He patiently awaited the completion of the morning's tasks before dialing the number again, inputting the query as instructed by the automated voice prompt. "Your order for Shun Fa Zhan 000001, priced at 5.20 for 9,600 shares, has been fully executed." Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong's expression remained unchanged. He gently hung up the phone and pulled out a notepad to transcribe the transaction details. November 15th, 1993 by Shun Fa Zhan 000001, price 520 yuan, quantity 9,600 shares, total 49,920 yuan. Chen Guodong. He placed the note in an envelope, which bore only the inscription for Manager Chen's perusal. During lunch, as the others departed, he discreetly placed the envelope on the desk of Chun Yi in the credit department. Everything transpired as usual, without a ripple of disturbance. Yet, upon returning to his workstation in the afternoon, a lingering chill remained on his fingertips. He understood that this was merely the beginning. As the workday drew to a close, Chen Guodong had just tidied his desk and exhaled a sigh of relief when he stepped out of the bank's doors, only to find a slender figure in a white dress waiting in the shade of the trees. Chen Yi appeared to be waiting for him, seemingly indifferent to the potential gossip that could arise from such a meeting at the office entrance. As soon as he emerged, Chen Yi hailed a taxi, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Guodong, leaving him no room for choice. Fully aware of her intentions, Chen Guodong refrained from further protest and obediently entered the taxi. Once the door closed, the atmosphere inside the vehicle grew tense, with only the two of them remaining. "You seem remarkably composed," Chen Yi remarked, her eyes fixed ahead, cutting to the chase with a tone laced with exasperation. "Who told you to recklessly invest in stocks? Do you have any idea what the market is like right now? Friends at Haitong Securities have informed me that the market peaked in February, and the index has been on a downward trend ever since. Anyone who rushes in now will only serve as fodder for the market." Her voice was low, tinged with annoyance, yet also seemed to hold a hint of frustration. "If making money were that easy, would I still be waiting? My friend from Haitong Securities, if there were any real opportunities, would they ever fall to you?" Despite her harsh words, her concern shone through every syllable. Chen Guodong discerned that, although she scolded him, her worries were genuine. He understood that her concerns were not solely about money, at least, not purely about financial gain. After all, Chen Guodong had written an IOU, ensuring he could not escape the obligation. As a seasoned veteran of the game, Chen Guodong could easily surmise that Chen Yi had ultimately chosen to invest her trust in him. She truly wished to see him succeed, for his failure would also signify her own. Chen Yi held a strong belief in his potential, even though her rationality did not entirely support it. At a loss for words, Chen Guodong felt a rush of warmth, but restrained himself from revealing too much. He could not admit that his past mindset had led him to miss numerous opportunities, and now he was, in essence, opening a historical golden opportunity. Believe me, if I were the kind of mediocre person you think I am, you wouldn't have given me a second glance, would you? He replied, lowering his voice. Chen Yi abruptly turned her head, her anger flaring. Who are you calling sister? Who is concerned about you? Who would ever look at you? The self-righteous scoundrel abruptly commanded the driver to halt. As the vehicle came to a standstill, she promptly alighted, her movements devoid of hesitation. Without even casting a glance at Chen Guodong, she lifted the hem of her skirt and vanished from sight. As the car resumed its journey, Chen Guodong remained in the back seat, utterly dumbfounded, questioning his own actions. Had he not revealed his genuine emotions, responding to her sincere concern? Was this truly the outcome he deserved? The most troubling aspect was that this taxi had deposited him in a desolate locale, a place he could not even identify. And that vixen had not even paid for the fare. Outside the window, the cityscape appeared bleak, and the night breeze swept through, leaving Chen Guodong in a state of bemusement. From November 15, 1993, a new routine had emerged in Chen Guodong's life. During stock trading hours, he would check the day's stock market performance using the voice system of the brokerage firm. The cold, electronic female voice would announce his daily asset balance, the oscillating decimal point concealing a satisfaction he chose not to express. Yet, on the surface, life continued to be tranquil, work remained tedious, and the paperwork piled high. Since that awkward encounter in the taxi, Chen Huli seemed to have evaporated into thin air, no longer wandering around the accounting department. Whenever they crossed paths, she wore a sullen expression, ignoring him entirely, leaving Chen Guodong perplexed, unsure of what had offended her. A call from Yang Wenjie interrupted his thoughts, indicating that some progress had been made regarding Jiang Xiao's past, although further details were still to be uncovered, urging him to remain patient. Chen Guodong acknowledged with a hum and set aside his anxiety, immersing himself in the minutiae of daily life. After work, seeking out Jiang Xiao became his most delightful form of relaxation. Each encounter seemed to reveal an even gentler and more compliant version of her. Her voice softened considerably. At times, Chen Guodong would ponder whether Jiang Xiao might be a time traveler from antiquity. The classical virtues of women, the ideals of loyalty and submission, were embodied in her so perfectly that it brought comfort to men. If those ancient patriarchs were to traverse into the modern era, they would surely be driven to madness by the feminist movements. The only lament was Jiang Xiao's overwhelming shyness. On one occasion, Chen Guodong, inadvertently attempting to avoid a bicycle, wrapped his arm around her waist, causing her to freeze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to move. In that moment, he chose not to press further, simply holding her hand as they strolled beneath the streetlights, allowing the vibrant blush on her face to gradually fade. As for Yinshan, she was recently preoccupied with an initiative called Civilization Vanguard being launched in the streets. She was so busy that it felt as if she were trying to stretch a single day into two, leaving her no time to bother Jiang Xiao, thus affording Chen Guodong a rare opportunity for solitude with her. He relished these moments, for they represented the life he truly desired. However, the threads of fate had not ceased their entwining, quietly weaving a complex web in the shadows, ever present. Chapter 42. The Fury of the Vixen. On December 10, 1993. The stock market began to retract. Yet, Shen Development surged forth with the strength Chen Guodong had anticipated. Having invested at 520 yuan that day, Shen Development soared, unstoppable in its ascent. By December 10th, the stock price had swiftly surpassed 750 yuan, climbing further during intraday trading. Chen Guodong gazed intently at the market. Each fluctuating number felt like a hammer striking his heart. When the price reached 781 yuan, he decisively entered his command, the feminine voice of the system prompting him. Press 1 to confirm the successful sale. The transaction ultimately settled at 782 yuan. Selling 600 shares, the proceeds approached 75,000 yuan, netting a profit of 25,000. True to his routine, he left a note on a sticky pad. Shenzhen Development, fully liquidated, see details. He meticulously documented the date, stock code, transaction price, quantity, and gains or losses. Then, he sealed it in an envelope and, during lunch, discreetly slipped the envelope into Chen Ye's drawer while the credit department was empty. Having completed these tasks, Chen Guodong feigned nonchalance as he went to lunch, deliberately avoiding any glance at Chen Yi. In truth, he harbored a flicker of anticipation, wishing to flaunt his success before this cunning vixen, to tease her charming face, or at least exchange a few barbed remarks. After all, he had once been outsmarted by her, resulting in a 50 yuan taxi fare to the outskirts, enough to buy a garment for Jiang Xiao. Yet he spent the entire day without catching a glimpse of her. Chen Guodong wandered through the building, up and down. Yet Chen Yi seemed to have vanished entirely. With no one to boast to, he lamented his lack of recognition. Not a shred of vanity offered. Even a seasoned dog has its pride. Chen Guodong was not a novice unacquainted with the stock market. To be candid, in the later years of his life, his investments had already exceeded 7 figures. This modest profit was insufficient to rattle his seasoned heart, weathered by the tempests of the market. By mid to late December, the Shanghai Composite Index began a steep correction, plummeting below 300 points. The stock market was enveloped in despair, the screens awash in a ghastly green. And even the casual chatter in the accounting department's break room was laced with bitter curses. The new recruit, Su Feihua, who had taken over from Lu Junkai, hailed from a prosperous family in the garment business. According to Chen Guodong's recollections, their wealth had only flourished with the advent of reform and opening up, indicating that Su Feihua was also dabbling in stocks at this time. Yet, Chen Guodong merely cast a cursory glance at the market. His heart stirred not in the slightest. He had witnessed far harsher crashes, having experienced the market tumble from the 18th floor to the ground level, and then into the basement, ultimately realizing that the basement was but a prelude to an even deeper abyss of despair. Even the wind on his commute home carried an added chill. During this period, Chen Yi had not sought out Chen Guodong again, as if the earlier flirtations and sparks had dissipated into thin air. Nevertheless, Chen Yi remained subtly attentive to Chen Guodong, and upon receiving the note regarding the liquidation of stocks and the securing of profits, she breathed a sigh of relief. This lad truly has remarkable fortune. Amidst a market rife with turmoil, he had managed to emerge unscathed, even profiting by 50%, a stroke of luck akin to snatching chestnuts from the fire, or seizing food from the jaws of a tiger. Could it be that this Chen little pup was indeed favored by fate? Chen Yi had always held a belief in destiny and the fortunes of individuals. Those endowed with significant fate often possessed formidable resilience. However, on December 16th, when Chen Yi caught sight of that familiar note on her desk, she was nearly driven to madness. Today's purchase, Vank 000002, purchase date, December 13th. 1993 purchase price, 649 yuan investment amount, 75,000 yuan shares held, 11,500 shares. Her fingertips trembled. Despite her cultivated demeanor, she was on the brink of losing her composure, nearly uttering an expletive. At that moment, she desperately wished to seize Chen Xiaonai's collar and demand, "Are you the beloved grandson of Mazu? Just when you've emerged from tumultuous waters, you wish to invest everything. Do you dare to gamble in this market? Are you intent on courting disaster to the very end?" She stared at the note for an extended period, her expression gradually deteriorating, her mental state ultimately unraveling. With a fierce click of her high heels, she stormed towards the accounting department. Chen Guodong suddenly felt an oppressive atmosphere hanging over him. Upon looking up, he was startled. There stood Chen Hu, draped in a white dress, her jade bracelet glimmering as she glared at him. The fury radiating from her eyes seemed to ignite her curvaceous form, rising and falling with each breath. If a glare could kill, Chen Guodong would have been riddled with wounds long ago. After a prolonged moment of silence, Chen Yi huffed, tossed her hair, and turned on her heel, leaving Chen Guodong in a state of utter shock. The accounting department fell into a hushed silence, soon followed by a murmur of speculation. What is happening? Why is Chen Yi from the credit department here? She seems quite furious. Could it be something to do with Chen Guodong? Surely, their relationship isn't anything special? Some observed Chen Guodong, who appeared unfazed. Surprisingly, he even overheard a sigh from the neighboring cashier department. Chen Guodong buried his head in organizing the documents on his desk, as if nothing had transpired. After all, as long as the embarrassed party remained unflustered, the real awkwardness lay with those who presumed he would be. Yet, the note that had been on his desk was discreetly stashed away in his drawer, never to resurface. Would anyone assume he had passed a love note to Chen Hu? The thought left him with a sense of impending social demise. As December progressed and the year drew to a close, the atmosphere at the Dongshan branch became palpably tense. Everyone engaged in accounting, especially those who had worked in banking, were acutely aware that a significant task loomed on the horizon: the year-end financial settlement. As the year approached its end, the prevalent topic of conversation throughout the bank revolved around the completion of this year's performance metrics, which directly impacted everyone's interests, particularly the amount of the year-end bonus. The accounting department buzzed with activity, and Jiang Hojun from the credit department made frequent visits. Periodically, he would linger near Chen Guodong, alongside Aunt Fong and Lin Xiaomin, as they calculated various data and performance outcomes. Regardless of Chen Guodong's desire to disengage or indifference, there were always voices in his ear discussing completion percentages, what had been achieved and what had not. Even if he wished to remain oblivious to the performance metrics, it was simply impossible. In summary, this year, the East Mountain branch has managed to achieve most of its targets quite satisfactorily. Some have even been surpassed ahead of schedule. Yet the average daily deposit balance remains an unalterable fate, set in stone. One must resign to it. However, there is one pivotal year-end deposit assessment criterion, which serves as the branch's visage. This figure, representing the deposit balance at the close of business on December 31st, is of paramount importance to all branch leaders, and it constitutes a significant portion of the overall performance evaluation. With only a few days left until the year's end, the East Mountain branch finds itself over 100 million short. Consequently, President Li and Jiang Hojun are in a state of urgency, running back and forth daily, while all loan officers hustle tirelessly among the enterprises under their purview, striving to secure additional deposits before the final deadline. Chapter 43. The matter of loyalty to the sovereign. Of course, these matters lie somewhat apart from the accounting department. Chen Guodong is not the department head. His responsibility is to ensure the smooth completion of the year-end financial closing. On the final day, December 31st, once all interbank bill exchanges and settlements conclude, they must swiftly tally the annual accounts, racing against time to transfer all reports and data onto a 3-inch disk before midnight and deliver it to the head office. In 1993, with no internet, the process involved meticulous verification, followed by the disk's delivery to provincial and municipal reconciliation. At this time each year, the entire accounting team operates like a tightly wound spring, working at full capacity. No one dares to make even the slightest mistake, lest it jeopardize the branch's year-end closing. That day also marks an overtime workday for all banking professionals. Unfinished tasks cannot be left to the following year. Thus, in the days leading up to this deadline, Chen Guodong began consolidating his workload, completing tasks that could be finalized in advance and preparing those that required prior arrangement. Initially, Lin Xiaomin had intended to offer guidance to this new colleague, who was experiencing year-end closing for the first time. However, she soon realized that this new recruit was far more prepared than she had anticipated, leading her to nod in approval and raise her assessment of Chen Guodong. On December 30th, the day before the year-end closing, Chen Guodong returned to the office early only to hear some disconcerting news. Chen Yi had been hospitalized. The news was not widely circulated. Everyone continued with their duties as usual. Initially perplexed, Chen Guodong recalled seeing Chen the previous day, looking vibrant and well. So he dismissed the thought. By noon, while delivering materials to the loan department, he happened upon Lu Junkai and another loan officer, Kai Jia, quietly conversing around the corner. Chen is quite unfortunate, Lu remarked. I heard that Mr. Zhou from the Southern Communications Network used to pursue her. Indeed, yesterday, Jiang invited them to dinner. Given the circumstances, it was only proper to show support. But that Zhou is truly a despicable character. He insisted that Chen attend. And if that weren't enough, he demanded she drink a high-priced Mao Tai, 1 million per glass. Isn't that just bullying? I genuinely felt like pouring that drink over his head. In our group of gentlemen, we stood in stunned silence as Chen Ku consumed 13 cups, ultimately landing himself in the hospital. The sight of a woman standing before us stirred a profound sense of embarrassment, evoking a desire to vanish into the ground. It was an affront that demanded retribution. I vowed that sooner or later, I would make that scoundrel surnamed Zhou pay for this indignity. My voice was low, tinged with indignation. Yet, within Chen Guodong, an unsettling thought took root as he recalled Chun Yi's vibrant demeanor. Suddenly, he perceived a hidden sorrow lurking behind her seemingly glamorous facade. For reasons unknown, He was reminded of the courtesans from ancient novels. Even the strikingly Shir, radiant as a flame, ultimately had to raise a cup for the man she adored. At noon, as the workday concluded, the time for lunch arrived. Knowing that few would be present at this hour, Chen Guodong hesitated before stepping outside, crossing the road to the Railway General Hospital directly opposite. This place was familiar to him. He often delivered documents here and was well acquainted with the hospital's wards. The door to the patient's room was ajar. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from knocking and gently pushed the door open. Sunlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, casting a soft glow upon the hospital bed. Chun Yi was reclining against the bed, her petite form curled up, draped only in a light beige hospital gown. Her complexion paler than usual. Her hair hung disheveled over her shoulders, and an 4-needle dangled from her hand, rendering her wrist, usually adorned with jade, remarkably delicate. Unaware of his presence, she gazed vacantly out the window, the tear mole at the corner of her eye stark against the sterile white walls, as if it were the sole vibrant hue in the room. Suddenly sensing something, she turned her head and caught sight of Chen Guodong standing there. For an instant, she was taken aback, instinctively reaching up to smooth her hair, a gesture betraying her unease. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with a husky timbre. "Are you pleased to see me in this state?" Chen Guodong approached her, bending down to adjust the blanket draped over her shoulders and gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Why do you push yourself so hard?" he inquired softly. She recoiled slightly, her striking black and white eyes meeting his, and after a prolonged silence, she replied, "One must be loyal to the one who sustains them. I cannot falter at a crucial moment." Chen Guodong, at a loss for words, merely gazed at her, his eyes deep and inscrutable, before turning to leave. "You must take care of yourself." His voice was as gentle as a whisper, brushing against her heart. As the door clicked shut, tranquility enveloped the room once more. Chun Yi's eyelashes fluttered, as if she could no longer hold back, and she slowly buried her face in the pillow. The unfallen tear at the corner of her eye absorbed silently by the fabric. Upon exiting the hospital, Chen Guodong paused, inhaling deeply. The lonely, weary Chen Yi he had just seen was a stark contrast to the woman he remembered, striding confidently in high heels, thriving at the Dongshan branch. Until now, he had believed that her beguiling charm was her sharpest weapon, but he had come to realize that her resilience, tenacity, and sense of responsibility were what truly allowed her to stand firm at the Dongshan branch. Recalling her resolute decision to lend him money and juxtaposing it with the memory of the 13 cups of Maotai consumed last night, an endeavor that landed him in the hospital. All in the name of loyalty, Chen Guodong felt as though some part of his heart had been doused in cold water only to be scorched by fire. A sensation akin to navigating through the extremes of ice and flame. The following day, December 31st, 1993, a Friday, he found himself leaving work slightly later than usual. Though not due to the year-end accounting, which had yet to commence. The true year-end financial reckoning would only begin after the evening's exchange of notes, with the transactions of 1993 concluding once all banks had recorded their accounts by the following morning. The evening air was laced with the chill of the year's end as streetlights flickered to life, casting the scent of the new year far and wide. Chen Guodong stood waiting outside Jiang Shuyao's workplace. Jiang Shuyao emerged cautiously, a plain canvas bag slung over her shoulder. Upon spotting him, her steps quickened, yet slowed again as she approached, reminiscent of a timid fawn by the water's edge. Chen Guodong advanced with an authoritative tone. "Come, let us celebrate this New Year's Eve at a splendid venue." Jiang Shuyao responded softly, her gaze revealing a hint of anxiety. "Isn't it too extravagant? Perhaps we could just buy some snacks and watch a movie instead?" With a gentle smile, Chen Guodong drew her closer, declaring, "Just so happens I have good news. My investment is beginning to yield returns. When you are with me, financial concerns should not weigh upon your mind. If we cannot manage these small matters, how can I promise to protect you for a lifetime?" To a woman, such words resonate like the sweetest of confessions. Yet they can also sting like poison, and Jiang Shuyao found herself momentarily taken aback, her lips moving as if she wished to articulate something further, as she often did. "Very well," she acquiesced, never one to resist his charm. Chen Guodong, perceiving the hesitation in her eyes, spoke with a grave yet measured firmness. "Trust me. Do not decline my invitation tonight." Seeing his earnest demeanor, Jiang Shuyao ultimately relented, bowing her head in quiet compliance. As the night breeze tousled her hair, Chen Guodong leaned down to smooth it, then took her hand gently, his gaze tender. Tonight, let me take care of everything. Chapter 44. The moon reflects on E10. The silvery glow of the moon spilled across the river, rendering the night by the white goose pond as serene as water itself. The river breeze carried a hint of dampness mingled with the warmth of lights. A splendid tableau of human illumination. The Swan Hotel towered majestically, its reflection dancing upon the water's surface, while the hall within exuded a spacious tranquility, even whispers echoing softly. This was Jiang Shuyao's first experience in such a refined establishment. Her dress hem nervously tugged at her fingertips. She lowered her gaze, as if fearing to disturb the brilliance surrounding her, walking lightly behind Chen Guodong. He guided her to a table by the window, where the expansive river shimmered, neon lights flickering upon the surface, casting a gentle, bright glow within the hall. Noticing Jiang Shuyao's nervousness and discomfort, Chen Guodong reached out, gently clasping her delicate hand, signaling to the waiter for water, before picking up the menu and quietly introducing her to various Western dishes and dining etiquette. In the restaurant, a serene melody played softly in the background. Chen Guodong occasionally engaged in casual conversation with Jiang Shuyao about the ferries on the river outside or the seasonal floral arrangements within the hall. His voice was gentle, akin to a tranquil stream, dispelling her unease. Gradually, Jiang Shuyao began to relax, gazing quietly out at the flowing waters, her heart softening. After a moment, she suddenly spoke in a barely audible whisper, her gaze cast downward in shyness. My grandmother wishes to see you in a few days. She added that what concerns a girl most in her life is whether she encounters a worthy partner. Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong looked at her earnestly, responding in a low tone, that is only right. I have long wished to pay a visit to your uncle and aunt, and your grandmother, to ease her worries. He paused, a gentle smile gracing his eyes, assuring her, rest assured, no matter when, I shall never cause you sorrow. Jiang Shuyao finally exhaled, nodding softly, her gaze filled with tender reliance and a hint of shyness. She looked at Chen Guodong, suppressing her bashfulness. Only my grandmother, then lowered her eyes, as if her thoughts dissolved into the night. Her fingertips glided soundlessly along the edge of the table, as if her innermost feelings had gently settled within her heart. Outside, the river was illuminated by the rising fireworks, and the warmth of the hall shielded them from the city's clamor beyond the glass. She leaned peacefully against him, content to share the last night of 1993 together. The following day at work, the atmosphere in the Dongshan branch had transformed entirely, imbued with a sense of impending confrontation. The air was thick with tension and anxiety, as if a taut string had been drawn. When Su Feihua returned from the bill exchange center, the accounting department buzzed with activity, each member wearing a serious expression as they diligently attended to their tasks. The sounds of typing and the rustling of account books filled the air. Even Xiaoxia, usually the most jovial, refrained from making any jokes. By 11 o'clock, all processes for the year-end closing had progressed to the final step, with only the last reconciliation remaining. Lin Xiaoman and Wen Li were meticulously conducting a final check, while Zhang Hojun, unusually, stayed close by, not even taking a sip of water. Chen Guodong observed, understanding that everyone awaited this moment. Only when the figures aligned perfectly and the reconciliation succeeded would they truly be at ease. Just as the team believed they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Wen Li suddenly exclaimed, her voice sharp, Sister Lin, the final trial balance is off. In an instant, all activity in the department ceased. Even the hum of the printer seemed to vanish. Lin Xiaoman quickly stood up, resubmitting the reconciliation process, yet the screen still flashed in red. The accounts were unbalanced, and the source of the error remained unknown. Aunt Fang's expression changed, her voice firm. Investigate. The atmosphere reached a peak of tension. Everyone gathered around, silence enveloping them save for the sound of keyboards and hurried breaths. No one spoke. The air felt frozen, as the department remained immobilized by the revelation of the unbalanced trial. Perhaps there had been a glitch during the previous reconciliation? Lin Xiaoman checked multiple times, her brow furrowed deeply. Despite her youth, she has gained renown throughout the entire China construction bank system as a skilled practitioner in her field, possessing unparalleled experience and expertise. Consequently, since yesterday, she has been meticulously monitoring all transactions and has now come to a preliminary conclusion that the data and accounts are in order. The issue likely resides within the computer program. It is worth noting that such occurrences were not uncommon back in 1993, when the unit's 486 computer was still relatively new, and the standalone program used for balancing accounts was rather rudimentary, making errors a frequent affair. What to do then? With a furrowed brow, Wenli felt a pang of urgency. The only recourse was to restore from the data backup taken after yesterday's closing. Then re-enter all the accounts from today to see if that rectified the situation. Lin Xiaomin made the decision with firm resolve. Chen Guodong, on the other hand, silently marveled at the predicament. The final bill exchange at year-end had already surpassed 1,000 entries yesterday, and now having to meticulously re-record all of them felt like rendering yesterday's efforts futile. Anyone would furrow their brow at such a daunting workload. A heavy silence enveloped the department. Even the air felt taut. In truth, Chen Guodong had encountered a similar situation in a previous life when the accounting department had to labor tirelessly for over 30 hours due to balancing issues. At that time, he was still a novice, pulled into an all-nighter of data entry that left him bleary-eyed. Yet, that experience had granted him some insight into the likely root of the current problem, although he chose to keep it to himself. Recently, he had been deliberately tempering his brilliance within the accounting department, aware that sometimes standing out too much could be detrimental. For most leaders, the prospect of losing their most capable talents is a disheartening thought. He still aspired to be transferred to the credit department. With his head down, he perused the invoices in his hand, maintaining an expression of calm, as if this turmoil had nothing to do with him, though internally, he had already begun to weigh the pros and cons. History stubbornly continued its course. As all the invoices were re-entered, Lin Xiaomin, Wenli, and the assisting Xiao Yi hardly took a moment to sip water, fully immersed in their arduous task. By 7 in the evening, the dim lights cast a weary glow over the accounting department, where everyone was like tightly wound springs, nearly standing in anticipation, fearing any delay. Seizing the moment when everyone was fixated on Lin Xiaomin's deft fingers dancing across the keyboard, Chen Guodong quietly slipped to the side of the voucher basket, diligently sifting through the pile. Beneath the mountain of invoices, he meticulously searched until he finally found it. Subject, 1232 entrusted loan interest. He extracted the stack of invoices and placed it prominently atop the others, ensuring it protruded significantly from the basket, hoping to draw attention. As the re-entry process neared completion, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen, watching Lin Xiaomin execute the final step in balancing the accounts. At that critical moment, the phone in the accounting department rang sharply, shattering the silence. Aunt Fong hurried over, her expression tense as she answered the call. It was a query from the head office's accounting department, inquiring why the data from the Dongshan branch had yet to be submitted, as the citywide data needed consolidation. Currently, Dongshan was the only branch in Yangcheng that had not turned in its data disk, and the provincial office was pressing for it, as the national data consolidation awaited. Aunt Fong could only whisper an explanation. There are some issues with the program. We are still addressing them and will catch up shortly. Upon hearing that the Dongshan branch was experiencing problems, it was likely that those above grew anxious and hastily arranged for engineers and experts to assist. After hanging up the phone, Aunt Fong gently exhaled, observing Lin Xiaomin and her team, who were bustling about, concealing her pressure deep within. She quietly approached them once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Hojun, present in the corner, remained silent, steadfastly accompanying the entire accounting department in their busy endeavors. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. All eyes were fixated on Lin Xiaomin as she pressed the reconcile button. Beep. The cold computer screen once again displayed an error indicating an imbalance. A collective sigh of despair swept through the room, plunging it into a profound silence, as fatigue and frustration marred the faces of the accounting personnel. The air heavy as if laden with lead. Chapter 45. Meeting Grandma. The notification of another reconciliation failure flashed briefly on the screen like a cold light striking the faces of the gathered individuals. Their expressions darkened, each feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. They had exhausted every rudimentary method, re-entering all the invoices, yet the results remained unchanged. Aunt Fong remained silent. But this very silence amplified the pressure on everyone. They knew that if the higher-ups demanded data, it would ultimately fall upon the shoulders of the head of the accounting department. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt as if one could wring water from it. Outside, the night was deepening, while inside, a row of stark white lights cast a chilling glow. The air was filled with the sound of keyboards clattering and anxious breaths. We must verify all the accounts that have changed since yesterday, Lin Xiaomin murmured, her voice slightly hoarse. If that doesn't work, We can revert to the previous day's data and try again. Resolute, Lin Xiaomin initiated the task, and a few frontline workers buried themselves in the piles of yesterday's invoices. They quickly set aside the 1232 entrusted loan interest ticket that Chen Guodong had specifically pulled out. Perhaps they subconsciously believed that the automatically generated interest accounts could not possibly be erroneous, thus rendering them beyond scrutiny. Chen Guodong leaned against his desk, unable to bear the sight any longer. He understood that if he did not intervene soon, it would take until the early hours of the next day for them to re-enter over 1,000 pieces of data, and they had to return to work the day after. Moreover, he had important matters to attend to tomorrow. After a moment's hesitation, he finally raised his hand and said, "Wait." In an instant, everyone in the room halted, their gazes fixed on this usually reticent newcomer. In such critical moments, what chance did a newcomer have to voice an opinion? What could he possibly understand? Even when Li merely directed him on what to do, ultimately, it was Aunt Fong, Damon, and Xiaoye who called the shots in the accounting department. With a hint of trepidation, Chen Guodong pointed to the neglected 1232 ticket. Could it be that these automatically generated interest accounts have a program error? Might that be the reason for the abnormal data? Having explored all other possibilities, this one could not be dismissed either. A brief silence ensued, suddenly thickening the air for several seconds. Lin Xiaomin, as if jolted by an electric shock, sprang to her feet, seizing the stack of subject 1232 entrusted loan interest vouchers and dashed towards the accounting room. Xiao Yi and Wenli swiftly realized the urgency and hurriedly followed her into the room. Outside, an eerie stillness prevailed, punctuated only by the ticking clock and the whispering night breeze. Moments later, a jubilant cheer erupted from the accounting room. Everyone congregated around, discovering that during the last day's automatic generation of entrusted loan interest, the system had failed to reset, resulting in a duplication of interest calculations and ultimately leading to an imbalance in the trial balance. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. The entire team, weary and on the brink of collapse, found renewed vigor in this revelation, akin to a life-giving elixir. Following manual adjustments to rectify the errors, the system recalculated, and at long last, the long-awaited balance notification appeared. The entire accounting department erupted in a long-suppressed cheer. Even Aunt Fong, typically the epitome of composure, could not help but exhale in relief. Everyone was engrossed in their joy, sharing the hard-won triumph of completing the year-end accounts, except for Aunt Fong and Jiang Hojun, who exchanged a meaningful glance, subtly observing Chen Guodong, who had deliberately shrunk into an inconspicuous corner, lost in thought. As tranquility descended once more, the night air continued to flow gently. Chen Guodong too breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Tomorrow, he had promised Jiang Xiao that he would visit her grandmother, a significant event indeed. Jiang Xiao had mentioned that her grandmother's approval was essential for her to consider a boyfriend, as her grandmother believed that beauty often brings misfortune, fearing she might be misled and harmed. Upon returning home, Chen Guodong, still lingering in the afterglow of the year-end accounts, abruptly recalled an important matter. He had yet to prepare a small gift for his meeting with Jiang Xiao's grandmother. It was only then that he calmed his thoughts and reflected on his interactions with Jiang Xiao. Information about her family was rather scant. All he knew was that she only ever mentioned her grandmother, never her parents. Her grandmother was the softest, most revered, and dependable figure in her discourse. Occasional snippets revealed to Chen Guodong that this elder was no ordinary person. She was worldly and held a strong sense of propriety. Once, he had overheard Jiang Xiao mention that her grandmother was a genuine Westgate lady, suggesting that her family had once thrived in the 13 factories of Canton before liberation, and thus, she had received a Western-style education. Such a person possessed a broad perspective, an astute judgment of character, and a natural elegance in demeanor. Chen Guodong dared not act indiscreetly. He poured himself a glass of water in the living room and casually inquired, "Dad, do we have any foreign exchange coupons left? I plan to visit the friendship store tomorrow to purchase a gift for an elder." The foreign exchange coupon was a unique artifact of that era, allowing the purchase of imported goods in the friendship store only with foreign currency. His parents, engrossed in their newspaper and quietly conversing, looked up in unison at his question. As father adjusted his glasses and was about to speak, mother had already seized the moment, exchanging a knowing glance with their son before bursting into laughter. "So, you're finally going to meet someone else's elders?" Chen Guodong cleared his throat, sidestepping the question directly, and replied, it's someone of grandmother's generation. One mustn't neglect the formalities, especially since their family values such traditions. Mother immediately understood, refraining from further inquiries, and simply nodded. Last time your father's classmate returned from Hong Kong. He brought some coffee and a few cans of evaporated milk for your father, which remain unopened. You should take them. The older generation, accustomed to tea, would find coffee to be a novelty, making it a fitting gift for visiting elders. Father feigned indifference, saying, "Is that all? Why are you worried? Tomorrow, I'll help you select a fine box of Huazhong tea. After all, drinking tea is also about fate. Moreover, we need not adhere to such formalities in our family. If you have friends visiting, there's no need to bring anything." His words were laced with double meanings. Chen Guodong quickly pretended not to understand, laughingly responding, "All right. I shall rely on your reputation to meet the elders tomorrow." The home was bathed in warm light, with the three of them exchanging playful banter, adding a touch of warmth to the cold winter night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Guodong rose early. He meticulously washed his face, shaved, and styled his hair, even ensuring the collar of his shirt was perfectly aligned. After donning his new woolen overcoat, he scrutinized himself in the mirror until he was satisfied, nodding approvingly. Mother sat on the sofa, pretending to read the newspaper, yet stealing glances at him, subtly signaling to father. "When has our son ever dressed so dapper?" she whispered, unable to suppress a smile. Father, holding a teacup with a serious demeanor, was filled with curiosity. "I must admit, this rascal does clean up well. He bears a resemblance to my youthful self." He paused, lowering his voice to murmur, "Should we follow him to see which girl has captured his heart?" Mother shot him a disapproving look. "Have you no shame? It's not easy for young people to muster the courage to introduce their boyfriends to their parents. If you follow him, it might lead to an awkward situation for the poor child. Are you prepared to take responsibility for that?" Father clicked his tongue. "Fair point. But I am quite eager to see which family has ensnared that rascal's affections." Just then, a click sounded at the door as Chen Guodong changed his shoes, carrying the coffee and milk, and turned back to announce, "I'm heading out. I want to be back for lunch." With that, he stepped outside. Mother gazed at the closed door, a smile gracing her lips. "Ah, this boy is genuinely nervous this time." Father chuckled, "Huh? Ha ha." Chapter 46. 3 dishes and a soup. As Chen Guodong descended the stairs, he spotted Jiang Xiao standing at the edge of the steps. Today, she wore a dark long dress, her hair simply tied back and her ears bare. Her gentle eyes sparkled with warmth. Dressed modestly, she resembled a modern-day beauty. Leaning quietly against a Western-style iron railing, she held a small basket in her hands. Upon seeing Chen Guodong, a flicker of relief passed through her eyes, and she sighed softly, giving him a slight nod. It seemed she felt a bit nervous as well. Chen Guodong took the basket from her hands and whispered, "Have you been waiting long?" Jiang Xiao shook her head, saying, "Grandmother woke up early today. I was just helping her plant flowers." The two of them strolled into the corridor, which was adorned with vintage geometric tiles. The corridor windows, framed with intricately patterned glass, allowed a soft blue light to seep into the corners, suffusing the air with the scent of aged wood and jasmine. The building, steeped in history, featured a polished rosewood handrail, its surface smoothed by the passage of time, while the walls bore the marks of age. In one corner rested a cleaned glass water bottle and a ceramic cat, exuding an antique charm, as if preserved by time itself. The door on the 3rd floor stood ajar, revealing a figure clad in a pale gray floral qipao, poised at the entrance. The elderly woman, in her 70s, had silver hair neatly arranged, her countenance dignified and elegant. Her fair skin, slender brows, and gentle eyes were framed by a pair of delicate reading glasses, and she held a porcelain cup in her hands. Though her frame was slight, she radiated vitality, her eyes sparkling with a cautious warmth. "Ah, you've arrived," she remarked, assessing Chen Guodong with a smile. "You appear more spirited than I had anticipated. You must be the Chen Guodong that Xu Yao spoke of?" Chen Guodong bowed respectfully, presenting his gift with both hands. "Good day, grandmother. I have brought you some coffee and condensed milk, entrusted to me by an elder from home." "Coffee." Grandmother accepted the offering, her smile unwavering. "In my youth, I used to drink it quite often. I would frequently implore my father to bring some home, and I even helped the priests from the Sacred Heart Girls' School procure a great deal." A flicker of nostalgia sparkled in her eyes, as if she had momentarily been transported back to those distant days. After a prolonged pause, she sheepishly remarked, "As one ages, it becomes easy to drift into reverie." Chen Guodong merely smiled in silence. Did you happen to see me down below that day? Grandmother suddenly shifted the conversation, teasingly adding, you saw me, but I, with my failing eyesight, did not see you. I only caught a glimpse of Shu Yao. Jiang Shuyao interjected softly, Grandmother. Grandmother waved her hand dismissively, ushering the two into the room. She smiled as she poured them tea. The room was adorned with simplicity. Old rattan chairs were laid with cushions. Colorful patterns embellished the glass windows, and the windowsill displayed several old English books. A porcelain cup on the tea table exuded steam. The elder did not rush to inquire, but began reminiscing about Old West Guangzhou and tales of the 13 Hongs, discussing the fusion of Eastern and Western cultures, as well as her family's scholarly lineage, her tone relaxed and unhurried. We are an old family from West Guangzhou, once engaged in trade at the 13 Hongs, though our fortunes later declined. She elaborated slowly, her voice warm. I attended a missionary school in my youth, which instilled in me some Western habits. However, you young people need not feel constrained. Be at ease. Our Jiang family has been settled in Canton for over a century, she continued, seemingly casually inquiring. Are you from Canton? Chen Guodong replied, not exactly. My parents were university students in the 1950s and 60s, assigned to work at a research institution in Canton after graduation. I was born there. Grandmother nodded gently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. As they conversed, her gaze occasionally fell on Jiang Shuyao, and she spoke softly. Since her parents have passed, Shuyao has been with me these past few years. However, as I grow older, I sometimes feel overwhelmed. As she spoke, she gazed at Chen Guodong. It is rare that you are a friend of Shuyao. Please take care of her. Chen Guodong gently pushed the teacup forward and solemnly replied, Rest assured, Grandma. Her eyes, deep and penetrating, seemed to glimpse something in Chen Guodong's gaze. With a smile at the corners of her lips, she simply said, Thank you, young man. The atmosphere was as gentle as a light rain nourishing the earth. At this moment, Grandma appeared to exhale, as if releasing a hidden concern. Beside them, Jiang Xiao remained quietly seated next to her grandmother, occasionally lowering her head to adjust her sleeve cuffs, her eyes filled with profound dependence. Then, Grandma glanced at the old-fashioned self-winding clock on the wall and kindly suggested, Let us have a casual lunch at home today. It will be simple home-cooked dishes, nothing elaborate, so please don't mind. Chen Guodong nodded eagerly, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility envelop him. The midday sunlight streamed in at an angle, mingling with the fragrant aroma of tea and the warmth of time, creating an atmosphere of serene peace in the entire room. The gentle sound of water from the kitchen, coupled with the crisp clinking of the spatula against the iron pot, filled the air. Jiang Xiao rolled up her sleeves, her hair tied back with a rubber band, as her hands moved gracefully between steaming fish, washing vegetables, and simmering soup. Her movements were light yet methodical, revealing her familiarity with household chores. At the dining table, Grandma and Chen Guodong engaged in conversation over a cup of tea. The elder spoke of the past with bright eyes, reminiscing about the gramophones of the 1930s, moonlit nights in the Republican-era West Side. She recounted stories of how their family dealt with British firms during their fabric business at the 13 Hongs, her tone warm, and her occasional fluent English leaving Chen Guodong feeling somewhat embarrassed. He listened intently, interjecting occasionally, feeling a mixture of confidence and humility in the presence of someone as distinguished as Grandma. As the conversation flowed, Chen Guodong felt a sense of shame, which elicited laughter from Grandma, her amusement tinged with warmth and understanding. Before long, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted from the kitchen. Jiang Xiao brought each dish to the table, serving simple yet delightful fare: steamed pork ribs with fermented black beans, steamed base, stir-fried greens, and a rich soup made with shiitake mushrooms and scallops. The dishes were visually appealing and fragrant. Xiao particularly loved preparing this fish. With a smile in her voice, Grandma remarked, Her skill comes from her mother. We have never hired help. She learned from me since she was little, and she understands things earlier than many children. Jiang Xiao lowered her head slightly, nervously twisting the apron strings, her demeanor gentle like a quietly blooming orchid. Chen Guodong took a bite of the fish, marveling at its tenderness and exquisite flavor, genuinely exclaiming, It's delicious. Xiao's cooking surpasses that of restaurant chefs. Jiang Xiao, shy and unable to meet his gaze, softly responded, If you like it, please help yourself, her ears tinged with a faint blush. There was no formality at the table, creating a tranquil atmosphere. The elder adhered to the belief of eating in silence and resting quietly. Outside, the wind whispered softly, while inside, a gentle and harmonious warmth prevailed, a sense of familial bliss and quietude. After dinner, Jiang Xiao accompanied Chen Guodong downstairs, the wind rustling the climbing potholes on the wall, the afternoon sun casting a glow upon her hair. As they conversed at the doorway, her voice was low, as if afraid to be overheard, and she carefully tugged at his sleeve, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. Chen Guodong reached out to smooth the stray hairs at her temples, uttering not a word, merely offering a faint nod. The two stood in a quiet corner of the hallway, devoid of passers-by, where the fading sunlight allowed the distant clattering of a pot lid from a nearby home to be heard. The atmosphere was refreshingly subtle, almost concealing an unspoken intimacy. Ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself and glanced up at him, her lips curving into a gentle smile, feeling a bit shy as she hurriedly turned to ascend the stairs. After all, Grandma was waiting above. Chen Guodong remained rooted in place, watching her silhouette vanish at the door's threshold before exhaling softly. His expression remained composed, yet a touch of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Within his heart, clarity reigned, and his steps felt lighter than usual. The winter wind swept through the old iron railings, tousling his hair, while the sunlight maintained its calm demeanor, casting elongated shadows. All was conveyed without a word. Chapter 47. Shadows of the Past. The new year had finally arrived, January 4th, 1994. On the first working day of 1994, Chen Guodong entered the accounting department with a refreshing spirit, the air imbued with a crisp vitality. Upon his entrance, the atmosphere in the office felt significantly more relaxed than usual, with colleagues gathered in small groups, discussing year-end bonuses and holidays. However, the moment Chen Guodong stepped through the door, the conversation seemed to be abruptly paused, an inexplicable silence enveloping the air. Several pairs of eyes converged upon him. Xiaoxia, known for her quick tongue, could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Chen Guodong, during the year-end finalization, how did you know the issue lay with the interest on the 1232 entrusted loan? That account is usually overlooked. As Chen Guodong made his way to his seat, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly replying, I just mentioned it offhand. I didn't expect it to truly be the issue, merely luck, I suppose. Xiaoya chuckled lightly from the side, though her gaze bore a hint of significance. The reactions varied among the group. Some scrutinized him, others appeared skeptical, and no one spoke further, yet the atmosphere grew palpably delicate. He discerned that several key figures in the accounting department, Lin Xiaoman, Xiaoya, and even Aunt Fong, exhibited expressions laden with unspoken meaning. They were now aware that Chen Guodong's assertion regarding the potential issue with the 1232 entrusted loan during the year-end finalization was not mere conjecture. His words had been a strategic maneuver. The one who uncovered this truth was the head of the credit department, Jiang Hojun. In fact, Jiang had been present in the accounting department during the year-end finalization, awaiting data. Chen Guodong had unwittingly overlooked Jiang, who was observing him from a corner. When Chen Guodong discreetly singled out the voucher for the interest on the 1232 entrusted loan, a pair of watchful eyes had already captured every detail. Later, Jiang mentioned this to Aunt Fong, who subsequently communicated it to Lin Xiaoman and Xiaoya. Thus, everyone in the accounting department was in the know. When Chen Guodong remarked it was merely luck, the colleagues' peculiar glances toward him made complete sense. Left without an explanation, Chen Guodong quietly returned to his seat, resuming his work. He was unaware that his recent discretion seemed to have backfired, drawing the attention of the accounting department. Chen Guodong was engrossed in organizing a stack of ledgers when suddenly, the phone on his desk emitted a sharp electronic beep, resonating clearly in the quiet office. Instinctively, he picked it up to see a familiar name flashing on the screen, Yang Wenjie. Chen Guodong promptly dialed back using the office phone. On the other end, Yang Wenjie's voice was tinged with excitement. Guodong, I have some updates regarding the matter you entrusted to me. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Are you free tonight? I found a place where we can meet and talk. Chen Guodong replied, All right, I'll come over after work. After hanging up, he stood silently by the window in the corridor, gazing down at the flowing traffic below. The tension in his heart, long since eased, tightened once more. The past of Jiang Xiao, the trials she faced, were finally about to resurface. He put away his phone and returned to the office, maintaining an outward calm, yet a profound heaviness lingered within him. That evening, the streetlights of Yangcheng were shrouded in mist, creating an ethereal ambience. Chen Guodong and Yang Wenjie sat across from each other in a small tea house by the window, the glow of passing car lights flickering across the pavement. Yang Wenjie, his gaze fixed on his teacup, lowered his voice. I had a vice principal look into the incident at Wuzhou. I spoke with the head of the grade back then, and we've clarified most of the details. Chen Guodong remained silent, patiently awaiting further revelations. Yang Wenjie sighed. At that time, Jiang Xiao was in the second year of middle school, strikingly beautiful, and some boys in her grade pursued her, some rather excessively. There was an incident where someone grabbed her at the stairwell, tearing her clothes. She was terrified and called her family, saying she would drop out and wanted to go home, asking them to come pick her up. At this point, Yang Wenjie paused momentarily before continuing. Her mother was en route to retrieve her when she was involved in a car accident. Chen Guodong listened intently, his fingers tightening silently, his nails nearly embedding into his palm. The slight roughness of the table's edge felt akin to a painful scratch upon his heart. In that instant, he suddenly comprehended why Jiang Xiao's face had gone ashen the night she witnessed the reckless youth collide with the guardrail, blood splattering forth. It was not merely shock. It was the reopening of an old wound. She was abruptly yanked back into an inescapable nightmare that had haunted her for over a decade. That year, she was but 13, a girl who should have been carefree, yet she encountered malice, lost a loved one, and was forced to piece herself back together in a fragmented world. Chen Guodong lowered his head, casting a cold shadow beneath his eyelashes. The tumult of fury and heartache within him coalesced into a suffocating weight, yet he suppressed it deep within, refusing to let it surface. Thank goodness she had endured. Otherwise, he would never have had the opportunity to hold her hand and guide her forward. He lifted his gaze, his eyes radiating a resolute and chilling light. Some debts, regardless of the passage of time, he would personally reclaim one by one. How can one repay kindness with malice? The virtue of forgiveness has never been present in Chen Guodong. Yang Wenjie's voice continued. Later, Jiang Xiao dropped out of school. A few months passed, and she transferred with another female classmate. Huh, Guodong, do you know who that other classmate is? It is our class monitor, Yin Wenshan. No wonder our classmates never considered Jiang Xiao a great beauty during those 3 years. It turns out she deliberately disguised herself every day. How did you discover this, Guodong? Yang Wenjie gave Chen Guodong a thumbs up. Unexpectedly, our class monitor Yin Wenshan has this side to her. I heard that if it weren't for her protection, Jiang Xiao might not have made it through that ordeal. Truly, she embodies the spirit of chivalry. Yang Wenjie again raised his unremarkable thumb. Chen Guodong sat there, his expression unchanging, his fingers slowly tracing the rim of his cup as if digesting each word. Yang Wenjie observed him and asked, Are you concerned that Jiang Xiao is still struggling with it? Chen Guodong withdrew his gaze, his demeanor calm. I merely want to know what she has truly experienced. He exhaled. I do not wish for her to live perpetually in the shadows. However, Yang Wenjie refrained from asking further, simply saying, You should gauge the situation yourself. For anyone, such matters would be difficult to reconcile for a lifetime. The night was tranquil, and Chen Guodong sat quietly, his eyes reflecting a cold determination. In that moment, he said nothing, yet it seemed as though he was mentally recalculating everything, contemplating future plans. The small restaurant was dim and chilly, with sparse traffic outside, the neon lights casting their reflections on the table. Chen Guodong fixed his gaze on Yang Wenjie, a hint of chill in his eyes, and quietly inquired, Who was that person? Yang Wenjie felt somewhat uneasy under his stare, hesitated for a moment, and lowered his voice. The supervisor did not mention a name, only that they couldn't recall. You understand, some matters are deliberately avoided. It seems that the student's family held some influence. There were connections made back then, which is why the school did not pursue the matter further. Chen Guodong remained silent, yet his gaze grew increasingly frosty, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Yang Wenjie glanced at him, sighed. I will find a way to inquire further and see if I can uncover anything more. I will inform you as soon as I have news. Chen Guodong nodded, his tone somber, refraining from further questioning, simply expressing, Thank you for your trouble. The night breeze seeped through the door crack, causing the napkins on the table to flutter slightly. Chen Guodong sat there, his silhouette elongated under the light, his eyes reflecting a sharp brilliance akin to a blade. Chapter 48. A slap in the face. Chen Yi felt rather listless these past few days. The end-of-year gathering had drained her vitality. The doctor advised her to rest and recuperate for a while. Thus, she took a few days off. She went nowhere. Instead, cocooning herself at home, languid as a cat afflicted by laziness, curled up indoors, turning her days and nights upside down, lost in a haze of intoxication. She nestled in the corner of the sofa, a velvet shawl cascading over her delicate, slender legs, while the indoor heating rendered the air subtly sweet. With the wine glimmering under the light, casting a translucent red hue, she languidly swirled her wine glass, mirroring the enchanting and elusive night outside her window. Yet, her thoughts remained stubbornly tethered to that fellow named Chen Guodong. He was far too young, brimming with youthful exuberance, lacking the composure one would expect. She had encountered numerous men akin to Chen Guodong, initially composed, their gazes clear and resolute. However, once they tasted a modicum of success, their true colors would inevitably emerge. She had once believed him to be an exception, someone capable of enduring solitude and patiently awaiting the winds of fortune amidst life's tumult. To her dismay, he recklessly plunged both his capital and profits into the stock market, akin to a gambler at the gaming table. What a futile man he was. As she uttered this thought, the corners of her lips curled into a lazy, disdainful smile, tinged with a hint of regret, reminiscent of a fox's tail flicking in the dusk. But why did she feel a twinge of sorrow? Was it akin to the heartache of betrayal? She recalled the way he had tilted his head slightly to look at her, the tenderness with which he had brushed her hair aside in the hospital, his gaze infused with pain. His youthful visage, with its untainted clarity, belied a depth of experience that seemed far beyond his years. It was as if he were not a mere lad in his early 20s, but a soul who had traversed through endless mire and forest. His eyes possessed the uncanny ability to pierce through the facade of strength and frailty within a person. How perplexing it was. In the prime of his spirited youth, why did he possess the gaze of one who had witnessed the vicissitudes of life? She found herself unable to comprehend this enigma, and this very inability tightened the grip of her thoughts even further. It was akin to a fox detecting the alluring scent of blood on a baited trap. She knew she should not approach, yet was irresistibly drawn to explore that tantalizing allure. She took another delicate sip of red wine, the liquid rolling down her throat. Her lips stained a crimson hue, reminiscent of a wound adorned with rouge. She realized that she had been paying far too much attention to this young man. Such preoccupations were unbecoming of a woman of her age and experience. Thus, she let out a soft, self-deprecating laugh, akin to a fox lazily flicking its tail, shaking off the dew clinging to its fur. Chen Yi reminded herself that she ought not to disrupt her customary elegance for someone inconsequential. She resolved to cast Chen Guodong from her thoughts starting today. As night fell once more, she donned a gossamer silk gown, draping herself in a loosely fitting cashmere coat, and ambled towards her familiar bar with a languid gait. The lights cast a sprinkle of gold upon her hair, as the mingling scents of wine and perfume enveloped her in a warm, ambiguous embrace. She raised her glass to toast with others, her eyes curving into a smile, her demeanor suggesting she could linger for anyone, yet depart at a moment's notice. By day, she drew the curtains tightly, surrendering herself to the disarray of her sheets, allowing no light to penetrate, wrapping herself in a sweet yet suffocating despair. By night, she strolled through the vibrant haze of lights and drinks, like a cunning fox, savoring her solitude while relishing the illusory warmth of being pursued by countless gazes. Thus, she drifted into a state of blissful oblivion. This continued until the afternoon of January 10th. Chen Yi sauntered gracefully into the Dongshan branch of China Construction Bank, marking her return to work. She was resplendently attired in a well-tailored deep gray woolen skirt suit, complemented by a light-colored overcoat that accentuated her curves. Her long hair was loosely gathered, held in place by a delicate pearl hairpin at her temple, with a single lustrous pearl earring gently cascading beside her. Her makeup was subtle, yet her eyes exuded an innate languid charm. As she ascended from the first to the second floor, every colleague she encountered greeted her with radiant smiles. Not merely due to her elegance that day, but because of the legendary status she had attained within the branch, particularly after her actions had augmented everyone's year-end bonuses by 4 digits. What seemed to be an ordinary afternoon transformed into a moment imbued with an elusive, ethereal fragrance upon her arrival. With a slight upward curve of her lips, a smile hidden in her gaze, Chen Yi strolled into the accounting department. Akin to a fox gliding gracefully through the winter, she discreetly glanced at a particular gentleman, only to find him merely lifting his eyes momentarily before returning to his tasks with indifference. Chen Yi pivoted on her heel and ascended to the third floor. Upon entering her familiar office, her movements were serene and poised, as if the days of indulgence and revelry had never touched her essence. In the drawer of her desk, she discovered an envelope, akin to the one she had seen before. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, her fingertips hesitated, before she gradually extracted it, opening the envelope to reveal a meticulously folded note. The handwriting was familiar, composed in black ink with a simplicity and clarity that stood out. Bank 000002. Purchase date December 13th, 1993. Price 649 yuan. Investment 75,000 yuan. Shares held approximately 11,500. Shares sale date January 10th, 1994. Price 870 yuan. Sale approximately 100,000 yuan. Profit approximately 25,000 yuan. Chen Yi stared at the paper for several seconds, her eyelashes trembling as though her heart had been ensnared by an invisible hook. She experienced a fleeting moment of disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before her, followed by a profound shock. The outcome surpassed her expectations. She had assumed he would suffer considerable losses. Or perhaps, she had unconsciously categorized him as the type of young man she could easily discern. Yet, he had not faltered. Not only had he avoided loss, but he had also fulfilled their unspoken agreement to double the investment within 6 months, an accomplishment achieved in just over 2 months. Did this mean she too must adhere to her promise? After 6 months, if he indeed reached 100,000 yuan, she would personally tear this paper, gifting him the 50,000 yuan. However, from that moment onward, she wished to partake in all his future endeavors. Recalling the prior agreement, Chen Yi inexplicably felt a tinge of embarrassment. Reflecting on it now, the pact seemed akin to selling herself. Alas, this sensation resembled her previous position of superiority, only to be momentarily humbled as someone raised their head, their clear and bright eyes striking her like a slap. Unable to resist, Chen Yi gently caressed her own enchanting visage, sensing a lingering sting as if her face had indeed been struck. She exhaled slowly, her fingers tenderly gliding over the crisp paper, as if she intended to gradually meld the 100,000 yuan note into her palm. Afterward, she carefully tucked the note away, neatly folding the envelope before placing it delicately into her bag. Concealing the smile that danced on her lips, she could not suppress the enigmatic upward curl of her mouth. With a quiet exclamation, laced with both ire and amusement, she muttered, "Well then, Chen little puppy." Chapter 49. The Pearl Water Alliance. January 10th, noon. Upon returning from lunch, Chen Guodong was seated at the table as usual, the surface undisturbed, save for one new addition within the drawer, a neatly folded piece of notepaper. The sight of it folded into the shape of a fox immediately revealed its sender. Unfolding it, he recognized the familiar lines. "Tonight at 7 o'clock, White Swan, 3rd floor. Lixia Hall." The final stroke of the signature arched upward, reminiscent of a fox's tail poised for flight. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Chen Guodong's lips. He said nothing, folding the note once more and placing it in his pocket. At precisely 7 o'clock that evening, in the Lixia Hall of the White Swan Hotel, he found himself at the same window-side seat, the heavy drapes cascading down, while the shimmering light of the Pearl River danced upon the tassels. Chen Yi had opted for a hauntingly ethereal light makeup today. The amber-hued flicks of her eyeliner accentuated her eyes, the tear mole remaining, akin to a droplet of water suspended at the edge of her cheek. She wore a flowing, deep blue soft woolen dress, the waistline perfectly cinched, her collarbone exquisitely defined, complemented by a pair of exquisitely tailored high heels. Resting her chin on her hand, her gaze was languid, yet her eyes sparkled like a fox awakening from slumber under the night sky, with a hint of lingering allure at the corners. Her left hand, adorned with a jade bracelet, delicately pinched a folded piece of paper, her fingertip gently tracing the edges as if inscribing some silent mark. "Please, sit," she invited, her voice languorous and slightly husky, like mist weaving through the night, gradually permeating the air. Chen Guodong said nothing as he pulled out the chair opposite her and took a seat. Chen Yi slid the paper toward him, her fingertip resting on its surface. Simply uttering 2 words, "Return it." Chen Guodong glanced down. It was the promissory note, inscribed with his handwriting, pledging to repay 50,000 with 100,000. His gaze deepened, the corners of his eyes tightening. He gently took the paper, pinching it between 2 fingers, turning it over in his hand. A fleeting glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes, akin to a blade gliding silently over the water's surface. A smile played on Chen Guodong's lips. This fox had ultimately not disappointed him. Indeed, she had not come to collect a debt tonight. If today she is eager to cash in her gains, then their collaboration will come to an end. He will continue to invest as agreed, delivering to her a sum of 100,000 yuan, principal and interest included, at the appointed time. From then on, they shall part ways amicably, with no debts remaining. Now, as she hands it back to him, it feels like extending an invitation, akin to presenting a new proposal. Chen Guodong slowly tucks the paper away into his pocket, neither offering thanks nor engaging in pleasantries. He understands. She knows he understands. The lights are dim, and the two sit opposite each other, the paper becoming a point of closure for the past and a starting point for the future. Chen Yi leans back against her chair, propping her chin on one hand, her gaze resting on his youthful and handsome face. I assume that since you are here, you are well prepared for this encounter. I can contribute 250,000. Chen Guodong nods. He pulls out a stack of clean stationery from his bag, lays it out, and picks up his pen, carefully inscribing the first line, Chen Guodong's investment, 100,000. Chen Ye's investment, 250,000. Chen Yi glances at the line, her tone unwavering. This 250,000 was left to me by my parents. It was originally my dowry. Now, as she speaks, her fingertips trace circles around her teacup, a faint smile playing on her lips. In a sense, I am giving you all that I have. Upon uttering this, she suddenly realizes it could be misinterpreted, a slight blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. Fortunately, Chen Guodong does not look up, continuing to write the second line, profit distribution, 50-50. She chuckles softly, a teasing note in her voice. I invest 250,000. You invest 100,000. And yet we split it equally? You provide the funds, while I offer my soul. Chen Guodong replies in an even tone. I have said before, I am worth your investment. Chen Yi regards him, her smile unwavering, though her eyes gleam with a curious light, akin to the excitement one feels when a fox licks her tongue in an inexplicable manner. What a remarkably unfeeling creature he is. She tilts her head slightly, her voice softening. After all, I am investing in your livelihood. Shouldn't you flatter me a bit? Trust is the foundation of cooperation, he states calmly. What use is it to flatter you? You are not in need of flattery. She shifts her resting hand, changing her posture, her gaze lazily settling into his eyes. You, she remarks softly, are truly lacking in romantic sensibility. However, I find it appealing. She blinks, her voice dropping to a delicate whisper. If you allow me to lose my dowry, I might just hold you accountable. Chen Guodong remains silent, flipping the paper to the next page, and writes the third line. The final decision-making power of the investment belongs to Chen Guodong. After finishing, he puts down his pen and looks up, speaking calmly. You may offer suggestions, but the one who ultimately makes the decision must be me. Chen Yi does not respond immediately. Instead, she slowly takes a sip from her teacup, her finger tracing the rim in a deliberate manner as if to prolong the moment. You certainly have a way of being ungracious. She smiles lightly, not genuinely annoyed, her tone a blend of sincerity and jest. Since I am the one providing the funds, am I to remain silent while you squander my dowry? Chen Guodong gazes seriously at Chen Yi, his resolve firm. Chen Yi presses on. Are you not afraid that I might become displeased and simply walk away? Chen Guodong's gaze remained unchanged as he simply stated, you decide for yourself. I shall not interfere, but I hope you comprehend the intricacies involved. You are not a superficial person. His words were straightforward yet calm. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, as if lightly surprised. After a brief pause, she lowered her head and laughed softly. You truly can discern the nuances. However, it is those who can differentiate the significant from the trivial that are worthy of trust. Her tone trailed off, alluring like a fox wagging its tail. Her voice a soft murmur. As she spoke, she drew a pen from her handbag, leaned forward to the table, and inscribed a line on the paper he had prepared. Should there be a need for Chen Yi to exert effort, to step forward, or to utilize connections, she must not decline. Since we are to undertake this, let us pursue it to the utmost, for I have no desire to make such decisions. My role is merely to safeguard your path. She retracted the pen and pushed the paper back toward him, her gaze tender as a spring stream, her tone casual as if a fox were licking its paw and conversing with itself. If you truly fail, I shall find myself forfeiting even my dowry into your hands. Her delicate fingers tapped the paper, yet they lingered there, imbued with an inexplicable hint of provocation. This woman, even at this juncture, remained acutely aware of her inherent advantages. Perhaps it was the reason she had never before found herself in such a passive position when facing a man. Chen Guodong glanced at her without responding, meticulously tucking the paper away, folding it neatly with precision. Chun Yi smiled, propping her chin on her hand, her fox-like eyes half closed. The beauty mark glimmering in the candlelight as her tones softened even further. Shall we name our collaboration? Let us call it an economic cooperative, Chen Guodong replied casually, as if the term did not yet carry the weight of history in this era as it would in the 21st century. In fact, in certain remote and economically backward regions of the mainland, the shadow of economic cooperatives could still be discerned. Very well. Chen Ye's lips curled into a smile, reminiscent of a fox's tail rising. Let us call it the double-hooked Chen Economic Cooperative. As you wish, Chen Guodong replied nonchalantly. Chapter 50. The first stitch of the economic cooperative night enveloped the world, and Chen Guodong found himself unable to sleep. He fully understood the significance of the 350,000 from 1993. If he were to consider it in the future, he would undoubtedly refuse such an amount. For he knew that the most burdensome thing to bear in this world was not wealth, but rather the weight of human connections, especially those of a beautiful woman. Regrettably, in this lifetime, he needed her money, her network, and her relationships to launch his first leap into life. She was the most suitable means to that end. He had encountered women akin to her before, too many to count in his future life. They were innately clever, instinctively aware of how to please, attaching themselves to those formidable figures who commanded power, thriving like parasitic plants that drew strength from others. They never directly engaged in the fray or the gamble, yet possessed the ability to sway a man's fate at the most critical junctures. Ultimately, it was not the market nor adversaries that caused those men to falter, but rather the very women they believed they could control, whom they initially thought to be mere embellishments, only to realize in the end that they were wielding the fatal dagger. Yet, Chen Yi was different. Upon deeper reflection, she possesses an audacity that even surpasses that of many men. She does not merely cling to others. Rather, she is willing to risk everything. Daring to step into the fray, she is prepared to stake not only her financial resources, but also her reputation, connections, and pathways on his behalf. She does not simply offer him a weapon. She is willing to guide him along the perilous path to success. The principle of sacrifice is paramount. One must first relinquish to ultimately gain the world. This notion resonates deeply within him, stirring both vigilance and uncertainty. She is more perilous than the most cunning seductresses. Yet paradoxically, she is also more worthy of affection and far more difficult to relinquish. Most crucially, Chen Guodong's instincts reveal that he does not resist her. In fact, he finds himself drawn to her. He admires the tear-shaped beauty mark at the corner of her eye, her teasing, elusive manner of speaking. He appreciates her intelligence, her flamboyance, her enchanting allure, and the madness concealed within her fleeting moments of tranquility, reminiscent of himself. Yet, above all, he cherishes Jiang Shuyao. That quiet, pure, reticent girl embodies the stronghold he wishes to protect, the distant shore of his heart. Without her, the beauty of all landscapes would be rendered meaningless. However, reality seldom permits one to possess everything, and Chen Guodong reminds himself that if he fails to triumph now, he will lack even the right to step onto the chessboard, let alone safeguard any stronghold. As the tides of the economy surge like towering walls, he does not believe he has any claim to protect. Much like the impending storm of corporate bankruptcies, many dual-income families gaze at their hungry children, while some factory beauties are forced into less dignified trades. He is but a pawn crossing a river. Thus he must advance and invite this cunning fox into his life, striving to carve out his own domain. Even knowing that this path is fraught with the most complex debts, the most uncontrollable emotions, and the most perilous entanglements, he can only grit his teeth and embrace it. Relishing the challenge. On January 12, 1994, at the Dongshan branch, in the accounting department, the hour had approached noon. Chen Guodong sat behind his desk, opening a folded ledger. Beside him lay a completed note. The handwriting remained robust and vigorous, bearing none of the youthful awkwardness typical of a mere 21-year-old. The rows of numbers were crisp and clear, boldly inscribed. Shenzhen Technology, 000021. Purchase date, January 12, 1994. Purchase price, approximately 800 yuan. Investment amount, 350. 000 yuan shares held. 43,700 shares. In reality, Shenzhen Technology was listed on February 2nd, 1994, but for narrative purposes, this is advanced. Chen Guodong carefully folded the note, his hand steady as a rock, and then placed it into a similar brown paper envelope. Yet this time, the significance had changed, the stakes had risen, and the concerns surrounding him perhaps differed from those before. On the third floor, in the credit department, in Chunye's office, as the deputy section chief, she enjoyed her own semi-enclosed workspace. At 2:30 in the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting a warm glow upon her shoulders draped in a white silk blouse. The unfinished loan report lay untouched on the desk, still awaiting amendments, while the coffee had long since cooled. Moments earlier, Chunye had entered with a freshly brewed cup of coffee, and there, quietly resting on her desk, was the familiar envelope. She gazed at it for a considerable time before slowly pulling it closer, her fingertips lightly caressing the surface of the paper. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She tore it open. It bore the familiar, robust handwriting that signified the fate of her life's greatest gamble. She read it line by line, scrutinizing each detail. Deep Technology, 000021. Purchase date, January 12, 1994. Purchase price, approximately 800 yuan. Investment amount, 350, 000 yuan. Shares held, 43,700. In that instant, her gaze became fixed. The sum that had been transferred from her bank account had long been known to her. Yet it was only at this moment that she truly felt the weight of its significance. It was as if those mere figures represented the entirety of her life, suddenly entrusted to another's hands, subsequently inscribed upon this sheet of paper. Outside the window, sunlight crept inch by inch across the carpet, finally resting at her feet. She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and exhaled deeply. She was uncertain if this was indeed worthwhile. It felt like a primal instinct, akin to a moth drawn irresistibly to a flame. Yet, having placed her bet, she would not concede midway. Regardless of her anxiety, her numbness, or the tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind, she would remain steadfast, embodying her own words. A scholar knows no regrets. Chen Guodong felt a twinge of unease. It was peculiar. When he had initially borrowed money for investment, he felt no psychological burden. Yet now, with Chunye's substantial stake involved, a sense of trepidation began to creep in. During the earlier phase of his life, when he first ventured into the stock market, he had been devoid of funds, but brimming with fervor. Each day, he meticulously documented the fluctuations of volatile stocks from the securities section of the Yangcheng Evening News in a notebook, a novice yet deeply passionate. Fortunately, this vivid memory had enabled him to achieve remarkable returns during this period. However, apprehension lingered. What if he made an error? What if his presence had inadvertently disrupted the fabric of time? Thus, instead of seeking out Jiang Shuyao that evening, he ascended to the 6th floor. By now, the workday had concluded, and the East Mountain branch had secured its iron gates, leaving the entire building eerily empty, save for the cold white light cast down from the ceilings of each floor. Chen Guodong shed his outerwear, donned his athletic attire, and stood barefoot on the training mat, methodically wrapping his hands with long strips of cloth. Li Shitian had already completed all preparations and warm-ups, taking a stance and beckoning him with a gesture. "Come on, Guodong. I won't hold back." Chen Guodong remained silent, stepping forward, the wind of his punches already stirring. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their limbs intertwining in a dance of combat, bodies colliding and separating in a rhythmic cadence. Chen Guodong was evidently no match for his opponent, yet his reflexes were remarkably swift. Through the relentless honing of his techniques over time, he had developed considerable power. Each movement was executed with a deliberate release of energy, as if he compelled every sinew, bone, and ounce of strength from each breath he took. When he fell one last time, his back thudded heavily against the mat. And surprisingly, Chen Guodong managed a grin, propping himself up on his elbows, his shoulders heaving vigorously, sweat trickling down from his brow. "Shitian," he said, "that's enough for today. If I continue, I might not endure it." "Not bad," Li Shitian remarked, squatting down to hand him a towel. "Guodong, your progress is quite significant. Ordinary folks outside wouldn't dare approach you anymore." Chen Guodong accepted the towel and wiped his face vigorously. Refreshing, he leaned against the wall, eyes closed, feeling his heart thump robustly, as though something within him had finally aligned. Li Shitian returned with a bottle of water, tossing it to him. "Here, drink some." Chen Guodong caught it, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. The icy water flowed smoothly down his throat. After a moment of silence, he glanced around, noticing that Sun Yong, who usually accompanied Li Shutian, was absent. "Where's Yonggu?" Chen Guodong inquired. Li Shutian hesitated, remaining silent for a couple of seconds before he sighed. "He probably went to borrow money from an old comrade." Chen Guodong's brow furrowed as he looked at him. Li Shutian spoke softly. "Yongji's father collapsed while working in the fields a few days ago. They took him to the hospital, and the doctor said he needs surgery, which costs over 10,000 yuan. Yonggu's savings from these past years aren't enough, and his family lacks the funds as well. These days, he has been borrowing everywhere, hoping to find someone who can help him raise the money to save his father. You know I'm not one to save money," Li Shutian admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. "Had I anticipated this, I would have saved some too. You know how he is. He rarely shares much with us. Today he must have been truly desperate to venture out seeking help." Listening silently, Chen Guodong gently tapped the water bottle against his knee, producing a rhythmic sound. Just then, the iron door creaked open. Sun Yong returned, maintaining his usual composed demeanor, his clothes neat and his expression serene. However, with a single glance, Chen Guodong could tell that he had not managed to borrow the money. He stood and approached, speaking calmly. "Yonggu, you're back?" Sun Yong looked up at Chen Guodong and nodded. I heard from Shutian that there's an urgent financial need at home. Is it still insufficient?" Without meeting Chen Guodong's gaze, Sun Yong walked to a corner bench, sitting down and slowly untying the bandage wrapped around his arm. His hands bore the scars from battles fought in the harsh, humid conditions of the southern frontier, and he often wrapped them to conceal the injuries. "Did Shutian inform you?" Sun Yong queried. "I still need over 1,000 yuan. I might have to try again tomorrow." Chen Guodong did not respond immediately, instead pondering for a couple of seconds. "Yonggu, let me think of a solution for you." Sun Yong paused in his movements, turning to glance at Chen Guodong. "If all goes well, I should be able to gather it by tomorrow or the day after." Sun Yong scrutinized him for a moment, his gaze profound. "As a recent graduate entering the workforce, where would you find such funds?" His tone remained steady. "Either you speak to your parents or you seek a loan." His tone remained steady, yet it bore the weight of a profound understanding that seemed to pierce through the veil of youth. "There's no need for that. I will find a way myself." Chen Guodong stood resolutely, his demeanor unwavering. There are priorities in life, and right now, the most pressing matter is Uncle's illness. This is of utmost urgency. If you are eager to seek treatment, then I must pursue what I believe is my responsibility. His words, delivered with a calmness, cut through the night like a blade. Precise and unyielding. Sun Yong remained silent, staring at him for several seconds. He was the sort who had witnessed the lifeless gaze of deceased comrades in the trenches. He had encountered too many who, with grand promises, would turn their backs the moment money was mentioned. "Very well." Sun Yong nodded, his voice slightly hoarse. "I've taken note." He offered no thanks, nor did he engage in further pleasantries. He merely gathered the bandages from his wrist, his movements slowing, yet his expression calming significantly. Chen Guodong understood. In the eyes of that veteran, he discerned all the answers. Such sentiments need not be vocalized, for words often fall woefully short. The night, deepening at 10 o'clock, enveloped the surroundings. Chen Yi had suffered a setback earlier that day when Chen Xiaonai had recklessly plunged her entire dowry and life savings into gambling, not in a casino, but in the stock market. Rarely did she refrain from heading out to the bars, but she had returned home early today, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. Sitting by her bedroom window, freshly bathed and adorned in a flowing white silk robe, her hair half dry, droplets still clinging to the ends, she had just managed to transform herself into a pool of gentle tranquility, ready to seek solace in dreams and mend the dual wounds of financial and emotional distress inflicted that day. Suddenly, her exquisite white mobile chimed. A single line of text appeared. "Come down, urgent matter, face to face. Chen Guodong." She stared at the message for 5 seconds, her breath momentarily faltering, before she flung the phone onto the sofa in frustration. She was displeased, her mood considerably sour. She had only just begun to accept the absurd reality of entrusting her entire fortune to a capricious young man. She had refrained from crying, from causing a scene. Even abstaining from alcohol, a simple bath and skincare routine had already been quite gracious. Yet this little rascal dared to disturb her? "Now, you tell me you are downstairs?" She slipped on a coat and descended the stairs, her face still holding the soft mist of steam. As she descended, the The white robe accentuated her delicate figure. Her collarbone exquisite, her skin pale as freshly steamed jade, yet her eyes concealed a seething fury. In the lobby below, Chen Guodong stood beneath a floor lamp. His expression composed. Barefoot and in slippers, she descended like a fox gliding on clouds, each step imbued with emotion. Upon seeing Chen Guodong wasted no time. I need 6,000 yuan, urgently. No preamble, no explanation. It was as if he were stating an undeniable fact. Boom. The pent-up fury hidden within Chen Ye's eyes flared up in an instant. She halted, fixing him with a piercing gaze for 2 seconds. Her voice laced with hostility. What did you say? 6,000 yuan. Chen Guodong's gaze remained unwavering. It is best to do it now, at the latest by tomorrow. She lowered her head, letting out a soft chuckle, yet her laughter was colder than her freshly washed skin. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to meet his. A hint of mockery gracing her lips. Amusing. Chen Yi stepped closer to Chen Guodong, her movements as light as a cat treading on soft cushions. I had always believed that our collaboration was mutual. However, it seems I may have misinterpreted its nature. In your eyes, am I merely an investor or a long-term reserve? Her tone remained steady, yet her eyes were as frigid as the frost following a snowfall. May I ask which agreement, which law, or which stipulation mandates that I must acquiesce to your endless demands, Chen Guodong? You state 6,000, and it is 6,000? Am I indebted to you? She paused for a moment, tilting her head in a semblance of a smile. Her voice laced with sarcasm like the first frost of autumn. What distinguishes you from those effete men of the old society, who live off women, indulging in decadence? Do you expect that one day, should I declare myself out of funds, you would demand I sell myself to you? Having spoken, Chen Yi regarded Chen Guodong with a cold stare, a sense of grievance slowly filling her eyes, yet still harboring an inexplicable defiance. Chen Guodong furrowed his brow. That is not my intention. I merely require the funds urgently. I will repay you afterwards. Chen Yi stamped her foot on the back of Chen Guodong's, causing his eyelid to twitch, though his expression remained unchanged. Do you believe that by signing that paper, I am bound to serve you for life? Chen Guodong replied solemnly. No, you are not an outsider. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Yi laughed. A captivating laugh that sparkled with mischief, akin to a white fox that has triggered a trap, a single crystalline tear slipping from the corner of her eye. Not an outsider? How easily you utter that. Am I your domestic servant? Is that why you can brazenly stand here in the dead of night, offering no explanation, and immediately mentioning 6,000? I did not come down at this hour to discuss finances with you, Chen Guodong. I descended because I was curious what you sought at such an hour. And all you offer me is 6,000? She edged closer to him, her fragrance intoxicating. Is it worth 6,000? Chen Guodong felt an ominous shift. Tonight, Chen Yi was anything but typical. He opened his mouth, intending to explain himself, only to realize she was not inclined to listen. Words lodged in his throat as he perceived that any attempt to speak would be futile. Observing her current demeanor, it was evident she only wished to vent her anger upon him, to unleash all her emotions. Well, he mused, perhaps it was his misfortune to be here tonight. Chen Guodong silently cursed himself, studying her for a moment, her robe slightly ajar, revealing hints of form, her hair damp and eyes glistening with unshed tears. Red like a white fox spurned by its lover. He lowered his gaze and gently advised, you should rest early. With that, he turned swiftly to leave, not daring to glance back at her once more. Chen Yi stood motionless, her proud chest rising and falling as if she had just emerged from a silent struggle. Her gaze lingered on the spot where he had just stood, her brow furrowing slightly, eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. It was not satisfaction. Rather, it was a sense of frustration. After a moment, she let out a derisive hum, her lips curling into a smirk. Little puppy, you certainly can run. She turned and sauntered back to the elevator, her movements languid yet unmistakably deflated. Her fingers traced a damp strand of hair by her temple, slowly tucking it behind her ear. Her fingertips were icy. The following morning, at the accounting department of the Dongshan branch of China Construction Bank, the daily routine unfolded as usual, the sounds of abacuses clicking and papers rustling creating a harmonious rhythm. Chen Guodong sat at his desk, his gaze fixed on the ledger, his expression calm, the tip of his pen poised yet unmoving for an extended period. His mind was in turmoil. The foxstorm of the previous night had completely disrupted his carefully laid plans. In his vision, Sun Yong was a pivotal figure, not merely due to brotherly loyalty or simple trust. though Chen Guodong held a fond admiration for him, but because what he sought was never the superficial glory perceived by the present age. It was 1993, on the brink of over 3 decades of rapid development. The societal transformations and evolutions would leave contemporaries in disbelief and awe. Chen Guodong understood all too well that he was merely a fledgling at the bottom of the societal hierarchy, unnoticed and disregarded by all. Yet, once he had amassed his initial fortune and ascended to a higher echelon, things would change. To some, he would then be seen as a plump pig, ready for slaughter. Figures like Wang Guangyu and numerous others from the realm of commerce exemplified this harsh reality. This was the unyielding rule of the era. The merchant status had long been the lowest, entrenched in the bureaucratic mindset that had persisted for millennia in China. At that point, mere wealth would not suffice. One must possess the strength to safeguard it. Sun Yong was a crucial piece in the chessboard of his current strategy, calm, dependable, having weathered life and death. Speaking little, yet striking with precision and force when necessary. Most importantly, their acquaintance had blossomed from humble beginnings, yet he had already glimpsed the potential within. In the present, such a person seemed like an obsolete veteran, unworthy of resources. However, when the moment arose, he could wield his blade with unmatched sharpness, severing all shackles without hesitation. Thus, this 6,000 was not merely an emergency fund. It represented a long-term strategy, the first stake driven into the shadowy corners of reality. In this respect, Chen Guodong believed that with a little explanation, Chen Ye's intelligence would allow her to grasp the significance. Yet, to his dismay, she had not listened at all the previous evening. This golden opportunity to bridge the distance had slipped away like a fleeting shadow, a chance that must not be missed. Chen Guodong muttered softly to himself, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. No amount of planning could have prepared him for the tempestuous whims of the young lady, who acted without regard for reason or consequence. His subordinates were tirelessly at work, yet his mind raced through a list of names for the 6,000 yuan. Yangcheng? His family was somewhat well off, but this lad squandered money like water, earning 100 only to spend 300, leaving nothing in his hands. Besides, 6,000 is no trifling sum. In 1999, it could equate to an ordinary person's annual salary. He shook his head and crossed him off the list. Shan. Now, she seemed a prudent choice. With a solid family background, she was reliable. Although their relationship wasn't particularly close, due to Jiang Shuyao, he figured she wouldn't outright refuse if he were to ask. However, precisely because of Jiang Shuyao, Chen Guodong was reluctant to approach her. How could he explain borrowing money to Jiang Shuyao afterward? Furthermore, Shan had too significant an influence over Jiang Shuyao. A throbbing headache began to plague Chen Guodong as he contemplated whether to go home after work and privately discuss the matter with his father. He was aware that his father had stashed away a sum of private savings. He even knew that the money was cleverly concealed in the crevice behind the bookshelf. Should he return and pressure his father to come to his aid? It seemed that his father's stash didn't quite amount to 6,000 yuan. But there was about 4,000 yuan, which would suffice in an emergency. After all, Sun Yong only required 4,000 yuan. The 6,000 yuan figure was an embellishment from Chen Guodong, who knew that 4,000 yuan would surely fall short, merely a concession from Sun Yong to face reality. Yet, to act in such a manner felt somewhat unfilial. Chen Guodong stroked his chin, uncertain if it was due to his worries, but the freshly shaved stubble was already re-emerging, rough against his palm. Poor father. With a determined resolve, Chen Guodong silently mourned for old Chen. Chapter 53. The borrowing crisis. Having made up his mind to sacrifice old Chen, Chen Guodong let out a sigh of relief, preparing to refocus his attention on work when the sound of high heels echoed from down the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. Chen Guodong looked up to see Chen Yi approaching gracefully, clad in a light gray professional suit, her hair neatly gathered, her expression devoid of emotion, makeup crisp and cool. Her gait was composed, demeanor serene, eyes cast upwards, heading towards Chen Guodong's desk without sparing him a glance, exuding an air of haughty indifference akin to a peacock, resplendent yet oblivious. Upon reaching his desk, she raised her hand and, to Chen Guodong's astonishment, with a decisive motion, slammed the paper bag down on his desk amidst the collective gaze of the accounting department. Then, without a backward glance, she turned and departed, her skirt sweeping elegantly past the corridor's edge, akin to a peacock turning away in pride. As the sound of her heels faded, The entire second floor fell into a profound silence, as though time itself had crystallized in that moment. In the accounting department, some halted their abacus counting, while others held their teacups suspended in midair. No one uttered a word, yet all had witnessed and heard it. As for what Chen Yi had cast aside, to a group of individuals who dealt with currency daily, it was as inconceivable as a louse on a monk's head. What else could it be but money? Early in the morning, Chen Yi had summoned the accountant Chen Guodong, presenting him with a substantial sum of money, which was carelessly tossed towards him. Chen Guodong remained motionless, his gaze tranquil, his expression unperturbed, disregarding the fervent whispers of gossip surrounding him. He merely lowered his head and gently placed the paper bag into his drawer, securing it away. In the afternoon, on the 7th floor of the Dongshan branch, within the police officer's lounge, Chen Guodong set the paper bag on the table before Sun Yong. Sun Yong glanced at it, his brows furrowing, and softly declared, "I cannot accept this money." He raised his hand and pushed the bag back, his tone firm yet quiet. Chen Guodong took a seat, observing Sun Yong without haste. After a moment of silence, Sun Yong continued, "Everyone in the bank witnessed your actions this morning. I do not appreciate this manner of conduct." Although he did not elaborate further, his eyes conveyed his thoughts. This money, it was given by her. Using it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Chen Guodong looked at the bag with a subtle smile, feeling increasingly satisfied with Sun Yong's integrity. "You are overthinking," he replied calmly. "That money does not solely belong to her. At the very least, it cannot be claimed entirely as hers. I have some business collaborations with her, and this portion of the money can be regarded as my share of the profits. Strictly speaking, it is indeed my own money, merely withdrawn in advance." Regarding her behavior this morning, Chen Guodong shrugged. "Brother Yong, it was merely a woman's momentary frustration directed towards a man. It has nothing to do with the money." Sun Yong did not concede, continuing to gaze at him with a composed expression. Chen Guodong placed the money back in front of Sun Yong and added, "Moreover, a person like Chen Yi would never allow herself to suffer a loss. This money is not without merit. However," he concluded, "that matter lies solely between us, and does not concern you, Brother Yong." After a brief silence, Sun Yong pushed the paper bag back towards Chen Guodong, stating, "It's too much." Chen Guodong's gaze remained steady as he returned it. "You mentioned 6,000. I suspect the actual amount falls short of that. Brother Yong, I know you too well. 6,000 is likely the maximum figure, and it is probably insufficient. However, one should not skimp on medical expenses for the elderly." Sun Yong ceased his resistance, for Chen Guodong's assertions were undeniably correct. He nodded, carefully placing the money into his possession, neither expressing gratitude nor offering explanation. His movements were delicate and cautious. Having assessed the situation, Chen Guodong rose, adjusting his cuffs. "You continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave." Just as he reached the door, a voice called from behind, "Guodong, thank you." Chen Guodong did not turn around, merely raising his hand in acknowledgement before proceeding downstairs. As time passed, the days turned into weeks, and by late January, the atmosphere within the bank had finally eased. The tension that had previously suffused the entire China Construction Bank office, reminiscent of a taut spring during the year-end financial reckoning, dissipated. Even the usually stern and stoic seniors began to engage in casual conversations in the break room. And even Aunt Fong, who prized efficiency above all, slowed her pace of speech. After all, the new year approached. In the service industry, particularly for the accounting department within the bank, this time of year was typically the most leisurely, due to the nature of the clientele being enterprises. The collection of final payments and the closing of accounts naturally coincide with the year-end, resulting in a significant reduction in the overall workload for accountants, by as much as 2/3 compared to usual. Within the accounting department, some have even taken this opportunity to enjoy a rotation of leave. As for the credit department, they are particularly carefree. Chen Guodong has scarcely seen anyone from the credit team at work throughout the entire week. Their work has always involved frequent visits to enterprises, spending more time outside. And now that the companies have closed for the holidays, they are even more unrestrained. The leadership turns a blind eye, as long as work is not hindered, and attendance at summary meetings is all that matters. What brings even more joy is the impending year-end bonus. In 1994, there is an especially palpable sense of anticipation. Since October, all staff at the Dongshan branch have been working weekends diligently selling lottery tickets, all for the sake of that year-end commission. Everyone understands that if the lottery ticket transaction fees are settled well, the resulting shares translate into tangible wealth. Consequently, there are no complaints, nor do they feel fatigued. Chen Guodong sits at his desk, perusing the daily reports while mentally calculating the figures. If nothing changes, this year's year-end bonus will amount to an impressive 14,500 yuan, a figure etched in his memory. He vividly recalls the first time he received a year-end bonus in early 1990. Having just joined the bank, he was momentarily stunned upon receiving the bonus, confirming it 3 times. That amount surpassed the combined salary and bonuses of his parents, both senior engineers. He recalls celebrating that evening at the China Grand Hotel, treating a table full of friends and classmates to a raucous feast. From that night forward, he began to perceive money as something that came swiftly and easily, leading to a tendency to spend it just as rapidly on watches, portable players, clothing, billiards, and card games. Money flowing in and out with ease. A sum that could have served as the foundation for initial capital had evaporated in a matter of nights. This was the highest legitimate income he had seen in over a decade, and he mistakenly viewed chance as a certainty. Lowering his head, he tapped his pen against the account page twice, his gaze momentarily steadying. In this lifetime, he vowed not to repeat the same mistakes. It was for this reason that, just over a week ago, despite facing numerous challenges and being berated by a fox, he still managed to gather that 6,000 yuan for Sun Yong. He understood that in no more than 3 weeks, Sun Yong would also receive a similar sum. Even if it were slightly less, it would suffice for him to get by. Year-end bonuses are a privilege for all formal employees, and although the police receive a smaller proportion, they too will soon be able to repay their debts. Thus, Sun Yong is indeed capable of bearing the burden and has the means to repay. He only lacks a brief window of time. As the workday drew to a close, Chen Guodong closed the account book. Leaning back in his chair, he shut his eyes for a moment, yet his mind raced as he quickly reviewed the recent arrangements. In truth, he was quite eager for that year-end bonus. At this moment, he indeed finds himself a man of unrefined means. He had invested all his money into the stock market, and what he referred to as his own funds were merely borrowed from Chen Yi, which he subsequently managed to earn. As of now, Chen Guodong's entire cash flow consisted solely of his monthly salary of a little over 400 yuan. Suddenly, it struck him that he had, indeed, been somewhat neglectful of Jiang Xiao during this period. It wasn't that they didn't meet, they still saw each other once or twice a week. Each time he invited her out in the evening, she would wait for him, accompanying him without fail. Wherever Chen Guodong suggested going, she would follow. He would hold her hand as they walked, while his mind wandered to stock investments, contemplating the most efficient and lucrative strategies for collaboration with Chen Yi. She walked beside him, hand in hand, silent as a gentle thread, soft and light within his grasp. She always smiled, her laughter soft yet imbued with tenderness. Asking him if he was hungry or thirsty, gently suggesting he return home early if he was tired. Speaking in hushed tones as though fearing that raising her voice might disrupt his thoughts. Yet, in this moment of quiet reflection, Chen Guodong suddenly felt an unsettling realization. Jiang Xiao seemed to have lost weight recently. That evening, when she had seen him off at the station, he had told her not to wait and to head home early. She had responded with a simple okay, but remained rooted to the spot, arms crossed as if she hadn't heard him. Now, he recalled that her hands had been tucked into her sleeves, her knuckles tinged with a faint redness. As if she were cold, Chen Guodong closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, a rare sense of agitation blossoming within him. He pondered whether she was concealing something from him, perhaps to spare him worry, or if some other distress weighed heavily upon her. He retrieved his phone book, his fingertips lingering over Yin Wenshan's name for a few moments. In the end, he dialed her number. When the call connected, Yin Wenshan's voice came through, and Chen Guodong immediately inquired, "Wenshan, has Xiao been well lately?" There was a pause on the other end. "Aren't you often with her?" "Why ask me?" She replied, "I just feel she hasn't been herself recently. So I thought I'd check in." Chen Guodong's tone was laced with concern. "Is she feeling a bit fatigued?" "She seems all right to me. She appears quite normal most of the time," Yin Wenshan reassured him. After a moment's thought, she added with a smile, "Though there are times when she looks so drowsy, as if she might fall asleep at any moment. I thought perhaps you two were staying up too late together, wearing her out. You should exercise some restraint." Yin Wenshan jested lightly. Chen Guodong did not respond. There was a brief silence before Yin Wenshan suddenly recalled something. "Oh, the last time she brought me something. I noticed a cut on her finger and thought she had injured it somewhere. She said it was from the cold, that it had cracked. Goodness. With the weather in Yangcheng, how can she still have cold hands? You're quite the boyfriend, aren't you? You should check on her. Stop being so absorbed in your own concerns and pay attention to your girlfriend. Yin Wenshan spoke with a hint of earnestness. After finishing, she chuckled and hung up, leaving no further words. As the call ended with a soft click, Chen Guodong remained motionless, leaning back in his office chair. Lost in contemplation for an extended period, the light outside gradually dimmed, as if someone silently withdrew the brightness. It was time to clock out. Chen Guodong rose from his seat, methodically tidying his desk, his movements unhurried yet tinged with an unusual restlessness. As he pushed the door open, a gust of wind swept in, deepening the night's embrace. He inhaled deeply, descending the stairs with a briskness that melded him into the thickening shadows of the evening. In the winter of Yangcheng, the air bore a damp chill that seemed to penetrate to the marrow. Chen Guodong stood at the mouth of a narrow alley near the company, pulling down his hat's brim and fastening his collar tightly, his gaze settling quietly upon the entrance of an office building. He had initially intended to pick up Jiang Xiao after work. However, a mere 15 minutes prior, he had deliberately left her a message, feigning an unexpected overtime commitment, urging her to return home early. At the alley's entrance, a vendor was peeling oranges, the sweet fragrance of citrus wafting towards him. Chen Guodong remained still, his eyes fixed ahead. Before long, amidst the throng, Jiang Xiao emerged in haste. Her hurried steps were quick, her black coat enveloping her slender figure, appearing particularly fragile in the winter chill. Loose strands of hair clung to her face, blown aside by the wind, prompting her to brush them back with a hand. Indeed, Jiang Xiao had lost weight. Chen Guodong adjusted his hat's brim and followed her closely, his steps light and measured, maintaining a respectful distance. She crossed the road, traversing Yangcheng Avenue for 10 minutes before veering west onto Shea Street. After another 50 meters, she turned left into a side alley of Shea Street, where the air was filled with lively chatter, bustling with patrons at a familiar eatery. This was the very spot where they had shared stir-fried rice noodles and boat congee, Shafan Village. Rather than entering the main restaurant, she circled to the kitchen's side entrance. From a plastic bag, she retrieved an apron, a plastic cap, and a pair of bright orange gloves. Her movements were swift. She swept her hair back, donned the gloves, and fastened the apron, transforming her appearance entirely. Her actions were deft, clearly honed through repetition. After exchanging greetings with the kitchen staff, she made her way to the sink outside the kitchen, crouching down before a large plastic basin overflowing with suds. Piled high on the floor were dishes awaiting their turn for washing. She began her task, rinsing the remnants from each plate under a nearby faucet before submerging them in the soapy basin, finally transferring them to a large basin filled with clean water. The sound of rushing water filled the air, and bubbles splattered against her sleeves, the chill of winter biting at her skin. From a distance, Chen Guodong stood in the shadows, his gaze fixed on her diligent scrubbing. She hunched over, her features obscured in shadow, revealing only a hint of her profile as she worked tirelessly. As the water cascaded down, the suds flowed away. Her sleeves had unknowingly become damp, yet she remained oblivious. Continuing her spirited toil, Jiang Xiao was resolutely engaged in her task. Suddenly, she sensed a presence beside her. Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to raise her head, a hand reached over from beside her, picking up the dirty dishes from the ground in silence, rinsing them, and placing them into the basin of water before her. Bubbles surged forth, splashing water everywhere. The person wore a white shirt, the cuffs rolled up to the elbows, revealing slender forearms, and with precise motions, he scrubbed the plates one by one. His shoes became damp, and the hems of his trousers were also wet. Yet he paid no mind. Jiang Xiao stared blankly at Chen Guodong. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound emerged. Her gaze resembled that of a small creature caught hoarding food, filled with panic and timidity, rendered speechless. Chen Guodong did not glance at her. He merely continued washing, methodical as if counting banknotes. Bubbles overflowed, cascading onto his wrist, the water chilling against his skin. He remained silent, diligently scrubbing. People constantly retrieved the clean utensils from the iron basin of fresh water, while others brought in dishes awaiting their turn. The scent of dish soap mingled with the clinking of cutlery and the occasional foam that splashed onto their sleeves, all fermenting in the air. The wind blew through the kitchen's back door, lifting their shirt hems momentarily before letting them fall again. The night cast their shadows long upon the water-stained cement floor, resembling a sketch that could never be wiped clean. Chapter 55. A pair of laborers. It was past 10 at night. The damp, Cold wind of Yangcheng Avenue swept across the road, chilling one to the bone. For some unknown reason, the winter before the Spring Festival in 1994 was particularly cold and damp, as the entire southern city was shrouded in a penetrating chill brought forth by the incessant rain. The fine, needle-like drizzle fell silently, floating beneath the streetlights, invisible yet capable of soaking garments. The streetlights flickered sporadically, their reflections shimmering on the wet asphalt, resembling a flowing sheet of water. Chen Guodong walked ahead, his leather shoes already splashed with water, his trouser cuffs dampened. Jiang Xiao timidly trailed beside him, lagging half a step behind, reminiscent of a child who had erred. Her hands were cold, tucked within her sleeves, her head bowed low, the tips of her shoes tapping against the ground as if attempting to avoid the puddles beneath her feet. Chen Guodong's mind lingered on the moment he had exited the back door of the food stall, where the owner stood at the side, beaming with enthusiasm. "Pretty girl, your boyfriend just helped you wash the dishes. What a good man. Next time, come together to work, and I'll pay you double." The owner waved, his bright white teeth dazzling. Chen Guodong nearly burst into laughter. Jiang Xiao dared not look up at Chen Guodong. They continued walking in silence. Yet she could sense the impending volcanic rage simmering within him. Jiang Xiao instinctively shrank back, retreating further into her oversized, worn-out cotton coat. As the wind blew, remnants of dish soap clung to Chen Guodong, trailing behind him like threads, tugging painfully at her heart. They walked for a considerable distance, the streets growing sparse with people. Suddenly, Chen Guodong broke the silence. His voice, though not loud, was as cold as ice shards. "When did this begin?" Jiang Xiao flinched slightly, replying in a hushed tone. "This month." "How much?" 20 yuan a night. Chen Guodong continued without pausing, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his gaze was as heavy as storm clouds. Observing his anger, Jiang Xiao's voice dropped even lower, tinged with a hint of panic as she murmured, "Seeing you under so much pressure lately pains my heart. I wish to help you." Her words were barely audible, drifting away in the night breeze like fragile glass on the verge of shattering. Chen Guodong remained silent, walking alongside her without uttering a single word. He accompanied her to the foot of her building. The light at the entrance was dim, yet offered a rare warmth in the winter night, and upon stepping into this glow, it felt as if everything around them had warmed, casting a faint shadow of Jiang Xiao's eyelashes. The iron door of the stairwell was already locked, the silence so profound that even the sound of the wind seemed muted. Chen Guodong halted, turned around, and suddenly grasped Jiang Xiao's hands, pulling her close. She was taken aback, finding herself face to face with him, her head bowed in a fluster, unable to meet his gaze. When she finally lifted her head, Chen Guodong's voice was low yet commanding. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xiao slowly raised her gaze like a timid kitten. Her eyes were red, with a hint of mist clinging to her lashes. She remained silent, biting her lip, her fingertips icy cold. Chen Guodong regarded her intently, enunciating each word. "If I see you washing dishes again, I will immediately resign from my job at China Construction Bank and wash dishes every day." He was resolute in his words. Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. As if startled, after a pause, she timidly replied, "Then I won't go anymore." Her voice was barely a whisper, akin to the soft, persistent raindrops outside, weaving a delicate web in the warm, orange light. Chen Guodong took a deep breath, pausing before he spoke. "You need to take a leave of absence tomorrow morning. I will come to pick you up at 9 and take you somewhere." Jiang Xiao instinctively glanced at him before quickly lowering her head, murmuring, "It's too late to ask for leave now." Chen Guodong clenched his jaw, his voice grating. "Then just skip work." Jiang Xiao was startled by his tone. "Oh." Chen Guodong studied her for a moment, saying nothing further, and was about to turn away. "Wait a moment." Jiang Xiao suddenly called out, a faint blush rising on her fair face. Chen Guodong paused, surprised as he looked at her. Jiang Xiao rummaged through her canvas bag for a moment, finally retrieving a pair of deep gray knitted gloves. She cradled them in her hands, offering them to Chen Guodong, her hands trembling slightly. The gloves, tightly woven and somewhat uneven, showed signs of being too snug in places, with minor curling at the edges. She extended the gloves towards him, her eyes cast down, unable to meet his stare. Chen Guodong glanced at her hands, frowning. Her fingers were bare, reddened at the knuckles, and some were swollen with fine cracks, starkly contrasting her slender fingers. Chen Guodong fixed his gaze on her hands, his voice hoarse. "Did you knit these?" Jiang Xiao bit her lip and nodded. Yes. I was worried you would be cold. Her voice was soft, like a cloud drifting from the depths of a valley. The wind stirred, causing her scarf to billow. As she lowered her head, her gaze flustered, and her cheeks slightly flushed from the cold. Chen Guodong did not take the gloves, merely gazing at her hands, marred with frostbite, yet yearning to knit something for him, left him momentarily speechless. Tears welled in his eyes, a sensation rising from deep within his throat, salty as blood, tightening his entire being. He leaned forward, lowered his head, and reached out, enveloping her, both her and her gloves, in his embrace. In that instant, it felt as though he had embraced the entirety of spring. The following morning, just past 9, the streets still bore the lingering chill of the previous night. Chen Guodong appeared punctually beneath Jiang Xiao's building, his coat collar raised to shield his neck from the biting wind. After a brief wait, he felt a twinge of confusion. Jiang Xiao was typically never late. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the street corner. He turned to see Jiang Xiao jogging back, her cheeks flushed, breathless, clutching a scarf that had come undone in her haste, exuding the air of someone who had just rushed back from the outside. She halted before him, panting slightly, and shyly offered a smile at Chen Guodong, her voice still hoarse from the wind. I went to request leave from work, fearing you might wait. So I hurried back. Chen Guodong regarded her in silence for a moment. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he gently adjusted her slightly disheveled hair and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Jiang Xiao shook her head, looking like a child caught in a misdeed. "Let us go," Chen Guodong suggested, glancing at her. "I'll take you to Wu Caiji for their renowned fish wontons." The wonton shop, Wu Caiji, was quite a distance from Jiang Xiao's home, nearing Huangsha. In the vicinity of the famous Shamian former consulate area, they traversed an inconspicuous alley where a triangular flag fluttered, boldly declaring the name, Wu Caiji. Chapter 56. I really won't wash dishes anymore. On the unique cobblestone streets of the west side of Yangcheng, the savory aroma wafted from the wonton shop, saturating the air with the distinct essence of the local cuisine. Transparent, thin-skinned wontons floated atop the broth, curling at the edges as they rolled, resembling golden fish swimming in water. The fresh pork filling glimmered a delicate pink, while the broth, a secret blend of earth fish and pork bones, exuded a fragrant, slightly savory scent. These wontons not only boasted thin skins, but also an unmatched freshness, their supple texture giving them the appearance of lively fish once boiled. Seated in a cozy nook, Jiang Xiao savored the wontons delicately, her eyes lighting up like crescent moonlight bubbling in a spring. My grandmother always mentioned bringing me here, saying the wontons were exquisite. Yet, I never had the chance until today, she murmured, her voice imbued with a hint of joy, akin to a child relishing a long-hidden treat from her mother's palm. Chen Guodong remained silent, simply observing her small hands, still bearing faint scars, cradling the bowl as she ate. With each gentle inhale and exhale, the steam from the wontons moistening her lashes. It felt as if the ethereal fragrance of dreams flowed through the morning air. After finishing her wontons, Chen Guodong did not hasten to suggest where to take Jiang Xiao next. He led her along, meandering as if they were a couple on a leisurely date, enjoying a day off together. Jiang Xiao did not inquire about their destination. She simply followed Chen Guodong, tenderly holding his hand and relishing this intimate and tranquil moment shared between the two. She felt a profound happiness for her. The place they occupied and the warmth of their embrace constituted the most exquisite scenery in the world. When Jiang Xiao finally regained her senses, she found herself standing in front of a securities company. A moment of surprise washed over her as she gazed up at Chen Guodong, puzzled as to why he had brought her here. Chen Guodong offered no explanation. The securities hall was relatively quiet, with Western-style terminals lined up beneath the glass windows. Some patrons were engrossed in observing market trends, scanning various charts, perusing materials, and swiping their cards for transactions. Chen Guodong confidently approached the customer service counter, presenting a sleek black VIP card to the manager. The manager graciously accepted the card and escorted Chen Guodong and Jiang Xiao to the second floor, leading them to a private room separated by frosted glass. Inside, the room was furnished with a single comfortable chair, a table, a trading terminal, and a plush executive chair. After serving them tea, the manager discreetly closed the door upon leaving. Chen Guodong settled in front of the terminal, while Jiang Xiao obediently stood by his side. watching him input his shareholder number and password. With a beep, the terminal interface transformed. As the screen illuminated, a cascade of numbers danced, glowing red and green in a vibrant display. Chen Guodong skillfully maneuvered the mouse, navigating to the personal trading interface and pausing at the total assets option. With a click, he turned to Jiang Shuyao and said softly, "Take a look. Half of this belongs to me." Jiang Shuyao stared in astonishment at the line of numbers, counting the zeros as her heart raced in sync with the beeping screen. A figure in the 40s, 6 digits long. Suddenly, she felt a wave of dizziness, her fingertips turning cold as if a tempest had erupted within her. The IOU he had signed with someone else, initially a mere 50,000 that had doubled to 100,000, had become an astronomical sum in her eyes. This realization had haunted her through countless sleepless nights. How little time had passed since then. She finally comprehended the reason he had brought her here. There was no need for words or reproach. It was merely a tangible truth to convey that she should no longer engage in menial tasks like washing dishes. Such efforts, no matter how arduous, could not assist him, not even close to matching the figures displayed on the screen. Jiang Shuyao's cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she murmured, "This time, I truly won't wash dishes." Chen Guodong was taken aback, turning to glare at her. Then, realizing the implications, his brows furrowed in discontent. "So, your declaration from yesterday was merely a facade?" Jiang Shuyao's lips curled into a slight smile as she playfully stuck out her tongue, covering her mouth with her hand. Chen Guodong's lips twitched, torn between amusement and frustration. It dawned on him that her nonchalant response the previous night was simply a means to placate him. Had it not been for today's revelation, she might have indeed sneaked off to wash dishes. What a stubborn woman, resolute in her decisions, she was. He gazed at her for a moment, sighed, and ultimately reached out, gently caressing her flushed, slightly warm face. The touch was accompanied by the enchanting fragrance of the young girl and the delicate, satin-like texture of her skin. Jiang Xiao's face turned even redder, yet she dared not move, allowing him to stroke her, as if accepting a punishment, yet also savoring this intimate connection to life. His hand was warm, clean, and steady, providing her with a sense of security akin to leaning against a great mountain. A breeze wafted through the window, causing Jiang Xiao's eyelashes to flutter gently. She did not blink or speak. Nonetheless, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Days flowed by like water, silently and imperceptibly. Before one knew it, it was already early February of the new year. In just a few days, the spring festival would arrive. Lanterns had long been hung at the street corners, and stalls selling New Year's goods were bustling with people, offering sweet lotus seeds, cured meats, and spring couplets, all vibrant red against the damp, chilly air. The winter in Yangcheng remained cold, particularly in recent years, as the end of January often brought several days of winter rain. The dripping water from the eaves never ceased, and when the wind blew, the chill seemed to penetrate to the very bones. Hence, there is a saying, the winters in the north rely on heating, while the winters in Yangcheng depend on one's righteousness. That damp cold truly penetrated deep into the lungs, sometimes making one feel colder under the covers than in the open air, and indeed colder indoors than outside. However, at this moment, Chen Guodong and his colleagues felt none of this chill. The warmth in their hearts had already banished the early spring cold to the far reaches of the sky. The Dongshan branch of China Construction Bank announced that this year's Spring Festival banquet would be held at the looming restaurant by the lakeside at Baiyun Mountain. In the 1990s, this was quite a prestigious affair. The branch had performed well this year, exceeding its targets, and leadership decided to book the entire second floor of looming restaurant. This also served as a celebratory feast, as the Dongshan branch had ranked second in the province's performance evaluations, falling just 2 percentage points short of the first place. The looming feast was traditionally held for newly successful candidates in the imperial examinations, originating from the ancient ritual of communal drinking in the Zhou dynasty. Named after the performance of looming from the Book of Songs during the banquet. This indicates that President Li is indeed a person of considerable substance, and the looming feast, being a celebratory banquet, also symbolizes boundless prospects. It is evident that our president Li Qingming harbors significant ambitions. Chen Guodong reflected upon receiving the notice, recalling from his later experiences that if one does not possess great aspirations and initiative, following a leader full of ambition and drive could lead to a fate akin to that of an ox plowing in spring, no matter how diligently one toils. One cannot escape the sting of the whip. Chapter 57. Looming on the day of the spring festival banquet, in the evening, red lanterns adorned the staircase of the looming restaurant, with stone lions guarding the entrance and red silk draped over the cement railings, creating a festive atmosphere. The second-floor hall was decorated in red, with banners hanging from the windows, wishing all colleagues of the Dongshan branch of China Construction Bank a happy new year. The tables were covered with red velvet cloths, set with fine porcelain dishes and cups already filled with wine. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the banquet commenced punctually. The noise in the hall gradually subsided, the lights dimmed, and a beam of white light illuminated the podium. President Li Qingming stood before the microphone, clad in a crisp suit, holding a glass of wine, and smiled as he surveyed the room. Dear colleagues, after a year of hard work, today, we shall not discuss tasks or performance. Rather, I simply wish to say, thank you for your efforts this past year. Applause and laughter erupted throughout the hall, and smiles adorned every face. The achievements we have accomplished at the Dongshan branch this year are the envy of the entire China construction system. This success is not attributable to any one individual, but rather the collective effort of each and every member of our Dongshan family, including those present today and those who are working late or have returned home early to celebrate the new year with their families. He raised his glass. Come, my brothers and sisters, let us toast to this moment. As the applause resonated, glasses clinked, and the atmosphere in the hall became vibrant. Chen Guodong sat at a table by the window. After a year of hard work, he had eagerly awaited this meal. It was not merely for feasting, but rather because this grand dinner featured a highly anticipated event, the distribution of year-end bonuses. This was not a time of future uncertainties. It was the cash-driven 1990s. Each person received an envelope bearing their name, a thick stack that evoked the exhilarating sensation of receiving dividends after a bountiful harvest. The tangible satisfaction of holding cash in hand surpassed the cold digits displayed on modern mobile phones. It was a joy unique to this splendid era. The year's bonus, in his memory, was the highest he would receive in the next decade. The waitstaff began serving the dishes, which were of remarkably high standards this year. The banquet commenced with a platter of cold delicacies featuring abalone, a rich sea cucumber soup, and neatly arranged braised pigeon, while the roast pig glistened invitingly, complemented by a myriad of seasonal vegetables. Each guest received a bowl of snow fungus and bird's nest soup, elegantly wrapped with red paper. When the roast pig was presented, its aroma enveloped the entire hall. The skin was crispy and gleamed, and as the knife sliced through, the savory oil erupted. A row of Fingio and a selection of Jiangyu red wine were available for all to enjoy. Of course, the prized Maotai was reserved solely for the dignitaries at the podium. Chen Guodong rarely found himself in such a relaxed state throughout the year. He removed his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and placed a piece of roast pig into his bowl, followed by a generous scoop of bird's nest soup. With each chopstick full, he savored the meal with delight. It had been far too long since he had indulged so freely. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, he noticed that others were beginning to rise and propose toasts, further igniting the festive atmosphere. Not wishing to partake in such frivolity, having seen this scene many times before, he stepped out onto the balcony on the second floor. Beyond the balcony lay Luhu, the lake nestled beneath the majestic Baiyun Mountain, its night view picturesque. The lake shimmered with silvery reflections, mirroring the distant city lights, while a gentle breeze rippled across the water, creating delicate waves. The silhouettes of distant mountains were swallowed by the night, with only a few lights atop the peaks twinkling like stars in the sky. The lake's surface glowed softly, reflecting the lights of the city, as a refreshing breeze brushed against his face, bringing with it a hint of coolness. Chen Guodong took a deep breath, becoming enveloped in the rare beauty of the night scenery. At that moment, someone else stepped out, and upon turning, he discovered it was his colleague Su Feihua from the accounting department. Su was currently filling in for Lu Junkai, and everyone in the unit affectionately called him Huazi. He was likely seeking a breath of fresh air after feeling stifled inside. Chen's mind stirred with recognition. He recalled that despite Su's lean, dark appearance, he was a true native of Yangcheng, possessing a remarkably amiable character. Su's family was engaged in the garment wholesale business, and their financial standing was quite prosperous. As time passed, it became evident that he was one of the wealthiest young men in the Dongshan branch, a true second-generation affluent individual. Su joined the bank not for the meager salary, but for the prestige associated with the profession, and he was indeed a trustworthy person. In Chen's memory, he recalled that Su had developed a passion for drinking pu'er tea, which eventually evolved into an enthusiasm for investing in it. He even purchased 2 commercial properties to serve as storage for his tea collection, equipping them with temperature and humidity control systems. However, Su lacked the knowledge of the trade and made blind purchases, leading to a situation where the tea he bought was often left unwanted on the streets, while the properties he acquired for storage yielded substantial profits. Later, when Chen entered the bureaucratic system, he found himself in the vicinity of Yangcheng's largest tea market, the Confronting tea market. Immersed in this environment, he too developed a fondness for tea. However, by that time, the tea market had already surpassed its peak in 2007, when an 88 Qingbing was trading at nearly 30,000. Chen had even studied tea culture with an esteemed elder from the market for a period. With a newfound intention, Chen initiated a conversation with Su, skillfully steering the dialogue towards the topic of pu'er tea. Su, evidently excited, began to elaborate on the intricacies of pu'er tea. Chen had a purpose in this exchange. He was acutely aware of the current low prices of tea, with an 88 Qingbing available for under 10 yuan, which would soar to nearly 40,000 by 2012. The profit margins were astounding. His motivation for approaching Su was not due to a lack of funds for investment, but rather because the specific varieties of tea that would later skyrocket in value required time to acquire. Chen did not possess such luxury. Thus, finding a partner with a genuine passion for pu'er tea was imperative. Su could guide him in purchasing the varieties that would appreciate the most, serving as a wise investment. Additionally, it would ensure Chen had tea to enjoy in the future. He even envisioned a time after achieving financial freedom in retirement, where he could open a tea house, fostering friendships and conducting business over tea, a delightful prospect. The mere thought of possessing a rare tea and inviting fellow tea enthusiasts, basking in the satisfaction of such an achievement, made Chen tremble with excitement. Thus, Chen began to share insights he had acquired over time, mentioning specific teas such as Menghai's 7542, the triangular inspection from Dukong, and the black and red merchant inspections. For instance, 7542 is the code for a specific variety of Yunnan green cake tea intended for export. The meaning of this code is as follows. 75 denotes the raw material formula established in the year 1975. 4 indicates the proportion of various grades of tea used in the comprehensive grading standard, which includes the tips, surface, inner leaves, and base tea. Ultimately, if the comprehensive grading standard of level 4 exceeds 50, it can be classified as 4. Hence, 4 does not signify a tea of level 4, but rather tea leaves that meet the comprehensive grading standard of 4. The numeral 2 represents the Menghai Tea Factory, 1 signifies the Kunming Tea Factory, 3 denotes the Shiguan Tea Factory, and 4 stands for the Pu'er Tea Factory. Teas with such codes from prominent factories will garner considerable attention and investment from tea enthusiasts, while lesser-known brands lack investment value. In this brief encounter, Su Feihua's profound knowledge left Chen Guodong in awe, leading him to regard Su as a lifelong confidant and to hold him in high esteem. This admiration swiftly transformed Chen Guodong into a devoted admirer of Su Feihua. As their conversation flourished, a voice from inside called for them. Chapter 58. Can we share a drink? Chen Guodong responded with a smile, then lightly patted Su Feihua's shoulder. Come on, they are calling for us. We have plenty of time to chat later. For now, let us not keep them waiting. Upon their return to the hall, they were enveloped by a wave of heat and the scent of alcohol. The banquet had progressed to its latter stages. The dishes on the table had already been devoured, leaving behind only plates of remnants and greasy porcelain dishes. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of finjiu and the cacophony of laughter, intermingled with the shadows cast by red silk lanterns, resembling the chaotic atmosphere of a spring festival gala's latter half. As anticipated, each department had formed factions. Come on, Xiaoman, you can't just let me drink alone. I've had 3 cups, you ought to have 1 too. Lu Junkai insisted. Aunt Fong, it's not that I, Lu Junkai, am being brazen. You have taken care of me in the accounting department for so long, so it is only right that I toast you. At the accounting table, the credit department had surrounded them completely. A few female colleagues appeared weary, struggling to steady their cups. Even Fong Yuji laughed and declined. The only male colleague remaining, Wen Li, was red-faced and swaying in his chair, his gaze already wandering, resembling someone on the verge of collapse. Leading the charge opposite them were Lu Junkai and his gang from the credit department. This group, accustomed to conducting business over drinks, naturally excelled in the art of drinking. Lu Junkai had only recently transferred from the accounting department to the credit department, and after a few drinks tonight, his true colors were revealed. Like a vanguard, he was here swaying and teasing his former colleagues, toasting everyone in sight with a smug expression. Come on, Aunt Fong won't drink. Surely, Xiaoyi has to show some respect? He said, raising his cup. If it weren't for your guidance in my work, how could I have achieved such progress today? As he spoke, he clinked his cup together. Nearby, Kai Jie and others erupted in laughter, adding fuel to the fire as they encircled the accounting table to enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, a little farther away, Chunyi stood languidly with a glass in hand, observing the crowd from the outskirts. The elegant white silk gown seemed tailor-made for her, featuring minimalist lines and a form-fitting cut that accentuated her slender waist and breathtaking curves. As the dress swayed gently, a glimpse of her snow-white ankle emerged, delicate and alluring like a spring onion. She remained silent, her fingertips idly swirling the red wine in her glass, slow and languid, resembling a newly awakened white fox, lazily squinting at its struggling prey. Her makeup was subtle, yet her features were striking and well-defined. Beneath the soft light, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye appeared like ink on a peach blossom petal, exuding an innate charm. Standing quietly behind the bustling crowd, she seemed to be observing a performance. Her gaze swept across the room, and suddenly met the newly arrived Chen Guodong, raising an eyebrow slightly with a meaningful smile. Ah, Guodong is back. Lu Junkai, with keen eyes, was the first to spot Chen Guodong and Su Feihua. He greeted them with a mischievous smile, resembling a cat that had spotted a mouse. Wasn't Guodong just with Huazai? Come, I was just saying that being here in the accounting department feels like returning home. How can one not drink when back home? Come, I'll toast you 3 glasses, and whoever refuses is a grandson. His tone was rather frivolous. Kai Jie joined in the jest. Guodong is the pride of the accounting department. We've long heard of his reputation. You can't be a grandson now. With that, they circled around him with keen eyes. Yet, Chen Guodong merely smiled faintly, returning to his seat and standing still. He glanced at the slightly awkward Xiao Yi and Lin Xiaoman, his gaze briefly lingering on Fang Yuji's hesitant expression, before suddenly accepting the drink offered by Lu Junkai and downing it in one swift motion. Afterward, he poured himself another glass to reciprocate Lu Junkai's toast, and both downed their drinks in unison, proceeding to a third. After 3 consecutive drinks, Chen Guodong remained composed, not even furrowing his brow. The group from the credit department, initially laughing heartily, fell unexpectedly silent at Chen Guodong's spirited display, while Kai Jie maintained a smile, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Standing firm, Chen Guodong coldly observed the group of credit officers who were preparing to move to the next table with their empty glasses, seemingly indifferent to the reactions of the accounting department. In their preconceived notions, they believed that as long as they did not provoke the women from accounting, they would not elicit any unexpected responses. Just as the credit department was about to turn away, Chen Guodong suddenly spoke in a calm voice. Wait. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a stone cast into still water, capturing everyone's attention instantly. Without uttering another word, he approached the drinks table. He retrieved 2 pouring vessels and a bottle of 53-degree Fingio, moving with a deliberate yet unhurried grace. With a pop, the bottle cap was removed, releasing a rich aroma of liquor. He tilted the bottle towards the pouring vessels, slowly pouring the liquor, which glided down the glass edges and filled the vessels with a bright, silvery sheen, moistening their curves. Once the first bottle was emptied, filling them to 7/10, he unhesitatingly picked up a second bottle, continuing to fill both vessels until they brimmed, each containing more than half a pound of liquor. He raised 2 wine vessels before his eyes, meticulously comparing them against the light, ensuring that the 2 glasses were perfectly identical. This action sent a shiver through the hearts of those nearby. The individuals at the adjacent table, who had been in a state of surprise, suddenly sensed the unusual atmosphere. Their movements halted. One person turned their head, followed by another, until nearly everyone at the surrounding tables was gazing in this direction. Even the table from the savings department paused, while Ding, from the cashier's department, who had just risen, remained frozen in place, his gaze fixated on Chen Guodong. An inexplicable silence enveloped the hall. Chen Guodong slowly lifted one of the filled wine vessels, his fingertips gently grazing the rim, as if offering a final tribute to the drink. He then turned, his gaze falling upon the members of the credit department, yet he spoke not a word. He merely tilted his head back, as the liquor cascaded into his mouth like a waterfall. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed several times. The high-waisted vessel gradually emptied. The stream of liquor slicing through the air, clear and piercing, causing the surrounding atmosphere to suddenly chill. Yet, Chen Guodong's expression remained unfazed, as if he were consuming mere water rather than strong liquor. With a thud, Chen Guodong set down the now empty vessel, his countenance unchanged, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He then surveyed the previously arrogant credit officers, still silent, and made a brief yet deliberate gesture inviting them to partake. With that gesture, the air felt as though it had been severed, plunging into complete silence. The credit department, who had moments ago been laughing and mocking, now appeared as if someone had gripped their throats, their smiles frozen in place, motionless. Finally, someone snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Good," shattering the silence. Immediately, like long-suppressed thunder erupting, applause and cheers surged through the hall like a tidal wave. As excitement brewed on this side, at the main table, Li Qingming set down his chopsticks and turned to observe, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Beside him, Zhang Hojuan's gaze was sharp, a hint of inscrutable meaning flickering in his eyes, as he too seemed taken aback by the unfolding events. The once spirited credit officers were now utterly dumbfounded. Those were not mere wine cups, they were vessels for sharing liquor. One cup contained over half a gene. They had already consumed several rounds. And with this additional half gene, not only would they struggle to speak, but they might even find it difficult to remain standing, making it impossible to avoid disgrace. Yet, if they did not rise to the challenge, it would signify surrender to the accounting department, predominantly composed of women. This left the credit officers, who had always considered themselves superior, exchanging glances filled with discomfort. However, to step forward in bravado might very well land them in the hospital. In that moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the credit department fell silent, their once commanding presence collapsing like a house of cards. Meanwhile, at the accounting department's table, Xiao Ye's lips twitched in a restrained smile, while Lin Xiaomin took a sip from her teacup, unable to swallow, desperately suppressing her amusement. The personnel from the savings and cashier departments had completely relaxed, having long endured the burdens of the credit department. Even Ding, who typically held himself with great dignity, could not help but applaud. At that moment, Zhang Hojun had already placed his hand on the back of his chair, poised to stand and speak. Just then, a languorous voice wafted through the air, as soft as a feather gliding in the wind, yet resonating clearly in everyone's ears. "I'm here." The crowd was taken aback, their gazes snapping toward the source of the voice. There stood Chen Yi, a cup in her left hand, her right gently grazing the hem of her skirt as she sauntered forward. The white silk gown clung to her form, with each step accentuating her waist and legs, swaying gracefully as if dancing with the breeze. The light cascaded down her shoulders, outlining her collarbone, and was drawn into her elongated eyes, which sparkled with mirth. A subtle smile played on her lips, neither fully drunk nor entirely amused, exuding an intoxicating charm. As she reached the table and came to a halt, she raised her delicate finger, lifting the wine vessel brimming with liquid, and gave it a gentle shake. The wine shimmered, reflecting an indescribable allure in her gaze. "Chen Guodong, you are impressive," she drawled, her tone teasing, as if appraising an unfamiliar individual. "Truly a man of stature from our accounting department." With a change in tone, her smile turned coy, yet a hint of menace lingered beneath her soft words. "I have come to drink. What do you think?" Chen Guodong stared at her intently, his expression finally shifting as he reluctantly replied, "Forget it." Fang Yuji could no longer hold her tongue, rising with a frown to admonish, "Xiao Yi, stop this nonsense. You've just come out of the hospital. Why are you being so reckless? Do you value your life so little? Indeed, why follow them into folly?" Lin Xiaomin also urged. "There's no helping it." Chen Yi pouted, feigning deep grievance, shaking her head gently, though her eyes remained fixed on Chen Guodong, her smile growing ever more pronounced. Then, she glanced at her full glass, a slight smile gracing her lips. "One cannot completely abstain from drinking. How would I explain it to Aunt Fang?" Her voice was soft, laced with sweetness and a touch of seduction. "How about this?" Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, her smile mischievous. "I shall represent the credit department, and you shall represent the accounting department. Shall we share a cup of wine together?" She paused, her eyes sparkling with a blend of provocation and tenderness. "Let this be our way of transforming conflict into harmony." This declaration struck the crowd like a thunderclap, momentarily stunning all observers, who soon forgot the earlier tension. Laughter erupted, and applause ensued. Even the leaders found amusement in the scene, their cheers rising in a chorus. Cheers to a cup. Let us drink. Chen, well done. The atmosphere grew fervent. Chen Guodong, a seasoned veteran of 70 years, could not help but admire Chen Ye's knack for diffusing tension. His disdain for the arrogant members of the credit department had already been well established, which is why he had earlier chosen to confront them so openly. Yet, he remained troubled by the memory of those 13 cups of Moutai. A group of cowardly individuals, lacking any backbone, resorts to sacrificing women to achieve their goals. Can they truly remain unscathed? A shameless lot, they brazenly flaunt their arrogance. Yet, now that Chen Yi has stepped forward, Chen Guodong remains silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at her. She raises her gaze, waiting, her smile unabashedly radiant. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye seemingly infused with a hint of intoxication, captivating in its allure. He finally extends his hand, taking hold of an empty wine glass, and from Chen Yi's grasp, he retrieves a vessel brimming with wine, pouring a glass for Chen Yi. He then holds the half-filled vessel himself, threading his arm through hers. They each raise their glasses, their wrists entwined, reminiscent of a scripted scene from an old theatrical performance. Chen Yi slightly rises on her toes, bringing the glass suspended from her arm to her lips, while Chen Guodong leans in, dark hair cascading over his forehead. Their proximity so intimate that their breaths almost intertwine. In that moment, he catches a whiff of her delicate fragrance, mingled with the scent of alcohol, the warmth of her skin, and the uniquely gentle touch of a mature woman. His tongue feels scalded by the essence of the wine. Chen Guodong swallows hard, a flicker of barely noticeable urgency flashing in his eyes, yet his expression remains impassive as he slowly drinks from the generous cup. They toast and drink together, the room erupting in applause. Chen Guodong utters not a word, merely releasing Chen Ye's hand and stepping back, his demeanor cool and detached, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Chen Yi lightly licks her lip, smiling like a fox that has just quenched its thirst for blood. Seizing a moment when others are distracted, she whispers softly, "Thank you, Chen little puppy." The following morning, as the most significant holiday of the year approaches, the bank operates as usual, yet the atmosphere has subtly transformed. Chen Guodong ascends the corridor, observing the festive floral arrangements and a large pot of kumquats adorning the lobby of the Dongshan branch, adorned with colorful lights. The kumquats, laden with golden fruits, dominate a third of the lobby, infusing the entire Dongshan branch with the exuberance of the new year. Chen Guodong feels invigorated. His spirits are remarkably high today. The year-end bonus, a substantial stack, has bestowed upon him a sense of ease and confidence. While others might suffer from a hangover after last night's revelry, he feels unscathed, brimming with vitality. Perhaps it is the presence of money that lends him a sturdier posture, a sense of empowerment derived from wealth. Upon reaching the second floor, he pushes open the door to the accounting department, only to be momentarily halted by the lively scene within. Unexpectedly, the accounting department buzzes with activity. It is already the morning work hours, and one would expect everyone to be settled into their tasks, preparing for the day ahead. Yet, the atmosphere resembles a boiling pot of soup, teeming with energy, leaving no corner of the accounting department undisturbed. In a lively gathering, a few individuals were animatedly conversing, their laughter punctuating the air. One held a vibrant red envelope, shaking it with glee. Nearby, Wenli stood with hands on her hips, engaging in conversation, her cheeks still flushed from the remnants of last night's revelry. Xiaoyi sat at her desk, perusing documents while occasionally turning to exchange a few words, deftly peeling an orange and sharing the segments with the nearby Xiaomin. The table was cluttered with disordered reports and a freshly replaced calendar, while the receipts meant for binding were haphazardly tied with a plastic string and carelessly set aside. Fortunately, with the approach of the Spring Festival, businesses had already begun to close, leaving the office nearly deserted. Had anyone entered, they might have mistaken the bustling scene for a marketplace rather than an office. The atmosphere brimmed with the joyous spirit of the year's end, mingled with the lingering warmth of last night's drinks, gradually diffusing in the light. At that moment, everyone noticed Chen Guodong, and an overwhelming wave of enthusiasm erupted. "Good morning, Guodong. Ah, our department's true man has returned. Xiao Chen, good morning. Come, I've brewed chrysanthemum tea. After such heavy drinking last night, it must be tough on your stomach. A cup of chrysanthemum tea will do you good." The flurry of greetings enveloped him, accompanied by warm smiles. making it difficult to discern whether he had entered an office or stumbled into a tea gathering. As Chen Guodong accepted the steaming cup of chrysanthemum tea and lifted the lid, he gazed at the blossoms gently swirling in the water, their delicate fragrance rising to meet him, reflecting the joyful faces around him. Some were still taken aback by the warmth of the welcome. Upon settling at his desk and powering on his computer, he began to realize the cause of this exuberance. It stemmed from last night's events. Perhaps in the eyes of his colleagues in the accounting department, he had emerged triumphantly from a somewhat embarrassing and helpless situation, confronting the credit department with an audacious display of spirit, regaining the department's pride with 2 large jars of Finchio, boldly slapping the faces of those who had looked down upon them. This realization left Chen Guodong both amused and bemused as he rubbed his forehead. He had not intended to bolster the department's standing. His original aim had been to defend Chen Yi, while also seeking a moment in the spotlight before their superiors. As for the alcohol, he had hardly given it a thought. His enhanced constitution made him resistant to the effects of liquor, rendering such indulgence inconsequential. Surely, that would be sufficient to demonstrate his capabilities to the leadership. Moreover, Lu Junkai, in his moment of triumph, had foolishly disrespected his former employer, inadvertently accumulating negative points for himself. While the leaders observed in silence, one could not help but wonder if, once in a position of power, he would similarly trample upon others as he had done to the accounting department. One must first learn to be a person before mastering one's craft. Regrettably, it seemed Lu Junkai was oblivious to this lesson, squandering the wisdom imparted by his father, a former deputy district chief. Yet, despite everything, Chen Guodong felt a twinge of gratitude deep within. Humans are inherently such. Once you are regarded as one of us, every effort becomes our shared honor. Chen Guodong sat in his seat, listening to the soft whispers around him, as the aroma of tea wafted through the air and light filtered through the blinds, casting a warm glow upon the white walls. Everything radiated a sense of coziness. Turning his head, Chen Guodong noticed Aunt Fong, with a smile gracing her lips. Observing the scene from a corner, normally serious, she showed no inclination to remind everyone that it was working hours, allowing them to freely express their excitement. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Guodong approached her. Aunt Fong, Fong Yuji, regarded Chen Guodong with a gentler gaze than usual, and in that instant, he sensed an indescribable warmth emanating from her. "Guodong, what's the matter?" she inquired. Chen Guodong paused, feeling a touch of shyness before speaking. "Aunt Fong, I would like to request half a day off this afternoon to accompany my girlfriend to purchase some gifts for the elders at home." Aunt Fong responded with an "oh," and without the slightest hesitation, waved her hand. "Sure, is half a day sufficient?" Chen Guodong was taken aback. However, she continued, "Would you like to take an additional day off tomorrow? There isn't much to do before the new year. They can cover for you." Chen Guodong was pleasantly surprised, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he nodded gently. "Thank you, Aunt Fong." In the afternoon, at 3 o'clock, Chen Guodong stood by the bus stop, spotting Jiang Xiao approaching from afar. She wore a simple high-neck sweater, its hue reminiscent of a pale moon, soft and form-fitting. The buttons were fastened from her collarbone to her chin, enveloping her delicate neck snugly while accentuating her graceful stature. Over it, she donned a worn deep gray woolen coat, vintage in style, with slightly frayed lapels, yet she carried it with an air of pristine elegance. Her hair was casually tied back, strand smooth, revealing a hint of her fair earlobe, and her complexion appeared brighter than usual, as though even the sun favored her on this day. Her expression remained gentle, yet her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, resembling a lake reflecting the morning light, shimmering and clear. Though she carried the same old, faded canvas bag, she approached like a delicate brushstroke of an elegant woman, understated yet radiant, her steps light and measured. As she neared, Jiang Xiao lifted her gaze to meet Chen Guodong's, her brows and eyes softening, imbued with a lively spirit, akin to a camellia blooming quietly in early spring. Upon seeing Chen Guodong, her steps momentarily paused, a smile blooming at the corners of her mouth. "Let us go," she exclaimed cheerfully, her voice soft, as if fearing to disturb the breeze, carrying a hint of playful lightness. Chen Guodong said nothing, and they boarded the bus, heading towards Taojin North Road. The Friendship Store was situated on the first floor of the Baiyun Hotel, a once towering landmark that stood at 32 stories, dominating the bustling city. Its facade was a striking interplay of glass curtain walls and light beige tiles, exuding a grand yet distinctly historical charm. Directly opposite was the newly constructed Garden Hotel, one of the earliest five-star hotels in all of Guangzhou. The twin-towered structure stands out distinctly, featuring a white dome and impeccably straight exterior walls, securing a prominent position in the luxury rankings of five-star hotels in Yangcheng even decades later. Further west lies the television station and the under-construction Guangzhou International Tower, a colossal 63-story steel edifice rumored to be the future center of South China. This was, in the early to mid-1990s, the pinnacle of Yangcheng's business hub, a time when the later commercial core of Zhujiang New Town had yet to take shape, making this the apex of the Yangcheng pyramid. Chapter 61. The gift. Stepping into the friendship store, one is immediately enveloped by an atmosphere distinctly different from the outside world, imbued with a touch of bourgeois elegance. The bright lights and gently warm air from the central air conditioning create a welcoming ambience, while the floor tiles shine with a near-mirrored finish. Each floor is staffed with numerous uniformly dressed salespeople, standing poised to greet customers with soft voices. The entire friendship store is equipped with escalators rather than stairs, 3 segments interlinked like a mechanism that slowly draws visitors into the core of this city's most fashionable marketplace. The store is not overly crowded, exuding a serene elegance. In the 1990s, this venue was not frequented by the average working class. The sound of high heels clicking against the marble tiles resonates throughout. Female patrons often don woolen coats or skirts, while male customers are clad in well-tailored suits, a stark contrast to the bustle and noise of Beijing Road or Shangxiaju pedestrian streets. Here, haggling is non-existent, replaced by price tags displaying numbers that appear cold and unimaginably high to the average person. The merchandise consists entirely of imports or goods meant for export: perfumes, leather bags, cosmetics, foreign trade clothing, leather shoes, cashmere scarves, wooden pipes, and Swiss watches, all glimmering enticingly, the mere illumination of the display windows sufficient to cast a glow on desire. Chen Guodong and Zhang Xiao walk side by side. The man, dressed in a white shirt and dark gray trousers, possesses a tall, slender frame and calm demeanor. Standing among the crowd like a sheathed blade, his aura restrained yet profound. The woman, in simple attire with a natural face, has an elegant countenance and skin so pale it nearly appears translucent. Under the lights, she seems to merge with the illumination, her eyes a blend of shyness and delight, a vivid embodiment of life itself. Together, they present a harmonious contrast of movement and stillness, their refined qualities drawing the attention of passers-by who linger in their gaze. Particularly captivating is Zhang Xiao. Her eyes sparkle with laughter as they flit between the glass displays. When she turns her head, the light catches her eyelashes, causing them to quiver delicately, as if she were a ray of light breaking through the crowd, illuminating the space around her. At the end of the corridor, a boy dressed in attire reminiscent of the Hong Kong style whispers to an adult, "Wow, that girl over there is really pretty." His voice is soft, yet Chen Guodong hears it clearly. He glances at the person beside him, only to find her gazing down, seemingly oblivious, her fingertips lightly caressing a cashmere cape displayed on the shelf. "Do you like this?" Chen Guodong inquires. She turns, her eyes still sparkling, and softly replies, "This is so beautiful." It is a light camel-colored cashmere cape, adorned with a subtle red checkered pattern and fringed ends, crafted from exquisite, soft fabric. Its minimalist cut imbued with timeless grace. The cashmere shawl draped over the model's shoulders accentuates her clean and gentle lines, exuding an elegance that is both understated and refined. "If you like it, just buy it," Chen Guodong suggested. He mentioned that his grandmother, being elderly, is prone to feeling cold, making this a suitable choice. She softly replied, "But this is rather expensive." Chen Guodong glanced at the price tag without further comment. 1,280 yuan. In this era, that amount equates to the salary of an average individual for 2 to 3 months, undeniably a steep price. Without hesitation, Chen Guodong summoned a sales assistant to package it. And noticing Zhang Xiao's hesitant gaze, he gently remarked, "For Grandma, a slightly higher price is inconsequential. It reflects our heartfelt intentions as her juniors." He then selected a cherry wood pipe for his father, imported from England. Its shape resembled the one Sherlock Holmes would smoke, embodying a vintage charm, gleaming with the distinctive luster of cherry wood. Chen Guodong whimsically envisioned his father with this pipe, eagerly anticipating the image. For his mother, he chose a set of Shiseido skincare products, elegantly packaged in glass bottles adorned with gold trim, comprising 5 pieces with a delicate fragrance. As the gifts were tallied at the register, the receipt rolled into a stack, revealing a total of 2,670 yuan. Jiang Xiao stood to the side, her expression slightly tense, her lips pressed together, as if she wished to voice something but held back. Concerned, Chen Guodong softly inquired, "What's wrong?" Jiang Xiao shook her head, ultimately remaining silent. Upon reaching the women's clothing section, Chen Guodong paused at a counter, his gaze falling on a sky-blue Italian imported coat with a small collar. "This one looks lovely, why not try it on?" he suggested. Jiang Xiao, as though jolted, repeatedly shook her head. "No, I have clothes to wear. Trying it on won't cost anything." "Absolutely not." Her voice was soft, yet her tone bore an unusual firmness. She averted her gaze, her fingers twisting the edge of her canvas bag, unwilling to meet his eyes. "That shawl is already quite pricey," she murmured. "You've already purchased gifts for uncle and aunt." "Xiao," Chen Guodong gently interrupted, "I have the means." "It's not about the money," she asserted, biting her lip and meeting his gaze with her large, watery eyes, bravely expressing, "I don't wish for this." Her voice was low, as if to avoid disturbing others. Yet she resolutely stated, "It is easy to indulge after frugality, but hard to revert to it from indulgence. We are not yet in a position to enjoy such luxuries. There are essential responsibilities we must uphold." She continued in a hushed tone, "Purchasing for grandma and uncle and aunt is indeed necessary. However, buying this is not." Chen Guodong fell silent, contemplating her words for a moment before finally nodding. "All right." He then turned to her, gently taking her hand. "Let us go." Jiang Xiao lowered her head in acknowledgement, but a flicker of happiness illuminated her eyes, as if cherishing the moment when Chen Guodong first acquiesced to her wishes, quietly storing that small joy within. The light between them was serene, akin to a veil of mist stirred by the wind, rendering their silence tender and transparent. Chen Guodong glanced at his watch and, holding Jiang Xiao's hand, leisurely made his way toward the exit of the friendship store. "Shall we find a place to sit and have something to eat?" Jiang Xiao looked up at him, her eyes sparkling, yet she remained silent, merely nodding gently. "I remember there's a Western restaurant nearby called Bayan Fortress. Let's go there." Chen Guodong felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. Just as he was about to take Jiang Xiao's hand and lead her outside, the device at his waist suddenly beeped. He glanced down to see the number 5113 flashing on the screen, and upon checking the caller ID, he realized it was indeed Yang Wenjie. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. Once outside the friendship store, he made his way to a public telephone booth at the corner of Gold Rush Road and dialed back. "Wenjie, it's me." There was a brief pause on the other end before Yang Wenjie responded, "Guodong, I have results regarding what you asked me to investigate." Chen Guodong's gaze sharpened. "Is it convenient to meet tonight?" "Sure, let us go to that little tea house we visited last time." "I'll be there. I'll wait for you." As he hung up the phone, Chen Guodong's earlier ease vanished, his expression turning resolute and somber. Turning back, he saw Jiang Xiao standing a short distance away, quietly observing him. Her demeanor was tranquil, a sliver of winter light resting on her shoulder, as if she were enveloped in a delicate glow. Chapter 62. The terrifying awakening. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Guodong retraced his steps back to the friendship store. Jiang Xiao, noticing his return, felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from questioning him, instead softly linking her arm through his. Chen Guodong approached the counter selling lighters, selecting a classic model and requesting the attendant to wrap it beautifully, stating it was a gift. Gently leaning against him, Jiang Xiao pursed her lips and softly remarked, "If you have matters to attend to, you may go ahead. I can return on my own." Her tone was light, her pure eyes devoid of any discontent, exuding a sense of inherent submissiveness. Chen Guodong gazed at her unpretentious face, her eyes as clear as the most transparent crystal. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. "There's still time. Let me escort you home." Jiang Xiao paused momentarily before nodding gently in agreement. As they departed the friendship store, dusk began to settle in. A row of mango trees lined the sidewalks, their branches drooping low, casting slanted shadows on the pavement illuminated by the approaching festive lights, swaying gently in the breeze. Jiang Xiao walked slowly, her steps light and delicate, prompting Chen Guodong to match her pace, walking alongside her. A gust of wind swept by, lifting a few strands of hair from her temple, and she instinctively turned her head to avoid it. Chen Guodong raised his hand, gently tucking the stray hair behind her ear, his fingertips brushing against her cheek. Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, saying nothing, her head bowed slightly. Her ears flushed with a near-transparent hue. The sunlight streamed in at an angle, illuminating her cheek with a faint golden glow, akin to an ink wash floating on rice paper, elegant and serene. He accompanied her to the entrance of her building. As she stepped into the corridor, she cast a glance back at him. Chen Guodong remained silent, merely smiling at her as she disappeared into the hallway before he turned to leave. Upon merging with the crowd, he composed his expression and quickened his pace, his gaze growing cold. It was time to settle old scores. Once again in that old tea house. Seated at the same window-side table. Outside, the headlights of cars continued to sweep across the sidewalk, casting beams that danced upon the glass. Flickering like shadows struggling on the water's surface, sinking only to be drawn back into the embrace of the night. Chen Guodong and Yang Wenjie sat across from each other, leisurely sipping tea. Chen Guodong slid a rectangular box wrapped in colorful paper toward him, stating lightly, "The emperor does not fret over hungry soldiers. Here, a New Year gift." Yang Wenjie paused, momentarily taken aback. Such a delightful surprise. I hadn't anticipated receiving gifts during the New Year. It seems I must invite you out more often. As he spoke, he began to unwrap the box, revealing a classic brass lighter inside, his eyes lighting up like a child who has just received their most cherished candy. "Ah, this model. I've longed to purchase one, but it's so costly. We can scarcely afford it on our salaries," he exclaimed. "You seem quite generous today." Chen Guodong merely smiled faintly, leaning back in his chair, his demeanor calm and composed. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Yang Wenjie's tone suddenly grew somber. He cast his gaze down at his teacup, his fingers gently tracing the rim as he spoke in a low voice. "The person you asked me to investigate, I have found out about." He paused, raising his gaze, his expression laden with complexity. "Now I understand why that matter ended without resolution." The school would not utter a word. It turns out that the boy who harassed Jiang Xiao is the son of a district leader in Hunan at the time. Following the incident, they approached the school multiple times, and the administration, unable to withstand the pressure, opted for a compromise. Ultimately, they issued him merely an internal warning, a reprimand that never even entered his file. He hesitated before adding softly, "The man's name is Lu Junkai. I've heard that his father is now the district chief." At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the tea table. Chen Guodong, who had been holding the lid of his cup, suddenly froze. After a moment, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes coldly scanning Yang Wenjie before drifting toward the window, his gaze penetrating the glass, the night, and the headlights, as if piercing through to a distant point. Chen Guodong remained silent. Yet Yang Wenjie felt as though something had gripped his heart, a constriction in his throat rendering his breath labored. In that instant, Chen Guodong's gaze resembled that of an ancient, slumbering beast awakened, emanating a ferocious aura that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of reality apart. For a fleeting moment, the tea house felt as if it were enveloped in an atmosphere of dread, the air growing noticeably colder. Yang Wenjie's palms began to sweat. He was on the verge of speaking when Chen Guodong suddenly withdrew his gaze, gently placing the lid back on his cup, his movements calm and deliberate. The tea house returned to its usual ambience, as though the earlier harrowing moment had never transpired. Chen Guodong turned his attention back to Yang Wenjie, his tone once again gentle. "Thank you for your efforts." Yang Wenjie, momentarily disoriented, managed a stiff smile. "You seemed like a different person just now." It was quite frightening. Chen Guodong did not respond, merely sweeping the ash from the table into the ashtray with slow, delicate motions. After a prolonged silence, Yang Wenjie suddenly recalled something, speaking softly, "By the way, there's one more thing. I heard that shortly after the incident involving Jiang Xiao's mother, her father also passed away. It has been said that Jiang Xiao's parents shared a profound bond. Following her mother's passing, her father fell into deep sorrow, leading to his own decline in health, ultimately succumbing to illness not long after. Thus, she remained with only her grandmother, navigating through life together." Upon finishing this thought, he sighed softly, exclaiming, "Jiang Xiao is truly unfortunate." Chen Guodong remained silent. In that fleeting moment, he tightened his grip on the teacup, the veins on the back of his hand becoming prominent, only to gradually relax again. The tea within the cup rippled slightly, nearly spilling over. After bidding farewell to Yang Wenjie, Chen Guodong did not return home immediately. The night deepened, and the rain outside the tea house intensified, falling like fine, icy threads, silently enveloping the entire city of Yangcheng. He walked along Bijong Road, making his way to the Shunhai Bridge. The bridge's surface was slick, with sparse streetlights casting dim glows. The river wind, mingled with rain, struck his face, each gust like a knife, chilling him to the bone. Below, the Pearl River shimmered with a cold, gray-blue light, a thin mist hovering over its surface, occasionally. The flicker of a boat's lantern would pass, resembling fish eyes blinking in the water. The entire city seemed to have been washed anew by this winter rain, with countless lights hidden behind the mist, appearing dreamlike, both near and far. It was the eve of the Spring Festival in 1994, the coldest year in a decade. Standing in the middle of the bridge, Chen Guodong allowed the cold wind to seep into his collar, yet he stood firm and unyielding like a mountain. His outward demeanor appeared remarkably calm, yet his gaze was lost in the depths of the river, as if peering into the abyss of forgotten memories. Within him, however, raged an inferno of unquenchable fury, capable of incinerating all in its path, including the surging waters of the Pearl River before him. The cold rain could only drench his outer garments, evaporating upon contact with his flesh, leaving no trace. Lu Junkai was indeed a nemesis drawn to him. Standing on the bridge, he suddenly experienced an acute sense of clarity, as if the unfolding events were bound by fate. Just as he had instinctively chosen Jiang Xiao, he now felt a resolute understanding. This was a test bestowed upon him by the heavens, a challenge to dismantle Lu Junkai and all that he represented. Chen Guodong slowly exhaled, the rain cascading down his eyelashes, resembling the silhouette of a bygone fate. His gaze hardened. Lu Junkai, no matter how much shelter your allies can provide you from the storm, or how much filth they can conceal, it matters not. I will uproot both you and the tree that stands behind you, leaving no trace. Merely harming you is insufficient. I aim to obliterate those who support you, rendering all that sustains you into mere ashes. The most effective vengeance is not physical annihilation, but a psychological dismantling that instills doubt in the very essence of your existence. The wind and rain lashed against Chen Guodong's face, growing more intense by the moment. He remained unmoved. Since his rebirth, he had felt a transformation within himself, becoming somewhat unfamiliar. At this moment, his mind was unsettlingly calm, yet terrifyingly cold. At first, Chen Guodong believed that the calmness he exhibited was a result of experiences from 2 lifetimes. However, standing on the bridge amidst the rain, he was suddenly struck by an inexplicable sensation, as if something within him was awakening. It felt as though a primordial beast, lurking within his very veins, had quietly opened its eyes. He gazed up at the starless sky, where raindrops pierced through the lamplight like silent whips, falling into his eyes. In that instant, his gaze resembled that of a slumbering beast rousing from its slumber, while the other creatures lay in hiding, and the wind fell silent. Chapter 63. The Dance of Fish and Dragons. The following day, Chen Guodong went to work as usual, his demeanor serene and everything appearing normal, with no trace of the previous night's turmoil. Although Aunt Fong had suggested he could take the day off, Chen Guodong was not inclined to take her seriously. To do so would be to demonstrate a complete lack of discernment. Often, the conversations in the office required a reverse interpretation. However, today was the 28th day of the lunar calendar, and in Guangdong province, the custom dictated, on the 28th, one must clean thoroughly. Traditionally, this day was reserved for a significant household cleaning, yet it also marked the first day of the 3-day flower market celebration in Yangcheng. Chen Guodong longed to visit the flower market with Jiang Xiao. Yet, he also felt the obligation to return home and fulfill his duties as a filial son by assisting with the pre-New Year cleaning. Caught in a dilemma, Chen Guodong pondered for a moment, ultimately yielding to the greater allure of Jiang Xiao. Just as he was lost in thought, a gentle voice called out from behind, "Guodong." Startled, Chen Guodong snapped back to reality, finding humor in his own reaction. He chided himself for lacking restraint. After all, Jiang Xiao's charm was undeniably potent. The mere thought of holding her hand as they strolled through the flower market sent his heart soaring. Turning around, he was met with the cheerful face of Su Feihua. "Did I give you a fright?" Su Feihua approached with a grin, his eyebrows dancing with mirth. "I wanted to find you yesterday, but when I returned from the exchange, I saw you had taken leave. I've been bursting with things to say." Chen Guodong raised an eyebrow, amused. "About tea?" "Exactly." Su Feihua lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling. "You mentioned that 7542 and those inspection codes. I've been consumed by thoughts of them these past few days. I even dreamed last night that I was in a tea factory's warehouse, surrounded by piles of green cakes. Chen Guodong chuckled, just as Su Feihua eagerly interjected. You spoke too quickly the other day. There's so much you haven't shared yet, right? I still want to know if that 88 Qing is from the Menghai tea factory. How much is it going for now? I asked at the old shop yesterday, and no one even knew what 7542 was. I was so furious I nearly lost my temper. Almost flipped their counter. Chen Guodong replied with a smile. I was quite close. Su Feihua insisted earnestly. Chen Guodong shook his head, trying to stifle his laughter. It was working hours, and they were still in the office. Was this the right time for such discussions? He teased, 7542 is a code. You truly are a tea enthusiast. Brother Guodong, how about this? Let me treat you to dinner tonight. You can enlighten me further. Chen Guodong felt speechless. I have plans tonight. As the new year approaches, one must prepare for the festivities and pay visits to relatives, correct? Su Feihua was momentarily taken aback, a hint of discomfort flickering across her face. I truly cannot resist. When shall we arrange a meeting? Ideally, let us converse for an entire evening. I shall treat you to a late-night snack. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Guodong suddenly smiled. How about the 5th day of the new year? Su Feihua's eyes sparkled at the mention of the 5th day. On that day, we welcome the god of wealth. I shall invite you for tea. Chen Guodong replied nonchalantly. We can have a thorough discussion then, and I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Excellent. It's settled. Su Feihua exclaimed joyfully, giving a thumbs up. I have been anticipating this day. Do not leave me in the lurch. Chen Guodong merely smiled in response, nodding in agreement. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the flower market in the Yueshio district of Yangcheng was a bustling sea of humanity. This moment marks one of the liveliest times in the city throughout the year. Spring couplets hung high, lanterns illuminated the night like daylight, and the cacophony of vendors' calls, haggling voices, and the thrumming crowd intertwined to ignite the festive spirit of the new year. Stalls laden with an array of blossoms, peach blossoms, roses, lilies, gladioluses, silver willow, kumquats, and fortune bamboo, lined the streets, creating a vibrant spectacle akin to a grand parade. Deeper within the market, one could find small stalls selling handcrafted items, figurines, paper cuttings, and traditional New Year paintings, alongside intricately woven bamboo lanterns, all displayed on red cloths in a riot of colors. Children dashed about with excitement, clutching balloons of various hues, some in the shape of the god of wealth, others resembling paper goldfish, as the gentle breeze set them swaying, casting flickering lights along the street. The air was filled with the mingling scents of floral fragrances and the sweet aroma of candied chestnuts, lotus seed pastries, and fried dough sticks. A comforting warmth cutting through the damp chill. Amidst the throng, Chen Guodong held Jiang Xiao's hand, navigating against the tide of people. His grip was gentle yet reassuring. Her delicate hand nestled within his, akin to a tender twig, serene and pliable, merely following his lead. Today, she donned a soft pink sweater, each button fastened to her neck, accentuating the graceful lines of her throat. Over it, she wore a fitted dark gray wool coat that beautifully highlighted her waist. Her long legs were clad in simple black trousers, yet they elongated her figure elegantly. She moved with a gentle grace, her steps measured, exuding a refined aura, as though a painted figure had stepped forth from the canvas, quietly capturing the attention of passers-by. Her hair was styled in a low ponytail, with a few wisps framing her face, fluttering gently against her cheek in the breeze. Her complexion was almost translucent, appearing even more luminous amidst the colorful lights of the street. Her forehead was smooth, her nose delicately sculpted, lips tinted softly, and her eyelashes lightly curled. As her gaze fell upon the stalls, it resembled a timid deer in a serene forest, filled with both hesitation and an irresistible thrill. It had been long since she visited the flower market, now surrounded by countless lights, blooms, and a thrumming crowd. The illumination from above cast a faint glow on her collarbone and neck, akin to light falling on fine porcelain, subtle yet captivating, drawing the eye irresistibly. Surrounded by the shrill cries of children, the boisterous calls of vendors, and the rustling sound of spinning windmills, she stood amidst the crowd, casting a fleeting glance at the dragon-shaped sugar strands on a nearby stall. Her gaze resembled a delicate raindrop falling upon a tranquil lake. As someone hurried past her, stirring a gust of wind, she instinctively leaned closer to Chen Guodong, clutching his hand tightly. Though her movement was subtle, the moment revealed her longing and dependence unmistakably. Most of Chen Guodong's attention was devoted to Jiang Xiao. Yet, the presence of such beauty only intensified his admiration for her. It was not a beauty that struck with vibrant hues, but rather a serene elegance crafted from the interplay of lines and light, reminiscent of a lady in a painting, gentle, restrained, yet inherently central to the artwork, not dazzling, yet captivating enough to draw the gaze and hold it captive. Each time they passed a flower stall, she would pause, observing in silence, merely offering a soft of acknowledgement. Chen Guodong noticed that whenever her eyes fell upon the kumquat tree, they sparkled with a tender smile. He chose a pot laden with plump foliage and abundant fruit, declaring his intent to gift it to her grandmother. Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head repeatedly, softly murmuring, "It's too expensive. Such seasonal plants will soon be out of favor after the new year." Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if fearing to disturb the tranquility around them, and she averted her eyes mid-sentence. Chen Guodong merely smiled, responding gently, "Buying kumquats symbolizes good fortune. As long as you and your grandmother thrive and find joy, that is worth more than anything." Jiang Xiao pressed her lips together, refraining from further objections, and stepped aside, watching him pay and carry the flowers, her eyes betraying an undeniable joy. As they walked side by side through the throng, they reached a stall selling windmills. A child dashed past, raising a bright red windmill high. As the breeze blew, a whole row of windmills began to whirl, resembling a chorus of laughter amidst the crowd. Jiang Xiao turned, captivated by the spinning spectacle, her eyes shimmering with delight. She remained silent, standing still to steal a few more glances. Chen Guodong chuckled softly, leaning in to whisper a few words, and soon, Jiang Xiao found herself holding a pink windmill that spun merrily in her grasp. After some time, fatigue set in, and they paused before a sugar painting stall. The vendors skillfully twisted the sugar, pulling a dragon from the syrup, which stood shimmering in the breeze. Jiang Xiao watched for a moment, then softly remarked, "My mother used to buy me these when I was little." Her gaze drifted, as if lost in reminiscence, a hint of unspoken sorrow clouding her eyes. Chen Guodong's expression flickered, but he refrained from probing, instead handing her the sugar dragon with a casual tone. "I'll buy you one in the future." Jiang Xiao hesitated briefly, her fingertips trembling slightly as she accepted the sugary creation. She remained silent, grasping the candy delicately yet firmly. As they continued their stroll, they arrived at the heart of the flower market, where a long street lined with lanterns stretched forth, each one hanging elegantly from the beams above. The vibrant reds, the fluttering blues, the warm oranges, and the dreamy purples shimmered as the wind gently swayed them, as if the entire street had been enveloped in a dream. Jiang Xiao gazed upwards, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chen Guodong stood slightly behind her, glancing at her with a bright intensity, as if he wished to etch this picturesque scene deep into his memory. The crowd surged around them, bustling and lively, with the aroma of fireworks filling the air. Yet, amidst the chaos, a serene warmth enveloped the two. Suddenly, he spoke. "Xiao." She turned her head. He said nothing further, but gently clasped her hand. She blinked, smiled softly, and lowered her head in acknowledgement, replying, "Mm." The flower street buzzed with excitement. However, Chen Guodong and Jiang Xiao meandered slowly with the throng, continuing their leisurely stroll down the flower lane. As the crowd thickened and the stalls grew more vibrant, Jiang Xiao's gaze was suddenly captured by a stall around a corner. It was a vendor selling an array of hairpins, displayed on a deep red velvet cloth, showcasing a plethora of pins, some crafted from sandalwood, jade, and agate, while others featured intricate silver filigree and colorful floral carvings. A few elongated pins made entirely of ancient bronze stood out, their slender tips adorned with patterns of orchids and birds, exuding an air of classical elegance with a subtle sheen. Jiang Xiao abruptly halted, instinctively covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes gleaming momentarily as she fixated on the ancient bronze pins. Her gaze was tranquil, yet it could not conceal the flicker of surprise and delight, much like a cat encountering snow for the first time. Chen Guodong glanced at her and casually picked up one of the bronze pins. It was quite lengthy, its fine and sharp tip carrying a certain weight in his hand. He turned the pin. His heart stirred. This item was indeed remarkable, not only visually appealing, but also potentially useful for self-defense if the situation called for it. Looking back at Jiang Xiao, he found her still standing in place, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the few floral pins, her expression brimming with anticipation. Yet, It seemed she lacked the habit of purchasing something she cherished, hesitating even to voice her desire. Without a word, Chen Guodong reached for his wallet, prepared to pay for the bronze pin, knowing they were all similarly priced. Jiang Xiao, overwhelmed with joy, began to select from the offerings, ultimately choosing the most classical piece to present to the vendor. The stall owner, a woman in her 20s, was strikingly adorned and elegantly dressed. Clearly someone who took great care in her appearance, coming from a well-off background. As she received the pin and prepared to wrap it, her gaze fell upon Jiang Xiao, momentarily stunned, her expression lighting up with admiration. "Oh, sister, you are truly beautiful. Wearing such a pin would make you look as if you stepped out of an ancient painting of noble women. Come, take a seat, and let me show you some hairstyles to go with it. Once styled, your boyfriend will never want to part with you." Jiang Xiao felt her ears flush with the compliment and instinctively glanced at Chen Guodong. He smiled, gesturing for her to take a seat. With a nod, she settled onto a small stool behind the stall. The vendor skillfully began to undo her ponytail, gently combing through her long hair, while softly explaining various ways to secure hairpins and different styles of hair arrangements. Jiang Xiao sat quietly, her long slender neck accentuating a hint of tension on her face, exuding a classical grace. Chen Guodong, noticing that she was engrossed and unlikely to finish soon, turned and meandered casually away. The lights flickered, and the crowd bustled around him. After only a few steps, he encountered a somewhat familiar pair. Was that Lu Xinwen accompanied by Lu Jiyu? The two were walking closely, almost shoulder to shoulder, with Lu Jiyu leaning in, laughing and chatting comfortably with Lu Xinwen. Chen Guodong furrowed his brow, puzzled as to how she had become entangled with him again, truly incorrigible. He had subtly hinted to Lu Jiyu through a note about Lu Xinwen's dubious character, yet she not only failed to heed his warning, but had now embroiled herself further. As he prepared to pass them by, Lu Jiyu caught sight of him. Their eyes met, and her expression changed abruptly, as if doused with cold water. Panic etched across her face, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. Lu Xinwen's gaze darkened with hostility as he fixed his eyes on Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong, indifferent to the couple, refrained from acknowledging them, his demeanor icy as he walked past, treating them as mere apparitions, not even raising an eyebrow. Such self-inflicted troubles were not his concern. However, just as he navigated past a few stalls, a flurry of hurried footsteps followed him. "Guodong," Lu Jiyu called out, hastily catching up, her voice low and urgent. "Please, don't misunderstand." Chen Guodong, disinterested in her pleas, replied coolly, "I am not misunderstanding." Lu Jiyu grew anxious and grasped his sleeve, as if desperate to clarify that he truly had no reason for concern. "It's not what you think. Lu Xinwen has been going through a tough time and came to me for advice. I was merely helping an old classmate," she explained, her eyes darting with unease. Lips pale, struggling to articulate her defense. Yet she remained oblivious to the truth that the Chen Guodong before her was no longer the man willing to entertain her explanations. His expression remained as placid as water as he effortlessly withdrew his arm from her grasp. "Who you associate with is of no concern to me." His tone, though devoid of emotion, was unmistakably frosty. Lu Jiyu opened her mouth to respond, but found herself rooted in place, as if struck dumb, feeling a swell of injustice. Hadn't she just clarified everything? Moreover, she had even left Lu Xinwen to seek him out, so why was he still acting this way? In frustration, she glanced back. But Chen Guodong had already distanced himself, not glancing back. The lanterns continued to sway behind her, and the throng remained unabated, leaving Lu Jiyu alone amidst the flickering lights. Her complexion pale. Chapter 65. Year after year. This day returns in 1994. The eve of the Lunar New Year fell on a weekday, requiring everyone to work, with the festive holiday commencing on the first day of the new year. Although it was the final day, the entire Dongshan branch of the China Construction Bank had already embraced the celebratory atmosphere. The corridors were adorned with spring festival couplets wishing prosperity, and each office's coffee table boasted an assortment of candies and sunflower seeds. Even the sound of typing in the printing room had slowed to a more leisurely pace than usual. The accounting department has begun its rotation of time off since yesterday. Today, on the eve of the new year, only 2 individuals are required to remain on duty. Chen Guodong voluntarily chose to stay. He understood that many of his female colleagues, like Xiaomin and Asha, needed to return home to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner, regardless of their marital status. The women here bear a significant burden of household chores. This day is the busiest of the year, being single and unencumbered, as well as a newcomer. It was only natural and reasonable for him to volunteer to remain. After all, returning home would only involve waiting for dinner to be served. With a hint of jest, Chen Guodong remarked to his colleagues about staying on duty on such a significant day. By late afternoon, before 5 o'clock, Aunt Fong emerged from the office, glanced at the time, and smiled at him, saying, "Guodong, you should head home early. I can manage here. The New Year's dinner cannot be delayed. Go help your mother prepare the meal." Chen Guodong recognized that it was customary for leaders to stand the final watch, not just in the accounting department, but also among other departments and even the bank's president. This reflects a unique spirit passed down through the ages, reminiscent of the songs he sang in his youth about following the exemplary deeds of Lei Feng. Chen Guodong smiled and replied to Aunt Fong, "Thank you, Aunt Fong. I shall take my leave now. Until next year." Rising from his seat, he performed a slight bow towards her. "Aunt Fong, Happy New Year. Wishing you good health and peace for your family." Aunt Fong chuckled. "Oh, how delightful. Take care on your way home. We shall see each other next year." She added playfully, "Little one, grow up quickly." Chen Guodong responded with ease. "Thank you for your kind words, Aunt Fong. Until next year." Upon exiting the bank, he noticed the streets were considerably less busy. The atmosphere on New Year's Eve in Yangcheng is always unique, slightly humid yet infused with the warmth of bustling domestic life. The aromas wafting from every household's kitchen linger in the air, clinging to the corners of the streets. As soon as Chen Guodong stepped through the door, he was greeted by the enticing scent of fried delicacies. "You're back," his mother called from the kitchen, her apron dusted with flour. "Your father is busy kneading the fried dumplings. Come in and lend a hand." The kitchen was warm, the windows fogged over. A large table was laden with neatly wrapped fried dumplings arranged like small, plump ravioli, their edges meticulously folded. A platter of egg rolls was arranged in perfect order, with the fragrant aroma of sesame and fermented tofu wafting through the air. In a basket lay the freshly kneaded dumpling dough, covered with a cloth. His father stood by the dining table in the kitchen, adorned with a new cotton apron, flour dusting his hands, barking orders as usual. "Come here, Guodong. Come and watch the frying pot. Your mother and I will take turns frying." "Am I just a laborer now? Even Dad is bossing me around." "Mom, I feel I have more skill than Dad." Chen Guodong chuckled as he removed his coat and rolled up his sleeves. "Nonsense," his father retorted with a glare. The hot oil bubbled energetically, and as the dumplings sizzled, the delightful aroma filled the air. "Ignore your father," his mother reminded him while frying the dumplings. "Don't add them too quickly. The sugar will overflow, and this year's dumplings won't taste as good." The golden dumplings, slightly puffed, revealed tiny glimpses of their sugary filling, clinging to the surface like a delicate layer of amber, reminiscent of the unique sweet scents of childhood memories. Egg fritters and deep-fried glutinous rice balls take turns in the hot oil. Once fried, the egg fritters emerge as golden whirlpools, exuding a savory aroma, while the rice balls initially shrink into a compact mass, only to expand suddenly in the oil, transforming into hollow spheres that fill the air with their enticing fragrance. Laughter and chatter enveloped the family, all engaged in the bustling warmth of preparation. Chen Guodong wipes the sweat from his brow and glances at his mother, who is meticulously counting the sugar-coated dumplings, chuckling. "Mom, today is New Year's Eve, and I see you growing younger and more beautiful. Wishing you a year like today, and a moment like this every year." His mother playfully nudges him with a spatula, her face radiant with joy. "Only you have such sweet words." As dusk settles, the first firecracker explodes outside, shaking the window panes, while children in the courtyard chase after the sparks, embodying the lively spirit of the new year. The festive dinner is laid out on the table: white-cut chicken, steamed fish, braised shrimp, and pork trotter with sea moss, symbolizing prosperity and good fortune. The fish must have its head and tail intact, and a platter of lettuce and celery sits alongside, representing diligence and hard work. The father raises his glass in a toast, declaring, "To a new year filled with peace and health. May all our endeavors be fruitful." The mother smiles and adds, "May there always be fish and smooth sailing in everything." Chen Guodong lifts his cup, gently clinking it with those of his elders, his eyes sparkling with joy, silently wishing that such moments may endure forever. After the meal, the family gathers in the living room, sipping tea while watching the Spring Festival Gala on television. The distant sounds of firecrackers resonate, intermingling with the laughter of children playing with firecrackers in the open space between the buildings. Leaning back on the sofa, Chen Guodong holds his teacup, watching the wisps of steam rise from the tea. A long-forgotten sense of contentment washes over him. This is what the new year is about. This is what it means to be home. His father, seated in another rattan chair, cradling his teacup, suddenly reminisces, when you were a child, you adored the new year. Every year, once the festivities began, you would vanish into the courtyard, off to set off firecrackers. He recalls, back then, fireworks were scarce. And you would hoard some for the next day, sneaking out early to set them off alone. The mother chimes in with a laugh. One year. You even took firecrackers to blow up a drainage ditch, splattering dirty water all over Mingzi's mother as she passed by. Do you remember how she caught you by the ear to complain? At this memory, Chen Guodong's face twitches slightly, and he quickly takes a sip of tea to mask his embarrassment. Why do you both dwell on such ancient tales? His father glances at him, an unusual expression crossing his face. Why are you so well-behaved today, keeping us company? Aren't you going out? Planning to stay home tonight? Chen Guodong awkwardly smiles and sets down his cup. I'll stay for a while, but later I have plans to see the fireworks display over at Shamian. His mother discreetly exchanges a glance with his father, and in that moment, a silent understanding passes between them. Ah, his mother said, her smile radiant as she looked at Chen Guodong. Her tone casual, yet her words struck like thunder. When will you bring your girlfriend home for us to see? At that moment, Chen Guodong was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He had no desire to fabricate excuses, yet her question cornered him, leaving him no room for maneuver. His mother continued to gaze at him with a knowing smile, her eyes glinting as if she could penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Mom, he managed to utter, lowering his gaze to sip his tea, the cup's rim obscuring half of his face. The living room fell silent for a moment. His mother did not press him further, nor did she laugh. The only sound remaining was that of the Spring Festival Gala on the television. Under the intense scrutiny of his parents' piercing gazes, Chen Guodong fell silent for a moment before finally whispering, I'll do it as soon as possible. His mother exhaled in relief, nodding without a word, temporarily granting him reprieve. Chen Guodong sighed helplessly within, glancing at the now lukewarm tea in his cup. Pondering, his mother was indeed formidable. He guessed that even his father's attempts would not withstand her scrutiny for more than 3 hours. No, he was utterly transparent. It seemed he would continue to live in his mother's shadow throughout his life. However, the matter of introducing Jiang Xiao to his parents truly required attention. He did not believe his mother would let it slide so easily. Chapter 66. The splendor of Chen Guodong walked into the corridor of Jiang Xiao's home. The lights in the corridor were still aglow as he made his way upstairs. He recognized the kumquat tree at Jiang Xiao's door, the very one they had purchased together at the flower market on the evening of the 28th. The tree was laden with vibrant yellow fruit nestled among the lush green leaves, adorned with 2 small red lanterns, radiating festive cheer in perfect measure. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door swung open from the inside. Jiang Xiao stood there, draped in a smoky gray woolen coat over a traditional lotus-colored wool qipao. The tailoring was gentle and understated, structured yet soft, warm without losing its graceful silhouette. Clearly an exquisite vintage piece preserved beautifully over the years, likely a cherished item from Jiang Grandma's youth. The coat hugged her figure delicately, the neckline partially revealing her graceful neck, accentuating Jiang Xiao's elongated and gentle form, her lines soft and unassuming. Her hair was loosely styled in an updo, with a few wisps cascading down beside her ears, and her lowered gaze exuded a subtle warmth. As the light cascaded upon her shoulder and temple, she appeared like a lady emerging from a bygone era, serene and luminous, blooming with quiet elegance. A glance at her felt like stepping away from the cacophony of fireworks and voices that marked the New Year's Eve, evoking a sense of ephemeral beauty. Their eyes met in silence, words unspoken, yet a soft smile passed between them. She gently inclined her body to allow him entry, saying, Grandma is waiting for you. Chen Guodong nodded, changing into slippers as he stepped inside. The room was warm and inviting. By the window, Jiang Grandma sat in a deep blue quilted coat. Cradling a cup of red date and goji berry tea, her attention fixed on the Spring Festival Gala on television. Upon seeing Chen Guodong enter, she smiled and nodded warmly. You're here. Grandma, Happy New Year. He replied. Chen Guodong smiled politely, bowing his head as he presented the gift box in his hands, wishing, may you enjoy longevity, health, and perpetual joy. Jiang Xiao approached, opening the box with gentle hands and placing the bag on the small tea table in front of her grandmother. Jiang grandma opened the bag and retrieved a finely textured checked shawl, her fingers caressing it delicately, pausing for a moment. "Ah, this fabric is exquisite. It must not be inexpensive," she remarked, her fingers tracing the edge of the shawl, her gaze lifting slightly. "The plush texture, the intricate silk borders, the craftsmanship is remarkable." Suddenly, she turned to glance at Jiang Xiao, her eyes twinkling with a knowing sigh. "This is worthy of the exquisite fabrics I've saved for you." Jiang Xiao lowered her head softly. "I bought it that day with him at the friendship store." Grandma observed the two of them, falling silent as she gently draped the shawl over her lap, a serene expression on her face. The room was bathed in a warm yellow light. Furnished with an antique rattan chair, an enamel teacup, and a wooden tea table, the lid of the festive candy box on the table was half open, revealing an abundance of sweet lotus seeds, candied winter melon, coconut pastries, and milk candies, accompanied by a plate of boiled peanuts. A choral program played on the television, the colorful lights leaping from the screen to illuminate the corner where the calendar hung. "Are you going out tonight?" Grandma inquired. Chen Guodong nodded. "There will be a fireworks display in Shamian. I've heard it is quite splendid. Xiao and I have arranged to go with some classmates to welcome the new year." Grandma nodded approvingly and glanced at Jiang Xiao, smiling. Go ahead. Your grandfather first met me while watching the lanterns in Shamian." Jiang Xiao softly replied. "I will return after watching the fireworks," before heading to her room for a scarf and leaning to kiss her grandmother's cheek. "Go on." Grandma waved her hand, watching as the two walked out together. As the door slowly closed, the room remained brightly lit, and seeing the pair depart, Grandma smiled with a sense of contentment. Outside, the wind of New Year's Eve blew, mingling with the street fireworks and the quietly unfolding future. The breeze by the White Goose Pond was slightly colder than in the city center. The river flowed gently along the long embankment, the night sky resembling a deep black velvet cloth, the streetlights reflecting on the water's surface as the crowd surged, bustling, towards the west. Chen Guodong and Jiang Xiao strolled along the stone-paved path of Shamian, where Yin Wenshan and Nie Zhiqing were already waiting ahead. Jiang Xiao wore a lilac woolen qipao, topped with a short gray coat. Her hair was elegantly styled in an updo, with a few delicate curls brushing against her cheek, blown by the river breeze. Amidst the crowd, she stood quietly, as if all the commotion swirled around her, leaving only a soft glow to envelop her. Yin Wenshan glanced over and, without much ado, waved with a smile. "This way, come quickly." Westerners stood on a wide staircase by the riverside, with 10 minutes to midnight. The banks of the White Goose Pond were already packed, the distant waters towards the Pearl River and White Goose Pond sparkling with lights, as the sky grew ever darker. Indeed, before long, a sudden resounding boom shattered the night. The first firework tore through the darkness, soaring to the heavens, and at the moment of its explosion, a cascade of silver erupted, falling like snow, as if the Milky Way had descended upon the earth, raining down like fine drizzle. Following closely behind, a round of crimson lotus blossoms erupted, resembling the vivid vermilion spreading over a dark silk canvas. Subsequently, golden stars cascaded down like a multitude of coins showering upon the river, shattering into shimmering ripples. Then, azure flames danced, and purple butterflies fluttered. The fireworks no longer blossomed one by one but surged forth in clusters, intertwining and layering, creating a resounding symphony in the western sky. Some exploded in 3 layers. Others spiraled in midair only to gracefully descend again. Golden willows trailed behind, their colors vibrant like a rainbow, causing the river to tremble, as if the entire sky were ablaze. Amidst the crowd, someone softly gasped, prompting everyone to tilt their heads in unison. In that moment, it felt as though the very breath of the city had come to a halt. The river breeze caressed the water's surface, the sky illuminated as if it were daytime. All gazes were lifted, leaving nothing but light in their eyes. Except for Chen Guodong. He did not look up, his gaze fixated on Jiang Xiao's face. She tilted her head back, her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes bright and reflecting the entire display of fireworks, the corners of her lips unconsciously curving upwards, reminiscent of a child witnessing something from a dream for the first time. Unlike the others who jumped and cheered, she maintained a serene demeanor, her uncontainable admiration and the starlight illuminating her countenance, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. She resembled a pristine jade disk, her beauty enhanced by the night's embrace, yet the overwhelming brilliance of the fireworks added an ethereal grace to her presence. Chen Guodong suddenly felt a bit disoriented. He had encountered many beauties in his 2 lifetimes, having witnessed the vicissitudes of life and seen numerous artificially created charms in later generations. Yet, he had never encountered beauty like Jiang Xiao's. This beauty bore an essence of solitude, subtlety, and an unwillingness to flaunt itself, evoking a desire within him to quietly stand by her side, safeguarding her for a lifetime. As the next firework burst forth, golden stars rained down, casting a golden glow upon her face. In that instant, his heart felt as if ignited by fire. He said nothing, merely raised his hand slowly, gently intertwining his fingers with hers. She turned her head, her eyes still glimmering with the remnants of fireworks and a hint of astonishment, as if in disbelief. Chen Guodong offered no explanation, simply stating, "There are too many people, let us not get separated." Jiang Xiao replied softly with an affirmative, lowering her head, her fingers delicately curling into his palm, gradually tightening their grip. No words were spoken, but the warmth of their clasped hands amidst the bustling night was more fervent than the fireworks above. At that moment, the fireworks had already filled the city, cascading overhead in a splendid display, akin to the brilliance of the New Year's Eve, seemingly illuminating the sky solely to preserve the quiet glance of one person. Chapter 67. A different breath. As the sky, filled with fireworks, gradually returned to solitude following the most resplendent burst. A sudden and incongruous sound of an umbrella opening pierced the night. The crowd paused, turning back in unison to witness Chen Guodong standing among them, his expression tranquil, as he raised a deep gray folding umbrella, sheltering both himself and Jiang Xiao beneath its canopy. His face remained expressionless and silent, as though wielding the umbrella at that moment was perfectly natural. The air fell into a brief stillness. As I gazed at the solitary umbrella suspended in the air, the expressions of those around Chen Guodong shifted from astonishment to intrigue, and then slid towards a notion of this individual being somewhat peculiar. Even Yin Wenshan could not endure the probing stares of the crowd, raising her hand to shield her eyes, muttering softly, "What an absurd man." Nevertheless, women often possess a rather unique perspective. Yin Wenshan appeared unfazed by the scrutiny directed at Chen Guodong, finding satisfaction in his unconventional act of shielding Jiang Xiao with the umbrella. She turned her head to glance at Jiang Xiao beneath the umbrella, whose eyes were wide open, a picture of someone still in a state of disbelief. Yangcheng could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, murmuring, "What is Chen Laolu up to? The fireworks are all spent. Why is he holding an umbrella? Isn't this just embarrassing?" Yet, before laughter could erupt, the next moment, along with the evening breeze from the river, the ashes of the fireworks that had just blossomed in the air began to descend like raindrops. Initially, a few scattered flakes fell, reminiscent of delicate feathers cascading from the sky, but within moments, they descended in a dense flurry, resembling fine snowflakes landing atop the heads, shoulders, and collars of everyone present. "Oh no, my new clothes!" exclaimed someone. "Why is this firework ash so sticky?" A chorus of cries erupted from the crowd, who had been gazing upwards only moments ago, now bowing their heads to brush off their garments and hair. Not only were they covered in ash, but those donned in lighter clothing were already marked with dark spots. Amidst this chaos, Chen Guodong stood quietly beneath the umbrella, his demeanor unchanged, while Jiang Xiao remained in a daze, oblivious to the commotion. She felt the umbrella's surface being pelted by the ash like raindrops, and suddenly, the world around her fell silent, all sounds dissipating. Turning to look at him, she opened her dreamlike eyes, her lashes quivering like the feathers of a swan. Chen Guodong lowered his gaze, casually remarking, "The descent was a tad slow. It seems the umbrella was opened a bit too early." Yin Wenshan stared blankly at Chen Guodong, finding his comment utterly unamusing. Uncertain whether to brush off the ash on her clothes or admire the remarkable umbrella, she finally kicked Nie Zhiqing's calf in frustration, scolding, "You claim you came from the same dormitory as him. How can there be such a vast difference? You loiter around like a log all day long. Why can't you be as striking as he is?" Nie Zhiqing let out a pained cry, clutching his leg in protest. "How can this be my fault? Who would have thought he'd bring an umbrella to watch the fireworks? Look at the thousands of people here. Who else has a rain umbrella? He's the most abnormal one, all right." Yet now, that abnormality seemed rather appealing. Nie Zhiqing swallowed hard, gazing enviously at the umbrella from which not a speck of dust could penetrate. Hearing the commotion, Chen Guodong sighed softly, tilting the umbrella to create some space. "Come over." He beckoned, Yin Wenshan hesitated for a moment, but was not one to be coy. She squeezed past and stood beside Jiang Xiao, nudging her into Chen Guodong's embrace, whispering, "This is a good deal for that absurd man behind you." Jiang Xiao's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, giggling softly, feeling a delightful warmth as she nestled closer into Chen Guodong's embrace. Over there, Nie Zhiqing felt the urge to cry, standing amidst the dust as he brushed off his clothes. "TSK, I knew that following the sixth brother would render me worse than a mere dog." Beneath the umbrella stood 3 individuals, while one lingered outside. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the night breeze grew clearer. Jiang Shuyao turned to glance at Chen Guodong. That fleeting look seemed to convey 1,000 unspoken words, yet the hint of a smile in her eyes shone brighter than fireworks amidst the ashes. After bidding farewell to Yin Wenshan and the speckled Nie Zhiqing, the street corner returned to silence. Chen Guodong and Jiang Shuyao walked side by side on their way home. The evening breeze infused with the scent of firecrackers and mingled with the lively sounds of distant lantern-lit homes, occasionally punctuated by the sporadic crack of firecrackers. As if proclaiming the celebration of the new year, Jiang Shuyao remained silent, but beneath her cloak, her hand gently clasped Chen Guodong's, warm and steady, refusing to let go. Reminiscent of the warmth felt during the earlier fireworks. As they rounded the street corner, the dim glow of the streetlights fell upon her profile, accentuating the graceful curve of her neck, as if the night could not conceal her inner radiance. Chen Guodong gazed at her, silent, yet his heart softened. As the Jiang residence came into view, he pondered whether to linger in the fading warmth of their shared moment and relive the fluttering emotions beneath the umbrella. At that instant, his device suddenly vibrated with a sharp beep, jarring the tranquility of New Year's Eve. What a nuisance! Chen Guodong frowned, reluctantly lifting his coat to take a glance. His expression faltered, and his brow furrowed deeper. Yet, after a brief pause, he let his hand drop, smoothing down his coat, and casually remarked, "Just a New Year's text, a blessing from the station." Jiang Shuyao looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with a hint of curiosity. With a soft "oh," she refrained from probing further. They continued walking for a few moments when she suddenly whispered, "Your breathing changed just now." Chen Guodong was taken aback, turning to face her. Jiang Shuyao did not meet his gaze. Instead, she focused on the ground, softly adding, "Your breath sounds different when you're anxious." A tremor of surprise coursed through Chen Guodong, cursing inwardly. How could she notice that? After living for over 70 years, is this all the composure I possess? He reflected on his thoughts, realizing he was merely marginally more composed than Nie Zhiqing. After a moment, Chen Guodong retrieved his device. The screen illuminated with a landline number and 3 abrupt letters. Observing Jiang Shuyao shape her lips, he silently tucked the device away and fixed his gaze on her. "Shuyao." He lowered his voice, infusing it with tenderness. "I need to assist someone. It might be a bit troublesome. You cannot help with this, and I do not wish for you to worry. From now on, leave those chaotic matters to me. Just ignore them, all right?" His tone was pleading, yet bore the weight of a declaration. Jiang Shuyao halted, looking up at him, her eyes reflecting a flicker of hesitation. "Do you think I shouldn't ask?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb him. A gentle probe that felt more like a conversation with herself. "At times, I can perceive a hint of what you feel, yet your silence makes me hesitant to inquire." She twisted the hem of her garment, her tone languid. "But I still worry, though I fear it may annoy you. However, if you truly encounter any troubles and I am not by your side, I will be profoundly frightened." Her gaze was clear, resembling a tranquil lotus blossoming in water. Chen Guodong observed her, his expression gradually softening, and he sighed softly, gently caressing the tips of her hair. "If you were to accompany me, I would be unable to clear the thorns ahead for you. What purpose would I serve then? My very existence is to sweep away the obstacles that lie in your path." He understood her desire to share his burdens. Looking at her, a playful smile graced his voice. "But how can you assist me? Surely, you cannot drag me along each time to wash the dishes?" Jiang Shunyao paused, as if something had struck a chord within her. She fell silent, her ears gradually flushing red, and murmured, "Do not laugh at me." Chen Guodong refrained from further words, simply holding her hand gently. Chapter 68. The Melancholic Fox. As Jiang Shunyao's figure disappeared into the corridor, Chen Guodong quietly turned and departed. The streetlights stood still, the night once again enveloping him. In the cold breeze, he withdrew the last vestige of mirth from his face, the contours tightening against the night air. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, glancing once more at the string of numbers. The message was indeed a call for help. Yet it belonged to Chen Ye's household. He had concealed certain information from Jiang Shunyao, instinctively reluctant to disclose Chen Ye's existence to her. He was unwilling to lie to Jiang Shunyao, even more so to reveal Chen Ye's name. At the intersection, Chen Guodong hailed a taxi and provided the address to Chen Ye's home. The taxi ventured down Dongfeng Road, disappearing into the night. Outside the window, the streetlights retreated one by one. Chen Guodong's gaze remained calm, yet his body tensed, akin to a beast poised to pounce. 5 hours earlier, Chen Yi sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, her legs draped over the leather sofa, her ankles crossed. The silk hem of her dress cascaded to her knees, revealing a slender, flawless calf with exquisite lines. Outside, the city twinkled with lights on New Year's Eve, fireworks rising and falling, yet her room was eerily quiet. She had not even turned on the sound system. Her home lacked a television, possessing only a German sound system, a gift from her stepfather, the purpose of which she did not understand. Today, she suddenly felt disinclined to see anyone, to feign hollow laughter, to wear high heels, or to draw intricate lip lines while uttering trivial words. For after each bout of revelry, amidst the dazzling lights and clinking glasses, solitude would descend upon her. The void and desolation from such heights would pierce her very marrow like a sharp needle. She had not eaten that evening. No family, no New Year's dinner, no red envelopes. She merely retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, grabbed a crystal glass, and returned to the sofa, drinking glass after glass. The glass was crystal clear, reflecting her hand adorned with soft nude-colored nails. Her hand was exquisite, while the wine shimmered a dark red, reminiscent of a red fox in the night. She drank slowly, yet never paused. Suddenly, a gentle laugh escaped her lips, though it was unclear whether she laughed at the New Year's Eve or at herself. Her thoughts wandered aimlessly as she raised her hand to brush aside her hair, her lips curling into a smirk laced with irony and a hint of intoxication, unconsciously drifting to thoughts of that little man. Was he with his parents? Or perhaps with a young lover? She blinked slowly, feeling a warmth rise in the corners of her eyes. But she reminded herself with a toast, it matters not with whom he is now. After all, it is not me. Suddenly, anger surged within her. She downed her drink in one gulp, poured another glass, and drank again, losing track of how much she had consumed. The room was shrouded in darkness, with several wine bottles scattered about. Chen Yi curled up in a corner of the sofa, suddenly feeling as if all her strength had been drained away. In her tipsy state, memories of her mother surfaced. Her father had passed away a decade ago, leaving her and her mother to rely on one another. Later, her mother remarried and moved abroad, only occasionally calling long distance to say she was doing well. And indeed, she was well, smiling by day, intoxicated by night. She possessed beauty in abundance, akin to wealth, with no one to pressure or oversee her. Yet tonight, for reasons unknown, her heart felt hollow. Cuddling her knees on the sofa, a wave of grievance surged from her chest. "Mom," she whispered, her voice trembling, as if the wine had filled an open wound. "Mom, I feel so uncomfortable." Tears streamed down her face as she cried, curling tighter into a small ball in the corner of the sofa, eventually drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yi was jolted awake by a sharp pain in her abdomen, as if a knife had pierced her. The searing agony coursed through her, causing cold sweat to break out, and her fingertips turned pale. She attempted to rise, but found herself unable to stand due to the pain. With trembling hands, she grasped the coffee table, inching toward the phone. Through her tear-blurred vision, she discerned a figure, a younger man, calm and composed, like a statue. She moaned softly, dialing his number one digit at a time, managing to squeeze out one phrase. "Answer machine, leave a message, come save me." Then the tide of pain engulfed her. After an indeterminate time, she vaguely perceived someone knocking at the door. Bang, bang, bang. She wished to respond, but her strength had abandoned her. In the next moment, with a thunderous crash, the door was kicked open. A rush of wind swept in, and then a pair of arms lifted her entirely, bringing with it a familiar scent that became her only solace in the cold world. Her head rested on his shoulder. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Why did you come only now?" She cried into his embrace, like a lost little girl in the dark, her voice choked and sobbing. It hurt so much. The young man said nothing, only held her tighter, running frantically. She desired nothing more than to sleep in his embrace for a while. Even in the depths of unending darkness, she found solace. The blinding white light pierced through her eyelids. Chen Yi slowly opened her eyes, a dull ache still lingering in her abdomen. Before her was a swirling tapestry of light and shadow. She furrowed her brow, taking her time to discern her surroundings. White sheets, a white hospital gown, a glass of warm water on the bedside, and sunlight streaming through the window, with the curtains gently swaying in the breeze. Was she in a hospital? It took her a few moments to gather her thoughts, as if rewinding a film, before she recalled everything from the previous night. She had consumed alcohol, cried, felt as if she were on the brink of death, and hazily dialed that little man's number. Subsequently, someone had held her close. She cried like a child, calling for her mother, burying herself in his embrace, unwilling to let go. Heavens! Chen Yi stared blankly at the fluorescent light above her, her face visibly reddening. She had shown him her most vulnerable side, tears and snot, a pitiful whimper, even calling for her mother. Her dignified demeanor, her enchanting allure, had all but crumbled. What had happened to the cunning vixen? She felt more like a drenched rat. Instinctively, she pulled the covers over her feverish face, only revealing herself after a long while. She touched her somewhat disheveled long hair, and then her burning cheeks. Feeling so embarrassed that she wished to escape the hospital by climbing out the window, Chen Yi surveyed the ward. Overwhelmed by the impulse to flee once she grasped the situation. It was a Western-style room, with 3 empty beds, leaving her alone in the corner by the window. On the table sat several bouquets of carnations, presumably replaced by the nurse moments ago. In the corner, a chair meant for companions was draped with a man's coat, accompanied by 2 unfinished bottles of mineral water. It then dawned on her. Today was the first day of the Lunar New Year. No wonder it was so quiet. Even the nurses were absent, likely having returned home to celebrate, save for the on-duty doctors and nurses. But what about that little man? Her gaze fell upon the empty space beside her bed, and an inexplicable wave of emptiness and loneliness washed over her. Chapter 69, a lesson learned at that moment. Footsteps echoed from outside, drawing nearer, followed by a familiar voice. She should be awake by now, right? It's been quite a while, doctor. Didn't you say she was fine? Chen Yi's heart skipped a beat. Like a caught thief, she instinctively shrank back, burrowing into the covers. With only a few strands of hair peeking out, the door swung open. You're awake. Chen Guodong immediately spotted the strands of hair that spilled over the blanket. A smile tugged at his lips, his tone gentle as if soothing a drenched kitten. Just in time, I've called the doctor. He stepped aside, gesturing for the doctor. A young male doctor approached, flipping through the medical records in his hand, and spoke in a soothing tone. Last night, it was acute pelvic inflammation, which can be quite painful. If you hadn't come to the hospital in time, it could have turned dangerous. Delays could lead to complications even after recovery. He then admonished Chen Yi, who was peeking out from the covers. Young people, especially young women, should take care of their bodies. No one's body is made of iron. Do not rely solely on youth. Even if one can endure in daily life, one should not drink excessively on an empty stomach. Chen Guodong remained composed. Focusing on the critical point, Dr. Chen just mentioned that there may be after effects. Dr. Chen cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yi, stating, if you do not take care, recurrent pelvic inflammation could affect fertility. Young man, you must pay attention to your girlfriend. Otherwise, it will be you who suffers the consequences. Chen Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing to bury herself in the mattress. She bit her lip, her cheeks reddening like a ripe peach. Chen Guodong, however, appeared oblivious, nodding with a smile and adding, you are absolutely right. I have advised her numerous times, yet she refuses to listen and insists on being obstinate. Chen Yi wished she could strangle him. Then even considered self-destruction. Turning away, she resolved to ignore that little man. Yet, as she turned, she noticed his coat draped over the caregiver's chair. He had stayed here all night. When Chen Guodong returned home, dusk had already begun to settle. He drew back the curtains to find children outside setting off fireworks, the sound sporadic, the lights flickering below. He draped his coat over the back of a chair, entered the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and did not take a sip. Instead, he gazed at the rippling surface of the water, as if reminiscing or suppressing something. Today marked the first new year since his rebirth, the inaugural day of the Lunar New Year. Just like that, the first day of the new year had passed. He recalled the afternoon spent at the hospital. Chen Yi's medical record indicated acute pelvic inflammation. The doctor had initially recommended that she remain hospitalized for 2 more days. But Chen Yi tugged at his sleeve, looking at him with pleading eyes. expressing her reluctance to spend New Year's Day alone on a hospital bed. Chen Guodong's heart softened, and he agreed. After completing the discharge procedures, he hailed a cab to take her home. Upon arriving at Chunye's residence, he found it unchanged since he had kicked in the door the previous day. Fortunately, the property management was diligent, with security guarding the premises. Following medical advice, Chen Guodong prepared congee for her. As he brought the congee from the kitchen into the living room, Chunye had already changed into a light blue silk nightgown. The neckline slightly open, its hue so pale it seemed as if it might fade with the slightest touch. Her wrists protruded from the sleeves, delicate as the handle of a porcelain cup, appearing almost fragile even while holding a spoon. She sat on the sofa, enveloped by cushions and blankets, her hair cascading loosely to one side of her face, her neck slender, with shallow collarbones. The congee rested beside her, yet she did not drink it immediately. Instead, she lowered her head, quietly watching the steam rise in gentle wisps. The lighting was soft, her lashes lowered, and a faint hint of red lingered in her eyes. Chen Guodong did not rush her nor utter a word, simply sitting quietly beside her, watching as she gradually finished the bowl of congee. When she set the bowl down, he assisted her in standing, offered her the medication, and silently collected the dishes after ensuring she obediently took her medicine. After a night of turmoil, Chunye was truly exhausted. Once in bed, she grasped Chen Guodong's hand, nestled into the covers, and closed her eyes. Chen Guodong sat on the edge of the bed, gently smoothing the quilt's corners for her, his movements tender and deliberate. He waited until her breathing grew heavier before softly withdrawing the hand she had grasped. As she slept, her breaths were light, yet her complexion appeared warmer than before. Strands of hair fell across her forehead, delicately framing her face. He reached out to tuck the stray locks behind her ear, but hesitated for a moment, retracting his hand. The living room light remained on, as did the dim glow from the entrance. Returning to the bedroom, he cast a glance at her, ensuring her breathing was steady and her brow relaxed. Only then did he quietly rise and close the door behind him. The sound of the door closing stirred Chunye, who had been asleep, causing her to open her eyes briefly and smile faintly before drifting back into slumber. In his own living room, under the soft, yellow light, Chen Guodong stared at the ceiling, his heart feeling as though it were encased in cotton. He lowered his gaze to sip from the now lukewarm tea, his hand tightening slightly around the cup. Memories of the previous night flooded back to him. Her trembling body nestled against him, her forehead resting against his collarbone, her fingers devoid of strength. When she cried out for her mother, she seemed on the verge of breaking. It was not a feigned cry, but rather an outburst of raw pain and fear that threatened to overwhelm her. Her tears fell one by one, soaking his chest, as she asked through her sobs, "Why did you come only now?" In that moment, as he held her, he realized the fragility of her being, soft and delicate, a stark contrast to her usual allure, sophistication, and intelligence, which vanished in her vulnerability. Yet her anguished question shattered the last remnants of his defenses, leaving him acutely aware that she had unwittingly etched her presence deeply into his heart. This was not the flutter of youthful infatuation, but a more profound connection, imbued with an irresistible dependence and pull. From the moment he had cradled her, he comprehended that something had insidiously woven itself into his life. She was not Jiang Xiao. She was proud, wise, and strikingly beautiful, akin to a cunning fox. Yet the way she had shattered last night was so pure that it nearly eclipsed her sharpness. Suddenly, Chen Guodong rose and hurried into the bathroom. He turned on the tap, leaning forward to let the icy water cascade over him, cleansing him inch by inch. The sound of water splashing against the basin seemed to wash away the unutterable images and sensations that lingered in his mind. With his eyes closed and brows furrowed, his fingers gripped the edge of the sink, turning pale. Water droplets slid down his temples, tracing a path to the nape of his neck, seeping into his shirt collar, chilling him to the bone. He sought to quell the inexplicable restlessness and an unwelcome softness that stirred deep within his chest with this frigid stream. He had returned to life, bearing the weight of memories. It was a quest to overturn fate, to settle unfinished business from a past life. It was an endeavor to inscribe his name upon destiny rather than creating unnecessary ripples when a woman shed tears. Chen Guodong slowly raised his head, wiping his face and meeting the gaze of his own calm eyes in the mirror. He murmured softly, "This shall not happen again," his voice barely audible. Chapter 70. The New Year. As Chen Guodong stepped into the living room, still grappling with his thoughts, The sound of keys jingling at the door interrupted him. The door swung open, and his parents entered, each carrying a bag of fruit, bringing with them the vibrant essence of the New Year's market. A palpable festive atmosphere permeating the air. "Ah, you actually decided to come back," his father exclaimed, halting in surprise upon spotting him, feigning exaggeration. "What happened to you? Your hair is all wet, caught in the rain? But where could this rain possibly be today?" He furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the floor before muttering, "Who knows where you went? You didn't come home last night, and today, even at your grandfather's, you were nowhere to be seen. Where on earth did you disappear to on the first day of the new year?" Although his father's tone was not severe, it reflected his usual nagging disposition, expressing dissatisfaction over his son's absence at a crucial moment. Meanwhile, his mother remained silent. She took off her coat, changed into slippers, and stood at the entrance, observing Chen Guodong with a mix of curiosity and contemplation. Her gaze, steady and unhurried, traveled from his damp hair to the slightly wrinkled shirt, finally resting on his eyes, which still bore traces of a lingering emotional fatigue. Without uttering a word, she allowed a subtle, enigmatic smile to grace her lips, waiting for her husband to finish his tirade before she spoke softly. "From New Year's Eve until the first day, not a glimpse of you. Now you return in this state. You are an adult now. You should consider many matters for yourself." She walked over, casually picking up the purple clay teapot from the coffee table, and continued in a measured tone. "One must maintain a sense of propriety in all things. Never overstep one's bounds, especially concerning matters that may tarnish the innocent. While others may indulge, our family must uphold our principles." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Otherwise, we would not be considered a family of literary elegance, but rather one that cannot discern right from wrong." Her words were delivered without any aggression or deep inquiry. She simply proceeded to prepare tea, as was her custom. Chen Guodong clearly understood that his mother had misconstrued the situation, yet he chose not to clarify. Meeting her gaze, he neither shied away nor offered explanations, calmly stating, "I understand. Please rest assured, I am aware of my actions." His mother nodded, suddenly shifting her tone. "After you tidy up, we must pay a visit to your grandparents. Failing to wish them well on New Year's Day would certainly lead to whispers about your lack of decorum next year." His father interjected, "Yes, your grandparents have already prepared the meal. Change into something clean. Don't let your grandmother see you in this disheveled state, or she might think you've been up to no good." Chen Guodong replied softly, "All right," and turned to head back to his room to change. Yet, as he entered, he paused for a moment, finally realizing his parents had specifically returned home to confront him. In the days that followed, Chen Guodong found himself inundated with various New Year visits, grandparents, maternal and paternal relatives, and other familial obligations he could not evade. However, amidst the whirlwind of festivities, he managed to carve out a few moments to visit Chen Yi. Her health had improved significantly, and her spirits brightened with each passing day. Yet, the kitchen remained a deliberate battleground of disputes she had orchestrated. Upon his second entry, Chen Guodong discovered that the pot lid was placed upside down. The uncooked rice was carelessly tossed into the soup pot, and the salt and sugar were indistinguishable when mixed together. With a sense of resignation, he began to cook while listening to Miss Chen yawning at the kitchen door. Casually munching on sunflower seeds, she languidly remarked, "You arrived just in time. Had you come a day later, I would have starved to death." She then expressed her disdain. "I absolutely loathe the Spring Festival. The earliest eateries don't open until the 5th day of the new year. It's utterly exasperating." Chen Guodong was speechless. In the 90s, which of us didn't cook for ourselves, always hanging out aimlessly? As the porridge pot had yet to boil, she had already settled onto a high stool. Flipping through a magazine, her legs crossed, hair cascading down, a smile in her eyes, her ankles gently swaying beneath a blanket. Chen Guodong sighed. That familiar fox had finally returned. Compared to the stark reality of that night, the present fox, sharp-tongued and beguiling, with a smile that concealed a dagger, was far easier to accept. He said little, merely ladled the porridge into a bowl and placed it before her, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. She gazed at the porridge, motionless, but suddenly spoke. "Why do I feel like you've been increasingly impolite to me lately?" Chen Guodong thought, "What is there to be polite about? When you smeared your snot and tears all over my chest, I didn't see you being courteous." He could scarcely be bothered. Pulling over a chair to sit beside her, waiting for her to finish her meal, she ate slowly, each half-bowl consumed punctuated by the crisp sound of the porcelain spoon against the bowl's rim, resonating softly in the quiet room. Her eyes, however, were slyly darting towards Chen Guodong, as if to say, "I'm preparing to flirt with you." Everything seemed to have returned to its original state. Yet there was an air of subtle change. On the 5th day of the new year, Chen Guodong's phone began to ring incessantly. After several days of visiting relatives and enduring the fatigue of holiday greetings, he had just thought of enjoying a leisurely sleep when he was abruptly awakened. Still cocooned in his comforter, he rolled over, wishing to feign ignorance. However, the phone on the bedside table vibrated violently, ringing like firecrackers that had yet to finish, jolting him from his sweet dreams. After a prolonged search, he finally located the phone and glanced at the screen displaying an unfamiliar number. With eyes closed, he sighed, harboring a premonition of inevitable fate. After enduring a moment longer, he resignedly sat up, donned a jacket, and walked to the living room to answer the call. "Hello? Happy New Year, Brother Guodong. Wishing you prosperity, good health, an abundance of wealth, and steady progress." A barrage of festive greetings erupted from the receiver, delivered at a rapid pace, laced with the authentic dialect of Guangzhou. "Are you that eager?" Chen Guodong pressed his forehead, his voice still hoarse. "Indeed, indeed." The voice on the other end was particularly sincere. "Brother Guodong, let us head to Lucky Tower for dim sum. I've already reserved a table." Chen Guodong glanced at the wall clock. It read 7:12. "Can I say no?" "You certainly cannot," came the reply, as if it were an obvious truth. "If you don't come, I'll march to your doorstep and knock until you open the door. And please extend my wishes for prosperity to your parents. And may they receive red envelopes." By the way, on that fateful day, Su Feihua chuckled mischievously, "You haven't wished me a prosperous new year yet." It's not very much like a Guangzhou person to be so lackadaisical about the new year. Chen Guodong, however, appeared rather listless, devoid of any semblance of joy. At that moment, his parents, having heard the commotion, emerged from their room, clearly fatigued from the past few days. They had been hoping to catch up on sleep, only to be roused by Chen Guodong's early morning phone call. Observing their curious expressions, he realized they had misunderstood the situation. With an air of resignation, he explained, "This is my colleague, calling to wish me a happy new year." His father, with a generous demeanor, replied, "Of course, a colleague is a colleague. You two carry on your conversation at this early hour," though his expression betrayed a hint of skepticism. Half an hour later, at the Lucky Building restaurant on Longjing Road, the air was thick with steam and the rich aroma of tea wafted through the bustling hall. The sounds of lively conversation blended with the delightful sense of Cantonese dim sum, creating an atmosphere of festive cheer. Su Feihua, already seated at a reserved table, beamed upon seeing Chen Guodong, as if he had encountered the god of wealth. "Ah, Guodong, you truly honor your promises. Arriving on the 5th day of the new year to welcome the god of wealth. You are my personal fortune," he exclaimed, urging him to take a seat. Noticing the curious gazes from nearby tables, Chen Guodong, somewhat overwhelmed by Su Feihua's exuberance, quickly insisted, "Sit. Please do sit." Su Feihua, with a flourish, gestured towards the table laden with delicacies. "I ordered all your favorites: shrimp dumplings, money bags, chicken feet, spare ribs, siu mai, and those buttery egg tarts you enjoyed last time." Chen Guodong raised an eyebrow. "You really remember everything." "Of course. And the century egg and lean meat congee will be here shortly." Su Feihua puffed out his chest proudly and raised his teacup, declaring, "From now on, you shall be my master." They clinked cups together. "Happy New Year. You mentioned wanting to teach me about pu'er tea and guide me into this world. I have been restless these past days, even losing my appetite during the New Year celebrations," Chen Guodong shared. Su Feihua eagerly picked up a shrimp dumpling and lowered his voice. "But on a serious note, Guodong, I've been counting the hours to reach today." Chen Guodong chuckled, lifted his teacup, took a sip, and nearly spat it out, coughing. "What on earth is this? So dreadful." Su Feihua looked at him innocently. "This is chrysanthemum pu'er, the latest trend in Xinjiang." Chen Guodong then recalled that during the 1990s, Guangzhou had emulated everything from Xinjiang, including this so-called chrysanthemum pu'er. It was concocted from low-grade chrysanthemums mixed with pu'er tea dust, a blend meant for the lower classes. The combination of two inferior flavors truly could be overwhelming. Chen Guodong, accustomed to better tastes in his later life, found this beverage utterly unpalatable. "Ah, so it's no wonder. Even I can't stomach this. It surely doesn't suit your refined palate." You spoke of the 88 Qingbing and the Dunhua triangle pressed tea. These thoughts have pervaded my dreams of late, to the extent that even plain water seems to reveal its sweetness. Chen Guodong set aside his teacup, contemplating for a moment before opting for a glass of plain water instead. Let us eat first and discuss later. I am still quite hungry. The Cantonese dim sum suited Chen Guodong's palate perfectly. Lucky Building actually hails from the Lucky Building restaurant in Hong Kong. Thus, the early so-called Cantonese dim sum was merely a replica of the Hong Kong style. After a brief pause, Chen Guodong fixed his gaze upon Su Feihua. His expression gradually softened, and he slowly lowered his gaze, gently swirling his fingers around the teacup before lifting his eyes to meet Su's. Hua, are you serious? Do you truly wish to pursue tea? Su Feihua's previously carefree demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by an unusual solemnity. He straightened his posture, set his chopsticks down, and spoke in a lowered tone, earnestly declaring, I am serious, Guodong. You may find it hard to believe, but I have dabbled in many trivial pursuits. However, my passion for tea is genuine, and I feel it embodies the very essence of my aspirations. He hesitated, his voice tightening as if something was lodged within. I recall my childhood at my grandfather's store, where he often brewed pu'er tea himself. The aroma of that tea captivated me instantly. Initially, I found it bitter. Yet, as time went on, I grew increasingly fond of its rich fragrance and lingering sweetness, yearning to understand it more deeply, as though it had ensnared my heart. The 88 Qingbing and the Dunhua tea factory you mentioned, every word resonates with me. I scarcely slept on New Year's Eve, consumed by these thoughts, as if they were fermenting within me. Su Feihua offered a wry smile, his eyes reflecting a unique determination characteristic of those from the south. To be frank, I have had no appetite and little desire to sleep these past few days. My parents even suspect I am suffering from depression, while all I desire is to brew a pot of 88 Qing's 7,542. They were left speechless. Chen Guodong regarded him with a calm gaze, his eyes resting softly on the teacup. After a moment, he smiled gently, placing the teacup down into its saucer, producing a barely audible sound. Then let us embark on this venture together. His tone was understated but imbued with an undeniable tranquility and conviction. We can each contribute half of the capital. I will handle the credibility, assessment, and selection of the tea, while you will manage the purchasing, storage, humidity control, and the practicalities of the warehouse. The investment cycle may be lengthy. This is a project that could span over a decade. I cannot promise boundless profits, but I am confident in the potential for significant appreciation, perhaps dozens or even hundreds of times for certain selections. He raised his gaze, his eyes piercing through the steam rising from the cup. Are you willing to join me in this endeavor? Su Feihua paused for several seconds, not responding immediately. He lowered his head to lift the teacup, slowly turning it, admiring the deep amber hue of the lingering essence in the chrysanthemum pu'er tea. After a lengthy contemplation, he finally spoke. Guodong, let me be forthright. First and foremost, I cannot afford to lose my current position at the bank. My mother has made it clear that if I continue to be so lackadaisical, she will have nowhere to place her face. My current position was procured through my uncle, and it involves far too many familial entanglements. Thus I must maintain it. Yet, Brother Guodong, you now desire for me to collaborate with you, and I can reasonably surmise what that entails. Since you propose that the principal be shared equally, it is evident that the issue is not a lack of funds, but rather a request for my labor. What you seek is a partner capable of actualizing your vision. You require someone to transport goods, source individuals, secure storage, and monitor humidity levels. I am aware that these tasks will not be easy. Su Feihua clenched his teeth, his tone growing somber. I cannot assert with certainty that I will excel at these duties, but if you place your trust in me, I shall exert my utmost efforts to fulfill them. The question remains, what shall become of my position at the bank? I find myself unable to disentangle from it. Su Feihua expressed with difficulty. Chen Guodong nodded, swirling his teacup before setting it down with deliberate steadiness. I am not in need of money at present. Rather, I am in one of capable individuals. I lack the time to oversee this venture, to select teas, or to implement my myriad ideas one by one. What I possess is insight into the overall market trends of the pu'er tea industry and an infallible eye for value. Your worth lies in your enthusiasm and your willingness to take initiative. These are the qualities I truly value. Chen Guodong remarked nonchalantly. As for your claim of lacking time and the necessity of maintaining your bank position, those are entirely your concerns. and I shall not intervene or resolve them for you. We are adults now, engaging in a formal business partnership. If we can negotiate, we shall, but if not, there is little I can do. I bear no obligation or responsibility to assist you in realizing your aspirations. Therefore, the profits and losses inherent in this endeavor must be weighed by you alone, Chen Guodong stated calmly. Upon hearing Chen Guodong's words, Su Feihua bore an expression of deep frustration. After much contemplation, he finally clenched his teeth as if making a tremendously difficult decision. Brother Guodong, I have resolved to work with you. I shall return and find a way to persuade those antiquated minds in my family, and if they remain obstinate, I shall not hesitate to sever ties with them. After all, I have some savings that should suffice. For I believe that if I forfeit this opportunity, I shall regret it for a lifetime. Chen Guodong observed the determined Su Feihua, silently approving. This is the demeanor he wished to see. If Su Feihua had casually acquiesced, it would have raised doubts in his mind. Watching Su Feihua's pained expression as he made his firm decision, Chen Guodong nodded and inquired, "Have you truly considered whether this course of action is worthwhile?" Su Feihua gritted his teeth. "I have made up my mind, Brother Guodong. I will follow your lead. I shall resign from the bank after the new year." Unexpectedly, Chen Guodong smiled slightly. "Who said you must resign?" As Su Feihua's mouth hung agape in disbelief, Chen Guodong continued thoughtfully. "Your claim of lacking time stems from a lack of clarity in your thoughts. Beyond merely exchanging services, the bank offers various other positions. You initially joined the bank to appease your family, indifferent to the nature of the work or the salary. The exchange role was appealing due to its freedom and lack of pressure, making it a commendable choice. However, your circumstances have changed. Now, as you embark on the tea venture, seeking freedom, you could apply to the credit department for a deposit role. Your family has been deeply entrenched in the fashion industry for many years, possessing a wealth of connections and resources. Do not presume my ignorance of the field. Your wholesale operations rely on volume, and to sustain such a business, one must have several million in cash flow at hand. You are not seeking to borrow their funds, merely requesting that they facilitate transactions through the China Construction Bank. Return to your elders and express that you have come to realize your previous lethargy. Now, you have awakened. Do you believe your family would not support you? In time, while enjoying tea, they could effortlessly fulfill their banking deposit performance targets, making it a most pleasant endeavor for you. When you declare that you have met your performance benchmarks, who among your leaders would have the leisure to scrutinize how you spend your time? It is acceptable that you cannot resign now. However, once you earn your first fortune and rise to become a magnate, would you still wish to serve the bank? By then, your wings will have spread, and your family will likely no longer have any control over you. Su Feihua felt a surge of fervor, his face flushed and ears burning. He slammed his palm onto the table, causing the tea in his cup to ripple. "Let us do it." This drew the attention of those around him. Su Feihua stuck out his tongue in acknowledgement. "Very well." Chen Guodong set down his teacup, finally revealing a genuine smile. Su Feihua remained immersed in his emotional upheaval, his face aglow and his eyes sparkling with intensity. Chen Guodong leaned back in his chair, his gaze slightly averted as he regained his usual composure. Once they had settled, Chen Guodong could no longer tolerate the chrysanthemum tea and opted for a pot of shomei, proceeding to discuss their next steps. The 88 Qingbing and the 3 varieties from Shiguan, triangular inspection, black commercial inspection, and red commercial inspection, are not merely casual topics of conversation. His voice was not loud, yet it compelled Su Feihua to sit up straight, for he knew that the main event was at hand. These teas represent one of the core assets of the entire pu'er investment market's future. The 88 Qingbing originates from the Menghai Tea Factory, produced around 1988, and consists of several years' worth of 7,542 cakes. Initially, these were surplus stocks languishing in provincial warehouses, unsold until they were acquired by Yangcheng in Hong Kong. In 1993, Yangcheng sold them to Chen Guodong, the current owner of the Xiangjiang Tea Art Garden. This batch of tea, originally priced at 7.8 yuan per piece, is now impeccably stored and is regarded as the most aesthetically pleasing batch of all 7,542 teas. In 1993, the 88 Qingbing was valued at approximately 900 Hong Kong dollars per case, with each case containing 84 pieces, translating to about 1,072 yuan per piece. Over the next decade, even under the most conservative estimates, the value of the 88 Qingbing could multiply several times over. This was, in fact, a discounted assertion by Chen Guodong to make it more palatable for Su Feihua. In reality, Chen Guodong was aware that at its peak around 2012, the price of a single 88 Qingbing soared to over 30,000 yuan, an astonishing increase of 30-fold. As for the three varieties from Shiguan, triangular inspection, black commercial inspection, and red commercial inspection, Chen Guodong traced a finger across the table, stating that the triangular inspection was a green box Tua tea from the 1970s, marked by a red triangular emblem, and it is among the earliest nationally certified teas, exceedingly rare. The black merchant inspection refers to the Daguanyan green box Tua tea from the 1980s, which, after its revision, bears a distinctive black and white logo. Its quality and appearance have reached near perfection, boasting abundant buds and a rich aroma, making it the king of cost-effectiveness. The red merchant inspection, a revised version of the green box Tua tea from the early 1990s, serves as a transitional tea. It is also commendable and a prime choice for affordable treasures. Our initial step will be to focus on these varieties of tea. However, these selections, including the Daguanyan tea from Shaoguan, primarily cater to export markets in Europe, particularly France. And aside from the red merchant inspection, there is a limited domestic supply. The Shaoguan tea factory is situated in Yunnan, making access to logistics, connections, and the market quite challenging, which is our subsequent objective. Yet, the 88 Qingbing is different. Chen Guodong paused, then shifted his tone. Don't you have some relatives in Hong Kong? I recall you mentioning an uncle who runs a tea shop on Prince Edward Road. Yes. Su Feihua nodded repeatedly, acknowledging their connections with the tea trade. So, do you want me to? No need for such complications, Chen Guodong interrupted. Currently, Chen Guoyi is worried about selling tea. You just need to find a way to locate the tea art paradise. Chen Guodong's gaze was calm. First, contact them and inform them that we require 50 pieces. Negotiate the price as best you can. Remember, do not be greedy on the first order. Do not exceed 50 pieces. Then, have your uncle find a way to assist you in bringing them back. Why can't we order more? Su Feihua was taken aback. Brother, I thought you were so knowledgeable. Aiming to stockpile goods for substantial profit? Chen Guodong chuckled, patting his shoulder. Once you acquire this batch, I will explain the reason. You will cover the initial expense. And once this shipment arrives, we will draft a new cooperation agreement that will mark the true beginning of our partnership. At that time, I will reimburse my share. And everything will be conducted in the most legitimate manner, as I currently do not have the funds at hand. Su Feihua nodded. Brother Guodong, rest assured, money is a trivial matter. By the way, Chen Guodong recalled another issue. Where do you plan to store the returned tea? It's crucial to know that the storage of these teas significantly impacts the quality of this batch in the future. Oh, you needn't worry about that, Brother Guodong. Su Feihua replied nonchalantly. My family has provided me with 2 apartments. I currently reside in one, while the other is vacant. I can clear out the latter to use as a warehouse. Chen Guodong was taken aback, realizing that in his previous life, he knew Su Feihua was from a wealthy family, but he had not anticipated such affluence. 2 apartments in the scarce residential market of the 1990s were remarkable. Yet, Su Feihua still expressed discontent. Why the limitation? Wouldn't it be better to purchase more at once and earn more later? He pondered. How does Brother Guodong acquire all this information? Knowing about Qinchang and Qinggui is one thing. But how does he have such clear insight into their storage and procurement pressures? After some thought, Chen Guodong still felt uneasy and added, you must remember to leverage all available resources, such as those within your family. The resources available to us at home, in a certain sense, represent our most reliable support. It is imperative that we learn to utilize them to our advantage rather than engage in internal conflict by opposing them. Therefore, when communicating with our elders, we must refrain from adopting a rebellious attitude typical of children. One should approach the situation as an adult dealing with a client that needs to be managed effectively. It is merely a matter of guiding the conversation in a favorable direction and catering to their preferences. The crux of the matter lies in the fundamental alignment of your interests. On this foundation, what disagreements could possibly remain insurmountable? Su Feihua listened intently, nodding in agreement. Now that you put it this way, I understand. The key has been my tendency to view myself as a child, feeling annoyed by their oversight. I am on the path to accomplishing significant endeavors now. I simply do not have the time to bicker with these stubborn elders. Rest assured, Brother Guodong. Chen Guodong nodded. Then it's settled. After the spring festival holiday, you may commence. We will see each other daily, and we can exchange ideas whenever necessary. When he spoke, his eyes reflected a calm certainty, akin to a seasoned chess player confidently making his opening move. Meanwhile, Su Feihua remained immersed in the exhilarating prospects of a future business landscape, his excitement leaving him unsure of where to place his hands. The steam from the teacup wafted gently, and the sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the lucky building, casting their intertwined shadows upon the patterned tiles of the floor. Chapter 73. This is his treasure before long. It was the 7th day of the new year, marking the first day back to work after the traditional Chinese New Year celebrations. The winter in Yangcheng ambled away, while spring arrived rather tardily, yet the festive spirit lingered. Early that morning, the entire East Mountain branch was enveloped in a familiar atmosphere of New Year joy, as all the employees returned to work with auspicious spirits. Each office buzzed with liveliness, laughter echoing throughout. Happy New Year! May the new spring bring great fortune. Wishing you prosperity and abundance. The air was filled with cheerful greetings. Young individuals who had yet to settle down congregated in small groups, wishing the married employees a prosperous year ahead, extending their hands for lucky red envelopes. Aunt Fong, donned in a stone blue wool coat, distributed 2 yuan envelopes while cheerfully exclaiming, "Wonderful! In the new year, may each of you achieve wealth, and may the bank prosper." Chen Guodong, however, did not join in the revelry. He sat at his desk in a navy wool suit once worn by his father in his youth, quietly perusing the thick settlement statements, though he glanced at the lively interactions around him with a faint smile. His thoughts were already focused on the tasks that lay ahead after the holiday. He awaited an opportunity, one that only he knew would arise after the festivities. Suddenly, a series of sharp clicks from high-heeled shoes echoed at the entrance, followed by a woman's laughter, soft, with a hint of breathlessness, arriving before her presence was felt. Chun Yi entered, adorned in a long skirt of interwoven white and smoky purple, featuring a diagonally bordered collar. Her hair was elegantly tied into a loose low bun, adorned with a pair of slender, light gold earrings that swayed gently with her every step. The attire she donned, caught between light and shadow, exuded a languid charm reminiscent of post-New Year festivities. She entered the accounting department, making her way toward Aunt Fong, a habitual smile gracing her lips, arms crossed. Moving with the leisurely pace of a cinematic scene, "Aunt Fong, Happy New Year, wishing you prosperity." Fong Yuji, with a beaming smile, presented her with a red envelope. "Oh, Chen Yi, you look absolutely stunning today. Dressed like a young lady who stepped straight out of a Republican-era drama. Take this." Chen Yi accepted it, her voice soft as she replied, "I specifically came to Aunt Fong to seek some good fortune. Who doesn't he know that our Aunt Fong is the bearer of the best luck in the entire Dongshan branch? I'm here to bask in some of that fortune." Fong Yuji chuckled, "Your flattery is unmatched. Wishing you good health, rapid growth, and may you distribute red envelopes next year. In this region of Yu province, the custom dictates that once one is married, one no longer receives red envelopes, but instead gives them, indicating the transition into adulthood." It was a kind-hearted wish for Chun Yi to soon find her beloved and enjoy a harmonious union. Chun Yi's smile became even more enchanting as she gracefully bowed. "I shall take Aunt Fong's kind words to heart. Happy New Year to all my colleagues. I'll be heading upstairs now." The latter statement was directed at all her colleagues in the accounting department. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. However, in that moment of turning, she intentionally or unintentionally passed by Chen Guodong. The hem of her skirt swayed lightly, brushing against the carpet like a breeze caressing willow branches. Yet, as she approached Chen Guodong, her body subtly tilted. The motion was slight, seamlessly blending with her flowing figure, but just enough for a stray lock of hair and the edge of her garment to glide past Chen Guodong's hand. Her hand carried a faint fragrance, almost intentional, yet also seemingly casual, as it brushed between his shoulder and neck, returning to her ear. Chen Guodong glanced up, but Chun Yi's gaze had already shifted away, leaving only a beautifully flawless profile as she walked softly. Like a springtime fox traversing the freshly fallen snow, she left behind an imperceptible trace in the snow. In that fleeting moment, Chen Guodong's fingertips stirred slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the ledger, his expression unchanged, even his brows unruffled. Nevertheless, the page beneath his hand had already been quietly turned 3 times. As Chun Yi departed, the conversation among the accounting department shifted to her attire, which seemed fit for a grand evening banquet, speculating about which important client she might be meeting that night. Chen Guodong lowered his gaze, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. That fox had ultimately returned, still radiant and alluring, her demeanor composed, yet in passing, she left behind a whisper of tenderness. Chen Guodong mused that the spring of 1994 had arrived particularly late, as the 7th day of the Lunar New Year commenced. The festive exuberance of the spring festival gradually faded. The work at the Dongshan branch slowly returned to its regular rhythm. While remnants of confetti and firecracker residue lingered in the streets, though they were growing increasingly sparse, soon to be swept away by the morning breeze. Everything was returning to its rightful place, akin to a newly polished glass that faintly reflected the previous revelry, yet the atmosphere had already turned distinctly cool and serene. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Chen Guodong made his customary phone call to Jiang Shuyao, casually suggesting, "Let us go to Ueshio Park to admire the lanterns tonight." Jiang Shuyao softly responded with a gentle At 7 in the evening, they met at the entrance of Ueshio Park. Jiang Shuyao was still clad in her unassuming overcoat, wrapped in a deep blue checkered scarf, her low ponytail cascading over her shoulder. Standing beneath the lanterns, her skin appeared almost translucent, her earlobes slightly flushed by the breeze. She looked like a lady emerging from a faded scroll, adorned in simple attire and light makeup, yet captivating enough to hold one's gaze. When Chen Guodong first caught sight of her, he imperceptibly halted his steps, noticing that others around her had deliberately slowed down, stealing glances at her. A faint smile graced his lips, and he felt a sense of pride swell within him. Jiang Shuyao stood at the edge of the crowd, her eyes cast down, resembling a quiet corner of snow, inadvertently separated from the vibrant festivities. "Is it cold?" Chen Guodong inquired softly as he approached her. "Not at all," she replied, lifting her gaze to meet his, a hint of mist lingering on her lashes. They entered Ueshio Park, walking in tandem. The Lantern Festival attracted throngs of visitors, the lakeside illuminated by a myriad of colorful lanterns. Beneath the towering lantern depicting a koi fish leaping over the dragon gate, the crowd surged. Children chasing the shadows of the lights, while adults captured the moments with their vintage cameras, the air filled with the lilting sounds of Cantonese nursery rhymes. Jiang Shuyao remained silent, quietly following Chen Guodong's side. Occasionally jostled by the crowd, she instinctively tightened her grip on his arm, gently tugging him, as if to reassure herself that she had not been left behind. Chen Guodong glanced at her, his gaze lingering on her delicate fingers, a touch of tenderness in his eyes. "Is it too crowded?" he asked. Jiang Shuyao didn't reply, merely nodding slightly. Without a word, he drew closer, wrapping an arm around her waist. She paused, looking up at him with a flicker of alarm, but in the next moment, she lowered her gaze and leaned slightly against him. They lingered beneath the koi lantern for quite a while. Someone released a wish lantern, its candles glowing like a string of stars, flowing from afar and winding along the hillside, forming an everlasting ribbon of light. As Jiang Shuyao tilted her head to gaze at the lanterns, a subtle tranquility graced her features. The lights reflected in her eyes, shattering into twinkles, akin to the evening breeze sweeping across the lake, creating ripples in its wake. Suddenly, Chen Guodong murmured, "What is your wish for this year?" She hesitated, lowering her head in contemplation, her voice as soft as water. "I wish for my grandmother's safety and longevity." "Is that all?" he asked. She pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss, before eventually whispering, "And you?" She did not raise her gaze. Her words fell into the evening breeze, like the most inconspicuous little light in the night sky, yet it shone persistently, never extinguished. Chen Guodong looked down at her, his expression serene. In that moment, even he was unaware that he tightened his grip around her waist. He recalled what Yin Wenshan had once said, "Have you taken a liking to our treasure girl?" Indeed, she was his treasure. He refrained from asking further questions or making additional remarks, simply holding her hand as they traversed through the myriad of lights in Ueshio Park. It seems as though all brilliance is unrelated to him, illuminated solely for this one person by the light of the night. Chapter 74. This is the opportunity one have long awaited. On the 16th day of the first month, according to the customs of southern Guangdong province, the new year is considered officially over after the 15th. Early in the morning, the corridor of the Dongshan branch still lingered with the post-festival ambience, the couplets and lanterns hanging in the hallway yet to be taken down. However, an internal announcement rippled through the atmosphere like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating a cascade of excitement. due to the rapid growth of business and the remarkable performance of the Dongshan branch last year. A proposal to establish an office on Yongfu Road has been approved by the headquarters. The Yongfu Road office is set to enter the preparatory phase immediately, with plans to open in the second quarter of 1994. The news spread like wildfire. All employees buzzed with speculation, for everyone knew that the establishment of such independent offices often heralded a significant reshuffling of personnel. Not only the credit officers, but also the key professionals from various departments began to stir, even those long entrenched in their positions within the branch. Some rejoiced while others lamented, each harboring differing perspectives. Some believed their deep roots in the branch provided security, fearing the new office would start from scratch with nothing to offer, and thus wished to avoid being assigned there as pioneers. Others, however, saw the potential for advancement, contemplating that moving to the new office might elevate them to a position of responsibility, embracing the adage that fortune favors the bold. Many sought whispers of news and connections, and the footsteps in the corridor quickened noticeably. Yet amidst this undercurrent of change, Chen Guodong remained as composed as ever. He sat at his desk in the accounting department, diligently attending to his tasks, his brow slightly furrowed, and the corners of his lips curled with a barely perceptible smile. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. The new office signified vacancies and a chance for a reshuffle. The head must undoubtedly be someone well-versed in the business, and to support the workload, at least 2 new credit officers would need to be recruited from other departments, a fait accompli. Unlike a decade later, when commercial banks proliferated like weeds, there were only a few banks then, all with formal staffing structures, making it impossible to switch jobs as casually as in later years. Internal promotions were the only path available. Chen Guodong understood well that securing a firm foothold in this reshuffling was no simple task. The seemingly small Dongshan branch concealed a vast depth. It was a place where hidden talents thrived. At noon in the cafeteria, Chen Guodong and Chen Yi passed each other. Although they exchanged no words, their gazes spoke volumes. Later that evening, in a CAF at the corner beneath Chen Ye's building, the ambient light was warm and subdued, while the vibrant night outside transformed the streetlights into an unending river of light. Chen Yi occupied a seat by the window, her right hand gently cradling her chin, her elbow resting on the table, while her left hand twirled the spoon in her coffee cup. Her fingertips were unpolished, merely a delicate flesh tone, resembling the soft petals of a peach blossom kissed by water, slender and gleaming with a jade-like sheen. The CAF was warm, prompting Chen Yi to remove her coat. Today, she donned a pale blue silk shirt, the collar accentuating her swan-like neck. The seamless lines and delicate curves rendered her beauty infinitely captivating. As Chen Guodong took his seat, she merely tilted her head, offering a soft smile, the tear mole at the corner of her eye glimmering subtly under the light. "Are you feeling any tension now?" "Don't deceive me," she teased. Chen Guodong replied with a faint smile, "Not at all." Chen Yi refrained from further conversation, sipping her latte, her gaze partially veiled, a semblance of a smile playing on her lips. Silence enveloped them, the only sound being the low hum of the coffee grinder. After a considerable pause, Chen Yi set down her cup, her fingertips lingering on the handle, her tone shifting to one of earnestness. "This is your opportunity. You must seize it." Chen Guodong responded softly, "I understand." She gazed at him, her eyes reminiscent of a cat basking in sunlight, harboring a gentle glow. "Your current predicament stems from your exceptional performance in the accounting department. Ironically, it has become an obstacle," she continued, given Fang Yuji's unique and transcendent position. "She has influential backing, thus you must first pass her scrutiny." Her voice softened, laced with a hint of mirth. "Everyone knows you are favored in front of Fang Yuji. Who can predict if your advancement might offend her?" Chen Guodong nodded. "That is indeed the truth. It aligns with the principles established within the previous system. Unless it concerns personal interests, typically, no one engages in actions that would merely provoke hostility." She added, "Then there's Jiang Hojun. He is quite formidable. However, in this matter, he experiences no conflict of interest, meaning that as long as the candidate isn't utterly absurd, he remains indifferent to who ascends or descends. Yet, the true decision-making power resides with him. Doesn't that sound contradictory?" Chen Yi smiled alluringly, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, an unintentional gesture that exuded an enchanting charm. Chen Guodong tightened his grip on the cup, his lips pressed into a thin line. Regardless of who it is, anyone aspiring to join the credit department cannot evade him. So you must seek him out and express your eagerness to transition to the credit department. Securing his approval is imperative. At the very least, he cannot outright reject you on the spot if you wish to enter the credit department. Failing to navigate these initial steps equates to not passing the eligibility review. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, letting out a soft sigh akin to a fox. If you fail to make it onto the final candidate list, I won't even have the opportunity to assist you. Chen Guodong nodded. That would be the norm. Unless one encounters an exceptionally fortuitous opportunity, achieving success is hardly straightforward. It all hinges on luck. Perhaps I'll be fortunate, and the competition will be sparse, allowing me to attain the best outcome with ease. Chen Yi sighed softly. Let us hope so. She took a gentle sip of her coffee, her gaze drifting toward the window, resembling a breeze stirring a tranquil pool of spring water, unperturbed on the surface, yet concealing deep undercurrents. The following day, Chen Guodong remained steadfast in the corner of the accounting department, his posture upright, his focus intently fixed on the ledger, meticulously scrutinizing each entry, seemingly more diligent than usual. However, his true thoughts lay far from the ledger in hand. At last, he seized an opportunity as Fang Yuji exited toward the West Building office and followed her out. At the bend of the staircase, he softly called out to her, "Aunt Fang." He reined in his usual aloofness. Standing gracefully at the juncture of light and shadow in the corridor, his expression humble and his tone earnest. During my time in the accounting department, you have taken care of me, assisted me, and imparted so much wisdom. Truly, you are not only my superior but also akin to a mentor. He lowered his head slightly, avoiding the direct intensity of her gaze, his voice calm, yet sincere. I have some thoughts regarding work that I would like to seek your guidance on. May I inquire if you are available this noon? I would be honored to invite you to dine at the nearby Caesar Western restaurant, hoping to have a chance to consult with you thoroughly. Fang Yuji was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She appraised him for a couple of seconds, a mix of astonishment and realization dawning upon her. After a moment's contemplation, she gently nodded. Very well. I, too, have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 75. Young people, it is wonderful to have aspirations. In the afternoon, Chen Guodong ascended towards the third floor, yet his heart was tumultuous, feeling as though he were akin to the legendary Guan Yu, traversing 1,000 miles alone, overcoming numerous trials along the way. The midday encounter with Fang Yuji felt like a hurdle he had successfully cleared. Sunlight streamed through the corridor window, casting a warm glow upon his shoulders. Chen Guodong lowered his eyelids, reminiscing about the lunch gathering, and couldn't help but reflect. During lunch, his performance, a blend of sincerity and pretense, nearly moved even himself. Had he been the inexperienced youth of his past life, he surely would have struggled to muster such courage. The genuine intermingled with the feigned, each word not fully articulated, yet resonating deeply. His hands trembled slightly as he offered tea, not out of insincerity, but from sheer immersion, to the point where he almost forgot the distinction between truth and falsehood. Was it life imitating art, or art imitating life? He was profoundly grateful for Aunt Fang's care. Without her, how could he have adapted to the accounting role so swiftly? You have truly taught me a great deal. I must admit, I rather envy the credit department, he continued, for it allows one to glimpse the outside world, to encounter various enterprises and diverse individuals. Yet, I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with you. Fang Yuji did not respond much, quietly sipping her soup as she listened to Chen Guodong's words. Observing her graceful motion as she lifted her spoon, he realized she was indeed absorbing his sentiments. When he expressed his envy for the credit department, his tone was subdued, yet imbued with authenticity, akin to a younger individual finally mustering the courage to confide in an elder. Fang Yuji set down her spoon and met his gaze. She nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Young man, it is commendable to aspire to move forward and broaden your path. One cannot merely focus on preservation. Ambition is essential. Guodong, I have faith in you. I will mention your aspirations to Jiangku in the credit department when the opportunity arises." Chen Guodong expressed his heartfelt gratitude, his demeanor remaining respectful, as if greatly encouraged. However, he was acutely aware that a mere mention would amount to little more than that. He sought not a recommendation, but rather her lack of opposition was sufficient for him. This alone was enough. As his thoughts returned to the present, Chen Guodong continued onward, unconsciously rubbing his hand along a section of the railing marked by rust and wear, a flicker of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Ahead lay Jiang Hojun, his second challenge on this solitary journey. Upon entering the third floor's credit department, it was apparent that the personnel were few, as many had ventured out to attend to business matters. With the arrival of the new year, it was customary to visit clients. Chen Huzi was present. Upon seeing Chen Guodong enter, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. However, he remained silent, merely gesturing towards the innermost office. Conversely, another deputy section chief, Lin Yang, was notably warm upon greeting Chen Guodong. He enthusiastically remarked, "Ah, it's Guodong. A rare visitor indeed. What brings you here today?" Chen Guodong humbly smiled, replying, "I need to discuss a matter with Section Chief Jiang." "Oh, Jiang is here," Lin Yang responded amicably, guiding Chen Guodong to the door of Jiang Hojun's office. He knocked lightly and entered, saying, "Section Chief Jiang, the accountant Chen has come to see you." He then turned to indicate for Chen Guodong to enter. Gratefully, Chen Guodong smiled at Lin Yang as he stepped inside and took a seat opposite Jiang Hojun. Jiang Hojun glanced up at him, his expression warm and inviting, resembling that of a benevolent elder, making one feel as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. He gestured towards the chair across from him with a welcoming tone. "Ah, it's Guodong. Please, have a seat. Let us take our time to converse. How have you been?" Jiang Hojun spoke in a soothing manner, akin to an elder brother engaging in casual conversation. "How are you adjusting after the new year?" "It's going quite well," Chen Guodong respectfully replied. "This is my first year working, and for the first time, I can provide financial support for my parents, which I owe greatly to you and everyone here. I've never received such a considerable sum before." Jiang Hojun chuckled heartily, clearly pleased by Chen Guodong's response. He then casually inquired, "What brings you to see me today?" Chen Guodong's demeanor shifted subtly, his tone respectful and earnest as he stated, "Section Chief Jiang, I am here to sincerely express a personal aspiration. I wish to be transferred to the credit department." Jiang Hojun nodded slightly, his expression unchanged and still smiling. Yet, he gently twirled his finger atop his teacup, his gaze fixed on Chen Guodong's face as he inquired with a calm tone, "Oh, may I ask why?" With a composed gaze, Chen Guodong did not hesitate, stating plainly, "My academic background is in financial accounting, and I have been working in the accounting department for 6 months. My colleagues here have been immensely helpful, and I have learned a great deal during this time. However, I firmly believe that as a man, I should not confine myself to merely recording numbers for a lifetime. This is not my ambition." His voice clear and sincere, Chen Guodong declared, "I aspire to venture into the credit department, even if it means enduring hardships and facing challenges. I am willing to shoulder responsibilities." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hojun offered a slight, knowing smile. Who isn't he been young? He understood the sentiments of this young man all too well. Yet, his fingers continued to caress the teacup slowly, as if the words spoken were akin to the steam rising from the cup, destined to dissipate at any moment. "You seem quite certain of what you desire." Jiang Hojun resumed his demeanor akin to that of the Maitreya Buddha. "Quite well. Yet the realm of credit entails more than mere enthusiasm." He paused momentarily. "It is not sufficient to simply excel in one's immediate responsibilities. One must venture forth to engage in business discussions, communicate with clients, and assess both returns and risks. You cannot solely focus on the glamorous aspects. Often, one must bear the weight of responsibility." He gazed at Chen Guodong, his smile unwavering, yet his tone slightly sobered. "Are you prepared to work in the credit department?" "Absolutely," Chen Guodong replied decisively. "I fear neither challenges nor fatigue. As long as I can achieve results, I am willing to shoulder all responsibilities." Jiang Hojun nodded gently, seemingly satisfied, yet harboring an inscrutable meaning. He set his teacup aside, shifting the conversation. "I am aware of your commendable performance in the accounting department. Section Chief Fong holds you in high regard. If I transfer you to the credit department, I worry that Section Chief Fong may be reluctant to let you go." As he spoke, Jiang Hojun wore a smile, appearing nonchalant while subtly addressing a poignant concern. "Thankfully, I was prepared for this." Chen Guodong inwardly cursed. "They are all cunning old foxes." He smiled shyly, responding appropriately. "I have already discussed my intentions with Aunt Fong, who expressed her support for my aspirations. I believe this is an opportunity worth pursuing. Though I may still be somewhat immature, I kindly ask for your guidance, Jiang Ku." Jiang Hojun acknowledged with an affirmative sound, leaning back in his chair, exuding a semblance of elder-like warmth, as if encouraging a junior with a pat on the shoulder. "Guodong, I won't beat around the bush. Your visit today has made an impression. Speaking from the heart, I genuinely admire your character. You convey your thoughts judiciously and act without impatience. However, the specifics of the arrangement depend on the leadership's decision. You are aware that my word alone does not suffice. At this juncture, he paused, taking a sip from his teacup, the aroma of tea wafting gently. He placed the cup down, his gaze softening, and spoke earnestly. However, there are certain things I can state up front. You possess great potential. Diligent effort will ensure that opportunities favor the prepared. Chen Guodong rose, his tone sincere. Thank you, Jiang Ku. I will not disappoint you. Indeed. Jiang Hoju nodded, his expression unchanging. Young man, having ambitions is commendable. Chapter 76. The unexpected silence upon exiting Jiang Hojuan's office. Several individuals in the credit department turned their attention towards him. Lin Yang was the most enthusiastic. How did it go, Guodong? Did you conclude your discussions with Jiang Ku smoothly? Chen Guodong responded with a humble smile. Thank you for your concern, Lin Ku. I merely reported to Jiang Ku, and it went quite smoothly. With that, he didn't linger and hurried past. As he passed Chen Yi, their eyes met, and Chen the Fox gave a slight nod. The ensuing events would likely determine the course of matters. For now, Chen Guodong could only do so much. In the following days, everything appeared routine on the surface. The accounting department continued with its daily tasks, reconciling accounts, organizing reports, and the sounds of keyboards clattering and documents shuffling persisted incessantly in the office. In the credit department, people came and went, visiting clients and following up on projects, each individual engrossed in their tasks. On the surface, there were no notifications, no changes, and no one uttered a word. Everyone quietly busied themselves with their work, as if nothing had transpired. The date was March 10th, 1994, when Chen Yi returned to the office and discovered a long-lost note in her drawer. It reminded her that her entire dowry still resided with Chen Guodong. She vividly recalled the anxiety she felt the last time she entrusted him with the money. Strangely, after handing over the funds to Chen Guodong, it seemed she had forgotten all about it, as if she were utterly unconcerned, relinquishing everything without a second thought. She gazed at the note for a moment, smiled faintly, and without hesitation, opened it. The familiar, robust handwriting greeted her as she read through the lines meticulously. Shenzhen Technology, 00021, shares held. 43,700 sale date, March 10th. 1994 sale price, approximately 1,302 yuan sale amount, approximately 568,000 yuan profit, 218,000 yuan. Chen Yi exhaled deeply. That little man. 5 days later, when Chen Yi discovered yet another new note in his drawer, she felt a sense of numbness wash over her. She realized that she experienced no emotional upheaval. The act of opening the note seemed to hold no significance for her. After all, let that little man do as he pleased. The outcomes appeared satisfactory. With this mindset, Chen Yi casually opened the note, and as expected, Shenzhen Zhongguan, 00018, purchase date, March 15th, 1994 purchase price, approximately 650 yuan investment amount, 568,000 yuan shares held, 87,300. Chen Yi thought to herself. Once again, he has gone all in. What a mad world this is. Time flowed like water, and several days passed. Around 3 in the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting a warm glow on the edges of the ledger, the pages slightly curled. The ink still fresh. Chen Guodong was engrossed in reconciling daily accounts, his expression focused, fingers deftly dancing over the abacus, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Suddenly, the soft sound of high heels echoed at the accounting department's entrance, deliberate yet unhurried, with a familiar rhythm. Chen Yi, who had not been seen for several days, entered the room. Today, she wore a fitted light gray suit dress, the hemline just above the knee, flowing gracefully like water cascading from her shoulders. Her chestnut long hair was elegantly pinned up with a silver hairpin, her presence reminiscent of a budding magnolia swaying in the breeze, both poised and dignified. She exchanged a few light-hearted words with Feng Yuji, inquired about some accounting matters, then seemingly by chance, strolled around before making her way toward the exit. As she passed Chen Guodong's desk, her fingertips hesitated momentarily. Noticing no one was paying attention, her slender, jade-like index finger gently tapped the corner of his desk twice before she gracefully departed. Chen Guodong did not look up. Only after she had walked past did his expression momentarily shift, the corners of his lips curving subtly. In the evening, at the familiar locale. In the CAF nestled at the street corner beneath Chun Ye's building, the lighting was dim and warm, while outside the glass windows, the city was shrouded in night. Street lamps stood silently along the roadside, reminiscent of bygone days cloaked in the stillness of night. Chen Guodong sat at a wall-side table, his untouched coffee casting a faint glow at the rim. His demeanor was calm, fingers with pronounced knuckles tapping lightly and slowly on the table. When Chunyi entered, she wore the same pale blue silk shirt, her light gray suit draped over her arm. She cast a glance at him, the corners of her lips subtly curling. Neither rushed to speak, allowing the air to be gradually infused with the aroma of coffee. As the waiter approached from afar to set down a sugar bowl, Chunyi finally broke the silence. She did not hasten to the crux of the matter, instead stirring her cappuccino, the froth swirling into a vortex within the coffee. "You don't look well. You summoned me. It mustn't be good news," she remarked. Chen Guodong lifted his gaze to meet hers, his brow still furrowed. "I have not heard any whispers, which suggests that the matter is not yet conclusively settled. Therefore, your call indicates that something is amiss. At this moment, it cannot be definitively termed a problem," she replied, her tone restrained yet her expression unusually solemn. "However, there is indeed a situation." Chen Guodong remained silent, listening as she continued. "Within the entire branch, many aspire to join the credit department, especially with the new office being established. Everyone perceives it as a promising opportunity. The final candidates have been narrowed down to 3 for 2 positions." Chunyi paused, taking a sip of her coffee before continuing. "You, the cashier Tin Xian, and..." She raised her gaze to look at him. "You all have Su Feihua from the accounting department vying for a position." Chen Guodong's expression turned peculiar him. Chunyi chuckled softly, a breeze gracing the surface of a lake, her face adorned with charm. "Are you surprised? I am too. A local from Yangcheng who struggles with Mandarin. How could he suddenly aim for the credit department? What an extraordinary coincidence." Chen Guodong did not smile, his face reflecting a rather constipated look. Yet, his position had essentially been secured. She whispered, "I heard that someone from above specifically requested him. It seems he has quite a significant background." "Oh." At that moment, Chunyi noticed Chen Guodong's strange expression and his constipated demeanor, prompting her curiosity. "What's wrong?" Chen Guodong sighed, covering his face. "To be precise, Su Feihua is technically my subordinate. I suggested he apply to the credit department." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with intrigue, reminiscent of a cat hearing the bubbling of fish soup. She leaned slightly forward, her voice brimming with uncontainable amusement. "What did you say? He is going to the credit department at your behest?" Faced with Chen Ye's eager gaze, Chen Guodong found himself recounting the conversation he had had with Su Feihua and Dalian during the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, along with the preliminary agreement they had drafted. Chen Yi was initially taken aback, but soon her hands flew to her mouth in laughter, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye glimmering with mirth. Her laughter grew increasingly exaggerated, bending her waist, nearly spilling her coffee, her tone filled with delightful mischief. "So, you personally arranged for your own subordinate to usurp the very position you had so desperately coveted? Oh dear, this is too amusing." Chen Yi laughed charmingly, her body trembling lightly, akin to a peach blossom swaying in the spring breeze. Her every glance exuded allure, imbued with a rare sense of joy and tenderness. Chen Guodong observed her, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, yet he remained silent. This matter escalated into a commotion. Chapter 77. The Tiger's Fury. I watched Chen Yi laugh ungracefully for a while. Chen Guodong, somewhat irritable, remarked, "All right, enough laughter. Isn't there still one more spot available?" "What's the deal with Qin Xian?" Chen Guodong inquired. "I've seen her a few times in the cashier department. She is a demure and elegant young girl. She speaks softly and seems to be from Hunan. Why would she suddenly wish to become a loan officer in the credit department?" "Humph." Chen Yi scoffed disdainfully. "Why would she want to join the credit department? What else could it be but that Lin Yang has taken a fancy to her? That guy is nearly 30 yet still acts like a carefree youth. If it weren't for his brother-in-law being a department head at the branch, how could he possibly be the deputy section chief at Dongshan branch?" She continued, "All day long, he plays the role of a duplicitous schemer." Chen Guodong recalled the unusual warmth Lin Yang exhibited when he visited Jiang Ho Jun on the 3rd floor. It indeed felt somewhat peculiar. After Chen Yi finished speaking, she lowered her head to sip her coffee, her movements slow as if she were gradually dissipating her anger. Therefore, she chuckled once more, her tone nonchalant as she continued. There is indeed a bit of trouble now, but fear not. I have yet to voice my concerns. She lifted her gaze, her eyes returning to Chen Guodong's face. Her voice still gentle, yet imbued with a steely resolve. At worst, I shall turn the tables and see who is truly formidable. Let them witness whether Dongshan branch can do without me. Chen Yi. In that moment, though she donned a silk blouse and her makeup was alluring, her fingertips radiated a gentle glow. Yet she seemed to have emerged from a traditional painting, transforming into a heroine with sword-like brows and a fierce smile, concealing her sharpness beneath her laughter, her sword whispering at her waist. Chen Guodong leaned back in his chair, observing her in silence for a while. Suddenly, he recalled an old adage: wine should be warm, tea should be cold, and women should be fierce. And the lady before him likely embodied all three traits. He lowered his gaze to the coffee in his hand, smiled softly, and without uttering a word, tucked that hint of sword-like intent away in a quiet corner of his heart. Chen Yi truly did overturn the table. Chen Guodong learned of this event the day after it transpired. Numerous fascinating tales emerged regarding Chen Yi's table-flipping incident. For instance, it was said that Chen Yi and Lin Yang argued over who should be promoted to the credit department, slamming the table as Chen Yi declared, "You want Qin Xian in the credit department just so she can be your girlfriend." Lin Yang retorted, "What nonsense. Can I not say you want Chen Guodong in the credit department just to make him your boyfriend?" Chen Yi boldly replied, "I dare to affirm it." "Do you dare to deny it?" Lin Yang fell silent. Such words from Chen Yi were fearless. How could he dare to counter? Furthermore, it was rumored that she loudly declared to Li Qingming and Zhang Hojun that she could not abide by the corrupt practices of the incompetent rising while the capable remained suppressed. A mere runner, untouched by the complexities of business, could easily secure a position in the credit department. Yet, why should an exemplary student from a specialized financial institution be denied? Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong could not help but roll his eyes. Ultimately, the events unfolded in such a way that both Chen Guodong and Su Feihua were transferred to the credit department. Following the establishment of the Yongfu Road office, Chen Yi was appointed as its inaugural director, with Lin Xiaoman serving as the deputy director. Chen Guodong, as a loan officer, accompanied the transfer to the Yongfu Road office. While all responsibilities previously held by Chen Yi at the Dongshan branch were entrusted to Lin Yang. In a fleeting moment, the entire Dongshan branch was engulfed in a whirlwind of change, echoing the sentiments of an exhilarating and tumultuous drama. The day after the upheaval, Chen Guodong returned to the office, noticing an unusual quietness in the corridors, which he initially attributed to the post-New Year lull. It was only later that he became aware of the extraordinary turmoil that had transpired. To his astonishment, Chen Yi's proclamation of flipping the table was not a mere metaphor. It was a candid and unrefined declaration of intent. The incident continued to ripple through the office. In the tea room, whispers of various opinions circulated, albeit in hushed tones. Colleagues who encountered Chen Guodong maintained their smiles. Yet beneath those expressions lay a depth of unspoken understanding. In the accounting department, Chen Guodong remained diligently engrossed in his work, while furtive glances seemed to appear more frequently from his peers. Whenever he turned, almost sensing their gaze, those stares would retreat like the ephemeral bloom of a night blooming cereus, barely visible before vanishing once more. One colleague, while delivering documents, quietly remarked, "Hey, Guodong, I hear you're moving up to the third floor. It seems rather complex over there." The tone was neutral, yet the unfinished thought lingered heavily in the air. Others, speaking behind closed doors, were careful to ensure their words reached Chen Guodong's ears. In this day and age, being recognized is truly fortunate. No misunderstanding intended. I'm merely speaking casually. On the surface, tranquility reigned, yet beneath it lay a torrent of unacknowledged currents. No one dared to mention Chen Yi's table-flipping incident. It had become a taboo within the Dongshan branch, as if that grand battle had never occurred. Yet, the air was tinged with the faint scent of lingering gunpowder, and the slightest shift could unveil a myriad of hidden implications. Lin Xiaoman was among the few who candidly expressed her sentiments to Chen Guodong. During their lunch break, she found him by the small window adjacent to the tea room, standing amidst dappled light. As she stirred her drink, she softly spoke. "The Yongfu Road office is nearly ready. It may be inaugurated before May Day. I will be responsible for accounting, cash handling, and savings operations. And I hear you'll be joining us. We must coordinate closely." Chen Guodong held Lin Xiaoman in high regard and promptly assured her, "Sister Xiaoman, rest assured. We shall strive together. There is no challenge we cannot overcome. Lin Xiaoman hesitated, lowering her voice further. Do not let others' opinions about Chun Yi's temperament affect you. She may not always follow conventional methods, but her intentions are invariably good. Do not take it to heart. Chen Guodong replied softly, Sister Xiaoman, you need not worry. I understand. He surely understands. The individual had already signaled him before turning the table, yet he remained oblivious to the authenticity of that warning. Truly, it's as if one mistook a tiger's silence for timidity. It is likely that the higher-ups are also suffering from a headache. For someone like Chen Yi, who possesses both the capability and a formidable temper, would trouble any leader. Otherwise, she would not have been dispatched to the newly established office as a pioneer. Regardless of the circumstances, defying one's superiors invariably incurs consequences. Even Chen Yi is not exempt from this rule. Fang Yuji refrained from discussing much with Chen Guodong. She merely dropped off a document as she passed by his desk one day. Her tone was as casual as if engaging in idle chit-chat. There will be a number of personnel adjustments soon. After this month, the new personnel changes will be finalized. Having said this, she left, her demeanor remaining gentle. However, her ability to convey such information to Chen Guodong indicated that many matters were already set in stone. 2 days later, on yet another ordinary afternoon, the sunlight cast a faint shadow through the gray-blue roller blinds. Fang Yuji received a phone call, spoke a few words, then hung up. Turning to Chen Guodong, she said, Guozhong, the credit department has notified you to go to the 3rd floor with Su Feihua. Jiang Ku is looking for you. Su Feihua has already informed him. Chen Guozhong acknowledged her, setting aside his current task, and casually placed the freshly completed report into a file. As he stood, his expression remained unchanged, a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips. Preferring not to take the elevator from the 2nd to the 3rd floor, Chen Guozhong turned the corner to find the elevator doors opening. Su Feihua, rarely seen in dress pants, emerged from the elevator with a folder in hand, appearing quite cheerful, their strides almost synchronized. Upon spotting Chen Guozhong, Su Feihua's eyes lit up with surprise, instinctively ready to speak. Chen Guozhong quickly raised a hand, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. He exchanged a knowing glance, blinking emphatically, then subtly indicated the credit department with a slight shake of his head. His movements were crisp and efficient, akin to performing an exquisitely choreographed silent play. Yet, the corner of his mouth curled disdainfully, emitting a soft huff as he strode into the credit department. His expression suggested he had encountered someone he wished to avoid, radiating both disdain and aloofness, his gaze imbued with a disinterest that kept others at bay. Su Feihua paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended the situation. His expression shifted dramatically, morphing into one of displeasure as he glared at the silent figure ahead. Thus, they entered the credit department, one following the other like two adversaries who held mutual disdain. Several staff members leaned against their cubicles, engaged in casual conversation. And upon hearing the commotion, they lifted their eyes to observe the two, akin to roosters squaring off. Their glances flitted between the two, revealing no sense of surprise. At that moment, Chun Yi sat at her desk, observing these two with great amusement, secretly lamenting that if this little man couldn't thrive in the banking world, he might indeed consider a career in acting. His expressions were spot on. There is also that lad involved in exchanges, at the very least. He is a golden supporting character. Chen Yi exited with a smile, intending to find a place to laugh heartily 3 times. Lin Yang leaned against the desk, gently swaying his teacup, a smile gracing his eyes as he watched Chen Yi depart. He turned and quietly remarked to Lu Junkai, "You see, it was indeed as I suspected." Lu Junkai closed the pen he had been twirling and followed Lin Yang's gaze, his tone languid, with rumors circulating like this. "It's only natural to feel a bit uneasy." Chen Yi's words were rather harsh. It would be strange if these two could get along. Kai Jie sat by the window, leisurely flipping through documents, his head unraised. After that table-thumping incident, the entire branch was aware. If a mere exchange runner could enter the credit department, why can't a university graduate in finance? Once those words spread, there was no room for reconciliation. Lin Yang snorted softly, lowering his head to sip his tea, as if he were listening to a joke. In Jiang Hojuan's office, the two took their seats, yet maintained a significant distance, not daring to exchange a glance. The window was open, the wind carrying the sound of rustling papers along with a faint aroma of cigars, which Jiang Hojun relished. Observing Chen Guodong and Su Feihua seated opposite him, Jiang Hojun pushed a few documents across the table. His tone even. This is a formal notification for both of you. You will be officially transferred to the credit department. Your transfer orders will be delivered to your department heads in the next couple of days. Please promptly organize and hand over your current tasks, as you are to report to the credit department for work starting next week. Chen Guodong nodded in acknowledgement, his expression serene as still water. Su Feihua also bowed his head in agreement, behaving quite properly, responding in a very ordinary manner. Jiang Hojun, observing these two newcomers who had already caused quite a stir, could not help but sigh internally, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. He was aware that the two had never gotten along from the start, making them difficult to manage. Yet, this had become an established fact. One was a product of Chun Ye's machinations, while the other was appointed by higher-ups. He paused, still adhering to the customary encouraging remarks. In the realm of credit, rules are paramount. Processes, compliance, risk control, none can be overlooked. As newcomers, do not hesitate to ask the seasoned colleagues in the department if you have questions. Be proactive in your work. First learn to be a person, and then learn to do your job. And remember, service is crucial. The customer is always our top priority. We must cultivate a service-oriented mindset. As he concluded, he gazed at the two, unable to resist adding, moreover, our department is small. We must unite as we often cross paths. A cohesive team possesses strength. After uttering this, another thought arose in his mind. It was all Chun Ye's tempestuous doing, with a tongue that knew no restraint, truly a troublemaker. Yet, this sentiment must remain unspoken. Thus, he swallowed it back and shifted his tone. All right, that's all. Prepare accordingly, and I'll see you next week. As the two departed the office, they continued to maintain their distance, the atmosphere as still as stagnant water, devoid of any ripples. Upon reaching the stairwell, Chen Guodong paused, casting a fleeting glance at Su Feihua, subtly gesturing towards the position of his waist. He then turned and descended the stairs. The night remains unchanged. In the familiar place, the CAF at the corner of Garden, the ambient light continues to exude a warm glow. Outside the window, the streetlights cast their slanted beams, mingling with the sporadic shadows of passing vehicles. However, the table by the window has been occupied by new patrons, Chen Guodong and Su Feihua. The CAF is not crowded, and in the quiet corner, one can hear the gentle clinking of porcelain cups. After serving 2 cups of coffee, the waitress discreetly withdraws. Su Feihua plops down into his seat, draping his coat over the backrest. His eyes sparkle with mischief as he bursts into laughter. Hey, Guodong, how did we perform today? The moment I walked in and caught your gaze, I felt so alert. Instant wakefulness. Oh, have you looked in the mirror? Your complexion was so frosty, so aloof. I almost thought you were about to turn hostile. He speaks with an air of triumph, stirring his latte with childlike enthusiasm. Did you see the look in Lin Yang's eyes? They bought it completely. Now the entire Dongshan branch probably thinks we're sworn enemies. Who knows? Maybe we've even had a scuffle in the hallway. Brother, I tell you, this sense of achievement is far more exhilarating than being in the credit department. Chen Guodong leans back in his chair, gazing at the untouched froth circling the rim of his cup. The corners of his lips twitch, resembling a smile mingled with resignation. You may be enjoying yourself, reveling in the act, but do you realize you nearly dragged me into a pitfall? Su Feihua pauses, quickly waving his hands, his expression one of feigned innocence. Oh, come on, brother, don't blame me. You taught me to treat home as our biggest client, our greatest ally. I merely followed your advice. Later, during dinner, I resolved to express my determination to my father, said a few words he wanted to hear, and casually mentioned I was interested in the credit department. I swear, he didn't even set down his chopsticks, just grunted in response. I doubted he even registered what I said. After a brief pause, Su Feihua's eyes glimmer with a hint of guilty mischief. Who would have thought that grunt would carry such weight? I truly didn't anticipate it would lead to this. Who knew my father wielded such influence? I owe you a feast at Judagwa to make amends. Chen Guodong gently shakes his head, chuckling softly. All right, don't pretend you were caught off guard. I miscalculated too. I nearly led myself into a trap, risking it all. Chapter 79. Do you have something to tell me? After exchanging trivial banter for a while, Su Feihua takes a sip of his coffee. Suddenly, he leans in closer, lowering his voice, his eyes bright. Hey, Guodong, may I ask why we must feign animosity? It feels like a scene from a Hong Kong film, doesn't it? Aren't undercover operatives always portrayed this way? Chen Guodong chuckles softly, taking his time to respond. Savoring a generous sip of coffee before slowly articulating. The credit department is not comparable to the accounting department. It's far more intricate than your previous exchanges. Have you not noticed? Lin Yang and Chen Yi are no longer engaged in subtle skirmishes. It has escalated into an open confrontation. On the surface, Chen Yi has been promoted to the office, but in reality, it's a mere faade. He has been discreetly demoted, and Lin Yang has completely claimed the lucrative territory of the credit department. Chen Yi has lost this round. Chen Guodong was well aware that Chen Yi's decision was made with him in mind, though such sentiments could not be publicly expressed. It was evident from Lu Junkai and Kai Jia's demeanor. They had once been relatively close to Chen Yi, yet now appeared eager to align themselves with Lin Yang at the earliest opportunity. You, he said, lifting his gaze to Su Feihua, momentarily pausing, are the one who openly challenged Chen Yi. Even if you remain silent, in Lin Yang's eyes, you could never be considered an ally of Chen Yi. Similarly, Chen Yi's unwavering support for me, even at the risk of offending superiors, naturally positions me as one of Chen Yi's own. However, your pretense of being at odds with me, while seemingly a facade, has inadvertently solidified your allegiance. Lin Yang and his associates will naturally embrace you, accepting you as one of their own. Consequently, any future discussions will no longer exclude you. You will hear and see much more than I do. We must discern their intentions and even anticipate their potential missteps, for that knowledge will be our greatest advantage. Upon hearing these words, Su Feihua's eyes widened, and his mouth slowly opened in realization. Suddenly, he slammed the table and, in an excited whisper, exclaimed, "Wow, isn't this akin to being an undercover agent? No wonder it's so exhilarating. I'm essentially starring in my favorite Hong Kong film." He leaned in closer, asking quietly, "So, what role do you play? You aren't the white paper fan, are you?" Chen Guodong did not meet his gaze, merely raising his cup for a sip and nonchalantly replying, "As for me, I do not act. The role here is too minimal to warrant my involvement." The light cast a gentle shadow across his features, elongating the lines of his face, his expression remaining as composed as ever. The conversation shifted to their upcoming work together in the loan department on Wednesday, with Su Feihua animatedly discussing how they could portray adversaries within the office, his excitement palpable. However, it was unfortunate that, before long, the office on Yongfu Road would be opening, requiring both Chen Yi and Chen Guodong to be there. Without Chen Guodong, the dynamics would undoubtedly change. As they chatted, the topic circled back to the batch of 88 Qing. Su Feihua pushed his coffee cup forward, reclining more comfortably, yet his tone carried a note of pride. "I spoke with my uncle about the situation. He is a seasoned player in Xiangjiang. His tea shop has been on Prince Edward Road for over a decade and has connections with many well-established tea houses in the area. The Tea Art Paradise was originally a new venture, not a traditional tea house. Nevertheless, my uncle visited there a few days ago, only to find the owner, Chen Guodong, had returned to the mainland and was currently unavailable." He paused, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "However, the message has been conveyed. While we may not see the person, the staff have already communicated our interest. We expressed that there is a client looking for a batch of 80s 7542, amounting to 50 pieces. Even at present, each piece fetches a little over 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Should the quantity increase, we might secure a better price. My uncle assured me that he would notify me as soon as Chen returns." Su Feihua spoke with great enthusiasm, his eyes shimmering with a spark of passion, truly embodying the essence of a tea connoisseur. Chen Guodong listened intently, nodding his head, yet his brow remained furrowed as he pondered a concern. It seemed that in Xiangjiang, there were guilds for tea, categorized into first and second-tier merchants. He recalled that your uncle dealt with second-tier merchants. Furthermore, it appeared that Chen Guodong was not part of this guild in Hong Kong, raising the question of whether asking your uncle to purchase on your behalf might cause complications. Perhaps, as a younger generation, you might find it difficult to decline his assistance, but it is imperative for us to be considerate in such matters. Therefore, ensure you clarify the situation. If there are complications on that end, it may necessitate your personal intervention." Su Feihua was taken aback, slapping his forehead in realization. "Guodong, how do you know so much?" he exclaimed. "I'll ask about it when I get back. I certainly don't want my mother finding out and giving me a scolding." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Guodong inquired, "How prepared are you for storing the tea once it's purchased?" Su Feihua straightened up, puffing out his chest with confidence. "Guodong, are you jesting? Do you doubt my capabilities? I have arranged everything on the list you provided. A horn fan, a dehumidifier, and a timer for the air conditioning. The room I've chosen is my best one, south-facing for optimal ventilation, and I've even laid down shelves. You have always emphasized that a dry storage is crucial. If it becomes damp or musty, everything will be ruined. I assure you, there will be no mishaps. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, swallowing hard. Now, I am merely awaiting the return of my 50 pieces of 88 Qingbing, which I will neatly stack on the cedar shelves. Just looking at them makes me want to bow in reverence, but alas, it is simply too few. Su Feihua looked at Chen Guodong with a pitiful expression. 50 pieces can hardly fill a room. Chen Guodong couldn't help but chuckle. This is merely the first step. We must test the waters. Are you truly afraid that you won't have enough tea in the future? Who knows? You might become the foremost tea enthusiast in Yangcheng. Su Feihua, oblivious to the teasing undertone in Chen Guodong's words, gazed ahead with eager anticipation. Chen Guodong, who had been sipping his coffee with a slight smile lingering on his lips from their earlier banter, suddenly found his movements slowing. A thought struck him. The current situation in the credit department, born of a fortunate coincidence, might indeed yield unexpectedly favorable results. Yet, should he enlist Su Feihua's assistance? He gently traced his fingers around the rim of his cup, feeling as if he were ensnared in a dilemma. Su Feihua sensed something amiss and lifted his gaze. He noticed Chen Guodong's brow was slightly knitted, his eyes gazing out the window, seemingly lost in contemplation or perhaps indecision. Guodong. Su Feihua tilted his head, cautiously inquiring. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Chapter 80. The greatest double agent. Chen Guodong pressed his lips together, remaining silent for a couple of seconds. It was as if he were weighing his words, finally speaking in a hushed tone. Indeed, there is something I need to address. He spoke slowly, as if each word was painstakingly drawn from the depths of his throat. This matter is not directly related to you. It is a personal issue. However, it holds great significance for me. Chen Guodong paused momentarily, his fingertips gently tapping the edge of the table as he softly added. There is indeed a certain level of risk. Su Feihua shifted slightly, his expression turning serious. Although he had a somewhat reckless demeanor, he possessed the unique shrewdness, alertness, and loyalty characteristic of a native of Yangcheng. Otherwise, Chen Guodong would not have contemplated collaboration with him. However, from their interactions over this period, Su Feihua recognized that Chen Guodong was typically composed. For him to speak hesitantly was certainly out of the ordinary. Su Feihua glanced at Chen Guodong, his gaze becoming more earnest. He murmured, Brother Guodong, feel free to speak your mind. Given your usual steadiness, you would not express yourself like this unless it were of great importance. I am truly pleased that you are confiding in me today. Your acknowledgement of the matter's significance only reinforces your trust in me. Su Feihua paused, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, though he refrained from laughter. Rest assured, regardless of whether it concerns me or not, if you ask, I shall treat it as my own affair. If you truly wish to remain silent, I shall not pry. However, should you choose to share, I assure you I will not falter. Chen Guodong regarded him, his eyes finally revealing a flicker of emotion. He set down his coffee cup and gradually straightened his posture. A breeze brushed past the window, casting dappled shadows of the trees onto the glass. Chen Guodong gazed at the interplay of light and shadow, his voice lowering. I intend to deal with someone. He spoke softly, yet his words fell like a heavy weight in the night, seemingly lowering the air pressure in the room. Lu Junkai. Upon hearing this name, Su Feihua froze momentarily, then inhaled sharply. He was not naive. Among the individuals in the credit department, Lu Junkai's background was the most prominent. Lu's father was the influential deputy district chief of Tiandong district. Although Lu himself exhibited a rather carefree attitude, he was fortunate to have a powerful father. Brother Guodong, Su Feihua began, his mouth opening as if to offer counsel, but he noticed the calmness in his counterpart's demeanor, underpinned by a profound and resolute determination. Su Feihua understood that further discussion would be futile. Coming from a family of merchants, he had an innate ability to read people, a skill honed over millennia of social dynamics in China. Yet, at this moment, he still stood firmly by Chen Guodong's side. Chen Guodong slowly raised his gaze, his tone remaining unsettlingly steady. I have a deep-seated grudge with him. It is not merely a matter of rivalry or minor workplace friction. It is a matter of irreconcilable conflict. He paused, his eyes piercing through the haze like a ray of light. You need not involve yourself in this matter. I will handle everything. Your role is not to accompany me, but rather Quite the opposite. You must deliberately cultivate a friendship with Lu Junkai, ensuring he perceives you as an ally, his closest confidant. Your task is to gather comprehensive information about him, leaving no detail overlooked. Personal, private, emotional, historical, interpersonal connections, asset flows, and social circles must all be included. You need not act hastily or intervene. Simply collect this intelligence quietly and deliver it into my hands. Su Feihua did not respond immediately. He gazed at Chen Guodong's face, which bore an air of composure and calm, speaking with meticulous clarity. It resembled a dormant ancient beast, evoking an inexplicable chill within him. Suddenly, he comprehended that Chen Guodong was utterly serious. It was a matter of life and death. Su Feihua remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Brother Guodong, I understand. Rest assured, leave it to me. Chen Guodong regarded him with an unwavering gaze and said softly, remember, do not rush, I can wait. I am not afraid of his current arrogance, nor am I eager to exact revenge. I only require a singular, decisive opportunity. His words were light, yet his tone was akin to a sword concealed beneath a millennium of ice. Though it lacked apparent sharpness, it was chilling to the bone. Su Feihua leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly, as if recalibrating his suddenly tense nerves. After a moment, he smiled, not a jest, but a knowing, low chuckle. All right. From this moment on, leave Lu Junkai to me. The two exchanged a glance, their understanding profound and mutual. In unison, they raised their glasses, clinking them gently before draining their contents. As they reveled in the ominous atmosphere that seemed to arise from nowhere, silence enveloped them, even as their coffee grew cold and unnoticed. At that moment, the wooden floor behind them creaked lightly, and a slender figure glided in like mist. The sharp heels clicked softly against the ground, and the pale gray trench coat trailed behind, the light elongating and blurring her silhouette. A voice floated in, light yet piercing. Well, you two. It turns out you are indeed in cahoots. You two deceivers actually conspired to fool the entire Dongshan branch. The voice was not loud, yet it was clear enough to send shivers down Su Feihua's spine. His heart raced as his coffee cup rattled against the saucer, nearly slipping from his grasp. He trembled, his complexion draining of color, as if he had been frozen in place. Cold sweat broke out at the nape of his neck, cascading down his spine. How do you know? He stammered, his spirit nearly fleeing in fright. Chen Guodong shot a reproachful glance at the triumphant Chen Hu, cradling her coffee, and chided. Why scare him like that? He then reassured the still shocked Su Feihua. Ignore her. She has known we are allies all along. She's just trying to frighten you for fun. Chen Yi smirked, her fingers idly tracing the rim of her coffee cup, her demeanor languid as she teased. What a jumpy little fellow. Gradually, Su Feihua regained his composure, dramatically rubbing his chest and gasping. Oh my goodness, I nearly lost my soul. That was too intense. He plopped back down, his face still pale from the fright. Yet, his expression shifted from shock to contemplation, and suddenly he sprang up again. Wait a minute. You knew very well that Guodong and I are on the same side. Yet you chose to belittle me in front of the branch's leadership. What do you mean, someone who runs errands can enter the credit department, while a finance major cannot? What do you mean by small-time hustlers? Capable individuals are pushed down, while the incompetent rise. It seems you regard me as a mere sycophant reliant solely on connections. Chen Yi, unfazed, merely cast a glance in his direction, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye glistening under the light. When she smiled, her expression was both alluring and laced with irony. I speak the truth. After all, it's not as if you care. Chen Guodong shook his head, asserting, your understanding is misguided. Is not having connections a form of capability? Relationships are the primary productive force, saving years of struggle. Su Feihua exclaimed in frustration, You all. I am utterly exasperated. I have my pride too. What use are the faces of those individuals to you? Chen Yi lightly interjected with a question that left him speechless. Carrying too many is burdensome. Discarding them is just right. Look at you and that petty Chen fellow. A mere performance would lead the credit department to genuinely believe you are at odds. They would certainly think they've struck gold, and mark my words. Next week, they will treat you with more affection than their own kin. She took a leisurely sip of her tea, adding, So, I am assisting you, helping you navigate the credit department and firmly establish your footing. Su Feihua, momentarily at a loss for words, could only roll his eyes and lean against the back of his chair, staring at the ceiling as if lamenting his unfortunate encounters. However, Reflecting upon the events of the past few days at the Dongshan branch, he realized with a start that he had indeed become the greatest beneficiary, adeptly maneuvering through the system, becoming the ultimate double agent. As he pondered, he shook his head, unable to suppress a soft click of his tongue, murmuring, "Truly, Brother Guodong has only just arrived, yet he has already transformed the most troublesome Chun fox of the Dongshan branch." Suddenly, he recalled a classic exchange. "Did you allow Chen Guodong into the credit department merely to have him as your boyfriend?" Chen Yi replied, "I dare to admit it. Do you dare not?" Su Feihua shivered suddenly, his eyes darting between Chen Guodong and Chen Yi, increasingly sensing a resemblance. Chen Guodong, bewildered by his scrutiny, wondered what was troubling the young man. Only Chen Yi seemed to catch on, her cheeks flushing involuntarily, as she chided, "What are you staring at?" Su Feihua's heart raced, hastily averting his gaze, thinking to himself, "Goodness, could it be that Brother Guodong is pursuing old pastures?" Of course, such a thought was one he would never dare voice. Should he utter it, Chen Yi would not hesitate to dismantle him piece by piece. A few days later, the official transfer documents were issued. Chen Guodong and Su Feihua were formally reassigned from the accounting department to the credit department. Descending, completing handovers, and clearing desks, they followed the established protocol. All the while the murmurs from various departments echoed down the corridor. Thus, the new wave of internal movement at the Dongshan branch commenced with their transition, marking the beginning of a new chapter. In truth, many personnel changes had become open secrets, akin to Lin Xiaoman's situation. They awaited the official inauguration of the office on Yongfu Road before settling into their roles. This round of personnel adjustments would only solidify at that time. That morning, Chen Guodong carried a box filled with documents and stationery, while Su Feihua, in a more straightforward manner, simply exchanged the keys to the motorcycle used for running errands. With a casual air, Su Feihua tucked his notebook under his arm, and the two entered the credit department, one following the other. The visage of the new colleague was not entirely unfamiliar, and the atmosphere was indeed cordial, yet there lingered an inexplicable sense of detachment. The office cubicles had long been arranged, with Chen Guodong's position strategically placed in front of Chen Yi, directly facing the diagonal corner of her desk. A mere tilt of the head revealed her meticulously organized stack of files and her slender fingers, occasionally tapping the surface of the desk with an elegance reminiscent of jade. With her brow lowered and her chestnut hair lazily curled at the temples, she immersed herself in reviewing documents, neither lifting her gaze nor uttering a word. In contrast, Su Feihua found himself conveniently positioned on the opposite side, near the entrance, aligning himself alongside seasoned veterans like Lin Yang, Lu Junkai, and Kai Jia. Whether by intention or coincidence, the arrangement was unmistakably clear. On the first day, Chen Guodong uttered no words, merely nodding toward Chen Yi as he settled into his seat. The following day, he received from her a stack of documents accompanied by the phrase, "Feel free to ask me if you don't understand." These documents pertained to client information, specifically clients transferred to the office on Yongfu Road after its establishment, most of whom were originally contacted by Chen Yi. Chen Guodong responded with a polite acknowledgement. Yet, he could not suppress a faint smile. Receiving guidance in such a straightforward manner was far more dignified than the customary practice of slipping notes with reports. Meanwhile, Su Feihua, having barely settled in, found himself touched by the concern of his senior colleagues. According to protocol, new members of the team are typically assigned a few client resources by the department head. Usually, these clients are mediocre at best, and certainly not too challenging. However, as Su Feihua gazed at the client information in his hands, Kaishan Industrial Company, Limited, he realized this was already considered a premier client for the Dongshan branch. It was rare for a newcomer to be entrusted with such responsibility. This was merely the beginning. On the second evening, as closing time approached, and Chen Yi and Chen Guodong stepped away momentarily, Lu Junkai approached Su Feihua, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Hey, let us have dinner tonight to celebrate your official arrival in the credit department. Come on, relax. Our team has a great atmosphere," he said, his tone warm and inviting. Kai Jia echoed the sentiment, the reasons offered being as grand as they were sincere. Naturally, Su Feihua accepted the invitation, enjoying the delightful food and drinks. The experience of being welcomed felt incredibly rewarding. As twilight descended, several floors of the Dongshan branch building gradually dimmed their lights, the external illumination fading in tandem. Lin Yang and his group departed promptly at the designated time. Chen Yi, however, remained seated, poring over materials behind Chen Guodong, her silhouette serene, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye shimmering softly in the dusk. Chen Guodong glanced towards the illuminated office of Jiang Hojun, understanding dawning upon him, and resumed his examination of the documents on his desk. A beam of light slanted across the tabletop, calm yet warm. The game had commenced, silent yet profound. Noticing Chun Yi coincidentally departing alongside Jiang Hojun, Chen Guodong could not help but silently commend Chen Yi with a thumbs up. Under her illustrious reputation, indeed, she was no ordinary figure. Thus, when Chen Guodong departed the Dongshan branch, the moon had already ascended high into the night sky. As the clamor of the day waned, the entire Dongshan coast seemed to sink into the embrace of night, leaving only the faint halo of a street lamp at the corner, casting mottled shadows of trees upon the ground. He walked leisurely, having just turned right out of the branch office, when he spotted a figure ahead, beneath the flickering light of a half-broken street lamp. The individual was clad in form-fitting black tactical attire, wearing a black cap pulled low over their brow, hurrying forward. A black backpack was slung across their shoulder, their physique lithe and taut, resembling a bowstring drawn tight. Chen Guodong was advancing when a fleeting glance caused him to halt abruptly. That silhouette was too familiar. With broad shoulders, a stable stance, arms naturally hanging by their side, and feet slightly apart, it was Sun Yong. This attire, this hour, this demeanor felt decidedly off. He recalled that Sun Yong had been on duty these past few days. What could possibly bring him here? Where was he headed? The scene replayed in Chen Guodong's mind like a cinematic fragment. Gradually, he discerned the anomaly. There was a bulge at Sun Yong's waist, an irregular shape. A frown creased Chen Guodong's forehead as understanding dawned upon him. Sun Yong must have ventured out to transport goods for a little extra cash. It was 1994, and the nation's security was far from the standards of the 21st century. Especially along the long-haul highways, highwaymen were not only prevalent, but notoriously ruthless. At times, as soon as one ventured out of the suburbs, they could be confronted by 3 or 5 assailants wielding steel pipes, military daggers, and even homemade firearms. If one could not fight, they had no business in this line of work. This was a shared consensus among many traders, business owners, and long-haul drivers. Consequently, many drivers and cargo owners carried weapons for protection. Otherwise, they risked losing tens of thousands in goods along with their vehicles. Often, they would seek the company of fellow villagers or friends for added courage. And of course, they would bring along weapons, sharing a portion of their hard-earned fees upon safe arrival. These individuals were known as cargo escorts. Chen Guodong exhaled slowly. In his previous life, he had engaged in conversations with colleagues, some of whom were well acquainted with law enforcement and had mentioned that certain officers often took their firearms on escort duties for extra income. There was even an incident where shots were fired in a clash. Fortunately, no one was seriously harmed, but it deterred them from continuing such perilous dealings. He had heard whispers in his past life that some personnel in the Dongshan branch, while nominally on duty, frequently slipped away at night. The firearms belonged to the bank. The regulations were self-imposed, signed, and checked by themselves. Yet, should an incident arise, even a stray shot or a citizen's report, the repercussions could be severe, beginning with a significant reprimand. Or worse, imprisonment. Was it worth the risk for such meager sums? He furrowed his brow, recalling Sun Yong's past, having emerged from the jungles of Vietnam, accustomed to bloodshed and hardship, naturally desensitized to danger. Ultimately, Chen Guodong did nothing. He merely stood at a distance, watching as the figure flickered under the dim streetlight before slipping around the corner and into the crowd, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chen Guodong paused for a moment, adjusted the collar of his trench coat, and continued his journey homeward. His steps were light, yet his thoughts stirred. Contemplating Sun Yong's character and recalling the 6,000 yuan that remained unpaid, Chen Guodong discerned that there must be trouble at Sun Yong's home. A resolution formed in his heart. Chapter 82. The Thoughts of Jiang Hojun in the Blink of an Eye. It had been over a week since Chen Guodong was promoted to the credit department. During this time, he had attempted to locate Sun Yong several times, but to no avail. Li Shutian informed him that Sun Yong had taken a leave of absence to deal with his father's illness. Upon returning to work, he and Su Feihua, along with a few others, vanished under the pretext of familiarizing themselves with clients. Meanwhile, Chen Guodong diligently engaged in the foundational tasks of credit work. The pace within the credit department was never slow, and thanks to Chun Ye's influence, he managed to navigate around the customary obstacles that newcomers typically faced. Unlike in his previous life, he was no longer sidelined due to his novice status and was spared the need to beg for scarce resources. Without fanfare, Chen Yi discreetly allocated all major clients within the vicinity of Yongfu Road to the newly established office, citing proximity for management as the rationale. This straightforward reasoning yielded remarkably effective results. Thus, the new office would not start from scratch. The intricacies involved were manifold. For instance, clients could first transfer funds to other banks, resulting in a significantly lower deposit base when the funds were eventually moved to the new office. By the end of the year, when performance evaluations were conducted, it would be effortless for each client to allocate a little more to the new office, ensuring the completion of performance targets. Among this clientele were many long-standing borrowers with whom the bank had developed intricate relationships. In other words, these were not merely new clients, but rather established customers with a comprehensive suite of lending and deposit services. Chen Yi presented Chen Guodong with the loan files of these vital clients, which was also her subtle way of facilitating his quick acclimatization to the role and the nuances of the lending business. Attracting deposits could rely on connections alone, devoid of technical skill. However, cultivating reliable borrowers to achieve mutual benefits for both the bank and the enterprise was a true art form. The majority of the bank's profits stem from interest on loans. Questions such as whether a business qualifies for a loan, how to assess the risk of lending, the intended use of the loan, the profitability of its core operations, and its capacity for debt repayment all necessitate a professional and meticulous analysis. These evaluations are encapsulated in the loan analysis report, where the most critical element is the report itself. The other documents merely serve as supporting evidence. To others, these files may appear as a tangled mess of incomprehensible information, but for Chen Guodong, this was precisely where he could unleash his utmost potential. In his previous life, Chen Guodong was renowned for his expertise and meticulousness in loan analysis. The loan examination department of the branch had even sent 3 letters specifically requesting his transfer to a core position within their ranks. Unfortunately, the branch stubbornly refused to let him go, prolonging the matter indefinitely. His prominence in the field stemmed from his adept mastery of the internal control system derived from the World Bank's loan guidelines, which was later adopted by China Construction Bank in 1999. This document, revered in subsequent years as the industry standard, imposed a remarkably systematic and rigorous evaluation requirement for corporate loans. Applicants were mandated to provide authentic financial statements for a minimum of 3 years, including balance sheets, income statements, and cash flow statements. Furthermore, these documents necessitated a systematic analysis of core indicators, such as debt-to-equity ratio, profit margin, inventory turnover ratio, current ratio, quick ratio, accounts receivable collection period, and the efficiency of working capital usage. However, at this moment, these materials seemed to transport him into an alternate dimension. For the past few days, Chen Guodong had been meticulously reviewing the loan files of clients assigned to him by Chen Yi, with sunlight casting a slanted glow over the yellowed pages, exuding the scent of aged paper and ink. The table was cluttered with several client folders, all recently transferred from Chen Ye's office concerning clients from Yongfu Road. Sitting there, he painstakingly flipped through the loan documentation, his fingers pressing down on the pages with a sense of steadiness. He had long grown accustomed to the high-intensity data screening. Yet the current files occasionally furrowed his brow in concern. The materials were indeed plentiful, even abundant. However, abundance often translated to ineffectiveness. The copies of contracts were repetitively redundant. The attachments were in disarray, and the handwriting was blurred. The financial statements resembled hastily filled blank sheets, with some enterprises failing to provide complete annual reports. Not to mention, assessments of repayment capacity, analyses of asset structure, and explanations of fund flows rarely achieved a logical closure. Some loan files were thick with documents, yet contained nothing but empty rhetoric devoid of any repayment risk analysis. At that moment, Chen Guodong came across a loan file from Yangcheng Fengtai Plastic Products Factory. The folder was packed to the brim. He first extracted the loan agreement, followed by various reports, project proposals, business licenses, and asset lists, all in a chaotic order. As he examined each document, his frown deepened. This was a working capital loan, with an application for 1.5 million yuan, a 1-year term, quarterly interest payments, and full repayment of principal and interest due in June of this year. The risk assessment was merely a single page, stating that the client had a good credit history and had been a partner for many years. The loan report merely listed some basic operational and financial conditions of the enterprise, resembling a disjointed ledger, utterly lacking in analysis or summary. There was no mention of the company's repayment capacity whatsoever. Gazing at this file, Chen Guodong paused for a few seconds, unable to bear its inadequacies. He couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head, his brow furrowing into a deep crease as he reluctantly organized the disordered stack of documents according to the practices of his previous life. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Jiang Hojun, who had just emerged to fetch water. He halted in his tracks, remaining silent, lost in thought. Indeed, he harbored a genuine interest in the young Chen Guodong and held him in considerable esteem. Otherwise, irrespective of Chen Ye's commotion, he would not have promoted Chen Guodong to the credit department. Observing Chen Guodong diligently examining the loan documents, his expression grew solemn, as if he had discerned an issue. For a newcomer recently assigned to the credit department, Jiang Hojun couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Recalling Chen Guodong's remarkable insights during his tenure in the accounting department, he silently approached Chen Ye's desk, gently tapping the corner of it. Chen Yi, engrossed in her report, glanced up at Jiang Hojun upon hearing the sound. Without uttering a word, he gestured subtly with his chin towards Chen Guodong. Following his gaze, Chen Yi observed Chen Guodong seated with his back slightly turned, leaning forward, his fingertips gliding slowly over a loan document. He was shaking his head slightly, his gaze as calm as a beam of cold light, as if he were penetrating the paper to uncover the truth within. Chapter 83. The first signs of brilliance. Jiang Hojun quietly positioned himself beside Chen Guodong, his eyes falling upon the materials laid before him, then briefly scanning the loan file for the Yangcheng Fengtai plastic products factory. His demeanor was composed yet imbued with curious interest. Only then did Chen Guodong notice the presence beside him. Momentarily startled, he quickly stood up, an air of embarrassment evident on his face. Jiangku, I apologize. I was too engrossed to notice your approach. Not at all, Jiang Hojun replied with a warm smile, his tone gentle. Please, continue. He paused, then discreetly inquired, so, what have you disowned? Chen Guodong hesitated, his brow furrowing slightly as he contemplated whether the question was genuine or merely courteous. Perceiving his uncertainty, Jiang Hojun softened his tone further. Do not fear. It is perfectly acceptable to be mistaken. In credit evaluation, daring to take the first step is already commendable. His voice exuded a comforting familiarity, reminiscent of a seasoned captain willing to listen to a novice sailor recount the currents and winds at sea. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Guodong nodded. I believe the loan risk level for the Yangcheng Fengtai plastic products factory should be elevated by 1 or 2 grades. Once this loan matures this year, it would be prudent to reduce the credit limit and conduct a comprehensive pre-loan assessment anew. If feasible, he paused, his gaze growing resolute, to ensure financial security. We might even consider negotiating for early repayment. Jiang Hojun raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone remaining even and gentle. This client has been a long-standing borrower with our bank, and our collaboration spans many years. They have consistently honored their commitments. What leads you to this conclusion? Instead of responding immediately, Chen Guodong approached the materials. Picking up the file, he spread several sheets of paper in order on the table and pointed to a section he had marked with a pencil. Firstly, the primary products of this enterprise are injection-molded plastic items. Historical sales data reveals that their products lack core patented technology, possess low technological sophistication, feature conventional mold structures, and do not offer competitive pricing. In the past, they maintained market presence through channels and quotas established during the planned economy era. However, with the market now liberalized and competition intensifying, their previous advantages have dissipated. This is evident in their financial statements. He extracted 2 printed tables. Observe. The total sales over the past 2 years have remained relatively stagnant, yet inventory has surged, and both accounts receivable and payable have risen sharply. Given that the main business revenue has remained unchanged, this structural shift indicates sluggish sales. Increasing inventory, prolonged payment collection periods, and deteriorating bargaining power and payment terms for clients are all detrimental to the enterprise. In essence, they are selling less, and the revenue from sales is becoming more difficult to recover. Jiang Hojun's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. Chen Guodong continued, his tone gradually transitioning from cautious to fluid, as if he had transformed into a different person. Secondly, I have noted recent news indicating a continuous rise in international oil prices. Plastic products are fundamentally downstream derivatives of the petroleum industry. When the source price fluctuates, raw material costs inevitably increase, leading to a prolonged compression of profit margins for such enterprises. More troubling is the low bargaining power of plastic products with downstream clients. Currently, the price fluctuations of raw materials have yet to be fully transmitted to the plastic industry, and by the time they do, many companies may no longer be able to withstand the pressure. This lag in price transmission will pose a persistent challenge for the injection molding industry in the coming years. Furthermore, the absence of any locked price procurement contracts or long-term orders suggests a passive operational strategy, casting doubt on profitability in the upcoming 6 months. Jiang Hojun gradually retracted his previous relaxed demeanor, his brow unfurrowed, yet his gaze began to brighten. His expression shifted from initial ease tinged with irony to one of solemnity. Chen Guodong paused, turned to a page of a loan agreement copy, maintaining his pace while sharpening his arguments. Thirdly, I observe that this loan is categorized as working capital. However, based on the project budget details and payment records, it is evident that these funds are being utilized for the renovation and transformation of production lines. This discrepancy between the loan's stated purpose and its actual use signifies a conversion into fixed asset investment. More critically, the repayment sources primarily rely on subsequent financing, which equates to borrowing new funds to repay old debts. This constitutes a severe structural risk in the loan's arrangement. Moreover, I discovered in their financial statements and contract attachments that they simultaneously hold loan records with 3 other banks. Therefore, should any issues arise with cash flow, the moment one bank begins to call in loans, the others will inevitably follow suit. The financial chain of this Yangcheng Fengtai plastic products factory is bound to collapse. By that time, should we falter even slightly in our repayment efforts, we risk becoming the passive party. This sum may very well devolve into a bad debt, irretrievable. As he spoke the final words, his tone remained unaltered, the gravity of his message merely settling with a quiet resignation. Akin to the last move of a chess piece that seals one's fate, silent yet definitive. Jiang Hojun stood nearby, silent, not interjecting a word. It was only after Chen Guodong concluded that he slowly retracted his gaze from the documents before him. As Chen Guodong's voice faded, an immediate stillness enveloped the office, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. It was then that Chen Guodong sensed something amiss. An internal exclamation of dismay echoing in his mind. His habitual folly of unwarranted verbosity had resurfaced. Beside him, Chen Yi gaped in astonishment, appearing as if he had never encountered Chen Guodong before. Jiang Hojun did not immediately respond. His fingers lightly tapped the edge of the loan documents, as if verifying their tangible existence. For several seconds, the room remained so quiet that the rustling of leaves outside could be distinctly heard. His expression displayed little fluctuation, retaining a semblance of weary composure. Yet, anyone familiar with Jiang Hojun could discern that at this moment, he was deep in contemplation, digesting the implications of Chen Guodong's statements. It was not a matter of misunderstanding. Rather, the sheer volume of information necessitated a moment of reflection for him to process it adequately. Consequently, Jiang Hojun found himself at a loss for how to respond. The barrage of technical jargon, though not unfamiliar to him, was dissected with such divine insight and capability that it seemed unparalleled. In his experience, no one from their generation of bankers had achieved such clarity. The current loan officers evaluated credit based on experience, personal connections, site visits, and instinct, relying on observable indicators like illuminated factory windows or red papers adorning factory doors. However, this young man, without needing to inspect the premises or traverse the workshops, could derive such comprehensive logical assessments from merely a few documents. This was not the systematic understanding one would expect from a novice. It transcended their current cognitive frameworks, reflecting a mode of thought nurtured by the apex of financial architecture and perhaps influenced by advanced foreign financial systems. Chapter 84. Do not boast, or you shall perish. Jiang Hojun's expression remained unchanged, though a close observer might notice a slight twitch in his complexion. He slowly uttered an acknowledgement, as if to solidify the analysis, or perhaps to provide a foundation for his own astonishment. Have you encountered such matters before? He inquired, his tone calm and seemingly casual. Chen Guodong shook his head. No, I merely spoke from instinct. Jiang Hojun nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Within his heart, a myriad of thoughts churned restlessly. Yet he firmly suppressed them at the precipice of speech, even dimming the light in his eyes, which deepened considerably compared to moments prior. At that juncture, a more piercing gaze from across the room locked onto him. Chen Yi, having unknowingly set aside her pen, rose to lean against the back of her chair, her gaze fixed intently upon Chen Guodong. Initially, she had not been fully attentive. However, a few unintentional snippets of conversation ensnared her, dragging her inexorably into the realm of loan-related contemplation. She was not an inexperienced novice in the field of loans. The more she comprehended, the more incredulous she became. How could such analytical reasoning, rhythm, and even a godlike perspective on risk assessment emanate from someone so new in the credit department? Even the renowned experts and directors she had encountered at the branch would struggle to articulate their thoughts with such coherence and depth. Her lips parted slightly. Several times she attempted to voice her thoughts, only to swallow them back down. Suddenly, Jiang Hojun cleared his throat softly and addressed Chen Yi. Chen Yi, I need to discuss something with you. Please follow me to my office. Chen Yi squinted slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Upon entering Jiang Hojun's office, he courteously poured her a glass of water, then hesitantly, and somewhat awkwardly, began to speak under her watchful gaze. Chen Yi, do you think it might be possible to have someone else accompany you to the Yongfu Road office? Chen Guodong touched his nose, signaling Jiang Hojun to invite Chen Yi into the office. As the door closed, an inexplicable unease washed over him. True to form, within 2 minutes, a loud thud echoed from within, reminiscent of something being slammed onto the desk. Subsequently, the sharp rhythm of high heels struck the floor with vigor, sweeping out of the office like a gust of wind. Chen Yi's face bore an exceedingly rare expression of anger, her lips taut and her eyes alight with unmasked fury. As she grabbed her bag and brushed past Chen Guodong, she spat out in contempt. Dog of a man, would it kill you to stop showing off? Without a backward glance, she departed. Chen Guodong stood there, awkwardness etched on his face, exchanging glances with Jiang Hojun, who had just emerged from the office. After a moment, Jiang Hojun remarked casually, the cup accidentally tipped over. With that, as if nothing had transpired, he turned and re-entered the room. In the days that followed, the credit department felt as if it had been infused with new air. Naturally, none from Lin Yang's circle sought to engage Chen Guodong in casual conversation, including Su Feihua. Yet, each of their expressions bore a nuanced significance. Their tones softened when passing documents, as if fearful that any untimely utterance might disturb the lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Chen Yi appeared to have entirely severed any semblance of tacit understanding with Chen Guodong, shielding it beyond the confines of that office. Upon returning to her workspace, she donned the countenance of a woman wronged, convinced that Chen Guodong owed her 800 yuan. Matters were addressed plainly. Silence prevailed in the absence of business. Her demeanor resolutely devoid of color. She signed where necessary, approved as required, her tone unfamiliar and her expression serene. Chen Guodong, too, said little, maintaining a facade of normalcy. He went about his tasks as usual, maintaining his silence and staying within the boundaries she had established, refraining from overstepping. He was, as ever, not one to meddle. Subsequently, Jiang Hojun seemed to sense some underlying discontent, and he ceased to mention the matter of reassignment. It was as though nothing had transpired. Or perhaps everything had been tacitly restored to its previous state. Before long, the end of March arrived, ushering in the approach of May Day. The opening of the new Yongfu Road office was drawing near, and Chen Guodong frequently found himself accompanying Lin Xiaoman to prepare for the specifics of the forthcoming operations. One weekend, the afternoon sun cast a warm glow over the streets of Yangcheng, and the old Shiguan area appeared even quieter than usual. The mottled green windows, the brick-red arcades, and the half-open flamboyant trees at the street corners suggested that the entire city had slowed down with the rising temperatures. Chen Guodong entered the old building, carrying a bag of pastries. The familiar wooden door of the Jiang family was ajar, and he could hear the gentle creaking of an old rattan chair, accompanied by a soft, melodious female voice recounting tales of yesteryear. Back then, the Huangsha area was still sandy. It's nothing like the construction we see now, where one can stroll from Shirsenhang to Dongdi under an umbrella and see foreign merchant ships docking. Yangcheng was once so refined. It has truly transformed beyond recognition. As he pushed the door open, Chen Guodong stepped inside. Jiang Shuyao sat quietly beside her grandmother, leaning slightly inward, listening intently. Upon noticing his entrance, a gentle smile graced her lips, and a soft light flickered in her eyes. "Grandma, Chen Guodong is here." Jiang grandma was savoring her hot tea, and upon hearing the commotion, her eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, you're here. Come, sit down. I was just speaking of you with Yao Yao. Chen Guodong placed the bag of pastries on the sideboard near the dining table and bent slightly. Grandma, I brought you some treats I queued for this morning. You're such a thoughtful child, she replied. The tea, a new blend of red tea from this year, seemed to elevate her spirits as the sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows. She beckoned Chen Guodong to sit closer. I was just mentioning the old Shursen Hang. Did you know? Back in the day, my father often traveled to Shund, Hong Kong, and Macau. Our family used to deal in foreign cloth and had dealings with British merchants. I accompanied him on a few trips when I was younger. Those foreign merchants were quite particular. Many of them held consular status and were always accompanied by translators. Is it true that your proficiency in English stems from those days? Chen Guodong inquired. Jiang grandma chuckled softly. Not exactly. I attended Sacred Heart Girls' School, where the instruction was entirely in English. However, as social unrest took hold, our family business suffered, and I could not continue my education. She paused, her expression becoming more subdued. I did encounter some friends during that time, who had ventured early into the currents of that era, but eventually, we all chose different paths. Her tone was calm as she gently swirled the warm tea in her cup, refraining from elaborating further. Chen Guodong understood her unspoken narrative, but chose not to respond. Merely nodding gently, Jiang Shuyao remained quiet, leaning softly against her grandmother, as if she too comprehended the layers of history her grandmother was reluctant to discuss.